The first thing the man did after being reborn was to find the campus beauty he deeply loved for 10 years and stab her to death, one knife cut after another, even as she begged for mercy. I didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Only because the apocalypse was coming. 90% of people would turn into zombies. Survivors only needed to complete their first kill to awaken abilities. And the earlier you awakened, the stronger your ability would be. In my past life, I gave all my resources to Lu Ruyan, helping her rise from an F-level nobody to become one of China's 10 strongest people. But what I got in return was her attack with her boyfriends. They not only boiled my bones for soup, but also had group sex in front of me, humiliating me until I died. Now that I live again, I will make you pay blood for blood. Host detected with strong hatred. Now releasing mission early. End your enemy's life in the most cruel way. Mission reward, SSS level talent infinite plunder. Each level up grants one chance to plunder a talent. No species limit. No level limit. Please begin the mission immediately. At this moment, Chenli took out his phone in the room and dialed that familiar number. After quite a while, from the other end of the phone, came Lu Ruyan's slightly trembling voice. What did Chenli want calling so early in the morning? Chenli suppressed the rage in his heart. Ruyan, didn't you always want my old house? That house in the city center was inheritance left to Chenli by his parents. A developer had their eye on that land and once negotiated with Chenli, but was rejected. Not long after, campus beauty Lu Ruyan appeared in his life. It seems this was all a plot. Come to my place and I'll take you to transfer ownership. This house is my gift to you. Really? Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, her voice becoming instantly brighter. Wait for me, I'll be right over. After hanging up, Lu Ruyan quickly left the hotel. The TV volume was turned up high. On the news channel, several fake experts were discussing strange signs in the sky. Chenli sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for Lu Ruyan's arrival. The door was thrown open with a bang. Where's your property deed, Chenli? I've already made an appointment online. Let's go handle the transfer now. You're here, Chenli said expressionlessly. Lu Ruyan was extremely impatient. In normal times, Lu Ruyan would have exploded in anger and walked out. But right now she only wanted to complete her master's task. Hurry up. I have things to do later. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan kicked at Chenli. For 10 years in the previous life, Lu Ruyan treated Chenli like this every day. Treating Chenli as an obedient slave. Making Chenli willingly sacrifice everything for her. If not for that stabbing knife, perhaps Chenli would still be like a fawning dog, letting her order him around. Chenli stood up, his cold gaze looking at Lu Ruyan, as if looking at a dead person. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Her kicking foot stopped midair. What are you doing? Lu Ruyan's voice trembled. Chenli didn't answer, but showed his attitude through action. Slap. Lu Ruyan was hit so hard she fell straight to the ground. Chenli, are you crazy? You dare to hit me? I'll call the police. Chenli slowly approached, grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair in one hand, and violently slammed her back to the ground. Lu Ruyan was frightened, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. How ironic. Asking for my house while enjoying yourself under other men. Chenli squatted down, pulled out a gleaming sharp knife, pointing it at Lu Ruyan's chin. Lu Ruyan suddenly became hysterical. I'm the campus beauty of Xinjiang University. So many people chase after me. Why would I choose an orphan like you? If not for my master's task, I wouldn't bother pretending with you. Let me tell you now. Not only do I have the Lin family behind me, I also belong to young master Bai Shihao. See if you dare touch me. Lu Ruyan was the little princess next door. And the Bai Shi family she mentioned was the largest family from the neighboring cherry blossom country. They had extended their claws toward China. Xinjiang was their forward base in China, managed by Bai Shihao, son of the family's third elder. They had their eye on Chenli's property. After failing to acquire it through communication, they thought of this no-cost scheme. They could enjoy the thrill of an affair while humiliating Chenli. Chenli smiled faintly. The dagger stabbed repeatedly. Soon the white clothes were dyed red. Lu Ruyan gradually lost her life force. At the moment of Lu Ruyan's death, the time turned exactly 12 o'clock. The apocalypse had arrived. The familiar system voice sounded in Chenli's ear. Ding! Congratulations, survivor, for slaying your enemy and being reborn. Completing the world's first kill. Awakening talent, Hand of Plunder. SSS level. The time on Blue Star at exactly 12 o'clock seemed to freeze for a moment. Welcome to the new global digitized world. In this world, apart from survivors, only zombies remain. Defeating zombies will earn you resources. Survivors who complete their first kill will have one chance to awaken a talent. 1 minute countdown begins. Everyone, enjoy this rich yet desperate apocalypse. The voice of the Order Keeper was transmitted into every survivor's mind. Chenli activated his wristband, opening the attribute panel. Chenli, who had struggled through the apocalypse for 10 years, had already maxed out all basic attributes. He eagerly checked his awakened talent. SSS level talent, Hand of Plunder. Survivors with this talent can plunder another creature's talent once per level up. The plundered creature will lose that talent. Success rate depends on the target's breakdown level and weakness. But special talents cannot be plundered. Current number, 1. As a law mage in his past life, Chenli knew deeply the importance of talents to a person. Globally, survivors who awakened SSS level talents were only 1 in 100 million. According to the talent description, every time he leveled up, he could plunder someone else's talent once. And there were no restrictions on targets. Not limited to survivors. Any creature could become his target. The 1-minute countdown ended. As the first survivor to obtain an SSS level talent, Chenli received an even greater reward. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person in the apocalypse to awaken an SSS level talent, earning the world's only achievement. Chosen One, also receiving massive rewards. Other survivors should follow his example. The world announcement played 3 times. And while people marveled at Chenli, this apocalyptic disaster descended. The entire blue star fell into chaos in an instant. The originally light red sky instantly turned blood-colored. Panic quickly spread among the survivors, the entire world filled with people in a state of sheer panic. They watched helplessly as their companions, within a mere few seconds, transformed into zombies as described by the orderers. These zombies' eyes turned white, their limbs trembled in an incredibly uncoordinated manner, and their movement speed far exceeded that of normal humans. The zombies opened their massive mouths, almost splitting their faces in half, emitting a terrifying howl. They rushed towards the crowd as if they had gone mad. Countless zombies let out earth-shattering roars, mixed with human screams and shouts, filling every corner of the city. In just a few minutes, severed limbs, broken arms, organs, and blood appeared in every corner, and Blue Star became a hell on earth. Many survivors died on the spot, and more were infected, slowly turning into new zombies. The world announcement was not just about showing up, it was more about the rewards. The moment the apocalypse began, it appeared on the world announcement. It must be said that Suyu had already won at the starting line. And the main character of this world announcement was happily claiming his massive rewards. Claiming the Chosen One achievement reward, reputation *1000, gold *1000, wristband storage space expanded to 1 cubic meter. Gained title, Chosen One. It was like Emperor Qin Shi Huang touching the power switching, winning, too much. Reputation is a rare and valuable thing. It includes discounts for purchases, special item purchase privileges, dungeon entry permissions, and more. And gold, needless to say. After the 7-day beginner period, in the safe zones of major cities, gold can be used to buy supplies in the system shop. The wristband storage space expansion finally freed Suyu from his backpack. You should know that normally, wristband expansions cost a lot of gold or require specific tasks. 1 cubic meter is definitely enough for now. The most important thing is the title. Its acquisition conditions are extremely harsh, and for ordinary people, it's unreachable. Back when Suyu advanced to the God of Magic, he gained the temporary title of China's first God of Magic, showing just how precious it was. Unlike China's first God of Magic, this is a permanent title. Chosen One, the world's only title, permanent title, the first survivor to awaken an SSS level talent in the apocalypse. Attributes, all attributes permanently +5. When carrying this title, damage increased by 10%, damage received reduced by 10%. All attributes permanently +5 means his attributes are naturally 4 levels higher than others. And what's more, it's the most precious percentage attribute. Although right now, this 10% increase in damage and reduction in damage might seem insignificant. But in the later stages of the apocalypse, when everyone becomes a number-crunching monster, the bonuses will become quite significant. The only downside is that each person can only carry 1 title at a time. He decisively equipped the title, who knows when the next title will come along. The sounds of running, fighting, and shouting echoed through the community. With the chaos outside, Suyu decided to wait for things to calm down a bit before venturing out. If he opened the door and got mistakenly injured, wouldn't that be laughable? After resting, Suyu placed some tools he had already prepared into his wristband. He then took a bone-cutting knife from the kitchen. This was the only usable weapon he had, apart from the dagger used to assassinate Lin Ruoshi. Without apocalyptic weapons, he could only use this non-attribute equipment to attack. Suyu walked past Lin Ruoshi's corpse, deep in thought. Lin Ruoshi was just a pawn. Behind her, the Lin family, as well as the main figure Bai Shirho, and his powerful Bai Shir family. They were his greatest enemies in this life and the next. But he knew that the Lin family and the Bai Shir family were incredibly powerful, and relying on just his hot-bloodedness wasn't enough. Going after them for revenge now would be no different from flying into a fire. Right now, using the memories from his rebirth, he would make use of these few days in the beginner period. Madly improve one's strength. Then find the Lin family and the Baisher family for revenge, killing them in the cradle. Those enemies, whether they are intentional or unintentional, good or bad. Those who have hurt me. One counts as one. They all have to die. After making up his mind, Suyu immediately had a target. There were suitable objects to plunder in the building he was in. At this moment, it was quiet outside the house. After confirming it was safe through the peephole, he stepped out of the room. He casually sealed off the fire escape, turning the entire 8th floor into a separate space. This was a small corridor, 4 households per staircase, a standard commercial residential building. However, only 2 households lived here, Suyu and an old couple in Unit 804. Although the door of 804 was tightly closed, there was a lot of noise coming from inside. This old couple moved in a year ago. Since they took residence, a foul smell often drifted from the doorway and windows. Later he found out, they were scavengers, treating the house as a garbage dump. At first, they only used the indoors for storage. Later, even the public corridor became a place for organizing and stacking garbage. Every morning at 6, he wasn't woken up by an alarm clock. It was the clatter from them that woke him up. They sorted cardboard boxes or the sounds of stepping on bottles and cans. Even when he complained to the property management or even called the police. Every time someone came, the old couple pretended to be deaf and mute, and it could be quiet for 2 days. But only for those 2 days, and then they intensified their actions. As time went on, the property management got fed up and simply stopped caring. Following the idea of avoiding more trouble, they even morally blackmailed Suyu, advising him to be magnanimous. Recalling the old couple's self-righteous expressions when they faced him, as if this place belonged to them, filled Suyu with extreme displeasure. In his past life, they started as zombies, dying at Suyu's hands. It was like scratching an itch on the outside, relieving the hatred but not completely solving it. Suddenly, the old lady ran out of the house, shouting as she ran. "Old man, it's better to be a little muddled in life, don't be so calculating. Don't worry, the child is definitely yours. As long as it looks a bit like you, that's enough. I just made a mistake that normal women would make. Don't bite me." After finishing, the old lady kicked her old partner back into the house and slammed the door shut. Before long, there came a sound of banging on the door from inside, clearly not a noise that a normal old man could make. And the old lady collapsed on the floor, somewhat shocked. Wow! In just a few short sentences, she almost burned Suyu's CPU. This old lady must be like an old Longjing from 1982 and old green tea. These lines were exactly the same as Lin Roof's, it was unclear who plagiarized whom. Chapter 5, Plunder S-level talent, max level luck received. At this moment, Suyu discovered the bite mark on the old lady's arm. Clearly, she had just been infected by the zombie turned from her old man. According to the old lady's current condition, in just 1 minute, she would become one of the zombies. However, Suyu still instinctively checked the old lady's basic information. This was a habit formed during the apocalypse. This was an investigation technique that everyone could obtain when the apocalypse hit. For opponents not exceeding level 3, one could see their personal information. However, when observing zombies, one could get more detailed information on attributes, talents, and skills. What's chilling to think about is that this old lady actually achieved the first kill and awakened a talent. But ultimately injured by a zombie, her life was running out. Li Taiapi, in the process of becoming zombie, LV2, no profession, S-level talent, max level luck. Suyu knew the old lady's surname was Li, but he didn't expect such a unique name. As the saying goes, a person is like their name, Taiapi suits the messy things she mentioned. Different from the personal information he could observe in his last life, through his SSS level talent. It turns out that the target's talent can be observed directly. A pleasant surprise. The probability of awakening an S-level talent is only 1 in a million. And it fell upon this old lady, who was about to turn into a zombie. You must know, within S-level talents, even though max-level luck is a non-combat talent. In battle, compared to other S-level talents, it might be slightly weaker. But precisely because it is extremely rare, no one can underestimate its existence. The overall drop rate in the apocalypse is extremely low. To put it simply, luck can directly affect the drop rate of kills, including equipment, items, and supplies. To put it more broadly, hidden tasks, hidden dungeons, and hidden professions, all these encounters are tied to luck. So, whenever equipment that increases luck appears, even if other attributes are poor, it will be fiercely snatched by all factions. If it appears in an auction house, it will definitely fetch sky-high prices. The famous 5-star critic from the United States, MacArthur, once said, if he had to choose between a trained 1,000-man army and 1 point of luck, he would choose luck without hesitation. In his past life, when Suyu was promoted to a god of magic, his luck value was only 2 points, showing just how precious it is. Before she turned into a zombie, so you did not hesitate and used the Hand of Plunder. Ding. You have used the Hand of Plunder on the survivor, Lee Taeopi. Lee Taeopi's current collapse level, 10%, weakness level, 10%, talent plunder failed. So you felt that her energy was reduced by 1/3, but fortunately, the plunder skill had no cooldown time. She failed? This old lady watched her old companion turn into a zombie and was badly injured herself. Surprisingly, her collapse and weakness levels are only 10%, so low? After acting, Suyu saw that the other party's personal information had added the collapse and weakness status panels. I didn't expect this talent to have this function? How satisfying. In the future, when dealing with enemies, I can watch them slowly collapse. However, in the future, if I want to plunder, I can only increase the success rate to 100% before plundering. That's fine, she'll soon turn into a zombie anyway, just perfect for practice. At this moment, Lee Taeopi's body was gradually being infected by the zombie virus. It was visibly changing, but she herself was completely unaware. Lee Taeopi looked at Suyu mumbling something and still wore a smiling face. A 70-year-old lady like me fell, and you don't even help me up? Little Sue. What are you looking at? Don't you help me up. Didn't your mother teach you to respect the elderly and love the young? Lee Taeopi bared her big yellow teeth, speaking as she struggled to get up. But unexpectedly, Suyu's knee lightly pushed, sending her crashing into the wall as if with minimal effort. She had just gotten up halfway when her body, full of fat, shook violently and crashed heavily into the wall. This fall knocked out the gold teeth she had just installed this year, and blood poured from her mouth. Collapse level, 20%, weakness level, 20%, current plunder success rate, 40%. Interesting. Suyu spread her hands, looking somewhat innocent, and sarcastically said. How many teeth did you lose? How careless of me. Sorry, is that better? Careless? It was clearly intentional. Collapse level, 30%, weakness level, 20%, current plunder success rate, 50%. Ah. She's hitting me. She's hitting me. A college student is hitting me. Quick, come look. Lee Taeopi lay on the ground, raising both hands, crying and banging on the floor. She tried to attract the attention of others in the building, but no one came. One failed trick, time for another. Little Sue. My son is, do you know? He's from the neighborhood police station. He'll pull the surveillance and sue you so bad you won't even be able to pull up your pants. Lee Taeopi pointed at Suyu's nose with a fierce expression. To Suyu, Lee Taeopi was practically asking for death. Without wasting any more words, Suyu swiftly drew her knife and severed Lee Taeopi's hand at the wrist. Blood spurted from the severed wrist. Ah! Murder! Murder! After that, several more strikes followed. Severed the limbs of Grandma Lee. Facing a person about to turn into a zombie, it makes sense to sever her limbs, rendering her incapable of fighting back, right? But strangely, Grandma Lee, due to the spread of the zombie virus, could not feel any pain. At that moment, she lay in a pool of blood like a human doll, yet felt fear. In her panic, she actually lost control of herself. Urine mixed with blood, but she could do nothing at all. Please. Don't kill me, I promise I will be a good person from now on. A good person? Maybe in the next life. Actually, I still prefer your rebellious self. You, recover a bit. Suyu smiled slightly, interrupting Grandma Lee's words. Collapse level, 50%, weakness level, 90%, current plundering success rate, 140%. Wow, severing her limbs resulted in only a 50% collapse level, but the weakness level went up. The extra 40%, consider it a gift to the system. So generous. Ding. You used the plundering hand on survivor, Lee Taeopi, talent plundering successful. Remaining uses, 0. Ding. You have gained S-level talent, max luck. Wow, is this all it takes? Talent, max luck, S-level. Divine favor, survivors with this talent have their luck value locked at max level of 9 points. Luck value will not be affected by any equipment or scenes. This means that even if some equipment reduces luck value in the future, or in certain instances that reduce luck value, it won't be affected at all. Starting with max luck can only be described in 4 words, far ahead. Grandma Lee, from whom Suyu had plundered the talent, felt as if something had been drawn from her body. Yet she could not specify what exactly that feeling was. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and her mind went blank. Then, the world in front of her began to spin wildly, her head rolled over a dozen times before stopping. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2, gained experience *20, gold coins *2. Ding! Level increased to level 2, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Plundering hand, remaining uses, 1. Dimly, she saw a glimmer of green light beneath the corpse in the pool of blood. She kicked over the severed body, and a ring glowing with green light was pressed beneath it. Suyu recognized at a glance that it was the unique glow of Apocalypse equipment. In the Apocalypse, all equipment is graded, from lowest to highest. Excellent, fine, legendary, mythical, and super god. A total of 5 levels. Of course, there is also the lowest, ordinary level, which is just some attribute-free whiteboard equipment, not worth mentioning. The drop rate in the Apocalypse is originally low, and almost all drops are survival resources. The drop rate for equipment is quite pathetic. After the 7-day newbie period, if one could have 1 or 2 pieces of excellent equipment, it would be something to brag about. Yet now, on the first strike, there was a harvest. Brother Lone's classic line slipped from his lips. Wow, the drop rate is really high. Hee hee, as expected of Max Luck. It's like a little sparrow pecking at a cow's delight. Sparrow food, indeed, is awesome. In his previous life, under Lin Roof suppression, Suyu had always lived an easy life, living like a tofu skin. Speaking a little bit out of order would lead to Lin Roof's cold and violent rage. So he had maintained a state of silence and few words. Perhaps due to being suppressed for too long, after continuously slaying the school belle girlfriend in Grandma Lee. The unsuppressed nature of Suyu was finally released, and he became much more cheerful and sunny. As the saying goes, if one doesn't become bad in silence, one might become abnormal in silence. Rejecting mental internal conflict, say whatever one wants to say. Letting oneself be free, what's wrong with that? Chapter 6, The Value of Max Luck. Pick up the ring on the ground and check its attributes. Ring of Vitality, excellent level equipment. An eternal ring, crafted with a simple spell, which can bring vitality to the bearer. Attributes, Constitution +5. Passive, after leaving combat, it can slowly restore vitality. Set effect, 1/2 not activated. Ring of Vitality and Ring of Energy are among the most cost-effective equipment in the early Apocalypse. In battles, it's inevitable to have some minor bumps and bruises. As long as there are no injuries that affect bones or cause irreversible damage like broken hands or legs. One night is usually enough to recover almost fully. But after all, it's just an excellent level piece of equipment. Compared to the mythic or even super god level gear Suyu had before, its attributes are clearly not enough. However, it's free, so why would I need a bike? Moreover, Suyu, as someone who has experienced it all, knows exactly how to unlock the hidden quests and hidden dungeons for the equipment he once acquired. When his strength is enough, going to get it again will be as easy as picking it up. Suyu put the Ring of Vitality on his finger. Ding! Ring of Vitality has been equipped. Friendly reminder, survivors can wear 2 rings at the same time. Then, he allocated all 5 free attribute points to strength. Basic attributes, Strength, 20, Spirit, 15, Constitution, 20, Agility, 15. Before level 10, without skills, Strength counteracts all flashy tricks. Anyway, the other attributes are good enough for now. At this point, the 804 anti-theft door was already shaking, ready to fall from the old zombie's continuous impact. However, these ordinary zombies in the newbie period usually rely on their sense of smell and hearing to lock onto their prey. So, when there was no movement at the door, the old zombie also stopped. After taking the door key from Mrs. Lee's waist, Suyu calmly twisted it open. The old zombie heard the noise and let out a low growl. Taking the first move, Suyu suddenly pulled open the anti-theft door. Their eyes met, and a slim, scarred zombie wearing a basketball vest stood there. God knows what Mrs. Lee did to it earlier. It waved its broken claws toward Suyu's face. Suyu slightly turned his body and extended his leg, gently tripping it. The old zombie staggered and fell forward, barely managing to steady itself. Unexpectedly, it stepped on its old wife's skull, losing balance. The old zombie plunged into the pile of garbage in the corridor. With a loud crash. Instantly, cans, plastic bottles, and cardboard scattered all over the floor. Suyu took the opportunity to check the zombie's attributes. Weak zombie. Level 1. Basic attributes, Strength, 6, Spirit, 15, Constitution, 6, Agility, 3. Not bad, very spirited. After humans turn into zombies, their attributes increase slightly based on their original bodies. From this, it can be seen that this old man, alive or dead, was indeed very spirited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so persistent in harassing Suyu every day. However, with 6 points in strength and 3 points in agility, it means the movements are slow, and the damage is average. These attributes clearly aren't enough in Suyu's eyes. The old zombie got up, grabbing the paint bucket on its head randomly. Coincidentally, it was green. Suyu naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, stepping forward quickly, his bone-chopping knife aimed at its neck. The old zombie struggled to remove the paint bucket and instinctively used its arm to block. After cutting through both arms, the force weakened slightly, but it still chopped off the zombie's chin. The zombie, still stubborn, tried to bite Suyu even though it only had an upper jaw left and no claws. Suyu was unbothered, and his second strike came swiftly, with no chance for the zombie to dodge. Its head was chopped off and flew straight into the paint bucket. It seems that the green paint bucket was the zombie's happy home. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV1, gained experience *10, gold *1. Suyu took a deep breath, his mind quickly replaying the situation. He was somewhat dissatisfied with his performance just now. In theory, it should have been a one-shot kill, but he used two. After all, in his past life, he was a mage, and close combat wasn't his strong suit. He kicked the body lying on the ground away and found another item. This time, it was a universal capsule. Usually, universal capsules represent essential supplies in the apocalypse, something survivors can't live without. From candy and soda to seafood feasts and roasted whole lambs. The capsule could bring any supplies inside. It was simple to use, just press the button at the top of the capsule, and the supplies would appear. But the capsule was a one-time use only, with no recycling function. Any leftover food could only be stored in the wristband. According to the rules, when the apocalypse arrived, all the food in Blue Star would decay and spoil. After the 7-day beginner period, the safe zones of major cities would open. Only then could survivors buy supplies from the system store using coins. Surviving was impossible without effort. The only way to get the necessary survival supplies was by killing zombies. Sure enough, the label on the capsule read, "A bottle of 2L fatty happy water." According to human experiments done by the Lighthouse Country, you can live 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. In the apocalypse, clean water was especially important. And fatty happy water could not only replenish water, but with its high carbohydrate content, it was an invaluable resource. He pressed the button, and the capsule exploded open, revealing a bottle of fatty happy water right in front of Suyu. Suyu gulped down a few mouthfuls and glanced around the room. He saw a zombie baby lying dead on the ground. It seemed the old lady had awakened her talent by killing it. Suyu didn't pay any attention, he directly went to the 9th floor. As he remembered, this floor had 2 households as well. Sure enough, as soon as he got close to the 9th floor's public area, he heard sounds of footsteps and the unique growls of zombies. Good grief, 2 zombies at once. One zombie child was hanging upside down from the ceiling. The other, an older zombie, was pushing a baby stroller. It seemed like the grandma and grandson had been infected together. Suyu checked the attributes of the 2 zombies, and aside from the child zombie's agility reaching 12 points, the other attributes were similar to regular zombies. Though stronger than an ordinary human, they were far inferior to Suyu. Upon seeing a living person, the 2 zombies became extremely excited. The zombies let out a series of screeches, charging at Suyu one after the other. It seemed fierce, but there was no strategy. The biggest flaw of these regular zombies was their lack of intelligence. They could only attack humans based on instinct. Crack! Instead of retreating, Suyu advanced and met them head-on. He struck first with a knife, quickly slicing the more agile child zombie in half. A spray of blood splattered out, blocking the ordinary zombie's sight. As it passed through the blood curtain, all it could see was the bone-slicing knife already waiting for it, landing perfectly on its neck. Once, it was an unfamiliar move. Twice, it was a familiar one. Suyu was growing more and more skilled with the bone-slicing knife. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV1, gained experience *10, coins *1. 2 system notifications sounded, and 20 experience points were added. There were 60 more experience points to go before level 3. Chapter 7, Open the Door, FBI Sweeps for Porn. After the 2 zombies died, 2 consumable items appeared next to them. What a difference! Thinking back to his past life, he had first starved for 3 days. After finally managing to fight his way out, exhausted, and surviving the beginner period. When he checked his pocket, it was emptier than his face. If not for a zombie dropping an apple, he might have died in the beginner period. He ate half of it before realizing the apple was infested with worms. Suyu picked up the 2 items, lucky today. Silver Bird Claw, a common level consumable. Consumes a small amount of stamina, increases observation slightly within 5 minutes of use. Lure Enemy Pot, a common level consumable. Consumes a small amount of stamina, throws the lure enemy pot to attract the attention of humanoid zombies, within a 10-meter radius, lasts 1 minute, disappears after taking damage. Though it was only a common level consumable. If used properly, it could be highly effective in the apocalypse. Not bad. These will come in handy later. Suyu smiled slightly, putting everything into the wristband. A series of sounds brought a commotion from the other rooms on the floor. Room 903, a zombie with a face mask was. A young lady in her pajamas suddenly opened the door. She squinted her eyes, looking at Suyu, who was standing in the common area, with one hand on her hip, shouting angrily. Are you sick? It's in the middle of the day, making noise in the public area? The young lady had a bad temper, and while speaking, she picked up her phone to call the police. Suyu had been in the end of the world for 10 years and was never someone who liked to reason. It was ridiculous to reason in the apocalypse. The only reason was that killing her would not benefit him at all. Suyu quietly checked her attributes. Level 1, unawakened. It seemed she still didn't understand the current situation. So he picked up his bone-cutting knife and walked towards the room behind her, where an elderly zombie was staggering out. In her blurry vision, the young lady thought Suyu was provoking her and couldn't help but get angrier. She grabbed a broom casually, cursing as she prepared to confront him. It wasn't until Suyu got closer that she noticed. The man in front of her was covered in dripping blood. A tremendous sense of oppression made her feel suffocated. The young lady was so frightened that she fell to the ground, trembling as she took out her glasses from her pocket. Finally seeing the bloody scene in the public area, she got so scared that she peed herself. The elderly zombie had slowly staggered to her side. Suyu even doubted that this zombie was about to die at any moment. It took her hand and put it straight into its mouth. Probably because it had no teeth, it gnawed for a long time, leaving the young lady's hand full of saliva. The scene was extremely humorous, making Suyu chuckle. The young lady frowned, and a sharp pain came from her hand. In the zombie's relentless effort, it finally broke her skin. After infecting the young lady, the zombie leveled up to level 2, moving its broken steps to turn and attack Suyu. Here comes another one. For this one delivered right to his doorstep, Suyu naturally welcomed it. With 3 or 2 strikes, he easily defeated the 2 zombies in front of him, happily gaining 30 experience points. This old-young combination dropped a supply capsule, a delicious spicy hot pot. Not bad, being able to have cola and spicy hot pot on the first night of the apocalypse was quite luxurious. After confirming that the 9th floor was cleared, Suyu turned his attention to the top floor, the 10th floor. The owner of this floor rented the house to a live-streaming guild. It was rumored that those who came here were mostly re-employed workers from Chengdu. Men and women, along with management, there were probably more than 20 people. The streamers would clean windows, drive trains, and swing hammers on ordinary live-streaming platforms during the day. They had clear prices to attract fans, promoting luxury cars and yachts along with purchasing adult videos. At night, the streamers switched to adult platforms, starting live streaming shows and crazily making money. For the top supporter, there were even more in-depth exchanges. As soon as he arrived on the 10th floor, Suyu was immediately surrounded by a numerous amount of beautiful girl standees. Beauty streamer, 38 years old, divorced with 2 kids. Please lock room number 9527. The fugitive princess from Star City, just turned 18 this year. Room number 02825, do you love me? Come in to receive your first love girlfriend, guaranteed to be just like the cover. Livestream ID, 11,037. On the standees, they were all youthful and beautiful. But Suyu had seen their true appearances. How should I put it? Most of them were products of beauty filters or even high-tech, not to be scrutinized closely. However, here was where a survivor with an S-level talent once awakened. He became the leader of the entire building, but privately bullied men and women, and he didn't survive through the beginner phase. So, Suyu still had some impression of him. Suyu was quietly standing at the door of the room, forcing his way, and obviously wasn't a wise choice. Prepared for this, Suyu took out the silver bird claw he had just obtained. Ding! Using the consumable silver bird claw, your observation ability gets slightly improved, duration, 5 minutes. After a system prompt sound. Suyu only felt that their facial features suddenly became sensitive, as if the whole world had become clear. Originally blocked by the large door, they could still detect the abnormalities through sound. Inside the 10th floor, several room doors were closed. Rooms 1001 and 1002 were tightly shut, and from the sound, there were 2 zombies in each. However, room 1003 was wide open and completely empty. In the remaining room 1004, the door was half open, and an extremely strong smell of blood wafted out. Inside, there should be no less than 10 corpses, obviously having experienced a fierce battle. In the depths of the room, the crunching sounds of a zombie and the breathing of 2 humans could be heard. This was the only place on the entire 10th floor that had people. To prevent any unnecessary complications, Suyu kicked the door open and shouted loudly. Open up, FBI is here to bust you. Behave yourselves. What appeared before their eyes was a pile of severed limbs on the floor, both human and zombie. But without exception, whether men or male zombies, their lower bodies were all a bloody mess. Bright red blood covered the entire floor, walls, and ceiling of the room. A robust, completely naked male zombie was facing away from Suyu. It squatted in the corridor, holding a piece of meat in its hand, preparing to take a bite. The bloody scene before them was directly caused by this zombie. You must know, ordinary zombies, after infecting survivors, would view them as their kind and cease attacking. However, zombies like it, which directly devour humans, are extremely rare. Usually, only those with extremely antisocial personalities in their past life can turn into elite zombies, retaining some memories. This zombie, with its naked body and muscles, was covered in tattoos. On its left arm, a fiery qilin, on its right hand, a three-legged golden crow, on its back, 9 dragons pulling a coffin, on its chest, a wide-eyed guangong. The amount of information is overwhelming. Goodness! In the tattoo world, each design is incredibly stunning. This is not just a tattoo, it's literally a tattoo of one's fate. With such tattoos, how could one withstand it without a strong enough fate? Sure enough, it has turned into a zombie, right? Chapter 8 Elite Zombie and the Chinese War Bao. Suyu immediately checked the attributes of the other party. Robust Zombie. Level 3, Elite Level. Basic attributes: Strength, 25, Spirit, 8, Constitution, 22, Agility, 15. The attributes are incredibly amazing, an ordinary person wouldn't last a few moves against it. However, Suyu's attributes, compared to it, are also quite impressive. Like survivors, zombies can also level up through hunting. To reach level 3 in a short time shows their formidable strength. But the spirit value is not as high as the old man downstairs. This big brother must be someone with big muscles and a simple mind. Although not as strong as a boss, compared to normal zombies, it has some level of intelligence. The drop rate for elite zombies is decent, so it's worth a try. Without further ado, the elite zombie stood up, completely naked, and directly charged at Suyu. Suyu couldn't help but smile meaningfully and said, "Big brother. So you are just an immature little worm." This big brother used to be a manager of a livestream guild, tall and strong, yet condensed into a little worm. Even taking medicine couldn't awaken his little worm. Birds would say, "Tonight there's something to eat." Unable to be humane, he developed his antisocial and anti-human personality. While human, he could still suppress his emotions. Once turned into a zombie, the remaining memories drove his body to start indiscriminate attacks. He even tried to achieve the purpose of boosting his masculinity through imitation. This elite zombie was large, robust, and crude. With the strength of ordinary weapons like this bone-chopping knife, it would be incredibly difficult to deliver a killing blow to its head and heart. One could only make it lose its fighting ability first and then kill it. At this moment, the elite zombie let out a howl, rushing towards Suyu like the wind. Its claws glowed with a light green hue, as it lunged forward to embrace Suyu. Just as the claw was about to touch Suyu's body, the elite zombie's body suddenly froze, all its attention focused entirely on Suyu's hand. It was a jar engraved with strange runes, and to the zombie, it was incredibly tempting. Suyu casually tossed the lure jar behind the elite zombie, and its body visibly paused. Then, it turned around in an extremely strange posture. This thing attracted zombies more than it did living humans. Although it wasn't very effective against bosses, it was quite effective against these zombies. Suyu immediately crouched down, and the bone-cutting knife in his hand followed suit, meeting the zombie head-on. Sizzle. Boom. The long sound in the front was the bone-cutting knife slicing through the elite zombie's thigh. The impact sound behind was the knife blade being deflected by the thigh's femur. With the force of the elite zombie's charge, he forcibly sliced open a huge gash in its left leg. The elite zombie staggered but didn't fall. Suyu didn't greedily strike again, retreating with one quick move. That strike had made his hands, holding the bone-cutting knife, slightly numb. Before the battle, the bone-cutting knife already had a notch. He didn't expect that after one round of fighting with the elite zombie, the notch had become worse. Fortunately, Suyu had placed all his attribute points into strength, or else he wouldn't have been able to even cut through its skin. This strike was fatal for the humans of the apocalypse. But for zombies, it only slowed down their mobility. That was enough. Losing the muscle in its left leg, its movements became much slower, and even turning around became difficult. The elite zombie threw itself toward the lure jar not far away, regardless of everything. After all, lower-level zombies couldn't feel pain, so they didn't understand the concept of avoiding danger. All it could see in its eyes at that moment was the lure jar. Suyu held the knife handle at an angle, and as the elite zombie lunged at that moment, he aimed at its right leg's knee and struck down viciously. The bone-cutting knife precisely hit the joint, and this time, sparks even flew from the collision. The patella of its right leg was shattered directly. The whole leg bent forward at a 90-degree angle. The elite zombie lost its support all at once, falling heavily to the ground. But it still stretched out its claws and crawled forward, desperately trying to reach the lure jar just within reach. Take advantage of its weakness and end its life. However, Suyu wouldn't give it the chance. With 3 consecutive strikes, he finally severed its neck into 2 pieces. Ding! Successfully killed Elite Zombie LV3, gained 60 experience points, 6 gold coins. Ding! Level increased to level 3, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Plundering Hand, remaining uses, 2. Phew. 60 experience points? Not bad, just enough to level up to 3 and still have 30 experience points left. After hearing the familiar system prompt, Suyu finally relaxed. That series of actions, to an outsider, was simply unbelievable. But for Suyu, who had been struggling in the apocalypse for 10 years, it was like a walk in the park. After all, he had been dealing with zombies for 10 years, and their habits were as clear to him as the back of his hand. The problem was that after the continuous attacks, the bone-cutting knife had become severely damaged, with notches and cracks all over. It was clearly no longer usable, so Suyu reluctantly discarded it. Weapons from Blue Star were still too weak to deal with these zombies. He kicked over the elite zombie's body. Nice. A supply capsule, a weapon. He picked up the capsule, and it suddenly read, a feast of barbecue for 4 people. Nice, even the midnight snack was settled. Next, he focused on the longbow. A bow and arrow? Interesting. Suyu's eyes lit up. He picked up the longbow, opened a soda, took a few sips. Then, he started studying this weapon. Chinese war bow, excellent grade equipment. An ancient standard longbow from the Chinese Empire, with high draw strength, high efficiency, and a certain amount of penetration and lethality. Attributes, strength +2, agility +3. Passive, ignores 10% of the enemy's defense. A longbow, 30 war arrows. Chinese warbow has been equipped, reminder, only one ranged weapon can be equipped at a time. Equip crossbow-type weapons, and after killing enemies, there is a certain chance to obtain arrows. Not bad. At least now I have a long-range lethal weapon. In my previous life, Suyu's awakened talent was the mage's heart, so the best choice, naturally, was a mage-type profession. But deep inside, he still wanted to be an archer. So, Suyu knew quite a bit about archery. Suyu shot several arrows at the wall before stopping his actions. Then, he stored the remaining half of the cola back into his wristband. In the guest bedroom, a man and a woman peered through the door crack, their eyes fixed on Suyu's cola, swallowing their saliva. At this moment, the man was holding a 70 centimeters machete, the blood on the blade still recently coagulated. On the bed behind him lay the naked corpse of a male zombie. The zombie had been about 40 years old when it was alive, fat, with a slightly balding head. It was none other than the #1 big brother of their livestream. And everything in the bedroom had long been sensed by Suyu due to the silver bird claws effect. Chapter 9, Strange Changes, Some Things Never Change. The two people in the room were both in their early 20s, looking young, but certainly not innocent. The yellow-haired man had an average build, a mouthful of yellow teeth, with several noticeable knife scars and cigarette burns on his body. The little troublemaker wore a tank top and heated shorts, with chestnut-colored long hair, a petite but full figure, and a heavy sense of world weariness. The two were a couple, new to the trade, known for their bold and daring live streams. Last night, the #1 big brother who came to exchange ideas turned into a zombie when the apocalypse arrived. At the time, the #1 big brother was having an intimate interaction with the little troublemaker, and the yellow-haired man, acting as both boyfriend and photographer, was quick to act. He pressed the #1 big brother to the ground with force, and together, they struggled to kill him. Whether it was good luck or bad, the #1 big brother dropped a supply capsule, a serving of pickled vegetables with steamed bread. The two fought for a long time, hungry, so they started wolfing down the food. When you're hungry, anything tastes good. Even without water, they swallowed it dry. However, after finishing the pickled vegetables and steamed bread, they only felt dry mouths and throats. Just when they were about to go out to search for water, the sharp-eyed yellow-haired man heard a noise from outside the door. Through the door crack, they witnessed the ruthless killings by the elite zombie brother during this time. Later, they saw Suyu single-handedly slaughtering them. Still in shock, they watched as Suyu deliberately took out a large bottle of happy water. Just hearing the sound of him swallowing and the burp after drinking was absolutely devastating. When a person is cornered, they can do anything. This is called animal instinct. So, when Suyu was studying the Chinese war bow, the two began whispering. "Brother, that's him, the college student who lives on the 8th floor. He's really strong. Look at his delicate appearance, he was able to kill Brother Gene." The Brother Gene they were talking about was the elite zombie just now. The yellow-haired man put his finger to his lips, signaling silence. Then, using the technique he just learned, he checked Suyu's information. Basic information. Name, Lone Wolf. Title, The Chosen One. Level, 3. Profession, none. Vocal, Lone Wolf? That big shot mentioned in the world announcement just now? As terrifying as they say. Really, brother? No wonder he could kill Brother Gene so easily. The little troublemaker imitated him, excitedly saying, "Brother, should we go out? He's so powerful, he can definitely protect us." The yellow-haired man quickly stopped her, calmly saying, "Haven't we read so many post-apocalyptic novels? Even if we scream for help and appear with a white flag, unarmed, we could still get shot by our own side. Brother, you're so smart. The little troublemaker, a bit slow to realize, finally understood and agreed with the yellow-haired man's reasoning. The yellow-haired man swallowed, continuing his analysis. Remember the book we recently read, The Villain of the Apocalypse, starting with killing the chosen one? In the apocalypse, the villain starts by ambushing. Kill the chosen one and take the main character's role to have a harem. I see he's also using a bow and arrow. In this narrow space, he can't even unleash its full power. Wait a moment. It's the end of the world anyway. Let's fight for it. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. I also have S-level talent. If I kill him, this chosen one, I will take the role. The little sister looked a bit troubled. Brother, isn't this a bit wrong? The yellow-haired guy remembered his time in prison and casually said, I've studied law. This is murder, he should be sentenced to death immediately. The little sister's eyes lit up. Brother, you're so amazing, you even studied law. I've learned a lot more. After we do this, we'll be the main characters, eating and drinking well every day. The yellow-haired guy even fantasized about the peak of life in the future. Alright, brother, I'll listen to you. After explaining the tactics, the yellow-haired guy made a hand signal. Princess, please start your performance. The little sister nodded. After awakening her talent, she could transform into the appearance of others. She changed her figure and appearance, even her voice changed. The little sister pinched her voice and screamed, Help, help, help! The yellow-haired guy held a watermelon knife and hid behind the door. As soon as Suyu stepped into the room, he would strike with the knife. What the two didn't know was that every word they said was heard by Suyu due to the effect of the silver bird's claws. When he heard the yellow-haired guy claim to have S-level talent, Suyu couldn't help but feel happy. It seems the other side had already made the first kill, saving him a lot of trouble. He had kept silent earlier, waiting to act until he had killed the elite zombies, which showed the other side wasn't very smart. Suyu walked over with steady steps, but his footsteps suddenly disappeared at the door. At this moment, the man and woman in the room had their hearts in their throats. If the earlier killing of zombies was considered self-defense, this act of ambush was considered premeditated murder. For the two who had just entered the apocalypse, there was still a bit of nervousness. With a creak, the door opened. The corpse of the top-ranked guy had been covered by a thick blanket. A young girl with disheveled hair, wearing messy clothes, was curled up in the corner of the bedroom, exposing her body. After transforming, the little sister's appearance and temperament were elegant, full of fairy-like aura, and looked pitiful. But the innate sultry vibe couldn't be erased. Suyu immediately scanned her information. He didn't expect a bonus surprise with a buy-one-get-one deal. Doll sister, LV1, no profession, C-level talent, masked disguise. This talent, though only C-level, was great. It could hide personal information and change appearances, a must-have for the sixth man. Suyu raised his bow and arrow, but did not enter the room. He stood at the door, looking at the little sister in the corner. The little sister widened her eyes, her gaze darting between Suyu and the yellow-haired guy. The yellow-haired guy held a knife, sweating profusely, trying to keep an eye on the door while occasionally glancing backward, hoping she would give him some hints. It seemed as if time had stopped, and the three of them were stuck in a delicate balance. The yellow-haired guy winked at the little sister, signaling her to burn a bit more. Thus, the little sister changed her posture. The thin strap of her nightgown slid off to the side. Her legs curled up parallel to her shoulders, with her cleavage and camel toe barely visible. Combined with the dim yellow light, it could only be said, the lecherous see the lecherous, the scent was too intense. Little brother, thank you, you're amazing. You defeated that big monster outside. I'm a college student, came to do a part-time job, and ended up encountering the apocalypse. Whoa, little brother, but my leg is hurt. Could you carry me out? The little sister spread her hands with an innocent expression. This smooth little combo made the lurking yellow-haired guy react physically, thinking. Shit, this is too hot. This is a man, can he hold back? I can't even hold back myself. Tomorrow, I'll make her transform like this, so good, so awesome. Does the odd change stay the same? Suyu suddenly asked. Are you a university student? This must always be the case, right? Chicken? Lotus root? Is it for eating? My little sister knows a bit about cooking. If you have ingredients, I'll cook something for you later. The little gangster didn't even finish elementary school, answering a completely irrelevant question. Which serious university student would choose a name like Dollmiss? No wonder, these people all like to say they are university students. The stronger the wind, the more expensive the fish. The higher the education, the more expensive the meat. The reputation of university students has been completely ruined by these people. Suyu didn't respond, he knocked an arrow and shot it. Chapter 10, Plundering S-level talent. Double strikes. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Huang Mao only heard the sharp sound of wind cutting through the air beside his ear. Ah! The little loli let out a heart-wrenching scream. Suyu had planned everything, first stacking the little loli's weakness, and then plundering her talent as well. This arrow pierced through her left palm, then through the collarbone, directly pinning her to the wall. Suyu kept drawing the bow, and the little loli was struck by arrows in all four limbs. The intense pain left her unresponsive, she was already breathing out more than in. The next second, Suyu silently used the plundering hand on the little loli. Ding! You used the plundering hand on the survivor, dull miss. Dull miss current collapse level, 50%, weakness level, 90%, talent plunder successful. Ding! You have gained C-level talent, disguise mask. Talent, disguise mask, C-level. Talent level, C-level. Disguise or hide personal information. When the opponent's level exceeds 3, it can be seen through. Mask, transform into someone else's appearance, lasting 1 hour, can be used once a day. After the talent was plundered, the little loli felt her tall body slowly shrink. Her originally pure and lovely face also became more and more heavily made up, turning seductive and charming. Following the arrow, Huang Mao instinctively opened his mouth wide. Everything came too suddenly, Suyu's unreasonable attack style scared him quite a bit. Could it be that he really encountered one of those decisive characters from apocalypse novels? Since death was inevitable anyway, he might as well see how strong this SSS-level talent really was. Huang Mao finally couldn't help it, holding a watermelon knife, charged out with killing intent. Lone wolf, dare to touch my woman. I'll kill you. Suyu remained calm, taking a step back, retreating behind, while scanning the opponent's attributes. Killing him was an easy task, it was just that the talent hadn't been taken yet. Old driver top scholar, LV1, no occupation, S-level talent, double strike. Heh, as expected, it's an S-level talent. But both of them are currently only level 1, it seems like they must have killed together. They each earned 5 experience points, which is why they both awakened at the same time. While swinging the watermelon knife, Huang Mao kept chopping at Suyu, his mouth never stopping. A woman's leg was injured, hiding in the room asking for help. Is there anything wrong with that? If nothing is wrong, why did you kill her? Don't you have any sympathy for her? Damn it! What does an SSS level talent matter? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Seeing Suyu fight while retreating, Huang Mao even developed the illusion that he might actually have a chance to kill him. Suyu noticed that every time Huang Mao swung the watermelon knife, a shadow appeared in mid-air. This is the double strike, all attacks deal damage twice. Not bad. Suyu feigned a flaw, and Huang Mao's knife struck the corpse of an elite zombie. The strike was so hard that Huang Mao's hands went numb from the zombie's hard ribs. The next second, Huang Mao looked up, but the knife remained suspended in mid-air, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. At this moment, Suyu had already drawn his bow to its full extent, the arrowhead aimed at his forehead. Huang Mao knew that if Suyu let go, his head would explode. The watermelon knife clattered to the ground, and Huang Mao immediately put on a fawning smile. Using his top-tier face-changing skills when receiving gifts and live streams, he continuously knelt and begged for mercy. Big boss. I was wrong, we shouldn't have targeted you, please spare us. I can't recognize the mountain with my dog eyes, I don't want to die yet, so please spare me. Not killing you? That's not impossible. Suyu said. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired guy was stunned. He thought he was undoubtedly doomed. After all, in apocalypse novels, begging for mercy is just part of the process. Normally, the protagonist is about to take action, and he would be heading for a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Every male lead in these novels is a ruthless character, decisive in killing. How come this person doesn't follow the usual script? He never expected that Suyu would actually spare him. You're not lying to me, are you, big boss? The yellow-haired guy's voice trembled. Of course, I'm not lying to you. I am a person who loves to speak the truth. Killing you does not benefit me at all, Suyu sincerely replied, smiling brightly. True. Big boss. I have S-level talent, spare my life, and I'll be your loyal follower from now on. The yellow-haired guy laughed giddily. But he only felt that Suyu's smile was so bright and sunny. Yet, the next moment, Suyu struck. He raised his hand and shot an arrow that directly hit the yellow-haired guy's thigh. A bloody hole instantly took away his ability to escape. Ah! The yellow-haired guy let out a miserable scream. After a few more arrows, the yellow-haired guy had completely lost his ability to move, and his voice became extremely weak. He broke down, saying, Big boss, didn't you say you are a man of your word, that you wouldn't kill me? Yes, I did say I wouldn't kill you. Suyu said and activated the plundering hand. Ding! You have used the plundering hand on the survivor, experienced explorer. Experienced explorer's current collapse level, 70%, weakness level, 50%, talent plundering successful. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding. You have acquired S-level talent, double strike. Suyu turned around and walked out the door, leaving the yellow-haired guy struggling to hold on, trying to find a way to escape. What does this mean? The big boss crippled me and wants me to fend for myself? Humph. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor youth. Once I get out, I will definitely seek revenge. I have S-level talent, there's a chance for a comeback. Hey, where is my talent? Ah. Zombies are coming. After Suyu left, he hid in the shadows and destroyed the locks on room 1001 and 1002 with his bow and arrows. The zombies inside were finally set free. They naturally set their sights on the two people in room 1004, who were barely alive. Suyu really could kill these two people in just a minute. However, what benefits would that bring him? Isn't it better to let them turn into zombies first and then kill them? That's called maximizing benefits. While waiting for the two to be infected, Suyu had time to check the talent he just plundered. Talent, double strike, S-level. Talent level, S-level. Cola with ice, double the happiness. Survivors with this talent deal double damage with all attacks. After plundering 3 talents, Suyu finally acquired the first combat type talent. As expected from an S-level talent, simple and straightforward, with no twists or turns. 1 arrow equals 2 arrows. 1 slash equals 2 slashes. 1 shockwave equals 2 shockwaves. Since there are no limiting conditions, it means even ultimate moves can double the fun. It's that simple and unadorned. 9 cows and 10 bulls chasing, really, struggling, impressive. Suyu remembered that the first warrior god of Huaxia had this talent. Chapter 11, Very Rude and Violent. Suyu held a longbow, standing at the door of room 1004. Inside the room, the yellow-haired guy and the little girl had already completed their infection. The attributes of zombies are all rather ordinary. It's just that they were shot by Suyu's arrows, nailed in place, unable to escape for a while. Now, Suyu was going to test and see how effective this weapon was combined with the S-level talent. Before him, these few people were completely naked, deeply engaged in communication at the arrival of the apocalypse. What can I say? They really know how to have fun. Very rude and very violent. The scene is quite explosive. One pair is twin female zombies, engaged in competitive ranking during the apocalypse. Wearing a mask, his body was adorned with props, small clips, little bells, and small sticks, probably 7 or 8 of them. Another pair, a man and a woman, were racing against each other when the apocalypse struck. The moment they turned into zombies, the two stuck together, and they hadn't separated since. At this moment, they gathered together, full of joy and happiness. Each one was rolling their eyes, mouths open, drooling. At first glance, there were 2 familiar faces on the stand. Bang! Bang! Suyu kept the rhythm with his footsteps, attracting the zombies' attention. The man and woman were clearly not agile enough, overtaken by 2 female zombies. The two rushed forward, hands raised, twisting their bodies as they came. Exposed to the air, the gray rabbits that had turned into zombies also jumped rhythmically. The crisp little bells rang along with them. These two were used to competition when alive, so now they wanted to take down the fresh meat in front of them first. Damn it! This was too disruptive to aim. Fortunately, Suyu had no bold ideas. Drawing the bow, aiming, shooting, loading, the entire sequence of actions was incredibly smooth. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, hitting the female zombie's head with perfect accuracy. The female zombie fell backward, her body limp, with her props scattered everywhere. A kill notification echoed in his ears. That arrow had shot straight through her zombie head. It was simply like an otherworldly miracle extraordinary. Yes. A one-shot kill. With the longbow as a weapon, he no longer had to worry about weapon wear. Shooting zombies from a distance was easy and pleasant. Especially after gaining the double strike talent, hitting the head basically meant a one-hit kill. Moreover, Suyu's arrow loading speed also saw a significant improvement. From the original 2 seconds, it changed to just 1.5 seconds. This was nearly the limit of what could be achieved right now. Just as another zombie was about to charge out, Suyu released his second arrow. This arrow shot straight for the zombie's heart. The female zombie was struck in the chest, stumbling back several steps, almost knocking over the nearby zombie connected behind her. The arrowhead pierced through the little bell on her head, sticking into the little gray one. The devastating expected scenario of hitting the heart, gushing blood, and killing in one hit didn't happen. He didn't even see any blood. Impossible, right? Could it be a freak, with its heart on the right side? Sensing the possibility, Suyu fired his next arrow. The same situation occurred again, the arrowhead sank an inch into the body before stopping. The zombie clawed at its chest, with 2 arrows puncturing it, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. It had clearly been a possible one-hit kill before. Why couldn't he break its defense now? Had this zombie mutated? Was the chest armor thicker? How could it be harder than stone? So you stopped thinking too much and aimed for the head, instantly bringing it down. What was the problem? He would take a good look later. The remaining pair of zombies, the male zombie finally drove over in a tank. This male zombie had been thin in life, one of the few male broadcasters here. And that tank lady was his #1 wealthy fan. The weight difference between the two was probably double. If that wealthy lady exerted herself a bit, this little duck would be done for. Unexpectedly, even turning into zombies wouldn't spare him. It was really tough on the male zombie. Suyu, being kind-hearted, decided to send him off on his way first. An arrow shot through his head. He heard a BER sound. The little duck fell straight back. In the battlefield, only the #1 wealthy lady remained. This main battle tank was stuck, feeling awful all over. However, Suyu's next arrow was already on its way. Would this #1 wealthy lady be able to catch up with her little duck in the afterlife? Next, Suyu took care of the yellow-haired guy and the little sister. He smoothly collected all the loot into his bracelet. 4 level 1 zombies and 2 level 2 zombies. Altogether, they gave Suyu 80 experience points and 8 gold coins. However, from level 3 to level 4, a total of 300 experience points are needed. At present, there are 110 points. Looking around the world, this can be considered outstanding. At this moment, he finally has time to take a look. What is the situation with that female zombie? How could she withstand 2 arrows? Getting closer, it confirmed the saying. From a distance, she seems criminal. Up close, she seems to need defense. These twins, from top to bottom, have sculpted noses and double eyelids, with an internet celebrity makeup. A face piled with chemical elements, plus full of hex tech. It looks gorgeous, but it has lost its soul. And those arrowheads, as expected, were embedded into the mountains that stood tall even after falling. At the arrowheads, a yellow liquid was seeping out from the 2 stone-like big gray rabbits. I don't know in which shady hospital this surgery was done, but after turning into zombies, they were harder than stone. Suyu smiled helplessly and said, as expected, it shot into stone. Looking out the window, the sky was gradually darkening, and there was only 1 hour left until 6 p.m. So far, everything above the 8th floor has been cleared by Suyu. But below the 8th floor, all situations are still unknown. A sudden voice broke Suyu's thoughts. Wow. Is it already 6 p.m. so soon? Are you survivors having fun? This lord has come to spoil the surprise again. Daytime is the survivors' time, while from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day, it's the zombies' time. All the zombie babies will get a little stronger at night. Brave survivors can give it a try. He. The simple 2 words express Suyu's attitude toward the orderer. You call it a little stronger, with doubled attributes, attack desires, and alert ranges? Moreover, most zombies will evolve and even mutate at night. Their strength is comparable to mutated zombies of the same level, and they like to gather in groups. High difficulty, but there is no increase in rewards. Unless one has absolute strength, it is impossible to fight these zombies head-on at night. In the past life, it was also an unchanging truth. Looking at the gradually darkening sky outside, Suyu decided to stay here for the night. He closed the door and casually piled a few zombie corpses at the entrance. Adding the strong bloodstains in the living and dining rooms, it was enough to cover Suyu's breath. This would be a little safer. Chapter 12 Skill Book, Arrow of Punishment. After finishing the preparations, Suyu went to the slightly cleaner master bedroom. This is the studio of the guild's top player, but she had tragically died at the hands of elite zombies outside when the apocalypse came. With a critical gaze, Suyu looked at the scenery inside the room. The house was filled with pink elements, covered with all kinds of unsightly photos. In the wardrobe, there were various uniforms and cosplay outfits. There were even a lot of small props that Suyu had never seen before. This top player was indeed a high-end player. One wonders how many battles she experienced on this bed and how many billion enemies she had defeated. Suyu changed out of his blood-stained clothes and took out the few clean clothes from his wristband. Only then did he eagerly count the loot from the previous battle. In the previous battle, 6 zombies dropped a total of 4 pieces of equipment supplies, plus 80 arrows. Recalling the pitiful gains in his past life, this drop rate was simply incredible. Is this the river Ganges? One can only say that under the blessing of maximum luck, it is indeed very river-like. First, there were 2 supply capsules. The first one, steamed Yangzheng crab, genuine, not bath crab. Very good, quite luxurious. Surprisingly, something that is usually hard to obtain appeared in the apocalypse. The second one, 5L bottle of Wahihi pure water. Awesome, at least it solved 2 days of drinking water. Next, there was a ring emitting green light. Looking closely, the patterns and designs on it were somewhat similar to the vitality ring that Suyu was wearing. Suyu's eyes brightened. Sure enough, it is. Ring of Vitality, excellent level equipment. An eternal ring, crafted with a simple spell, can bring energy to its bearer. Attributes, Constitution +5. Passive, after leaving combat, energy points can slowly recover. Very good, a ring for energy recovery, and it forms a set with the Ring of Vitality. Without hesitation, I put the ring on, just as my energy points were running low. After all, the Plundering skill also requires energy points. I didn't expect that on the first day of the apocalypse, I would manage to gather this pair of set rings. Ding! Ring of Energy has been equipped. Ding! Set effect activated, Rejuvenation Technique. Rejuvenation Technique immediately restores a small amount of vitality and energy for survivors. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Finally, I have an extra life-saving skill. Although Suyu is only level 3, my current attributes are almost the same as my level 10 self in the past life. Base attributes, Strength, 27, Spirit, 15, Constitution, 25, Agility, 18. Finally, my gaze locked onto an ancient book that seemed ordinary. A skill book. Just when I was worried about lacking a useful skill, here it comes. In the apocalypse, there are generally 2 ways to acquire skills. One is reaching level 10, completing the job transfer mission, and then learning the job skills of that profession. The other is skill books, to learn skills. Among these skill books, the best ones are the support skills that can increase combat buffs. They are considered universal skills. There are also general attack skills, which require specific weapons to use. The worst are life skills, like building, crafting, and alchemy skills. Theoretically, everyone can learn them, but their effectiveness varies from person to person. No matter what kind of skill book, they are all quite precious. After all, the difficulty of obtaining them is too high. Just give me a useful combat skill or auxiliary skill. As long as it's not a life skill. After praying to the gods, I opened the skill book with hope. Arrow of Punishment, excellent class universal skill. Requires a bow or crossbow to use. Consumes a certain amount of energy points to start charging, slowly increasing the range and damage of the next shot, with a maximum charging time of 4 seconds. During the charging process, a phantom arrow can be fired at any time, dealing 150% damage when fully charged, and each time it passes through an enemy, the damage will decrease slightly. A skill for bows and crossbows? But after carefully reading the skill, Suyu gave his own evaluation. For others, this skill might be a bit useless. Because once the skill is used, it locks the choice of profession to the archer type. After all, you can't expect a mage to give up spells and attack with a bow and crossbow, right? This skill can both snipe from a super long distance and deal decent area damage. For Suyu, who lacks area damage and has to spend time for arrow loading every time, this is quite useful. Besides, with S-class talents double impact. The fully charged state directly means 300% damage. Ding! Congratulations Lone Wolf, successfully learned skill Arrow of Punishment. Suyu felt a bit itchy in his hands but could only shoot a phantom arrow into the air. No need to use arrows. After charging, a phantom arrow gleaming with purplish-red light formed on the battle bow. During the charging process, I could also move and turn at any time. Not bad, I can actually look back at the moon? Suyu was getting more and more excited. In a fully charged state, Suyu changed his body's direction and shot this arrow from the balcony. In the apocalypse, the normal attack range of a bow or crossbow is generally around 30 meters. Beyond 30 meters, the arrows drop sharply, and the maximum attack range does not exceed 40 meters. However, the phantom arrow I just fired while fully charged had an attack range of 50 meters. Although this skill has a short cooldown time, based on his current energy attributes. At most, I could release the skill 6 times. If it weren't for the skill's high energy consumption, Suyu would really want to stand on the 10th floor balcony. Shoot the zombie downstairs. Suyu restrained the impulse in his heart, and promised to give it a good try tomorrow. Suyu was quite satisfied with today's harvest. Not only had his level reached nearly level 3, but he also obtained a pair of rings, a battle bow, and all of them were of excellent quality. In addition to those various supplies he had gathered, in his previous life, he wouldn't even have dared to think about it. Most importantly, he had plundered 2 S-rank talents, maxed luck and double strike. Never before had there been such a wonderful start. At this moment, Suyu took out the remaining half bottle of cola. He also opened the capsules of spicy hot pot and hairy crab, starting to enjoy his beautiful life. Since his rebirth, Suyu had only casually taken a few bites and had long been starving. It must be said that although the orderer was not very reliable, the food produced by the Apocalypse resource capsules was indeed not to be underestimated. The moment he pressed the capsule switch, the fragrance instantly overflowed. When it transformed from the capsule, it was still able to maintain the best state of the food. The taste and texture, needless to say. However, pairing spicy hot pot with hairy crab was indeed somewhat strange. Suyu quickly swept away the delicious food in front of him. After finishing the last sip of cola. Burp. That was quite pleasant. Chapter 13 Hidden Profession, God of Zongbu. After rummaging for half a day, he finally found paper and pen in the room. After awakening the SSS rank talent, the Hand of Plunder represented countless possibilities for him. First, it was the choice of profession. The apocalypse simplified professions into 3 categories: warrior, mage, Taoist. After the 7-day beginner period, the city's safety zones gradually opened. All survivors who reached level 10 could switch professions through missions. For every level gained, 5 free attribute points would be awarded. So, what kind of route to take completely depended on personal attribute allocation or equipment skills. For example, when a survivor chooses the warrior profession. If he wants to pursue a tank build, he puts all points into constitution. For a violent warrior route, all points would go to strength. For thieves and archers, it would be a balance of strength and agility. And for mages and Taoists, they mostly put points into spirit. However, there are also builds that choose some agility and constitution. If someone insisted on hard work by choosing a warrior but putting all points into spirit, it wouldn't be impossible to whip skills at zombies. But warrior damage is mostly based on strength and agility. In the early stage, it might still be manageable, but soon, the despair of scraping would be felt. It can only be described in 4 words: very spirited. These kinds of people who love to stir things up are often among the first to die in the apocalypse. Those who choose these 3 major professions constitute the vast majority. And the remaining 1 in 1,000 people would take another path: hidden professions. This also serves as a dividing line between experts and ordinary people aside from talents. 1 in 1,000 is not a small number. For instance, the probability of awakening a C-rank talent is 1 in 1,000. So, if someone can't even meet this threshold, don't even think about entering the ranks of experts. But there are differences in hidden professions. So, only top hidden professions are Suyu's goal. Necromancer? With a wave of a hand, he can summon countless troops to fight for him. This was Suyu's hidden profession in his past life, a hidden profession of the mage summoning system. With the talent of Mage's Heart, Suyu triggered the hidden profession Necromancer's quest chain. He was already familiar with the way to obtain it and the quest process. For him, choosing this profession posed no difficulty whatsoever. However, the strength of his summons was only linked to the master's attributes, completely unrelated to many top talents. No need to think, it would absolutely not unleash the power of the Hand of Plunder in the future. Moreover, even if he chose this profession, he still had to plunder someone who possessed the Mage's Heart talent. Dragon Knight, Shadow Assassin, Diamond Walker, Yin-Yang Sorcerer, Witch Doctor, Corpse Driver. Suyu quickly listed a dozen or so hidden professions he was familiar with. These are the professions possessed by the war gods, law gods, and Tao gods throughout the history of Huaxia. They are all well-known figures, but each has its own strengths and weaknesses. So far, very few people have been able to stay in the god position for a whole year. Since ancient times, conquering the world has been difficult, but defending it is even harder. No one can stand at the top forever, even if they can prepare for storms and stay vigilant in peace. Yet around them are those filled with ambition, passion, and desire, the newcomers. Once one advances to a god position, they will be studied under a microscope by everyone. Their talents, equipment, and even the skills they possess will be thoroughly examined. Thus, Suyu changed his approach. He decided to list the A grade and above talents that he was familiar with. After all, these will all be plundered in the future. Reflect damage, blood cow, defense. Such defensive talents are not bad, but there aren't many of them. Moreover, standing and taking hits, pretending to be weak, doesn't quite match Suyu's character. Slow, bleeding, silence, immobilization, weakness, disarm, mutilation, reflect damage, split arrow, 100% critical hit, true damage. After listing all the high-level talents, Suyu confirmed the profession he wanted to change to. Archery system. With 1 arrow, a lethal strike. Even if it can't be a one-shot kill, isn't it delightful to quickly stack debuffs? Suyu remembered an old friend, with whom he once had a brief collaboration at the Star City Museum. However, Suyu awakened as a necromancer, while the other party awakened as a hidden archer profession, the God of Zongbu. The God of Zongbu is the only hidden profession in Huaxia, and it is far superior to Suyu's necromancer. Yet, before the two changed professions, they helped each other, but after the change, the other became envious of Suyu's equipment, crossing the bridge and demolishing it, first making things difficult for Suyu. That battle ended with Suyu narrowly winning. Before dying, the other shot an arrow that pierced Suyu's shoulder, leaving a permanent scar. In Suyu's eyes, one of Huaxia's strongest hidden professions, the God of Zongbu, had fallen in a corner of the museum before it even emerged. God of Zongbu. It is you. Suyu thought for a long time and finally circled the name God of Zongbu. The night was deep. The undead in the night patrolled back and forth in the staircase several times. Tonight, they became Suyu's guardians. At first, faint sounds of fighting could still be heard, but then it became extraordinarily quiet. Suyu quickly fell into a deep sleep. After so many years, it was the first time he didn't have a nightmare. There were no burdens beside him, no chase, and no confusion about the future. The feeling of being light was truly wonderful. Whoosh! Hiding in the stairway, utilizing the gap of the fire door, he shot an arrow. The arrow accurately shot into the throat, directly penetrating the zombie's brain. The zombie could no longer make a sound, slowly kneeling to the ground, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Until death, the zombie never knew where the dark arrow came from. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2, gained experience *20, gold *2. Ding! Level increased to level 4, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent plundering hand, remaining uses 1. While shooting a zombie in the shared area on the first floor, his level reached 4. After a night, most zombies had reached level 2. Compared to the previous level 1 zombies, their intelligence had increased a lot. When the zombies on the first floor sensed their companion's death, they collectively moved toward the zombie's body. Suyu drew his bow and charged power, instantly attracting the attention of the zombies. The narrow hallway lined up the 5 zombies in a straight line. With full power, a purplish-red glowing phantom arrow was instantly shot out. Punishment arrow. A simple, unadorned arrow instantly strung the 5 zombies together like candy hawthorns. Although each shot through a zombie would weaken the damage a bit. Under the dual blows of talent, the first 4 zombies were directly killed. As for the 5th one, after being hit by an arrow, it staggered, and Suyu shot another arrow to take it down. It seems this skill can take down 4, but not 5. Chapter 14, Mine is Big, Hold On. According to the Apocalypse rules, when a survivor's level is more than 3 levels higher than that of a zombie, they cannot gain benefits from it. So, after reaching level 4, Suyu realized that staying in this neighborhood had little meaning. After tidying up the loot, Suyu left the community. Although along the way, several items were dropped. Most of them were apocalyptic supply capsules, which overall, were far less lucky than yesterday. Additionally, there were a few consumables like silver bird claw and bait pot. Currently, they were not usable, so Suyu stored them all in the bracelet. At least now, Suyu had resolved the issue of having enough to eat and drink. After eating his fill, Suyu now only had one goal, which was the Star City Hospital not far from home. There were 2 reasons for choosing this place. First, because Suyu heard in his previous life that on the second day of the apocalypse, Star City Hospital opened a hidden dungeon that lasted for 24 hours. Those who completed the dungeon received quite generous rewards. If they could kill the final boss, their gains would be exponentially multiplied. The second reason was that the future head of the Lin family would also go there. Being one of Suyu's enemies in his past life, he wanted to nip them in the bud. No one would expect someone to take action at this time, just thinking about it felt thrilling. On the street, groups of survivors had already started teaming up to clear zombies. Every time Suyu passed by these people, he would check their talents. However, most of them had talents not exceeding level D, so they were not promising. As he passed by the entrance of Star City Hospital, he casually shot and killed a zombie wandering in the parking lot. He stopped, picking up a supply capsule from the pile of corpses. According to the apocalypse setting, hospitals, nursing homes, and elementary schools, these places had weaker human bodies. But to balance the strength across different areas, there was a higher chance of elite zombies appearing here. What Suyu was looking for were these elites. If he could kill 1 or 2, his strength would surely skyrocket. In the parking lot, 2 women were hiding in a large luxury SUV. Both were socialites from Star City University, and when the apocalypse descended, they happened to be on their way to the hospital's cosmetic department. They had just managed to avoid a disaster in the car, but for a whole day and night, they dared not sleep. High tension and hunger made them feel a bit dazed. Even though there weren't many zombies left on the streets, they still didn't dare to open the car door. Niao Huan, look, that guy just got a capsule that can produce food. One girl pointed at Suyu and said. Although they didn't dare to get out of the car, they had seen nearby survivors getting supply capsules. Wan Shiran, isn't that Suyu, Lin Ruf's boyfriend from your dormitory? It really is. Do you think this guy is reliable? Should we seek refuge with him for protection? Do I even need to say that? Wan Shiran used the car's makeup mirror to carefully touch up her makeup. She knew that usually, Lin Ruf treated Suyu somewhat dismissively. Wan Shiran was confident in her looks and abilities. Once she made a move, that smelly man would certainly obey her. Wan Shiran, Lin Ruf's school beauty title was brushed onto her by the Lin family. You are much better than her. Huan continued to fan the flames. Of course. Today, I'll just spread my legs, and little Suyu will surely listen obediently. Wan Shiran, you should tone it down. Miao Huan pouted and began to touch up her makeup as well. In terms of looks, Wan Shiran indeed matched up to Lin Roof. But she had a natural charm and always had a carefree personality. In 3 years of university, the number of boyfriends she had was no less than 30. But she didn't care at all about the opinions of others, living for herself, and she lived freely. And Lin Rufei seemed pure, but in reality, she had long become a toy for Bai Shijia. No one is any better than the other. Suyu, wait for us, the two women shouted, running in front of Suyu. I am Lin Rufei's roommate, Wan Shinran, you must have heard my name. There are zombies everywhere, and the people outside are terrifying. As a little woman, all alone, can you take us with you? The reason Wan Shinran was so straightforward was because in the day and night of the apocalypse's arrival, the two had seen too many violent events in the car. This morning, a homeless man suddenly broke into the parking lot. This creature brutally assaulted a pregnant woman trying to escape. The method was extremely cruel. For these two who had just come from a civilized society, it caused a huge psychological shadow. While speaking, she intentionally and unintentionally showcased her long black silk legs and delicate curves. Suyu of course had heard of Wan Shinran's famous name. The hints from the two were very obvious. Seeing that Suyu remained silent, Miao Huan couldn't hold back anymore. If you are willing, I can too. How about we three try together? You can do whatever you want. Rather than being ravaged by those fierce-looking people and losing her life, it's better to choose someone appealing when one has the chance. Moreover, Suyu's skills and actions just now exuded a vibe of strength. After that, Miao Huan also began to pose and flirt, mimicking others. Indeed, close to the red makes one red, close to the black makes one black. These two women were quite fierce. They crazily tossed out bait, waiting for the poor tomcat to bite. They believed that as long as they gave Suyu some sweetness, they could easily take him down. However, when the opportunity was right in front of Suyu, he had no wicked thoughts at all. Having lived this life again, he knew that in the apocalypse, the most untrustworthy thing was people. In his eyes, these two were less appealing than zombies. Checking the personal information of the two, he found that they still had not awakened, and there was no need to waste time on them. Suyu didn't bother to speak more and quickly disappeared from their sight. Humph. I'll remember this grudge. Wan Shinran pointed in the direction Suyu vanished, hands on her hips, angrily saying. Who made our Shinran angry? A man from behind placed his hand on Wan Shinran's shoulder, reaching into the abyss in front of many eyes. Lin Maorong? What are you doing? Wan Shinran looked at her ex-boyfriend with disgust, but did not push him away immediately. How are you still alive? Wan Shinran changed her expression to one of flattery. Because she saw that behind Lin Maorong stood a group of well-trained subordinates, she immediately changed her mind. At least Lin Maorong was the son of the Lin family. To her, he was young but easier to control. This guy was a bit small, but his displayed power was hundreds of times stronger than Suyu. How could I die? My subordinates said they saw your car here, so I came to save you. Lin Maorong rambled, he only came to complete a mission from home. Disgusting, you still know how to. Wan Shinran, having experienced many battles, naturally knew how to please men, with every smile bringing Lin Maorong's fire out. Shinran, what are you doing? Lin Maorong was no match for Wan Shinran. His left hand was grabbed by her and placed on her curvy bottom. Want a peach? Juicy sweet peach, you know? So soft, so smooth, and so juicy. Baby, I can't take it, where's your car? Lin Maorong suddenly princess carried Wan Shinran into her off-road vehicle. Baby, mine is very big, bear with it. Chapter 15 Hidden Battlefield. Star City Hospital. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Maorong embraced Wan Shinran as they got out of the car. How was that? Am I impressive? But in Wan Shinran's heart, doubts arose. How could this person ask such a question? Lin Maorong never looks for reasons within himself. After so many years, has Kunkin grown? Has he eaten properly? If Kunkin hasn't grown enough now, it's hard to be impressive. You are impressive, you are really impressive. Wan Shinran reached out her delicate finger and poked Lin Maorong's chest. By the way, who was that blind fool who offended my bee? It's my sister's boyfriend, Suyu. He was touching me just now. Wan Shinran's eyes turned red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. That guy didn't do anything to you, did he? He didn't care much about his sister Lin Roof, but if the other party really touched his woman, he wouldn't mind getting rid of Suyu. No, he just pulled and tugged a bit. Luckily, Huan showed up in time and scared him away. Are you talking about your best friend? Lin Maorong did not hide his desire, a greedy look instantly appeared on his face. He praised Miao Huan's figure, clearly very interested in her explosive body. Wan Shinran was well aware of Lin Maorong's thoughts. He had always been a man who looked at what was on the table while thinking about what was in the pot. In this apocalypse, people's morals had begun to collapse, and he became even more reckless. Wan Shinran had long since become accustomed to such stinky men. She knew that in the apocalypse, staying alive is the most important thing. I will ask Huan now. The two of us sisters are all alone. Finding a good man like you is truly a huge blessing. After saying that, Wan Shinran began to chirp to herself. Lin Maoron, hearing this, revealed a proud smile. Hee, of course. We can all have a group activity tonight. Don't worry, with me, you surely won't go hungry. After that, he took out a steamed bun and a small bottle of water from his wristband and handed it to Wan Shinran. You eat this first, the food will be better tonight. Wan Shinran took the food, her heart feeling a bit lost. Now they could only take out this little bit of food to fill themselves and still had to share with others. Truly, the world is going downhill. Little did she know, this was all of Lin Maoron's food for today. They went out this time mainly to complete the tasks assigned from above. And to see if they could get some supplies from the zombies. Woof 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 woof. Area announcement. Star City Hospital, a powerful little guy has arrived. I've decided to give some benefits to the family. I've dropped a lot of treasure chests in the hospital, it's first come, first served. Let's party. Suzerain, let's go. As Suyu stealthily entered through the back door and quickly eliminated the zombies patrolling outside, the voice of the orderer echoed in his ears. This was the hidden instance Suyu had been thinking about all night. If he could successfully complete the challenge and even become the final victor, he would undoubtedly have greater odds of winning in the upcoming revenge battle. In the apocalypse, anything related to hidden often holds extraordinary value. Then, the system's prompt sounded in the ears of all the survivors left in Star City Hospital. Ding! Triggered hidden battlefield, Star City Hospital. Survivors can gain points by eliminating zombies or opening treasure chests. After the battle ends, the system will calculate based on points. Settlement conditions: eliminate the ultimate zombie in the scene or automatically end the battle after 24 hours. Survivors are strongly advised to team up for battle, but please act within your means. As the words fell, the outer walls of the whole hospital gradually became blurry and finally transformed into a blue transparent mosaic wall, isolating the hospital from the outside world. Young master, the system shows we can't leave the battlefield, the way back is cut off. Lin Maoron's subordinates tried it out, but only received the cold, mechanical warning sound from the system. Ah, didn't you hear? The Lord of Order said a powerful kid has come to the hospital, that's just me. Come on, let's take the top spot. Yes, young master. A group of people immediately stood up straight and respectfully responded. Then, they orderly formed a combat formation and began clearing the outskirts of the hospital. However, the inside of the hospital was still the zombies' territory. They continuously compressed the living space of the survivors, and now and then, human cries of despair echoed. Most survivors lacked the courage to resist and chose to hide instead. Suyu pushed open the back door of the hospital and then slammed it shut with great force. The sound was particularly jarring in the originally empty hospital. In an instant, zombies near the first floor of the hospital surged toward the back door like a tide. Suyu quickly ran into a room several dozen meters away, climbing in through the half-open window. He had passed by here earlier and found it was the only room that had neither sounds nor signs of battle. Suddenly, Suyu felt something soft under his feet. He looked down and saw a zombie lying under the window. When the zombie saw Suyu, its saliva dripped down. Then, it opened its bloody maw and lunged at Suyu's ankle. What the hell, is it playing dead here? Suyu exclaimed and swiftly jumped aside. At the same time, the war bow in his hand swiftly shot an arrow. The arrow accurately pierced through the top of the zombie's head, driving straight into its throat. Blood quickly filled the zombie's throat, silencing it as it fell to the ground. Because once its sound reached the ears of nearby zombies, they would swarm over. That would not be good for Suyu. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV1, gained points *1. Friendly reminder, survivors can check their current points and rankings through the wristband. The rankings are set to anonymous by default, but you can choose to reveal your name. The leaderboard refreshes every 10 minutes. Although killing a level 1 zombie did not bring any additional rewards, the system still granted Suyu 1 point. In just a few minutes, a team with a score of 10 points had appeared on the leaderboard. The top spot is the Lin family Young Masters team? Looks like they've arrived. Last night, Suyu had already recorded all the targets of his revenge in a notebook. And this Lin Maoron, known as Lin family Young Master, was the one who topped the leaderboard in this instance. The Lin family suffered heavy losses when the apocalypse struck, but with the strong support from Baisher Hao, Lin Maoron became the new head of the Lin family. He became Baisher Hao's most loyal dog, being the loudest in accusing Suyu of betraying Huaxia back then. However, Suyu was not in a hurry. After all, this instance lasted for 24 hours. Encountering them was only a matter of time. When the time came, he would definitely make him taste what despair felt like. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to use his sea-level talent, Disguised Mask. Changing his appearance could only last for 1 hour each day, but altering personal information was unlimited. So, Suyu disguised his name as Ordinary Bystander. After all, the hospital was crowded. If news of Lone Wolf appearing in Xing City spread out, it wouldn't help his revenge for now. Looking around, the room was small but unexpectedly a pleasant surprise. It was the security department of the hospital. And the corpse lying on the ground was the head of the security department. Suyu quickly ripped off the access card from its neck and tied it around his forearm. With this thing, the entire hospital would be almost unrestricted for him. Then, Suyu locked all the doors and windows and pulled down the curtains. He found the entire hospital's fire escape map from the drawer in the office. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. As a civil engineering student, Suyu carefully studied the map. After a cup of tea, he already knew where there were secret passages and where he could escape. At this moment, outside the door, the sound of zombies running and roaring echoed. They had clearly found prey. Suyu peered through the crack of the door, waiting for the right moment before pushing open the security room's door. Everything was ready, just waiting for the final push. Come on, let's fight it out. Chapter 16, The Pattern is Broken. The apocalypse arrived right at noon, during the shift change of doctors and nurses in the hospital. Whether they were doctors, nurses, or patients visiting for treatment, at this moment, the numbers peaked. The corridor before him appeared extremely dark. The ceiling had fallen to the ground, leaving only a light steel frame. The lights still hanging from the ceiling flickered, as if reciting elegies for the dead. A gust of cold wind blew through, bringing a mix of blood, decomposed bodies, and the unique smell of hospital medicine. The walls, floor, escalators, and ceiling were splattered with blood and fragments of limbs. The entire hospital seemed like a hellish battlefield. After 10 years of the apocalypse, Suyu was already accustomed to such scenes. Despite the presence of thousands of zombies here, with the help of the silver bird claw, Suyu's observation skills had improved. Every step Suyu took was carefully calculated, allowing him to avoid the gaze of the zombie patrols. Ding! Successful card swipe. Suyu gradually made his way into a narrow alley nearby, which was the imaging center on the first floor. This area was of high radiation, and the examination rooms inside were naturally built quite sturdy. Compared to the broken doors and windows of the security room, this place was more suitable for Suyu's capabilities. Even if it turned into a war of attrition, he still had the strength to fight. Suyu quickly figured out the situation inside and outside the imaging hall. In the waiting area of the imaging center, several zombies were patrolling back and forth. In the restroom, a few timid survivors were hiding. Inside the imaging center, it was lifeless, with hardly any living creatures in sight. What truly attracted Suyu was a powerful aura coming from the deepest part. Could he be so lucky? The final boss was hiding here? Right now, if he could first deal with the zombies in the hall, he could enter the center inside. Suyu crouched down, carefully moving forward. 10 of them? This number posed a challenge for Suyu. These zombies had varying levels, but they were mostly in unison. If one got attacked, all the zombies would lock onto the attacker and swarm in. For an ordinary person, fighting one against one would require all their strength. Without a numbers advantage, facing 10 zombies would be akin to courting death. Even for someone as strong as Suyu, if he had a melee weapon in hand. Without skills, he would keep his distance. At this moment, the advantage of ranged weapons immediately came into play. But 10 was pretty much the limit of what Suyu could handle right now. After 3 turns, Suyu was completely familiar with the patrol route of the zombie squad. Now, Suyu held his breath. When they patrolled to the farthest distance, the leading level 3 zombie turned its head just as an arrow from 30 meters away accurately pierced its skull. Its head exploded in an instant. Before the zombie could react, it wobbled twice and fell to the ground. The other zombies immediately turned their heads, 9 pairs of eyes locking onto Suyu. In an instant, the sounds of running and roaring echoed through the hall. It had to be quick, otherwise, it might attract other zombies. Suyu shot arrows in quick succession, getting double kills. Triple kills. After achieving a killing spree, the zombie horde had already reached Suyu's side. However, Suyu's positioning was also extremely meticulous. He stood at the end of the aisle between the waiting chairs in the hall. The hall seemed spacious, but this aisle was not wide to begin with. With the bodies lying around haphazardly on the floor, it felt even more cramped. The zombies currently lacked intelligence, only understanding the shortest path between 2 points. They instinctively lined up in a row. And waiting for them was an arrow of illusion glowing with a purplish-red light. The arrow of punishment. After reaching level 4, Suyu added his attribute points to strength. His strength now reached a staggering 32 points, which was a crushing blow to those zombies with a constitution not exceeding 20 points. The arrow completely pierced through 5 zombies, one shot godlike. Like a line of dominoes, they fell right before Suyu's eyes. The remaining 2 zombies, stepping on their fallen companions, opened their bloody maws. One above the other, they lunged at Suyu, looking utterly unavoidable. Suyu stood immovable like a mountain. The last arrow had long been waiting. The arrow shot directly through the mouth of the front zombie and then through the mouth of the one behind it. 2 birds with one stone. The powerful recoil surprisingly completely cancelled out the zombie's charge in mid-air. The 2 zombies fell stiffly to the ground, instinctively wanting to make a sound. But they found their throats filled with blood and brain matter. Hearing rhythmic footsteps and roars coming from behind, it was clear this place was not safe to linger. Suyu had no time to examine closely and quickly stored all the loot he just obtained into his wristband. Then he swiped his card to enter the internal imaging center. The whole process took less than 30 seconds, you could say it was quick. Not long after Suyu left, 2 survivors hiding in the imaging center's restroom. They had watched the entire process just now, mouths agape. The 2 had originally been betting on whether Suyu could last 30 seconds under the zombies' attack. They never expected that the zombies, usually ruthless, would be as fragile as paper in his hands. Vocal. It really was less than 30 seconds. This big shot won. But this big shot's personal information seems to be all question marks. There must be something we don't know. What do you think about this big shot compared to the Lone Wolf? I support Lone Wolf, SSS level talent, just sounds awesome. I think the big shot is stronger, taking on 10 without even moving. Bro, look. He didn't notice the treasure chest, he walked away, one person shouted excitedly. They had no time to marvel at Suyu's strength because they now had a new target. The 2 rushed towards the corner of the hall, where a treasure chest glowed blue. Hee, little bro, this must be the treasure chest that the orderer mentioned. Definitely, buddy, it wasn't here before. What do you think is inside? I bet it's supplies. I guess it's weapons. Impossible, right? Why is it empty? While talking, the 2 had opened the treasure chest, which was completely empty. I don't believe it, the orderer wouldn't lie. The little bro, doubting the odds, leaned half his body into the chest. Slap. The lid of the chest slammed shut, directly slicing the little bro's body in 2. The severed hand crashed onto his companion, splattering blood all over him. Help! The treasure chest is killing people. The survivor's eyes widened, clearly frightened silly by death so close. Collapsed on the ground, he crawled backward on all fours while desperately calling for help. This action immediately attracted the zombies outside the hall. In an instant, he was torn to pieces by the onrushing zombies. Suyu, inside the center, noticed everything that had just happened in the hall and said lightly, "It's a pattern all too clear." Chapter 17, Just use your body to thank me. What a joke, with the support of the silver bird's claw, how could Suyu possibly not notice this treasure chest? Little did they know, in the apocalypse, the common treasure chest drops only after a boss-level zombie is defeated. The rewards from these treasure chests are quite substantial. Although there are quite a few wild treasure chests, 99% of them appear in the form of treasure chest monsters. These treasure chest monsters are not only tough but also yield no rewards. They talk about benefits? It's simply filled with malice from the orderers. The treasure chest monsters imitate the appearance of treasure chests, but they still have differences in shape. Subsequently, the wild treasure chest identification guide began to circulate among the survivors. The orderers also started a battle of wits with the survivors, constantly improving their level of counterfeiting. And now, it is only the 2nd day since the apocalypse began, and the level of counterfeiting is too low. In Suyu's eyes, this treasure chest looked like something from an old construction site. It was as shocking as discovering a freshly unearthed crystal Ultraman from the Warring States period. To look at it longer is simply an insult to oneself. One could only say that it wasn't even a good imitation, it looked fake at first glance. Suyu looked at the heavily damaged central image, clearly showing that a few fierce battles had taken place here. After quickly flashing into an office, Suyu took out a blue potion from his wristband. The previous punishing arrow had already been the 4th shot of the day. At this moment, his energy had been more than half consumed. Energy potion, ordinary consumable. Immediately restores 10% of energy, and for the next 10 minutes, restores 2% of energy per minute. The same type of potion can only take effect once. This is the energy potion called Little Blue Bottle in the Apocalypse. It is the lowest level energy potion, recovering 30% of energy within 10 minutes. But this item is limited in sales at the shop, costing 50 gold coins, and has long been monopolized by scalpers. In the black market, it can even sell for 100 gold coins. Downing it in one gulp, Suyu felt his energy recovering significantly. Taking advantage of his energy recovery, Suyu finally had time to check the rewards from earlier. 1 level 3 zombie, 6 level 2 zombies, and 3 level 1 zombies. This gave Suyu a total of 150 experience points, 15 gold coins, and 10 points. A total of 11 points allowed him to enter the rankings, placing 4th. However, this wasn't important. Suyu searched through his wristband for the earlier rewards. 1, 2, amazingly, I got 4 capsules. 1 little red bottle, 1 lure pot, is that all? Is this the drop rate for hidden dungeons? It's not generous at all, orderers. Although the drop rate for hidden dungeons would see a slight increase, it is still nothing spectacular. For ordinary people, to gather this much at once might require them to kneel down and thank the orderer's generosity. But with Suyu's maxed luck, he clearly wasn't very interested. Regarding material capsules, he had already obtained 7 or 8 on his way from the community to the hospital. Chinese food, Western food, drinks, snacks, and fruits, he had them all. He also got quite a few consumable items. Finally, Suyu spotted a necklace in the corner of his wristband, emitting a blue glow. What is this? A necklace. And it's of excellent quality. Lucky me. Isn't this even more exciting than getting 3 yellow items in a temple? I'm sorry, I think I was too loud just now. Necklaces are among the rarest equipment when it comes to drop rates. They are rare because, in addition to increasing attributes, a necklace is guaranteed to come with an active skill that has offensive damage. Holy Arrow Chain, excellent quality equipment. Rangers infused ancient power into this relic necklace, solely to purge all darkness from the world. Attributes, Strength +3, Spirit +2, Physique +2, Agility +3. Accompanying skill, Holy Arrow Massacre, while moving freely, aim forward within 3 seconds and launch 20 rapid-fire arrows, plus 25% critical hit chance, each arrow dealing 30% damage. Required weapon, bow or crossbow-typed weapons. Cooldown time, 12 hours. A very powerful single-target damage skill, no wonder it's excellent quality equipment. Putting aside the critical hits, if all 20 shots hit, that would mean 600% damage. And with the enhancement of double strikes, 1200%. In theory, when facing survivors, if the other party knows how to maneuver these 20 arrows, the opponent can dodge most of them. But against those mindless zombies, who don't know how to dodge and only charge forward mindlessly, you can imagine the scene of them filled with arrows. Suyu couldn't wait to put on the necklace. Unexpectedly, on the second day of the apocalypse, a necklace, 2 rings, all the jewelry equipment was gathered. With all the accessories ready, how far could the other basic equipment be? Suddenly, from the deepest CT room in the imaging center, the sound of banging on the door was heard. Suyu remembered that this was the place she had sensed earlier, a location with a powerful aura. It seems that the powerful zombie could no longer hold back. It launched an attack toward the innermost CT room. In the corridor outside the door, the sound of plaster ceiling panels falling echoed continuously. Suyu felt the whole room was trembling along with the banging on the door. But the door to the radiology department isn't so easily damaged, right? Ha ha ha. Come kill me. You filthy bitch, you bit off a piece of my ear. This is a solid lead door for radiation protection, you can't open it. A man continuously shouted at the zombie banging on the door. And this evil source originated from half an hour ago in the CT room. Inside the CT room, there was originally a girl and a doctor hiding. The girl was a high school student, small in stature, very caring, and dreamed of becoming a pediatrician. Her family wasn't well off, but through her own efforts, she had already secured a spot in medical school. She had just turned 18, and her future was bright. As for that radiology doctor, he had privately accepted red envelopes from medical representatives, greatly exaggerating the costs of equipment maintenance and supplies. He was discovered by the hospital and given a severe warning, losing a lot of money. Without this illegal income, the nurse he was having an affair with also distanced herself from him. What awaited him seemed only to be darkness. When the apocalypse arrived, the times changed. A lonely man and woman stayed in the CT room for a day and night, now exhausted and hungry. They had barely survived the terror of the night before, thinking that good days would come. But since the enforcer turned this place into a dungeon, the surrounding zombies increased more and more. The girl looked outside the observation window, helplessly facing the grinning zombies. Unbeknownst to her, the true danger in the apocalypse was not those zombies, but humans. Doctor, what should we do? Are we going to die here? Didn't they say a powerful person came? Maybe they can rescue us. Doctor, I'm glad it's you I met. I really don't know how to thank you. Thank me? He. Just use your body to thank me. Chapter 18, Skill Necklace, Holy Arrow Slaughter. The doctor looked through the small window, seeing former colleagues slaughtering each other. He felt an indescribable joy. Who told you to be so loose-lipped and report on yourselves? And the girl before him, with her naive appearance, finally revealed his true face. At this moment, even if he killed this little girl, he wouldn't receive any punishment. Why not indulge himself first? The girl was terrified. Uncle, please, spare me, I am on my period. The doctor's face twisted with madness. Sure, period? I've never tried that before. At this moment, the morality of being human had completely collapsed. After the girl was violated, she curled up in a corner, as if her soul had been drained away. Suddenly, she seemed to go mad, pressing the switch from inside the CT room, drowning in the sea of zombies at the door. The doctor reacted quickly, shutting the door. Even though he made a reaction, one zombie still slipped inside. It took half of his life to kill the zombie in the CT room. Unbeknownst to him, while he was fighting the zombie, that hopeless girl, after being infected, evolved into an elite zombie. She killed all the living beings inside the imaging center cleanly. Such a powerful killing intent, no wonder the zombies outside dared not approach. Suyu finished resting and walked out of his office. Before him stood a petite female zombie, covered head to toe in blood. Like a nimble leopard, she leaped and bounded across the corridor. Using the force of her jumps, she slammed against the door of the CT room, again and again. The door was slightly deformed, but the surrounding doorframe was already starting to smoke. Before long, this elite zombie would break through the doorframe entirely. Inside the CT room, the man also sensed something was wrong, and his shouting ceased. Broken Zombie Elite. Level 4, Elite Level. Base attributes: Strength 30, Spirit 0, Constitution 25, Agility 30. Talent: Soul of Revenge. Though the body is dead, the broken soul remains, with a thirst for revenge that surpasses all. When fighting against an enemy, all damage increases by 100%. Special talent: Born of Hatred, cannot be stolen. Compared to Suyu, her strength was 7 points lower, but her agility was 9 points higher. However, the 0 points in spirit stood out glaringly. 0 points of spirit? Who knows what she went through before becoming a zombie? Suyu quietly appeared, not attracting the attention of the elite zombie. Drawing his battle bow, just as the door was about to break. A purple-red phantom arrow struck the elite zombie's head. Though the punishing arrow could deal considerable damage to ordinary zombies, it was far from enough for an elite zombie. But Suyu's second arrow was already on its way, hitting the zombie's left shoulder. Feeling the threat of death, the elite zombie finally abandoned the trembling man in the CT room. Then, in a very strange posture, her face rolling her eyes, she twisted around. From her drooling mouth came a chilling scream. Accompanied by a convulsion, her body seemed to move against her own will. At incredible speed, she jumped wildly left and right in the corridor, rushing toward Suyu. Suyu knocked another arrow, predicting the elite zombie's movements. Just as the arrow had made contact with the zombie, her body twisted bizarrely, causing the arrow to miss. Such speed! Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "I'll force you into the air, let's see how you dodge." Another arrow was shot at the elite zombie's abdomen. Unexpectedly, the elite zombie let out a fearful scream. Planning to follow up seamlessly with a sacred arrow strike, this scream disrupted his rhythm. Like a startled bird, the elite zombie dove into the ceiling's panels, disappearing from sight. Sounds of rapid movement came from within the ceiling, making it much harder to take her down. Suyu knew that at this moment, the elite zombie's most wanted target was not him. Elite zombies could awaken talents, a rare occurrence indeed. In his previous life, Suyu had killed at least a few thousand elite zombies. The desire for revenge? It seemed the man in the CT room, who had been shouting constantly, was her enemy, right? The man hiding in the shadows had witnessed Suyu's power. Seeing Suyu walking straight toward the CT room, the man rushed to meet him. "Little brother, I'm the doctor here, I know this place very well. Can you take me with you?" "Oh? A doctor? Is this your doing?" Suyu glanced over. Ordinary attributes, ordinary talent, yet he had an incredibly lame name, Bai Yuntao. Whether it was intentional or accidental was unknown. If it's his real name, then it's quite shocking. Hee, being a man, little brother, with your skills, wouldn't the young nurses in this hospital be easy to handle? Especially that pretty girl from pediatrics, how about I take you to try it out? Since it's you, let's use you to bait for fishing law enforcement, you don't mind, right? Suyu interrupted the doctor's words, suddenly reaching out with big hands, seizing the doctor by the neck. Like lifting a chick, he pulled him out. He slammed him heavily onto the ground, aiming his battle bow at the man before him. "Little brother, what are you doing? Don't kill me." Bang! The ceiling panel above the doctor's head was suddenly smashed to pieces. When the elite zombie saw Suyu trying to attack the doctor, it finally couldn't hold back anymore. Its enemy, how could they die at someone else's hands? The elite zombie opened its bloody mouth and let out a piercing scream, swinging its sharp claws. It aimed its target at the trembling doctor. When death approached, the doctor was so scared that he nearly lost control of his bladder. "I was wrong, please spare me, brother, help." Just as the sharp claws were about to touch the top of the doctor's head, Suyu finally made his move. Saint Arrow Massacre. Only to cleanse the world of all darkness. In midair, the elite zombie became a live target in that moment. Within 3 seconds, 20 light blue crystal arrows rained down on the elite zombie. Its body stiffened in midair, forced to recoil from the impact of the sacred arrows. Even its cries grew weaker, yet its eyes were fixed on the doctor, laughing wildly not far away. In the moment the elite zombie was on the verge of death, Suyu forcibly stopped his actions. The elite zombie was pierced with arrows, falling heavily to the ground, motionless. "Brother, you scared me to death. You must have done that on purpose, right?" The doctor disregarded the stench on himself and crawled towards the fallen elite zombie. "You damn it, dare to kill me. Now you're dead, huh? Ha ha ha." As the doctor laughed at the lifeless zombie, he prepared to kick it. In a moment of revival, the elite zombie opened its eyes. Using its last ounce of strength, it slashed at the doctor's lower body with its sharp claws. Instantly, man and machine were separated. Chapter 19, The Secret of the Fourth Floor of the Hospital. His 2 thighs were severed at the roots. A large volume of blood gushed out from 3 wounds. In an instant, blood flowed like a river, covering the ground. "Ah! You bastard!" The severe pain made him uncontrollably scream and tremble on the ground. The elite zombie, after delivering this revenge blow, had a sense of calm in its eyes as if it were relieved. The elite zombie looked at Suyu beside it and finally slowly closed its eyes. Ding! Successfully killed elite zombie LV4, gained experience *80, gold *8. Ding! Successfully killed elite zombie LV4, gained points *50. Perhaps, death is your best place to rest, Suyu said calmly, looking at the elite zombie. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, Suyu had his own way of dealing with the world. He not only avenged the elite zombie but also turned this beast into a zombie, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Brother, please. Save me." The doctor sensed life slipping away, crawling toward Suyu, his face filled with terror, begging for mercy. At this moment, Suyu's arrow was already aimed at his head. "Save you? What's in it for me?" Suyu looked at the doctor with great interest. Before long, he would become a zombie with 3 legs severed. "Brother, there is a huge secret hidden in the hospital. It's on the 4th floor, Before the doctor could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back as he turned into a zombie. An arrow had already pierced his brain. When the elite zombie fell, a strong killing intent suddenly vanished for the other zombies. This territory, once belonging to the elite zombie, would soon be taken over by other zombies. Hearing the roars and footsteps coming from the imaging hall, there must be dozens of them. And now Suyu was out of energy, with no chance of winning in a fight. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing was the best strategy. With no time to look around, Suyu quickly stuffed the loot back into his wristband. He ran toward the previous office and slammed the door shut. However, Suyu's actions had already attracted the attention of the zombies. In that moment, over 30 zombies surged like a tide, crashing one after another against the office door. The office door was flimsy to begin with, and under the successive impacts of the zombies, it quickly fell apart. The zombies poured in, filling the small office to the brim. Strangely, just now, a man clearly sneaked in. How did he suddenly disappear? They looked at each other, searching everywhere in the room. From time to time, they let out low growls, communicating information, but still could not find any trace of that man. 300 years ago, an apple fell on Newton's head, and he discovered gravity. And today, a piece of plaster from the ceiling dropped on a zombie's head. Yet, it discovered nothing. They could never imagine that the elite zombie just now inspired Suyu. He had already left the office, following the direction of the partition wall from inside the ceiling. However, the ceiling was not an absolutely safe zone. Many ceilings were severely damaged when the apocalypse came, posing a constant risk of collapse. What Suyu did not know was that right after his fight, his score reached 62 points. Currently, he was leading the second place by 35 points, a gap that was astonishingly large. Far ahead. Outside the emergency hall, Lin Maron's group unexpectedly discovered a material capsule, a not-so-sweet sugarcane. At this moment, more than 10 people sat in a line on the steps outside the door, each gnawing on a piece of sugarcane. Their throats churned, even swallowing the chewed-up sugarcane pulp. One by one, their faces turned red, almost gasping for breath. "Young master, the scoreboard has been updated." "Old 8, no need to ask, we should still be first, right?" "Young master, we have been overtaken." Old 8 exclaimed, nearly breaking his recently repaired tooth. "Oh, interesting. Let me see, could it be that group from the Hishima family?" Looking at the list, the muscles on Lin Maron's face twitched, and he suddenly no longer found the sugarcane appetizing. The first place had a strange name, an ordinary passerby? 62 points? No team? How did he do it? "Young master, do you remember?" The Lord of Order said that the strong ones, could it be him? Nonsense. The strong one can only be me. Hurry up and eat. Later, get back to fighting. Meanwhile, Suyu found a relatively sturdy cement platform. That last battle drained much of his energy. He was enjoying a portion of crispy fried pork, drinking kvass, burping loudly from time to time. Each burp attracted the zombies in the office. They looked around, but could not find Suyu, hidden behind a column. Before eating, Suyu downed the last bottle from the little blue bottle. It was a skill he only obtained after changing his job in his previous life. During the entire novice period, his energy levels were almost full. Now, 2 skills had depleted his energy levels completely. At this moment, he recalled the words of the doctor just before he died. They say when people are about to die, their words are good, but who knows if it's true. Secrets? 4th floor? In this apocalypse, why still care about secrets? How much could they be worth? However, this only ignited Suyu's curiosity. Forget it, anyway, he was going to kill his way up. After a satisfying meal, Suyu pulled out his recent loot. A capsule, which he lazily pocketed without looking. Next was an exquisitely crafted ancient key. Universal key. Well done. Universal key, excellent level consumable. The king of Yokohama locks, there's no lock he can't open. After use, it can open locks or mechanisms below excellent level. This thing is great for exploring hidden dungeons and activating hidden mechanisms. How much of this can I get? Bring it on. Suyu took out his last piece of equipment. Excellent level shoes. Suyu almost laughed out loud. But when he saw that iconic red color, his smile instantly vanished. How could it be this? The flashy red leather emitted the unique blue glow of excellent level gear. On the side of the shoes, 2 circular steel tubes resembled a pair of missiles facing backward. It was the super rocket boots, jokingly referred to as Russian roulette. Super rocket boots, excellent level gear. Essential for escaping and chasing, indispensable for killing and looting. As the saying goes, coming without a trace and going without a shadow, killing 1,000 miles without leaving a shape. There occasionally occurs some small glitches, but it doesn't matter. Attribute, physique +5, agility +5, increases speed by 10%. Use, here comes the little flying stick, consumes a certain amount of energy, activates rocket boots, greatly increasing speed within 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Looks pretty good, right? But in reality, it just lacks the German Europa. What a nasty thing. With a failure rate of 1/6, every start is a gamble with life. Sometimes it can explode directly, leading to an instant game over. Sometimes, once activated, it just won't stop. The most outrageous thing is that someone was pushed into the air and fell to pieces. Chapter 20, Only Children Make Choices. Although he complained endlessly, Suyu still honestly took off his sneakers. The skill is a scam, it's fine if you don't use it. Physique +5, agility +5, increases speed by 10%. Isn't that great? After putting on the shoes, he felt his whole body become light as a feather. However, a big guy like him wearing a pair of red leather shoes. Like a goat passing gas, elegant yet showy. In the apocalypse, wearable equipment includes not only jewelry and adornments, but also basic equipment and special equipment. Among them, basic equipment includes weapons and armor. Weapons go without saying. Armor is divided into head, chest, legs, shoulders, gloves, and shoes. In total, there are 6 parts. The above equipment, besides increasing basic attributes, will also come with some additional attributes as the quality of the equipment increases. In addition, there are special types of equipment, like glasses, cloaks, fishing rods, etc. They don't enhance basic attributes but can provide some special effects. For example, night vision, reducing threat level, and so on. After changing to the new equipment, Suyu checked his personal information. Name, Lone Wolf, an ordinary passerby, level 4. Basic attributes, strength, 35, spirit, 17, physique, 32, agility, 26. Luck, 9, storage space, 1 cubic meter. Equipment slot, Huaxia Battle Bow, Vitality Ring, Energy Ring, Sacred Arrow Necklace, Super Rocket Boots. Main talent, Plundering Hand, SSS level. Secondary talents, Max Luck, S level, Disguise Mask, C level, Double Strike, S level. Skill slot, Utilitarianism, 1/4, Sacred Arrow Slaughter, Cooldown, Rejuvenation Technique, Judgment Arrow, Little Flying Stick is coming. These attributes are truly terrifying, so you couldn't help but not believe it. This is even higher than when he reached level 10 and completed his job change back then. 5 pieces of equipment, 5 skills, equally luxurious. Looking across the entire Star City, or even Huaxia, no one could have achieved this level on the second day of the apocalypse. The most terrifying thing is still Suyu's currently plundered talent. You should know, S-level talent has a probability of awakening of only 1 in a million. Closing the attribute panel, Suyu glanced at the many wandering zombies still in the office. He didn't expect that after so long, these zombies were still not giving up. An idea sparked. He looked at a jar inside the wristband. Enemy luring pot, ordinary level consumable. Consumes a small amount of energy, throws the enemy luring pot to attract the attention of humanoid zombies, range 10 meters, lasts 1 minute, disappears after taking damage. You should know this thing has a lethal attraction for zombies. Zombies that are clustered together might even abandon their companions for the enemy luring pot. All you need to do is make the best use of the maximum range of the enemy luring pot. Get the zombies crowded in the office out one by one to defeat them one by one. Say it and do it. Suyu lightly jumped into the corridor, his feet landed on the corpses of the zombies, making no sound at all. Then, he took out the enemy luring pot and placed it on the ground. Not too far nor too close, exactly 10 meters from the office door. The zombie at the door, which had been lifeless, suddenly brightened up and became incredibly excited. That zombie was the first to run out, its gaze greedy as it looked at the enemy luring pot on the ground. It stopped making sounds, frantically rushing out, pouncing towards the enemy luring pot. At the moment of about to touch the enemy luring pot, an arrow shot and exploded its head. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2, gained experience *20, coins *2. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2, gained points *1. So you stretched out his leg and kicked the lure pot forward half an inch. Another zombie ran out. Thus, the sound of system notifications about kills and points kept ringing in his ears. For 1 minute, dozens of information messages kept flooding the screen. 27 points in hand. At this moment, the ground was piled high with zombie corpses, and Suyu felt that the war bow in his hand was about to smoke. Done, gather the loot, then change places and continue. Suyu did the same, avoiding the crowds on the first and second floors, slipping around the hospital, firing a shot and changing locations. On the third floor, ENT department, 32 points in hand. On the staircase between the third and fourth floors, 23 points in hand. On the fourth floor, neurosurgery, 19 points in hand. During the process of killing zombies, Suyu also tried to find the secret the doctor mentioned before dying. But on the fourth floor, no abnormalities were found. However, through his persistent efforts, his level finally rose to level 5. At this time, since Suyu was 3 levels above the zombies, he could only earn points and no other rewards. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 p.m. 168 points, far ahead. Seeing that there was less than an hour left, Suyu decided to stop. This method is good, but it consumes too much effort. After all this, Suyu felt as if his arms were no longer his own. His energy and stamina were almost drained, and even his wristband was stuffed full. The urgent issue was to find a safe refuge quickly. Tomorrow at 6, continue the action. On the second floor, the obstetrics department, Lin Maorang and a team of people arrived here. They decided to make this place their hiding spot for tonight. Old 8, take a look at the leaderboard, read the name and points of the first place. Lin Maorang looked at the wristband in disbelief, rubbing his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Master, it's ordinary passerby, 168 points. Old 8 reminded quietly. Then what about our points and ranking? Lin Maorang's face turned extremely ugly, as they hadn't stopped, constantly killing zombies. Master, we are currently 68 points, ranked 3rd. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. Orderer, I want to report, someone here is cheating. Master, how will we arrange tonight's affairs? You take turns keeping watch, tomorrow we go straight to the 4th floor. Don't forget, this is a mission with young Master Baishir. Yes. Seeing the master still angry, Old 8 hurriedly withdrew. Lin Maorang's face was ashen, pacing back and forth in the office. Suddenly, he heard the 2 women in the next room arguing. Seeing Lin Maorang enter, Wan Shinran grabbed his arm. Hubby. Help me judge, who is prettier? Whoever is prettier stays with me tonight. Lin Maorang's eyes widened, as Wan Shinran wore a uniform he never knew where she found. An open-collared doctor's coat on top, with a bright red lace-trimmed bra underneath. A gray, short skirt, with 2 or 3 ripped holes in black stockings. Wearing glasses, holding a stethoscope, she looked incredibly alluring. Lin Xiao, you must be nice. Obeying the voice, Miao Huan was even bolder. But was interrupted by the voice of old Ba outside, sounding very angry. Okay, I won't disturb the young master's mood anymore. Unexpectedly, this pause allowed Lin Maorang to perform exceptionally well. This time it surprisingly lasted a full 5 minutes before entering the sage time. Husband, you are so brave. You lasted twice as long as usual. I've heard Xin Yan say that Lin Xiao is very impressive, I underestimated you. Still calling me Lin Xiao, how distant. Lin Maorong enjoyed the massage from the two women, feeling a bit giddy. Master Miao Huanhuan immediately changed her words, which made Lin Maorong quite satisfied. Today, the two women have seen the strength of Lin Maorong and his group. Fast action, smooth cooperation, brutal methods, they were not ordinary servants at all. They had seen the reality clearly, although the man in front of them couldn't satisfy them in bed. But with the apocalypse here, they had seen too many crazy scenes. Staying alive was the most important thing. And Lin Maorong was the young master of the Lin family, backed by the Bai family. That's why they decided to wholeheartedly follow Lin Maorong. Together, they could look after each other. In a daze, Lin Maorong fell asleep. You beasts, save me. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Shout. The more you shout, the more excited I get. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Lin Maorong was suddenly awakened by the laughter of a man and the cries for help from a woman next door. The three of them tidied up, walked out the door, only to find the cries for help were growing fainter. Old Ba, what's going on? Lin Maorong frowned and asked Old Ba, who was standing at the door. Young master, two survivors came over, the brothers found them quite pretty, so heh. You bastard, what are you doing? This is the last woman, and you actually killed her. An angry curse came from inside the room. I'm sorry. This ugly woman dared to bite me, I accidentally killed her. The assailant said awkwardly, with no hint of apology in his tone. Clearly, they were not doing this for the first time. During the day, the two women brought by Lin Maorong had already stirred everyone's anger. At this moment, Lin Maorong led the two women into the room, and this group of beasts was still venting. Each of them was strong as an ox, those two little nurses were no match for these men's relentless attacks. In just over half an hour, these two survivors were actually played to death. Ding! Successfully eliminated all members of the Dermatology Mutual Aid team, and obtained the points earned by this team. This unexpected killing actually allowed them to scoop up all the points earned by the Dermatology Mutual Aid team. So killing can also earn points? Lin Maorong seemed to have opened the door to a new world. If I kill an ordinary passerby, wouldn't that be? But looking at the tragic scene before him, he waved his hand and said, get rid of the bodies later, it's too unlucky. Meanwhile, Wan Xinyan and Miao Huanhuan, as women, felt no pity but rather a sense of relief. The two girls who died had some looks. If it weren't for them stabilizing Lin Maorong just now, with his flirtatious nature, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. Everyone stop. Someone's coming, from the Hushima family. Old Ba shouted at the door. Let's go. Let's meet them. Lin Maorong looked at Old Ba meaningfully and made a beheading gesture. At this moment, Suyu arrived at the storeroom in the corner of the third floor, accidentally discovering a good place. The reason for choosing here is that the storeroom is on the top floor of the annex. There is only a 10-meter-long passage connecting it, like an island in the hospital. After dealing with the last few zombies that followed, Suyu opened the door at the end of the passage. Ding! Card swipe successful. This access card really works. Along the way, there hasn't been a door it couldn't open. Unlike the scene outside, where corpses were strewn everywhere, this place seemed like a paradise. Extraordinarily quiet. With each step, the echo of footsteps can be heard. With the help of silver bird claws, everything in the storage room is visible. Just now, while dealing with the zombies behind him, the two people inside the storage room were looking at him through the peephole in the door. But at this moment, they have hidden away. It seems that they do not welcome Suyu's arrival. Suyu took a black mask with no attributes out from his wristband. This special equipment is the loot he just obtained. Brother G's mask was developed after 1007 tests. Upon wearing it, the eyes turn blood red. Attributes: at night, wearing it can hide the human scent from zombies, any attack or movement will cancel this hidden state. Sure enough, when Suyu took his third step, the opponent indeed moved. Two men appeared, one in front and one behind. Each holding a shiny surgical knife, pointed at Suyu. Who are you? How do you have the access card to the storage room? Stop wasting time with him, kill him. A smile crept at the corner of Suyu's mouth. He hated two types of people the most. One is the person pointing a knife at him. The other is the one who doesn't let him point a knife back. Suyu didn't answer the man. Just earlier in the corridor, he had killed everyone in his path. That man should have seen it, how dare he attack him. In the next second, both men struck simultaneously, one stabbing towards the neck, and the other aimed at the abdomen. Just as they were about to stab Suyu, a pair of large hands grabbed their hands simultaneously. Under the effect of 35 points of strength, the two felt as if they were caught by iron pincers. They couldn't move at all. With Suyu's continuous force, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they couldn't help but open their mouths. They were about to scream and attract the zombies outside. Suyu suddenly exerted force, their arms were directly broken as he pulled them hard. Their heads collided, producing a dull sound. Boom! Was it nice to listen to? Nice means it's a good start. Suddenly, their heads were bleeding, their brains buzzing, the two directly fainted. As usual, he checked personal information. Wearing small-sized pants, LV3, no profession, E-level talent, enhanced attack. Living the good life, LV3, no profession, E-level talent, enhanced defense. These two, apart from their names which could leave an impression, were utterly useless in other aspects. E-level enhanced attack and defense talents only increase by 10%, which is of no use. With such level, still thinking of sneak attacks, they really overestimate themselves. Although there were no signs of battle in the entire storage room, it was ransacked in disarray. Just as Suyu was about to kill the two, a heavy breathing sound came from the corner of the room. He saw two women bound tightly and thrown aside. From their clothing, one was a doctor and the other a nurse. It seems they were taken hostage by the two men outside. I must say, the binding method was quite professional. The clothes between the ropes had been cut open, revealing their snowy bodies. It seems Suyu had interrupted the two men's misdeeds outside. Suyu looked up and down at the two women, pondering. Chapter 22, Encountering an old friend, eating barbecue, and tasting gossip. Unexpectedly, he encountered a former acquaintance here. Yin Yubing, LV2, no profession, S-level talent, kind-hearted healer. The woman doctor before him, in her past life, obtained the hidden profession Ghost Doctor. Unlike her cold, frosty face in later lives, Yin Yubing appeared somewhat youthful at this moment. The Ghost Doctor profession has the means to revive the dead and flesh out bones. As long as there is a breath left, she can bring a person back. Healing the sick and saving lives is indeed the healer's duty. But nobody knows what Yin Yubing experienced after the apocalypse, leaving her with a rather peculiar temper. The conditions for her to act are completely different from other healers. Anyone Yin Yubing has saved, everyone will be on her roster. Besides asking for a high fee, there will also be a rather ridiculous contract. It requires killing any survivor on the roster within a year. So not many people come to her for treatment. Either they have outstanding personal strength and special skills, or they have powerful backing, with big families as support. Otherwise, being watched by others is not good news. In his past life, Suyu was seriously injured while trying to save Lin Rufei. In his final moments, Suyu met Yin Yubing and was able to regain his life. As per the custom, Yin Yubing asked for a massive fee and signed a contract with him. But after Suyu killed the survivor, he could no longer find Yin Yubing. When he saw the contract expire, Suyu realized that Yin Yubing had encountered misfortune. Innocent people suffer, and possessing treasures brings trouble. Later, he learned that her exceptional medical skills were coveted by powerful families. Though the Ghost Doctor could save lives, in the eyes of those big family members, she was just a slightly advanced healer. If they couldn't have her, then no one else could. After repeated invitations went unanswered, they made her completely disappear. It must be said, this world is indeed small. However, since Yin Yubing has a cold personality, compared to the cute, raggedy little nurse beside her, she did not receive the favor of those two men, and her clothes were still intact. But did his sudden appearance interrupt Yin Yubing's original process? And even though Yin Yubing's talent was S-grade, it was a healing talent. This talent is too specialized, a real drag for survivors who don't want to become priests. Even if snatched away, it wouldn't serve much purpose. On the other hand, the little nurse was rather ordinary. Star City Little Fairy, LV2, no profession, F-grade talent, auxiliary healing. The same healing talents, one S-grade, one F-grade. One a ceiling, the other a sewage drain. How can the gap between two people awakened together be so vast? When the little nurse saw Suyu staring at them intently, her red pupils looked really scary. How could this unfamiliar man be so powerful, breaking both their hands with ease? At this moment, her mood became incredibly nervous, and she finally gathered her courage to say, "Big brother, can you help me?" Meanwhile, Yin Yubing, with a cloth in her mouth, kept making muffled sounds. She merely glanced at Suyu quickly, continuing to stare intensely at the little nurse. They clearly did not get along. It seems like she is someone with a story. For Suyu, killing these two was incredibly easy. Suyu was not overly kind-hearted, but felt that sparing her life was a way to repay the favor from his past life. But when Yin Yubing grows up, she will definitely have useful potential. Besides, this won't take much of Suyu's time and effort. Suyu ignored the little nurse and walked straight to Yin Yubing, squatting beside her and saying, "I'll take out the cloth from your mouth, don't scream loudly, or you'll attract the zombies." Yin Yubing looked at Suyu, her eyes filled with tears, slowly nodding. "Thank you, stranger." With the cloth taken out from her mouth, Yin Yubing's little mouth was sore beyond belief. After being able to speak, she began to argue softly with the little nurse beside her. Suyu took out a barbecue feast for 4 from his wristband and placed it on the nearby desk. Though both were surprised by Suyu's magic trick, could he eat all of this? But they were too caught up in their arguing to care about that. Suyu simply enjoyed skewers while being a bystander. Not knowing is one thing, being poked in the rear with a rolling pin is another. He opened his eyes wide. It turned out that Yin Yubing's fiancé, Yin Yubing, and the little nurse were. They all work in dermatology. After the apocalypse arrived, Yin Yubing was having a meal in the cafeteria. Meanwhile, her fiancé and a young nurse, as survivors in the department, were huddled together for warmth. After enduring countless hardships, Yin Yubing finally returned to the third-floor department. Just then, she stumbled upon her fiancé and the young nurse passionately engaged in an affair. Upon seeing her, the young nurse twisted her fiancé's head away, turning his back to Yin Yubing. They continued their intimate activity while coaxing him with words. From her fiancé's words, it was clear that over the years, he had been full of complaints about Yin Yubing. Only then did she realize that she had been cheated on by this pair of beasts for 2 years. No wonder Yin Yubing's temper became so erratic afterward. Suyu elegantly enjoyed the large skewer of grilled meat in front of her, vaguely understanding the situation. Compared to the betrayal in her previous life, which was purely for survival, this story had much more gossip and drama. Even Suyu was captivated by it. Gurgle, gurgle. The two stomachs finally grumbled pathetically. It had been a day and a half since the apocalypse began. Yet neither of them had eaten a grain of rice and were already extremely hungry. They turned their heads, swallowing hard. It was clear they were indeed starved. The two stopped talking and instead looked behind Suyu. There stood a man with a bloody head and a fierce face, approaching Suyu from behind. He raised his index finger to his lips, signaling the two women to be quiet. It turned out that one of the two outside had awakened from the great eagle life, who possessed powerful defense. One hand was dangling, clearly broken at the wrist. With the other hand, he quietly approached, holding a dagger over a foot long. The two women's expressions changed, as if they had seen something terrifying. Wasn't that the thug who had stabbed her fiancé and taken the two women hostage? Danger! Yin Yubing shouted loudly, but it seemed too late. The sharp knife aimed toward Suyu's back, and the two women shut their eyes, afraid to look further. Ah, kid, you're dead. I will kill you. But why did he feel no sensation despite reaching out? Where was the expected scene of a knife entering and exiting? In the next moment, the dagger fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The great eagle saw Suyu's faint smile and felt the world spin, collapsing to the ground. Ah! My hand! About this character, the younger brother wants to say a few words and clarify some confusion. In the younger brother's worldview, the protagonist is a lone wolf, self-serving, but only as an individual. If encountering others, he would kill without a second thought, robbing their talents. The younger brother can only say this does not align with his views. He really cannot understand the logic of these people. Chapter 23, Because I'm Wild. The great eagle life clearly did not expect that this person seemed to have eyes growing on his back. Just now, due to tension, adrenaline poured out, and he temporarily forgot about the pain. Suyu actually took an arrow from her quiver, using the strength of her body to force it through his arm and then into the floor. But the moment Great Eagle Life screamed in agony, he suddenly felt as if his throat was being choked. It turned out Suyu had shot an arrow with her bare hands, piercing through like killing an eel. The arrow entered through his throat and exited out the back of his head, instantly destroying his brainstem, leaving him lifeless. He lay on the ground, completely still, sleeping peacefully. Are you polite? You interrupted my show. Suyu said lightly, wiping off the blood on her hands. At this moment, Suyu's gaze was fixed on another thug behind him, Little Code Pants. He had woken up slightly later than the Great Eagle. He was now holding a baseball bat, standing at the doorway, frozen in place. This was a superior weapon, regardless of size, length, or weight. It was quite handy. Whether dealing with zombies or people, these are excellent weapons. The little guy in the underwear just witnessed everything Suyu did, and the movements were rather too quick. The big guy is a trained fighter, and his arms are quite strong. He was surprisingly pierced by Suyu's casual bare-handed arrow, straight through. To pierce an arrow through one's arm and then into concrete, what kind of incredible strength must that require? And that arrow aimed at the throat was even more exaggerated, moving so fast that the motion became a blur. Although the baseball bat in the little guy's hand was longer than Suyu's arrow, he didn't dare to gamble. Suyu's simple two moves gave the little guy in underwear a huge shock. He believed that if he really took action, in an instant, there would be no difference between himself and the companion lying on the ground. Just imagine, after killing someone in the afternoon, his hands were still shaking. Meanwhile, Suyu, while laughing and talking, had a murderous aura in his eyes that was 1,000 times stronger than his own. In the blood-red pupils, the little guy in underwear felt a chill run down his spine. Just looking into Suyu's eyes felt like seeing the call of the king of hell. This person was even more terrifying than the zombies outside. Subconsciously, the little guy in underwear checked Suyu's personal information. Ordinary bystander, LV5, no occupation. Level 5, big boss? You're ordinary bystander? The person ranked first on the leaderboard, the little guy in underwear asked in a wave of soul-searching. The little guy in underwear and the big guy are brothers, scavengers near the hospital. They did a small business collecting waste paper, so their bundling skills were quite remarkable. After the apocalypse hit, the two managed to survive with the bodies they trained while scavenging. When Suyu triggered the hidden side quest, they hit the jackpot, and a real treasure chest appeared before them. Not only did they gain supplies, but also 2 excellent weapons. As the saying goes, after being well fed, one thinks of lust. After eating and drinking enough, they took the weapons obtained from the treasure chest. Easily killing a few zombies made them swell with pride, feeling invincible. They then thought of the little fairies in the hospital, who usually looked at them with disdain. Now they just wanted to pin them down and rub them furiously. The two, bolstered by their courage, entered the dermatology department and happened to see a scene where 2 women and 1 man were arguing. A small-scale conflict broke out among 5 people, and the 2 accidentally killed the fiancé. Though the 2 women fought fiercely, they were ultimately outmatched in strength. So they took them to the storage room, a place usually devoid of visitors, perfect for misdeeds. Just as the 2 were about to act, Suyu walked in, which greatly displeased them. Thus, the previous story unfolded. The little guy in underwear finally gave way and knelt on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong, I'll do it myself. You all continue, I'm just waking up at the wrong time. Then, he made a shocking move. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength. He brought the raised baseball bat down hard onto his own head. Bang, he convulsed a few times before going still, not knowing if he was dead or alive. You two continue. Such a good story, don't end it like a story where little strong won't die, leaving nothing below? Please don't go stale. Suyu said. Looking at the 2 corpses so close, fear instantly occupied the little nurse's heart. The little nurse bit her lip tightly, trying hard not to make a sound. After a while, she finally calmed down. Though Yin Yubing was also a bit scared, her gaze added a touch of relief and regret. But the 2 women, surprisingly in sync, didn't speak again. After arguing with the little nurse, Yin Yubing thoroughly saw through her fiancé. Her eyes seemed to be filled with despair, as if she had seen through life and no longer wished to argue. The little nurse stayed silent because she was afraid. Not long ago, it was already night. The zombies, which already dominated the hospital, became even more frenzied. And the roar from earlier, Big Eagle Life, was really too loud. The roar immediately attracted nearby zombies, which rushed toward the hallway like mad. The constant banging on the door scared the little nurse, her face turning pale. The banging got louder and louder, and it felt like the door wouldn't hold up much longer. She was a bit scared now, though she had already prepared herself mentally. She had given in to these 2 thugs, thinking that surviving another day was worth it. But Suyu's appearance completely disrupted her thoughts. She was the typical type who admired the strong, and now she knew, the man in front of her was the one at the top of the rankings. Although Suyu covered most of his face with a mask, from his voice, body, and the small part of his face visible, it was clear. He was a handsome young man, much stronger than these thugs. So, the little nurse changed her mind, wanting to latch onto this man called ordinary passerby. He looked so calm and composed, even if the zombies really broke in, he must have a way to escape. But this passerby seemed to only have eyes for Yin Yubing, not even sparing her a glance. Just as she was about to speak, Suyu stood up. Both women immediately looked towards Suyu. He pulled out a matching mask from his wrist like magic. Then, calmly, he walked forward and cut the ropes binding the 2 women. During the process, the little nurse cleverly puffed out her chest and let out a not-so-pleasant hum. This life-saving mask only has one, so tell me, why should I give it to you? The little nurse boldly stood up, thinking there was no man she couldn't handle. When she had been scheming earlier, this man hadn't opposed her at all. Isn't it obvious? What's so great about Yin Yubing? Wouldn't I play better than her? Humph. He must want to humiliate Yin Yubing, that unreachable flower. So she puffed out her chest, and through the nurse's outfit full of holes, you could even see the lace bra inside. Little brother, take me, the little nurse said in a flirtatious tone, because I'm so hot. Suyu was quite speechless, never expecting internet memes to appear in real life. He turned to look at Yin Yubing, who had a face full of black lines. Are you sure she was hired through official channels at your hospital? Yin Yubing spread her hands helplessly, showing her frustration. The little nurse saw that not only did Suyu not take the bait, but he even laughed at her with Yin Yubing. She couldn't help but wonder, does this man not like women who are too proactive? She decided to stay quiet for now and see what Yin Yubing would say before making her move. The storeroom fell into a deep silence, with only the continued sound of banging on the door. Suyu looked at Yin Yubing. Survive? I've already lost everything, I don't even know what surviving means anymore. The little nurse couldn't help but snicker after hearing Yin Yubing's words. Any normal person would think twice about saving you after that answer. Suyu thought to himself, this is a mess. It seemed his appearance really did mess up the course of events from his past life. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing is despair. Suyu's face darkened, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. If Yin Yubing really fell into despair, there would be no need to keep her alive. Yin Yubing glanced at the little nurse beside her, whose smug look made her feel disgusted. She had stolen her man and now wanted to steal her chance to survive. In the apocalypse, was it only bitches like this who deserved to survive? Yin Yubing's gaze gradually became colder. This expression was exactly the same as the one Suyu had seen years ago. But even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Yin Yubing glared at the little nurse viciously. Little brother, does it need to be said, the little nurse flirted, I'm ripe, and you know what to do. I know all 48 styles. Unlike that bitch Yin Yubing, who has no sense of fun at all. Don't be fooled by her cold appearance, she must be a mess by now. I heard she bribed her teachers with her body just to secure her graduate school spot. In the hospital, she's been unclear with the director, the chief, and some young interns. She's been engaged for 5 years, about to get married, yet her fiancé isn't even allowed to touch her. There must be something wrong with her body. The little nurse transformed into a harsh critic, starting a frenzied mockery. This attack was quite vicious, there was a mix of truth and lies, and it really seemed plausible. But most of it was just the little nurse's own stories, which was why she could talk so freely. Yin Yubing couldn't just step forward to prove that she was still an innocent girl, could she? Faced with the little nurse's explosive bombardment, Yin Yubing's face turned red with anger. After holding it in for a long time, she could only come up with a rather vulgar word. You little. However, the power of the two was like heaven and earth apart. Suddenly, in a fit of madness, she tackled the little nurse to the ground, and they quickly began to grapple. Yin Yubing, being a good girl, had never fought anyone before. Although she had an advantage in personal attributes, she appeared to be quite disadvantaged in the situation. The little nurse, taking the upper hand, mounted Yin Yubing and kept cursing. She casually picked up the baseball bat that the attacker had dropped earlier and swung it at Yin Yubing. One blow like that could easily cause a concussion. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but reach for the war bow behind him. But he found that, at some point, a dagger had appeared in Yin Yubing's hand, glowing with a blue light. The weapons Suyu currently possessed were only of excellent quality. Unexpectedly, Yin Yubing had actually acquired a finely crafted close-range weapon? Interesting. She instinctively used the dagger to block the baseball bat swinging towards her head. With a sound of ding, this excellent quality baseball bat was instantly broken in two. While the little nurse stared in shock, Yin Yubing stabbed her in the abdomen with the dagger, causing blood to gush out. Yin Yubing's originally cold expression gradually melted away. Yes, this is the feeling, it was too intense. Big brother, come help. This bitch is cheating. After being stabbed, the little nurse tried to run away. Yin Yubing forcefully grabbed her calf, causing her to fall to the ground. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The little nurse kept wailing, her body's struggles gradually came to a stop, finally collapsing. She never dreamed she would die at the hands of Yin Yubing. After killing the little nurse, Yin Yubing, covered in blood, slumped down on the spot. There's another one here, Suyu pointed to the attacker who lay on the ground. From their earlier conversation, Suyu learned that this was the one who killed Yin Yubing's fiancé. Are you a devil? I just killed someone. Yin Yubing said, somewhat in disbelief. You'll get used to it, Suyu replied non-committally. Yin Yubing had long lost any thoughts of her fiancé. But along the way, this attacker certainly hadn't missed out on taking advantage of her. Yin Yubing said denials with her mouth, but her body was very honest, her hands didn't stop at all. As expected of a doctor, she was quite knowledgeable about the human body's internal structure. With a few stabs, a pool of blood gushed out from beneath the unconscious attacker, and he lost his life. 2 words, so satisfying. Hey, big guy, what does this mean? The system says I've gained points from these attackers? You just keep it for yourself. This was Suyu giving Yin Yubing a great gift. Adding her previous points, she now had 26 points, surprisingly ranking in the top 10. No matter how one looked at it, she could get a good reward. We don't know each other, why are you so nice to me? You saved me once. Suyu answered truthfully. Saved you? I don't believe it. I'm just an ordinary dermatologist, did you ever get that kind of disease? Do you want me to help you with a re-examination now? They say that in the apocalypse, after killing, a person's nature can change somewhat. This saying fits Yin Yubing perfectly. Listening to Yin Yubing's words, Suyu felt a headache coming on. However, just at that moment, the door of the storeroom was already swaying, finally unable to hold on any longer. He didn't understand how to cherish beauty at all, and instantly slapped his brother's face. Yin Yubing was furious, speaking so well, how did it suddenly turn violent? How could this man have no grace whatsoever? At the moment when the door was about to break, Yin Yubing heard the man's voice by her ear. Remember. Don't move. Don't attack. Bang. Dozens of mutated zombies rushed in at once. Good heavens, all were level 3 mutated zombies. Even Suyu at full strength was no match for them. The key point was that although they were mutated zombies, their drops were no different from ordinary zombies of the same level during the day. This kind of thankless task, only a fool would do it. The zombies looked around, only seeing a few still warm corpses on the ground. Could it be that they had turned on each other? But the zombies continued to search for living beings while completely ignoring Suyu and Yin Yubing standing in the middle. At that moment, the two seemed to have disappeared from the zombies' eyes. In close proximity, the unique stench of the zombies rushed towards them. Suyu had long since gotten used to this feeling. But as a doctor, after killing someone, Yin Yubing had greatly increased her courage. Yet this close contact with zombies still filled her mind with fear. At this moment, Yin Yubing gritted her teeth, tightly closed her eyes, and tried her best not to make a sound. After more than 10 minutes, just when these zombies began to leave one after another. Unexpectedly, Yin Yubing couldn't control her nose and smelled the barbecue that hadn't been cleaned up. In an instant, the craving in her stomach was stirred up. The next second, Yin Yubing's stomach betrayed her and let out a loud growl. Gurgle, gurgle. The nearby zombies, upon hearing this, turned their heads in unison. Chapter 25, A Sleepless Night. The zombies immediately followed the sound and quickly surrounded Yin Yubing. They looked her up and down, unable to comprehend with their zombie brains. Why was this one that looked like their companion able to make a sound unique to humans? At the closest distance, the zombie's head was only about an inch from Yin Yubing. Yin Yubing felt sick and decided to leave it to fate. Suddenly, from the corridor, sounds of chaotic running surged into the hall. Amidst it were human screams and sounds of fighting. As soon as the zombies heard the noise, they immediately turned their heads and charged out. It was already a case of many wolves and few sheep. If they didn't act more aggressively, they wouldn't even get soup to drink. In an instant, the room's zombies cleared out. The storeroom fell silent again. At this moment, Suyu was watching Yin Yubing with great interest. The woman in front of him was only half a head shorter than him. Her previously tender face suddenly had a spark of spirit. Her tightly pressed red lips lightly exhaled a breath. With her tightly closed eyes, she slowly opened one, finding Suyu staring intently at her. In his memory, it seemed like this was the first time Suyu had seen her like this. Have you had enough of looking? Yin Yubing, filled with anger, could only dare to ask quietly. Is there a safe place nearby? Suyu ignored Yin Yubing and changed the topic. If you turn left out the door, there's a spare office, but I don't know if it's safe? The door was already damaged, staying here any longer was not a good idea. If patrolling zombies showed up again, it would be even harder to escape. After all, not everyone could stand still like Suyu for 10 hours straight. Suyu took out a silver bird's claw from his wristband and also prepared 2 enemy luring jars. Turning back to Yin Yubing, he said, have you played the game Red Light, Green Light? I know. Yin Yubing replied, looking a bit pained. Just watch my hand signals later. When I raise my hand, you stop. All right. But can you wait for me a moment? Yin Yubing's face was flushed, and she spoke in a low voice. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Suyu asked, puzzled. My leg is numb. When facing the zombie encirclement, Yin Yubing had been too tense and froze for a moment. Then hurry up, while there are no zombies outside. Suyu urged. Looking back, Yin Yubing tried to move her legs but her eyes were drawn to the leftovers on the ground. That group of mutated zombies had knocked them over, and their eyes were almost glowing green. What a blunder! I forgot about this. Why don't you eat something first, to tide you over? After saying this, he pulled out a handful of capsules from his wristband, selecting 2 at random and opening them for Yin Yubing. Yogurt? Banana? Are you doing this on purpose or is it accidental? A rush of anger built up inside her, choking her up. How could someone who looked so friendly have so many tricks up his sleeve? Is he hinting at me? If he likes this, why didn't he choose the little nurse at that time? Even a fool could see that the reason she survived was all thanks to Suyu's shameless double standards. But this person always did inexplicable things, intentionally or not. In fact, Suyu had no ulterior motives, he chose these because they could ward off hunger and quickly restore stamina. Not wanting to overthink it, Suyu handed everything to Yin Yubing. You figure it out. Yin Yubing's face turned red as she glared at Suyu, and she quickly ate 2 bananas. Her eating was quite rough, she intended to prove her anger through her actions. In Suyu's eyes, he thought In Yubing might be too hungry already. He couldn't help but say, "Eat slowly, I still have bananas." As soon as he said this, Suyu felt something was off, making things worse. With the help of the silver bird claw and the trap for luring enemies, the two finally arrived at the office that In Yubing mentioned. Seeing the bloodstains and limbs all over the room, it was clear there had been a fierce battle here. Suyu immediately closed the door and drew the curtains in the room. After a day of chaos and danger, they were finally safe. Unexpectedly, after arriving in the office, the first thing In Yubing did was tidy up a resting place for Suyu. This made him recall how he used to fawn over Lin Roof. Every time they arrived at a safe area, Suyu would behave like a loyal dog, taking the initiative to prepare everything for Lin Roof. "Thank you, kind stranger." In Yubing noticed the reality and her voice softened. "This mask must be really precious, here it is. I don't have anything valuable, so how about I give you this?" Saying this, she took out a finely crafted dagger that she had obtained from the treasure chest. She knew very well that without Suyu, she would have been dead long ago. "Do you want to thank me?" Suyu pushed the mask and weapon back and said. In Yubing nodded. Suyu said, "You have unlimited potential in this apocalypse, you will certainly become the strongest doctor. In the future, if I need help, you should assist me too. Kind stranger, with your skills, would you even need my help one day?" "Maybe." "Kind stranger, you are a good person." Suyu sneezed, unsure if In Yubing was being sincere or joking. He never expected that after saving her, he would receive a good person card in return. Suyu almost stayed up all night guarding the door to the office, resting his eyes. This place seemed safe, but it couldn't withstand the constant attacks from zombies. At first, In Yubing could stay with him. But later, she could no longer hold on. The previous night she had been terrified and had not slept a wink. Yet Suyu had unknowingly instilled some basic survival rules in the apocalypse into In Yubing. With her intelligence, she would surely find them useful. Actually, it would be very easy to kill her. Suyu did not know why he went through such lengths for her. Is there really any use? After hearing the soft snores of In Yubing on the sofa nearby. At that moment, Suyu finally had time to gather his thoughts and reflect on his gains. After reaching level 5, Suyu allocated all 5 free attribute points to stamina. After all, Suyu already had 35 points in strength, 32 points in constitution, and 26 points in agility. The only 17 points in spirit felt a bit lacking. Especially after acquiring 2 attack skills, his stamina was even more insufficient. He had a significant amount of material capsules. Even if he ate without restraint, it could last him a week. Unfortunately, apart from the 2 dropped cards of his brother, he didn't gain any equipment. Chapter 26, Plundering S-level talent, maxed agility. Puff 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 puff. Area announcement. Family. Did you have fun yesterday? I believe some babies have already discovered the hidden rules. Time is limited, so let's provide some more benefits. Babies, hurry and get on board. Let's go crazy. Let's party. The survivors of the Star City Hospital all received the mocking messages from the Orderer. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is always the human heart. And the Orderer has always activated the darkness deep inside human hearts. Then came the cold system notification. Ding. Hidden dungeon rules updated. Hidden rule, killing survivors can also earn points. By killing survivors, you can plunder their double points. All survivors gain a temporary skill, hunting instinct, which can sense other survivors. At the end of the round, survivors without points will be eliminated. The system announcement repeated 3 times consecutively. A pair of strangers huddled together for warmth, hiding in the bathroom of a ward. What does elimination mean? Is it leaving this hellish place? No. Elimination means death. The man calmly analyzed. What does the Orderer mean? Is it encouraging us to kill? It seems to be the case, the man said, expressionless, as he disbanded the team. Why did you disband the team? Why do you have a knife? Ah. You are so heavily injured, rather than letting others benefit, it's better to benefit me. This is merely a small reflection of the current dungeon situation. How many people, just a moment ago, were calling each other brothers, suddenly turned against each other? Those without points just want to survive, while others want to live better. Those who originally hid in the shadows began to perk up. Facing the fear of death, they found it better to take the initiative. Last night, it wasn't just Suyu and In Yubing. For the Lin family, led by Lin Maorong, and the Ma family in Heshi, it was also a sleepless night. The two families had a rather delicate relationship before the apocalypse. They were a mix of partners and competitors. However, the Ma family's sphere of influence was in Heshi, while the Lin family's was in Hedam. This time, the Lin family came to Hushi, which could be seen as an away game. However, in the Star City Hospital, both teams had similar numbers and strengths. So the two teams alternated leading on the points board, tightly biting at each other. Until Suyu emerged suddenly, taking the lead. When Ma Xiaowei, the second in command of the Ma family, came to discuss an alliance with Lin Maorong. The two had a pleasant conversation, but unexpectedly, Lin Maorong suddenly made a move. Caught off guard, after losing the initiative, the Ma family collapsed into chaos. After killing 3 members of the Lin family, only Ma Xiaowei managed to escape. He hid nervously for a night and, due to severe injuries, was now in grave danger. Hearing the system notification, Ma Xiaowei tried to use the temporary skill granted by the system. Hunting instinct, spend a little stamina to sense the positions of survivors within a 50-meter radius for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. In an instant, the blueprint of the 4th floor appeared before Ma Xiaowei's eyes. He was astonished to find over 30 red dots hiding within a 50-meter range. Each red dot was marked with a number, indicating the current points. And the sudden disappearance of a red dot. It represents that the survivor is already dead. Matthew believed that if he could see others, it meant others could see him too. Even though his room was surrounded by zombies. Once other survivors saw the score of 72 above his head, someone would definitely take a gamble and come to kill him. Could it really be as the Orderer said, that everyone would completely fall into madness? Moreover, there was that group of lunatics from the Lin family, they would definitely not spare him. Just a second before the map disappeared, a striking number appeared in his vision. 177 points. It was that man. The only person in Star City Hospital with a score over 100. Thinking of this, the despair in Matthew's heart turned into a hint of determination in his eyes. On the 3rd floor of the hospital, Lin Maorong and his group were still searching for Matthew's whereabouts. Ha, double points? This is truly heaven's help. That old guy is heavily injured, he must still be hiding on the 3rd floor. Whoever finds him will be handsomely rewarded. You guys, take turns using skills, anyone who crosses 20 points will be dealt with. The Lin family had obtained some supplies from the Ma family last night, and now they were full of energy. At this moment, Suyu was wandering around the 4th floor, curious about what secrets were hidden here. Suddenly, a dying middle-aged man appeared in Suyu's sight. Suyu checked the man's personal information. Matthew, LV4, no occupation, S-level talent, maxed agility. This talent was one of the must-get talents recorded in Suyu's notes. The person before him was on the brink of death, as if he would breathe his last at any moment. Such a talent delivered to him, how could he not take it? Ding! You have used the hand of plunder on survivor, Matthew. Matthew's current breakdown, 30%, weakness, 99%, talent plunder successful. Remaining attempts, 1. Ding! You have obtained S-level talent, maxed agility. Brother passerby, I am Hishi Matthew, I want to make a deal with you. Perhaps due to his weakness, he didn't even realize he lost his talent. Hishi Matthew? Never heard of it, Suyu said calmly. Suyu originally planned to kill him and leave, but Matthew continued speaking. Get revenge for me. My supplies and equipment, my life. 72 points all yours. Matthew felt choked by Suyu's words, but at this moment, he only wanted revenge. He realized that Suyu had no interest in negotiating. Not interested. You can live at most for 1 more minute. Matthew's eyes suddenly lit up, as if a light had returned to him. Since dawn, he had seen through the crack in the door that Suyu had been wandering around the 4th floor, seemingly searching for something. By the way, are you looking for the secret on the 4th floor of the hospital? Oh. Tell me. Suyu's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, the same words had already come out of the mouth of the second person. Kill the young master of the Lin family, I will tell you everything I know. Lin Maorong? Suyu frowned slightly, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. Coming to Star City Hospital was for the purpose of killing Lin Maorong. Yes. Matthew felt relieved upon seeing the expression on Suyu's face. Good. Seeing that Matthew had very little breath left, Suyu replied immediately. I also heard it from that little brat of the Lin family that it was in the director's office. After stammering out the words, Matthew closed his eyes. Director's office? Interesting. Suyu accepted Matthew's points and looked towards the end of the 4th floor, at the locked office. That was the only door Suyu couldn't open with his access card. Chapter 27 Hidden Room. Damn, haven't found that old man yet? Young master, the old man hasn't been found, but there is almost a 30-point score in that office. Seems like there's only one person. No. There are too many zombies over there, to get in, at least 20 people are needed. What they just talked about was the room where Yin Yubing was staying. Suyu predicted the mad acts of the Orderer the next day, he knew the Orderer's thoughts too well. So, he had first reminded Yubing last night that she must wait until the instance was over to go out. Even early in the morning, a considerable number of zombies gathered, blocking the only way forward. Now, the survivors were all on edge, finding it hard to organize a team attack. Young master, some brothers reported that they found Matthew on the 4th floor. This old man can't escape this time. La Ba, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and go. Boss, there's no rush, La Ba said with a wry smile. Lin Maorong was stunned, not understanding what La Ba meant. When they reached Matthew's side, they found he was already lifeless. Matthew's lips slightly curled up, as if mocking Lin Maorong. Before dying, he even used all his strength to write 5 bloody words on the ground. Lin Maorong is a fool. Not much harm, yet extremely insulting. Lin Maorong was immediately furious, looking around. Except for the distant zombies, there wasn't even a shadow in sight. Who did this? Just as he wanted to shout a few curses, Lao Ba and a few subordinates quickly covered his mouth, forcing him to hold it back. If he shouted out loud, what would happen? Lin Maorong felt so aggrieved that he couldn't express. Honey, the leaderboard is about to update. Wan Xinran reminded, as she and Miao Huanhuan had no combat power. So, she volunteered to take out a notebook and pen, recording every change on the leaderboard. Right. As long as we know whose scores are unusual, we'll know who it is. Honey, the first place is an ordinary passerby, with 326 points. We're in second. Damn it. I lost 3 people yesterday, and he actually got them killed? Lin Maorong instantly understood that they had fallen into a trap. Young master, what should we do now? Should we go to the dean's office and report to young master Baisher? To hell with that. Let's go, we're going to kill. I don't believe that he can take on so many of us alone. Even though the Lin family team was currently in second place, Lin Maorong only wanted to kill that ordinary passerby. 10 minutes ago, Matthew was obviously still alive, which means the passerby acted during that time. We have just been guarding the 3rd floor, so he definitely didn't go far. He must still be on the 4th floor. Spread out, use our hunting instincts, and find him. We'll do as the young master says. Lao Ba immediately ordered. After sending off Matthew, Suyu walked through the ceiling panels towards the corner office of the dean. Matthew's equipment and supplies were even inferior to what he gave to Yubing last night. However, he obtained the S-class talent most suited for archers, maximum agility. This was the talent possessed by the first Bao God. Talent, maximum agility. Talent level, S-class. Very fast, every time you level up, you will permanently gain 5 agility. At the moment he plundered the talent, Suyu felt as light as a swallow. From level 1 to 5, a permanent increase of 20 agility was instantly credited. Agility mainly affects movement speed and attack speed. Unlike strength, which is linked to physical damage, spirit, which is linked to magic damage, and physique, which is linked to defense. Agility, among the 4 main attributes, is relatively not cost-effective. Only thieves and archers from the warrior class will stack agility high. After all, for other professions, enough agility is just fine. Plundering S-class maximum agility was equivalent to getting 5 agility for every level up for Suyu. In the future, assigning points would be a breeze. With maximum agility, Suyu began to dream of the remaining enhancements. Maximum strength, maximum spirit, maximum physique, I wonder when I can gather them all? As he spoke, he crossed the hall, walked down the path, and finally arrived at the dean's office door. He had tried before, but the access card was useless, and Suyu couldn't be bothered with it anymore. At the same time, he used the silver bird claw and hunting instinct, ensuring there were no survivors within a 50-meter radius. However, his perception couldn't penetrate into the dean's office, blocked by a layer of barrier. Suyu immediately understood that this was a hidden room in the instance. No wonder I can't open it. This should be the boss battle. Then, he took out an ancient, exquisite key from his wristband. This was an item obtained from an elite zombie yesterday. Universal key, excellent level consumable. King of locksmiths in Yokohama, there's no lock he can't open. After use, it can unlock locks or mechanisms below excellent level. The door lock instantly emitted a burst of green light, shimmering in sync with the universal key. Suyu inserted the key and gently turned it, and with a creak, the door opened. A blue-black swirling void door appeared at the entrance. Ding! Hidden room opened. Universal key has disappeared. Entering countdown, 5, 4, 3. Suyu took a deep breath and stepped inside. The scene before him gradually became clear, and a picture of apocalyptic devastation instantly enveloped him. The door behind him slammed shut with a bang. It was eerily quiet inside. Except for load-bearing columns and walls, there wasn't a single complete wall to be found. Doors and windows, brick walls, and ceilings were almost completely destroyed. the air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. The smell of blood, rotten flesh, and burnt matter mixed together. A gust of wind blew, sending the smell straight to his scalp. As far as the eye could see, there were severed limbs and bodies, tissues, and organs everywhere. Some were human, and some were zombies. The entire room, at least 200 square meters, was littered in every corner. Without exception, not a single complete body could be found. From their expressions of pain and fear, one could glimpse the struggles and despair of that time. It seemed that this place was holding a meeting when the apocalypse descended. From their clothing, there were doctors, nurses, and some outsiders, nearly 100 people. The once red carpet was now stained black with blood. In some places, it even pooled into small puddles. Brain matter, organs, and eyeballs were scattered everywhere. Stepping on it felt sticky. Such a hell on earth would make anyone timid explode at just one glance. But for Suyu, after 10 years of apocalypse, eating and sleeping in mountains of corpses and seas of blood was the norm. Obviously, what could cause all this was not something a mutated zombie could do. With the help of the silver bird claw, Suyu finally saw a clue from a gap in the farthest broken wall. There, a faint voice came, another energetic day. Chapter 28, Cold-Blooded Silver Ring Zombie Leader. Suyu understood that the one who could speak human language was not an ordinary zombie. In the apocalypse, the levels of zombies, from lowest to highest, are ordinary, elite, leader, lord, and emperor. Zombies above the leader level are commonly referred to as boss by humans. This marks a watershed among zombies. Because at this level, zombies possess talents and skills, and their combat power skyrockets. An ordinary zombie has combat power roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary person of the same level. But at the elite level, combat power is at least equal to that of a 10-person elite team. The higher one goes, the combat power increases by at least 10 times. More importantly, the higher the level, the higher their intelligence, with a few even able to understand human language. It seems that the enemy Suyu is facing this time is tough. Looking at the tightly closed door behind him, it seemed that only by killing this boss and completing the level could he leave this place. Out from behind the broken wall came a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a blood-soaked white coat, with a tall and slender figure. His claws, specialized from his nails, were a foot long and emitted a deep green glow. Because the claws were too long, he pushed his glasses up with the palm of his hand rather than with his fingers. Compared to ordinary zombies, its innate aura of dominance was suffocating. But Suyu had long been used to it and immediately checked the zombie's basic attributes. When checking the zombie's attributes, if the opponent is more than 3 levels above him, only the name would be displayed, with no other attributes shown. However, Suyu was at level 5, and this zombie was exactly level 8. Stuck on level 3. Cold-Blooded Silver Ring Zombie Leader. Level 8, Boss Level. Basic attributes: Strength, 35, Spirit, 35, Constitution, 40, Agility, 35. Talent, Deadly Poison. The claws of the cold-blooded silver ring contain deadly poison. Upon hitting the target, it inflicts 1% vitality damage per second for 60 seconds. It can stack. Special talent, cannot be plundered. Absolute control, able to enslave zombies as its servants. Enslaved zombies completely obey any command from the host. Skills: Silent Step. Cold-Blooded Silver Ring has mastered the essence of assassination, developing agile skills to move silently like a cat for rapid single-target assassinations. Instant Kill, the strongest move, using Silent Step for indiscriminate attacks. It can kill large numbers of enemies with high-speed movement and claw strikes, so fast that even the attacker does not know what they will hit. The silver ring snake appears gentle. Even when biting, it is undetectable, but it strikes very quickly with a high fatality rate, known as the top predator in Asia. It is the most venomous snake in China, and also the snake responsible for the highest number of deaths in China. Boss-level zombies no longer follow the previous naming conventions. Instead, they possess special titles, and using Cold-Blooded Silver Ring as a name shows how deadly it is. This level and these attributes make it quite powerful among all boss-level zombies. Its strength and constitution are comparable to Suyu, while its spirit exceeds Suyu by 13 points, and its agility lags behind by 11 points. For the boss, this battle may have many chances for error. But for Suyu, there is only one chance for error. Under the influence of the deadly poison talent, if hit by the claws, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at the neatly cut corpses and the rotten flesh on the ground, it was clearly inflicted by its claws. From its skills, it relies primarily on agility, resembling a thief's profession. With the skills and talents of the cold-blooded silver ring, it might only be possible to gather survivors in the hospital and use sheer numbers to defeat it. After analyzing the boss's skills, Suyu thought, this orderer is like doing a long jump in a toilet, overdoing it. However, if the talent of deadly poison could be plundered, it would be incredibly satisfying. The only thing that could be plundered is absolute control, which does not interest Suyu much. But it has been the 3rd day since the apocalypse began, and Suyu has yet to encounter a decent battle. In the next moment, instead of feeling any fear, he became excited. It was like the boss was tailor-made for him. As long as the attributes were similar, there would be a fight. Ding! Detected lone wolf encountering cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader, triggering hidden task, secret of Star City Hospital. Task description: cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader was originally the director of the hospital. As a doctor, he was skilled in medicine, saving lives and earning titles of outstanding medical personnel multiple times. He seems refined and cultured, but his heart is extremely dark. For many years, he has served a certain family, doing unspeakable deeds. After the apocalypse began, he turned into a zombie and immediately launched a one-sided slaughter on those attending a meeting. Task requirement: kill cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader and uncover the secret hidden in the director's office. Task reward: gold *500, reputation *500, experience *1000, legendary chest *1. Task time limit: 2 hours. Task penalty: failing or giving up the task will automatically teleport you out of the hidden room and decrease your level by 1. Ding! Do you accept the task? The opponent is too strong. Strongly recommend choosing no. Advise me to give up? I didn't expect the system to be quite thoughtful. Accept the task. Suyu decisively replied, sealing off his retreat. A legendary chest is worth a try. With a 2-hour time limit, it precisely corresponds to the final time of this Star City Hospital instance. Then, Suyu refocused his attention back to the boss in front of him. The two met each other's gaze, and it was clear that the disdain revealed in the other person's eyes. It still thought that a team of hundreds came to hunt it down. Yet only this one young brat showed up? In its view, the human before it, though similar in attributes to itself. But the physical qualities of zombies and humans are too different. Zombies charge forward without pain, without fear. And these negative emotions would cause humans to show flaws in battle. One person, one zombie, thus fell into a delicate balance. Suyu took the first step forward, signaling the battle's beginning. Guests have arrived. A sharp voice came from the director's mouth. As a ranged profession like an archer, how could one let a thief get close? In the instant the director spoke, Suyu had already loosed his arrow. Just to test the waters. The arrow shot straight towards the director's face, but he did not dodge intentionally, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. From behind the house, a large zombie sprang out, blocking Suyu's arrow with its body. Blocking the knife for the director? This is interesting. In fact, Suyu had discovered long ago that there seemed to be quite a number of zombies lurking in that house. Elite zombie enslaved. Level 6. Basic attributes: strength 25, spirit 25, constitution 25, agility 25. Then, the director stood there, wanting to witness Suyu's demise. A smirk appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. Are you this confident? Although this elite zombie was not bad, its main attributes were entirely crushed by Suyu. It yanked the arrow from its chest, locking onto Suyu as its target. The enslaved elite zombie's eyes became hollow and lifeless, it only obeyed the director's commands. It opened its bloody jaws, waving its sharp claws, lunging towards Suyu. Its body was like a small mountain, and its momentum was so overwhelming that a regular person would have already stumbled. Suyu had crawled through the apocalypse for 10 years. He had killed countless elite zombies, with no feelings at this moment. For Suyu, who had 46 points in agility, this was nothing more than a large toy. He drew his bow and shot. Suyu's reaction was astonishing. He effortlessly shot an arrow that hit the elite zombie's right eye directly. The moment the elite zombie was hit, the second arrow was already released. Suyu even predicted that after being shot, the elite zombie's head would jerk backward because of the arrow's impact. He hit its remaining eye with incredible precision. After losing both eyes, the elite zombie instinctively tried to pull the arrow out with its hands. With one pull, it directly yanked out its own pair of eyeballs. After losing its sight, the elite zombie did not thrash around like a headless chicken. It appeared to be a marionette, continuing to attack Suyu. Blind and still able to attack? Absolute enslavement. This talent is quite interesting. Chapter 29 I Can A. Next, the third arrow and fourth arrow hit its left and right knees, directly crippling its legs. The fifth arrow and sixth arrow struck its wrists, disabling its hands. The arrows seemed to have a navigation system, hitting exactly where they were aimed. After hitting 4 more arrows, the elite zombie swayed like a kite with a severed string. Just as it was about to steady itself, Suyu shot the last arrow, fully charged. The punishing arrow. A purplish-red arrow shot straight through the elite zombie's heart. Yet Suyu's true target was the director behind the elite zombie, delivering a strike from a distance. When the director noticed this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. In the room behind him, under the director's control, 10 agile zombies lunged forward, trying to block this arrow for him. The punishing arrow stopped only after killing 6 zombies. Bang! A dull sound echoed, as the elite zombie resembling a mountain of flesh crashed to the ground, only feeling the entire floor shaking. After all, Suyu's power level has now reached 35 points. With the S-grade talent's double strike boost, 2 arrows hit vital spots, and 4 arrows hit the limbs. These 6 arrows, seeming ordinary, are actually equivalent to 12 arrows in normal conditions. And the most deadly part is the seamless connection of the punishing arrow, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. From the moment Suyu launched his attack until the zombie crashed to the ground, even including the time to draw the bow, shoot, change arrows, aim, and charge the punishing arrow, the total time for these few arrows was less than 10 seconds. As for the remaining 4 zombies, Suyu showed no mercy, an arrow for each little friend. Throughout, Suyu's feet did not leave their original spot by even half an inch. At a distance of 20 meters, the elite zombies could not even get close under Suyu's firepower suppression, not even managing to push Suyu back half a step. And with increased agility, Suyu's hand speed became faster, suddenly shooting a dark arrow towards the Dean's face. The Dean instinctively used the blade in his hand to form a net, blocking in front of him. Yet unexpectedly, it slipped through the gap, shattering his lens. The arrow tip stopped just 1 millimeter from his eyeball. Facing such a bold insect, the current Dean became exceptionally furious. Crack! The arrow shaft was cut in half by the blade, falling to the ground. The claws of both hands rubbed against each other, as if sharpening knives. The abnormal sound from metal friction stimulates the human brain. Ordinary people hearing this frequency immediately feel uncomfortable. It feels like heartache, teeth itching, even wanting to vomit. But at this moment, Suyu took advantage of his position, transforming into a ruthless shooting machine. Every arrow was placed precisely, targeting the Dean's vital spots. Although unable to penetrate the Dean's skin, the arrow still turned his lab coat into a sieve. Suyu was already mentally prepared. The body of the leader-level zombie is different from an ordinary zombie, unless targeting the vital parts or soft areas of the body. Otherwise, it's hard to break through its defenses, only causing minimal damage. Thus, the Dean could only keep blocking his face, accumulating little by little, as long as he could keep suppressing it. Wearing it down gradually wasn't a bad idea either. And behind the Dean, the zombies that could block arrows for him were fewer and fewer. Watching more and more bodies in front of him, finally, the Dean's expression began to twist, gradually losing patience. He shook off the arrow stuck in his body and said in a low voice, "Stupid insect, you have successfully angered me. Collapse level, 10%, weakness level, 1%, current plunder success rate, 11%. Suyu understood, although the Dean had a certain level of intelligence, it wasn't much. He hadn't done anything yet, and the collapse level was already at 10%. Different from Lord level and Emperor level, from Suyu's years of experience, the intelligence of this Dean was at most equivalent to a 3-year-old child. A typical case of being both weak and playful. You need to know. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Otherwise, in a post-apocalyptic world, it's like an old man eating arsenic. He's tired of living long. Moreover, the one facing is the most cunning human in the apocalypse. If the battle started and he went all out, even with all his zombie minions rushing out, even 2 more Suyus wouldn't be enough to deal with it. But now, his minions were consumed like expendables, nearly all used up. Why hadn't he thought of stepping in earlier? The Dean held a zombie, using it as a shield. After a few steps, he summoned more zombies from behind, collectively attacking Suyu. With the sudden acceleration, the Dean finally shook off Suyu's arrows, dropping the zombie in his hands, as if he had become ethereal. Within a range of 5 meters, he could unleash silent steps. 2 cuts. Only 2 cuts were needed to take this insect's life. The Dean dodged left and right, just as he was about to enter the 5-meter range. Whoosh! This arrow had an exceptionally tricky angle. If the Dean continued to charge, he would surely be hit in the face. Cunning bug. The Dean's expression turned incredibly angry. He was only half a meter away. Just as the arrow was about to strike him, a flash of light crossed his eyes as he attempted to use his zombie minions to block the arrow. But he found that the few zombies charging alongside him had already broken their connection with him. Could it be? The arrows he previously dodged weren't aimed at him but instead were meant to kill his minions nearby. Forget it, without his minions to block the arrows, what could it matter? Just a bug's mundane attack, even if he took the hit, what of it? The next second, the arrow accurately struck the zombie's forehead, causing the Dean to pause momentarily. Even as the vital spot suffered a hit, he steadied himself immediately. Collapse level, 22%, weakness level, 3%, current plunder success rate, 25%. Ha ha! Finally entered the 5-meter attack range. The blade in his hand emitted a green glow just as he was about to unleash his skill. At that moment, Suyu, who had been standing still, made a move. Silent step, being the primary skill of the rogue class, Suyu certainly knew the release range of this skill. As a god of magic in his past life, he had engaged in many sparring matches with expert rogues. As long as Suyu could control the distance and stretch it to the limit, he would surely confuse his opponent. The only disadvantage for Suyu was that this dean's office was far too small, demanding intense skill from him. He retreated sideways, following the dean's direction, just enough to create a gap of 5 meters. This movement directly disrupted the dean's spell casting. He stood rigidly in place, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. The dean paid homage to the principal's classic line, "I can't A." When experts face off, every detail matters. During the dean's dazed pause, Suyu did not stop his attacks. He crazily unleashed strikes at the dean's face. Chapter 30, Plunder S-Class Talent, Absolute Slavery. Relying on his slightly higher agility than the zombie leader, Suyu moved faster than the dean. In this extreme distance of 5 to 10 meters, he repeatedly pulled and stretched with the dean. Suyu seemed to have peeked at the dean's script, predicting every step in action. While keeping his distance, he always maintained a near but far connection with him. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife, playing with the dean in the palm of his hand. To put it simply, it was like tying a stick to a dog and hanging a piece of meat in front. The meat was within sight, but the dog chased in circles, yet could never reach it. This way of walking the dog continued for a while. The dean, having lost half a bar of vitality, finally sensed something was wrong. Is this something a human would do? At this rate, he would be toyed to death by this bug. With a wail from the dean, he finally gave up chasing Suyu relentlessly. Instead, he dashed back into the room behind the dean's office, leaving Suyu's sight. As he left, Suyu saw that this boss's mentality had somewhat crumbled. Collapse level, 33%, weakness level, 23%, current plunder success rate, 56%. Suyu knew that there were quite a few zombies hiding in that room. Thus, besides delivering a few parting arrows to the drowning dog, he didn't rush to chase after him. In their first clash, the dean had suffered greatly. And the skills he prided himself on couldn't get close enough to exert any effect. Since the dean transformed into a zombie, it had already been 3 days. He had hunted countless survivors and zombies but had never experienced such a hefty loss. The dean did not run away, instead, he hid in the shadows. Through the crack in the broken wall, he glared angrily at Suyu. The latter wore a smile on his face and raised a middle finger toward the dean. His demeanor was incredibly provocative. It seemed to say, "You hit me, I'll show you." The dean could hardly withstand such a provocation. Suyu heard the sound of the metal door crashing, and dozens of zombies surged out from the inner room. The dean seemed to lose his reason, releasing all the zombies at once. This was the last trump card of the boss. Unexpectedly, these zombies turned out to be mutated zombies. They were mostly naked young women, some with gagged mouths, some wearing blindfolds, and even some had tails growing out. Although they had become zombies, it was not hard to tell that before their transformation, they were quite beautiful in both appearance and figure. However, some had collars around their necks, others were bound with iron locks and chains. Their bodies were covered in bruises and whip marks. They seemed to see a demon, and like they had gone mad, their eyes turned blood red as they tried to attack the dean. A flash of brilliance crossed the dean's eyes, and in an instant, these zombies froze in place. The once blood-red eyes of the zombie women regained their emptiness. It seemed that the dean had enslaved these zombies. Perhaps it was the dean's twisted pleasure, under his deliberate control. They rushed to the dean's side, some licking his shoes. Some wriggled their bodies wildly, letting out muffled sounds from time to time. This seductive scene looked incredibly bizarre at that moment, making one think deeply and feel terrified. These women had been a group of slaves raised here before the apocalypse arrived. Without exception, their mental attributes were extremely low. Heaven knows what the dean had done to them back then. Having suffered abuse in life, even after turning into zombies, they could not escape the dean's palm. They transformed into the dean's talent, absolute enslavement, servants under him. How tragic, how laughable is this? Suyu's expression changed. He didn't have time to sympathize with these women, and unconsciously, his strikes became heavier. Under the dean's control, dozens of zombies formed a human shield around him, gradually advancing toward Suyu. The brilliance in the dean's eyes flickered, the corners of his mouth curled into an unbelievable arc. Every time Suyu launched an attack, a zombie would shield the blow with its body. Indeed ruthless. Suyu shook his head, with his current skills and damage. It was impossible to deal with this massive wave of zombies. Since you enjoy enslaving these zombies, let you taste the same fate. Pillage chance 56%. According to Wanwan's calculation method, 2 consecutive strikes would yield a 112% probability, right? Ding. You used the hand of thievery on the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader. Collapse rate, 33%, weakness rate, 23%, current plunder success rate, 56%. Talent plunder failed. Talent plunder succeeded. Due to lethal poison being a special talent, it cannot be plundered. Plunder successful for second talent. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding. You obtained S-level talent, Absolute Enslavement. In an instant, the brilliance left the dean's eyes, and the smile faded from his lips. Talent, Absolute Enslavement. Talent level, S-level. Life and death power, control an ordinary level zombie, or mutated beast, strength cannot exceed the host's own. The controlled zombie will completely obey the host's commands. Only one controlled zombie can exist. If a new zombie is controlled, the original will immediately die. If the host dies, the zombie will immediately die. Suyu had seen the ability to subdue mutated beasts, but it was his first time hearing of a talent that could control zombies. Strangely, why is it an S talent yet can only enslave ordinary level zombies? He had hoped that by plundering the talent, he could control all the zombies around him like the dean did. Unexpectedly, this precious opportunity to plunder talent was wasted on a useless talent? However, thinking back, it was normal. After all, the talent of zombies far surpassed that of survivors. Just think, if it were truly like the dean. In the blink of an eye, he could enslave a zombie army. What's the difference between this and using an invincible cheat? So after Suyu plundered this talent, its strength was also adjusted. However, at this moment, Suyu had no time to regret, because at the instant the dean's talent was stolen by him. The scene was out of control, falling into chaos. All the zombie women lost their enslaved state. Their eyes went from hollow to red, and they became even redder. Their faces were exceptionally twisted, but they only had eyes for the dean, completely ignoring Suyu. It seemed that their hatred for the dean had been engraved into their bones. They rushed toward the dean, using all their strength to bite. Once they bit down, they would never let go. Before long, the dean was overwhelmed by this group of women, buried beneath them, and no human form could be seen. This little fairy, poke its armpit hard, haven't you eaten? That young lady with the gag, use your claws to poke its eyes. The big sister with the flowered arms, a little lower, ah yes, yes. Bite it down hard. At this moment, while shooting arrows, Suyu was also working part-time as a coach for the zombies, directing them to bite even harder. These zombie women were not weak, and their sharp teeth and claws were quite good weapons. Their attacks were even more effective than Suyu's. Suyu could even hear the sounds of sharp teeth piercing skin, tearing and pulling. Chapter 31, World Announcement Again. Suddenly, from the pile of zombies, Suyu sensed an overwhelming killing intent. Instant kill. The dean finally found a gap and unleashed its strongest move. The zombies stacked on it were attacked indiscriminately by its claws. In just 3 seconds, the zombie women on the dean exploded like fireworks. They turned into chunks of flesh and flew around, scattering in every corner of the room. At the center, the dean had lost all semblance of appearance. Its body was mixed with its own blood and that of the zombie women, covered in scratches and bite marks. Skin and muscle were ripped off in large pieces, and some even exposed bones underneath. One eye was blind, one hand was useless. Even what was underneath couldn't hold on anymore. Where was the slightest pressure of a zombie leader? Suyu saw that the dean's collapse rate was 60%, and its weakness reached 50%, which meant it was half destroyed. It had to be said that Suyu's timing for plundering the talent was just right. Even though he failed once and lost some energy points for nothing. At that time, the dean was surrounded by all the zombie women. It was restrained by the torrent of zombies, unable to counterattack immediately. A zombie head rolled to Suyu's feet, and he suddenly realized, no wonder it was bitten off by the big sister, it turned out to be a little toothpick. Suyu said sarcastically, chuckling. Where's the little? It's always been this size for so many years. The dean was furious to the point of spitting blood. At this moment, the dean's ability to act weakened, and even its attacks became extremely careless. Finally, after a few rounds, it turned and fled, hiding in the secret room where the women were locked up. Suyu used silver bird talons and discovered that the dean was now hanging from the ceiling at the door. Once Suyu entered its range, it could launch a silent attack. I know you're anxious, but don't be in such a hurry. Suyu seemed to tease the dean, standing 5 meters away, jumping left and right, crazily testing. Die. The dean's eyes regained confidence. This bug had finally made a mistake. Its ghostly green claws ripped through the doorframe, rushing toward Suyu. This was just a flaw that Suyu had shown. The next second, what the dean saw was a series of beautiful blue arrows. Holy arrow slaughter. Within 3 seconds, 20 light blue crystal arrows in quick succession. If placed on flat ground, with the dean's agility, it could at least dodge half of them. At this moment, the dean's ability to act weakened, hanging in midair. Despite its desperate attempts to turn its body, it could not change its fate of becoming a living target. 20 arrows shot out, striking 8 critical hits, all pouring into the dean's body. Its body was shaken back with a tremendous impact. Just as it wanted to struggle, it found itself pinned directly to the wall, unable to move. Suyu raised the battle bow, aiming at its head. Bug! You disgusting bug. The dean's eyes were filled with despair. It could never understand why it fell at the hands of a bug. Returning the view to outside the dean's office, several members of Lin's squad were gathered there. Young master, the system warns that we must wait until the dungeon time limit ends, or find the key, Old 8 said while holding a fire axe, striking the door a few times, but it would not budge. No hurry. The nearby survivors have basically been killed off by us, right? Yes, but Old 6 was ambushed and is already done for. Kick him out of the squad and kill him too, it will count as giving the Lin family a little last contribution. Okay. Old 8 replied without changing his expression. Honey. The first place is still an ordinary bystander, with 345 points, his score hasn't moved at all. We're in second place, with 340 points, just 5 points short. Time is running out, what should we do? Wan Xinran and Miao Huanhuan reminded from the side. Lin Maoron looked at them expressionlessly, causing both to feel a shiver down their spines. Just a while ago, they had witnessed Lin Maoron's killings firsthand. No one was spared, neither old nor young. So it was no wonder that there was a strong momentum to dominate the leaderboard in such a short time. At this moment, all the easy-to-kill zombies had been cleaned out. The survivors left to be found were already very few. They hadn't seen an increase in points for quite some time. Honey, your gaze is so terrifying. If it really came down to just a point or two at the end, the two girls believed he could really kill them. With an arm around Lin Maoron's, one woman on each side, their hearts were filled with rage against this man's ruthless behavior. Lin Maoron, with a sullen face, spoke to a subordinate beside him. Let's go. Time to kill. Whoosh. An arrow pierced the heart. Before the countdown of the dungeon ended, so you ended the dean's evil life as both a human and a zombie leader. Ding. Successfully killed cold-blooded silver ring, zombie leader LV8, gained experience *800, gold coins *80. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first survivor to solo kill a leader-level zombie in the apocalypse, earning the unique achievement, Lone Hero. The global announcement is about to take place. All survivors received a world announcement from the order at the same time. At this moment, the originally dim world surged with excitement once more. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person to solo kill a leader-level zombie in the apocalypse, earning the world's unique achievement, Lone Hero, along with a massive reward. It's this little guy again. Other survivors, please keep up the effort, go go go. The world announcement played 3 whole times. Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf. Again it's Lone Wolf. No matter what, Lone Wolf entered everyone's sight once again. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the name Lone Wolf echoed throughout Blue Star again. During this time, major guilds from Blue Star organized numerous survivors. They challenged the leader-level boss and all returned in defeat. Suyu not only succeeded but also did it solo. This left those who considered themselves experts utterly speechless. Thus, it showed how valuable Suyu's achievement was. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be Lone Wolf from the Huaxia country again? Check it out, this person must be a descendant of our Dehan Ming country. A leader of a 100-man group said angrily while challenging the leader-level boss. Damn it. Still Lone Wolf? Use all resources, spare no cost, and let him serve our human lighthouse. A leader of the Squid Heavenly Army pondered. Lone Wolf big brother, the stinky treasure can barely hold on. I command you to ride a white horse, stepping on 7 colored clouds, and appear in front of me immediately. The little fairy, blessed with a large fat reserve, was full of energy despite having been hungry for 3 days. Baka. This Lone Wolf from China beat us to it again. You useless bunch. Have you handled the matter assigned to the Lin family? Suyu's enemy, Bai Shihao, heard the world announcement and looked displeased. Young master. Reporting to you, the Xingqing hospital is now locked down, it seems to have triggered a hidden instance or something similar. A trembling servant replied. Bai Shihao was too unpredictable with his moods, no one knew which word would offend him. Chapter 32, The Secret of the Hospital. Meanwhile, the system notification for Suyu kept flashing across the screen. Ding. Successfully killed the final boss of Xingqing Hospital, earned 1,000 points. Ding. Hidden instance, Xingqing Hospital instance completed. All survivors' points and rankings are locked, entering settlement phase. The survivors in Xingqing Hospital, who were enemies just a second ago, finally relaxed their guard in the next second. And those who had not earned points were directly stripped of their lives by the orderers. The people still alive, almost at the same moment the world announcement was made, also heard the notification that the instance was over. But what they cared most about at that moment was not the Lone Wolf killing the leader-level boss. What mattered most was quickly checking their points and rankings. In the lobby on the first floor of the hospital, Lin Maorong turned his neck and revealed an extremely sinister smile. Under his long knife was Miao Huanhuan, lying in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open in death. Wan Xinran was horrified, the worst thing she feared had happened. To surpass Suyu by a single point of score, he didn't hesitate for a second and really killed Miao Huanhuan. If it weren't for the fact that she had the extra layer of ex-girlfriend status, she probably would have been the one lying there instead. Xinran, scared you, huh? Your useless friend ate too much, she should have saved some food. Lin Maorong said calmly. Yeah, I told her to lose weight, but she didn't listen. Wan Xinran replied, nodding like a chick pecking at rice, looking at the blood-dripping knife. Xinran, tell me, how many points do we have now? Although checking the points was a simple task, Lin Maorong enjoyed the feeling of being flattered by those around him. Honey, we have 346 points. Ha ha ha. A plain, ordinary passerby, your points haven't changed for 2 hours. You must be badly injured, hiding somewhere to heal, right? Let's see how you beat me. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1345 points? Honey, is my eyesight failing me? Wan Xinran's eyes widened, carefully counting the numbers on the scoreboard. Over 1,000 points? Are you messing around? Obviously, this number had exceeded Lin Maorong's common sense. At this moment, no one in the hospital knew if the combined zombies added up to this number. Moreover, could all of this be completed by one person in just 10 minutes? Then, the Lin family members also started checking. Several of them looked at each other with bitter faces. As expected, on the leaderboard, the same plain, ordinary passerby with 1345 points remained. At this moment, no one felt the slightest bit of regret for Miao Huanhuan, lying in a pool of blood. Guard the hospital door. If you see plain, ordinary passerby, kill without mercy. Young master, what about the dean's office, as by sure how instructed? One of the subordinates asked, not knowing his place. Lin Maorong, with a dark face, kicked him to the ground. Are you teaching me how to do things? Ding. Hidden task, the secret of Xingqing Hospital, task requirements have been updated. Task requirements, kill the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader, completed, uncover the secret hidden in the dean's office. Task reward, 500 gold coins, 500 reputation, 1000 experience, legendary treasure chest *1. Task limit, 5 minutes. Task penalty, failure or abandonment of the task will automatically teleport out of the hidden room. Only 5 minutes left, so you dove into the inner room. There was nothing dropped from the last battle. If the task couldn't be completed, it would all be for nothing. Suyu found that the inner room before him seemed like a small base, much larger than the dean's office in front. What caught his eye was a sterile operating room, in the midst of an operation when the apocalypse came. Inside the operating room, the place was full of severed limbs and broken arms, long devoid of life. On the whiteboard outside, someone had written in marker all the information about the sale of human organs, while a nearby refrigerator was neatly stocked with various organs. In the adjacent room, it was the place for raising and abusing slaves. Cages of all sizes lined the walls, and various tools of violence hung on the walls. The ground was littered with torn clothes and discarded tools. Describing it as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood is not an exaggeration. On the ceiling, walls, and shelves, the shattered bodies of women were hanging everywhere. On the nearby blackboard, there were varying numbers of positive symbols written. Beasts. Suyu exclaimed, seeing that this was the place used by the dean for human trafficking and the sale of human organs. After finding nothing, Suyu arrived at the last small room. This was a clean office, seemingly the only pure land in the entire hospital after the onset of the apocalypse. On the desk, a document was neatly arranged, hiding the greatest darkness of the hospital. The moment Suyu opened the document, the system chimed with a notification. Ding. Hidden task, the secret of Xingqing Hospital has been completed. Ding. Task rewards, gold coins *500, reputation *500, experience *1000, legendary treasure chest *1. Since seeing the words Black Death on the cover, his eyes could not look away. Black Death. The Black Death Organization. It's them again. The document recorded every transaction of the hospital's secret room since its inception: drugs, arms, human trafficking, and organ sales. It even offered live hunting. They lured innocent civilians to deserted islands under the guise of offering jobs, enticing wealthy patrons and tycoons to hunt for leisure. And the prey for hunting were these civilians. One could say the content was all-encompassing. What you could think of was inside, and what you couldn't imagine was inside too, only more terrifying than you can imagine. It was truly beyond description. In the apocalypse, Suyu had fought against them once. However, what Suyu eliminated then was merely the tip of the iceberg. The more he read, the more excited he became. The dean is actually of Sakura country nationality. He is also a descendant of a Class A war criminal from the period when they invaded Huaxia. So it turns out the Lin family is their accomplice, and the backer is the Baishir family. Suddenly, a piece of paper that fell from the document caught Suyu's attention. Suyu slowly closed the document, now filled with a murderous aura in his eyes. Lin family, Baishir family, this just gave me another reason to kill you all. Suddenly, the murderous aura exploded. In an instant, a terrifying murderous aura surged from Suyu's body. The countless souls that had perished at Suyu's hands in the past wailed and roared. This was the first time Suyu unleashed his murderous aura since his rebirth. It is known that in his past life, when he fully released his killing intent, zombies below the leader level would faint on the spot. Many possess murderous intent, but the vast majority can only keep it on the surface. Only a few, who made their name in the apocalypse, truly have the ability to control their murderous aura freely. When releasing murderous aura, it doesn't take action, just relying on one's presence can intimidate, overwhelm, or even faint enemies, which requires strong mental support. Indeed, Suyu's energy was instantly drained. After using the ring set skill, Rejuvenation, he barely managed to restore some of his energy. Rejuvenation immediately restores a small amount of vitality and energy to the survivor. Cooling time, 1 hour. It seems that I can only unleash my killing intent at noon because something will go wrong sooner or later. Suyu mocked himself as he prepared to leave this place. Little did he know, behind him, a small zombie was fixated on him. Chapter 33 The Little Lowly in the Secret Room. This small zombie was once known as Lu Wei in life. The floral language of the Lu Wei flower symbolizes a fairy tale love, which now seems deeply ironic. Lu Wei was born in the research facility of the Black Plague Organization, where a group of children were named after flowers. She had no childhood at all. From a young age, she was injected with various potions for human research. After all of Lu Wei's playmates disappeared one by one, she chose to escape the research facility. Thus, Lu Wei began to drift between several foster families and orphanages. She experienced more than a dozen adoptions but was returned every time. For those who were adopted, being accepted was supposed to be filled with hope. However, Lu Wei's stature was somewhat inappropriate, severely mismatched with her appearance. This led to many inappropriate thoughts from the guardians. Without exception, she faced fierce resistance from them. On the eve of the apocalypse, while fighting back, she twisted her guardian's hand off. That person then thought of sending her here, asking the director for help. Suddenly, the zombie Lu Wei appeared, clinging to Suyu's shoulder. She opened her mouth wide, and Suyu felt a chill on his neck. Damn it! How careless! You mean to tell me that on the third day, I'm about to meet my end? He never expected that an old six would actually be waiting for him here. There was no time, the only skill Suyu could use at that moment was one. Life and death power. Ding! Successfully controlled the zombie. Please give a name to the enslaved zombie. Suyu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly pulled the zombie off his neck. He touched the bite mark on his neck, finding smooth skin with no wounds at all. I wasn't bitten, right? Suyu noticed he had a lot of saliva on his hand, yet his neck seemed not to hurt at all. After checking his personal panel and confirming he was unscathed, he was filled with confusion. This guy, she seems like a child? Under the dim light, there was a girl with gray hair, tied into pigtails, her hands and feet shackled. She had a delicate appearance and looked about 13 or 14 years old. It seemed she had just been abducted before the apocalypse struck. This girl was different from those zombies. Her murky eyes stared vacantly at Suyu, tilting her head. If not for her mouth, one would hardly notice that she was a zombie. At that moment, a piece of paper slipped from the documents in his hand. It had a photo and information about a girl attached to it. Name, Lu Wei, age, 18. At the bottom, a small handwritten note read, VIP client. Suyu brushed aside the girl's bangs, and she instinctively frowned. The girl zombie before him, was she not the Lu Wei mentioned above? But they said she just turned 18? Suyu had an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. He didn't believe it. This is a punishment. I see it as increasing the sentence. However, looking down, Suyu felt he had been hasty. Bloodstains were all over her mouth and clothes, and her frozen, pale thighs were bare. A baggy sweatshirt could not conceal those magnificent curves. This little lowly's slender limbs and ample assets were completely natural. They could not be faked by any high-tech or external soul bone. I'll name her Lu Wei, Suyu said seriously after reading about Lu Wei. Ding! The zombie has been successfully named Lu Wei, and Lu Wei will absolutely obey any command from the host. Ding! The system will generate a personal panel for Lu Wei. As soon as the words fell, Lu Wei's panel appeared before Suyu's eyes. At the same time, an option appeared on Suyu's wristband. He could put Lu Wei into her own exclusive space, just like the growth-type summons called Death Knight from his past life. In this space, Suyu can place some items for Lu Wei. Lu Wei can cultivate and slowly recover in this space. This reminded Suyu of a 3D butter from decades ago. All he could say was, very good, very powerful. He could completely treat her as a hunter's pet and train her. In the next second, Suyu opened Lu Wei's personal panel. Name, Lu Wei. Level, 4, ordinary level. Strength, 40, Spirit, 3, Constitution, 3, Agility, 3. Equipment bar, none. Talent, Natural Strength, S grade, Titan's Grip, S grade. Skills, Charge, Bloodthirst. Hiss. Suyu took a sharp breath. This panel somewhat subverted his perception. Putting aside the 40 points of strength, level 4 zombies only have 3 points in Spirit, Constitution, and Agility. This means her spell damage is low, defense is low, and movements are slow. Let's not discuss these. But in Suyu's impression, he had never heard of an ordinary zombie having skills and talents besides clawing and biting, right? And still possessing 2 S-grade talents? It's truly a waste of such attributes and skills. I have never seen such a specialized zombie. No wonder with dual talents and dual skills, she is still just an ordinary level zombie. Luckily her agility is low and movement slow, that bite didn't land, otherwise, her neck would have been broken. Suyu felt a bit like crying without tears, unsure of what to do. With such constitution and agility, wouldn't she shatter upon a single touch in a dungeon? Wait a minute? She can wear equipment too? In the next second, Suyu found a blind spot. Although Lu Wei's base attributes are poor, if he utilizes the attributes provided by the equipment well, wouldn't raising those lower attributes still make her useful? Just then, the dungeon settlement was completed, and the cold system prompt interrupted Suyu. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Lone Wolf, Ordinary Passerby, for earning 1345 points in the Hidden Battlefield, Star City Hospital, ranking first. Ding! Received ranking reward, Gold *1345, Experience *1345. You can choose one item from the following rewards. 1. Universal Blue Capsule *100. 2. Random Skill Book *1. 3. Exquisite Level Treasure Chest *1. Most survivors who persist until the end will choose the supply capsules. However, Suyu is least lacking in that. A random skill book? Suyu admitted he was somewhat tempted. Choose the exquisite level treasure chest. Suyu still liked the feeling of opening boxes. Looking at the dungeon closing with a few minutes left. It was absolutely safe here, so Suyu decided to first claim the battle reward he just earned. First, he claimed the World Announcement reward. Claim Lone Hero Achievement Reward, Reputation *1000, Gold *1000, Storage space of bracelet expanded to 2 cubic meters. Earned title, Pioneer. Pioneer, the world's only title, permanent title, the first survivor to kill a leader-level zombie alone in the apocalypse. Attributes, all attributes permanently +5. When carrying this title, damage against zombies below leader level increases by 20%. Not bad, another all attributes permanently +5. However, compared to the Chosen One title which simultaneously increased damage by 10% and reduced received damage by 10%. Pioneer only increases damage, I'll equip it. Who cares? In the past life, I played as a mage, in this life, I'm an archer, aren't all these old 6 careers? Why would I need defense? If someone gets close, what's the difference from being dead? Chapter 34 Mythical Skill, Deathmark. Next was the exquisite treasure chest received from the leaderboard. In theory, the exquisite treasure chest guarantees at least one good quality equipment or item. If luck is overflowing, it can even produce legendary items. This was the reason Suyu chose the exquisite treasure chest, betting for a turn, a bike turns into a motorcycle. Suyu rubbed his hands and opened the treasure chest. No surprises, no accidents, just 2 identical hammers. Opening 2 good quality weapons at once can only be said that luck isn't too bad. Black iron hammer, good quality equipment, 2-handed weapon. Made of black iron, the hammer is heavy, about 80 pounds, the hammer length is over 3 feet, originating from the Warring States period, mostly used for personal defense and surprise attacks. Attributes, Strength +7, Constitution +3. Passive, when attacking, there is a 10% chance to cause a 1.5 second stun. Increased strength and constitution. Just in time for Lu Wei to make use of it. You have 40 points of strength, don't tell me these shackles can hold you? Suyu handed over the hammer and found that Lu Wei still had shackles binding her hands and feet. Smash! With a bit of effort, Lu Wei quickly broke the shackles into 2 pieces. Is one not enough? How many more do you want? Suyu was stunned, watching Lu Wei tilt her head, extending her other little hand. This black iron hammer stood over a meter tall, weighing more than 80 pounds. And it was a 2-handed weapon, could her skinny arms and legs handle it? Could it be that one wasn't enough for her to swing around? Besides, Suyu had never heard of anyone who could use a 2-handed weapon with one hand. Only then did Suyu see, no wonder, the talent possessed by zombies. Titan's Grip, S-ranked talent. Can equip and use two-handed weapons with one hand. Lu Wei, expressionless, tried out the two big hammers, swinging them with force, leaving Suyu dumbfounded. The contrast was simply too strong. But a lowly wielding big hammers, and two of them. Just think about it, take a moment to appreciate it. If these small hammers landed on her chest, they would probably cause blood to spray out right there. Alright, guess this counts as free labor for Lu Wei, right? No, it must be that the posture for opening the box is wrong. You will absolutely obey my commands, right? Lu Wei, let's discuss something. Suyu had a mischievous smile. How about trying a different posture? The latter immediately halted. The pair of hammers crashed down next to Suyu's feet, instantly creating a pair of large pits in the ground. In my past life, there was a saying, to open a box, you need to jump for the third subject. The rewards are definitely not ordinary. I'll only demonstrate once. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on your own understanding. Suyu said with a feigned depth. Thus, even his aged arms and legs went all out, as if he were doing rehabilitation exercises. Under Suyu's direction, Lu Wei also began to jump. Her movements were sharp and decisive, sliding smoothly, truly remarkable and incredibly slick. This youthful face paired with a 3-0 girl, no wonder some people want to commit crimes. This is called professionalism. You have to do this jump every time you open a box, understood? Suyu added. One chest armor, one leg armor, and both are from the archer profession set. Sets don't have a high drop rate among all equipment. This is because such equipment can usually only be obtained from treasure chests. Pulling out a single piece doesn't actually provide an advantage. Compared to ordinary scattered pieces, it's somewhat inferior. But the true power of a set lies in its set attributes. When the quantity of the set reaches a certain number, it can activate the effects of the set. Each activation brings considerable boosts. Especially when all 6 pieces of the set are gathered, it can trigger a qualitative change. Suyu couldn't wait to put on the equipment. Ding! Hunter's coat has been equipped. Ding! Hunter's shin guards have been equipped. Ding! Congratulations survivor for successfully activating the Hunter's set 2-piece effect. Hunter set, 2-piece set, all attributes +2, increases your chance of obtaining the Hunter's set. Pretty good attributes. The surprise was far from over. Next, Suyu's pupils widened to the limit. There was still a skill book lying in the treasure chest. A skill book radiating golden light. Previously obtained retribution arrow. Just excellent level. And gold represents mythical level. In his previous life, Suyu had seen grand scenes, but when he saw the details of the skill book, his mood could not calm down for a long time. Deathmark, mythical universal skill. It is said that this technique was left behind by the underworld in the human world to mark enemies, lasting 10 minutes with no cooldown time. This skill cannot be dispelled and can only mark one target at a time. The marked target takes 30% more damage from ranged weapons. Under the mark, the target will generate a symbol above its head, always visible to the caster. When the marked target is within 50 meters of the caster gains bonuses to movement speed and attack speed. Wow! What kind of divine skill is this? As a support skill, this is simply a godlike existence. Once the enemy is locked, even if they enter an invisible state and hide in the shadows, so you can detect them at the first moment. After learning the Deathmark skill book, Suyu found that he had actually reached level 6. In just a few minutes, he received experience rewards for killing the boss, hidden tasks, and ranking first in the dungeon points. All these rewards were credited at once, and now there was another chance to plunder talents. Without hesitation, Suyu allocated all 5 attribute points to Spirit. At this moment, Suyu's attributes had changed dramatically. Name, Lone Wolf, an ordinary passerby, level 6. Base attributes, Strength, 42, Spirit, 34, Constitution, 49, Agility, 68. After finding 3 excellent level scattered pieces for Lu Wei, her attributes also saw significant changes. Although her spirit and agility values were still very poor, her constitution had caught up. She was no longer a fragile little zombie that would break with a touch. Name, Lu Wei, level 4, ordinary level. Strength, 56, Spirit, 6, Constitution, 18, Agility, 3. Equipment, Black Iron Hammer, Boots of Strength, Gloves of Spirit, Chest Armor of Constitution. This wave was like Qin Shi Huang eating Sichuan pepper, winning like crazy. Suyu had just looked at Lin Maorong's ranking, which was in second place. At this moment, he looked towards the door, his lips curving into a faint smile. Lin Maorong, have you been waiting long? Chapter 35, let's make an appearance, baby. Suyu brought his brother Jisoo and Lu Wei along, even though her pupils looked a bit strange. But with her sharp teeth covered, she looked no different from an ordinary person. She was just a bit whiter, a bit stronger, and a bit more fit. Come on, take a few steps. Suyu examined Lu Wei's every move. Everything looks normal except for slightly stiff movements. Let's go together. Suyu set fire to the principal's office, letting the flames spread, allowing the traces of the past to drift away with the smoke. Creak. The door of the principal's office was pushed open by Suyu. Suyu didn't put Lu Wei in the space, instead, he released her to test her strength. Lu Wei carried a pair of big hammers, following closely behind him like a little duck. From afar, it looked like a pair of siblings. After the dungeon ended, the hidden monsters started to appear. They found a survivor named Drilling Monkey was being chased by an elite zombie. Several other survivors were lying nearby, gasping for breath, clearly attacked by the elite zombie. Jade Zombie. Level 5, Elite Level. Base attributes: Strength 40, Spirit 10, Constitution 20, Agility 30. Most of these survivors were level 3, with only E and F level talents. When they faced the elite zombie, they had no advantage whatsoever. But this was actually the usual starting state of the survivors. Under normal circumstances, the total of their 4 basic attributes would not exceed 40. This also explains why these people became so fragile when facing zombies. However, the attributes of this elite zombie, even yesterday, so you might have looked at it with more respect. But now, his perspective had already improved. Even began to look down on these zombies. However, the elite zombies were much stronger than ordinary zombies in experience and drop rates, so it was worth a try. When the skydiving monkey spotted the figures of Suyu and his companion, he sized them up. This pair of siblings looked simple in their ancient clothing, adorned with complex accessories, clearly equipped for the end times. Aside from the crazy people from the Lin family, he had never seen such rich equipment before. Here comes the big haul. He suddenly turned around and ran towards Suyu. Clearly, his intention was to lure the elite zombie to attack Suyu. This wasn't the first time the skydiving monkey had done this. Using his agility far beyond that of elite zombies, he had repeatedly led them into crowds. Then he would swoop in to finish them off and shamelessly scavenge the equipment from the corpses. In this apocalypse, only the brave can survive, the weak can only fend for themselves. The bold will thrive while the timid will starve. He understood this truth long ago. As long as he avoids the man's arrows, the equipment would be all his. But unfortunately, he set his sights on Suyu. Sorry, my friend. The skydiving monkey said casually, a hint of mockery on his face. As he spoke, he had already entered Suyu's range. Suyu was too lazy to waste words and calmly raised his bow. Looking at the enemy before him, he couldn't help but wonder who gave him the courage. Was it Liang Jingru? He teasingly reminded, my friend, this really hurts. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the bowstring, and the arrow shot towards the target like a cannonball. The skydiving monkey suddenly froze, unable to dodge in time, and collapsed to the ground. He convulsed, looking down to see a massive hole in his chest, blood gushing out incessantly. Suyu was right. A heart stab in the physical sense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have 34 agility points, how could I not dodge? The skydiving monkey shouted with his last ounce of strength. However, his gaze quickly grew vacant, having not even seen Suyu's movement clearly. The few witnesses, barely alive, watched the skydiving monkey die, but they quickly perked up again. From their conversation, it was clear that these people were also victims of the skydiving monkey. Leader. This is truly satisfying. Damn, this skydiving monkey is no good. Leader. The skydiving monkey actually had 34 agility points, no wonder we couldn't hit or catch him. But now that the skydiving monkey is dead, who can kill the elite zombie now? Those 2 kids, how could they possibly defeat the elite zombie? Let the leader go first and leave this mess for those 2 kids. Everyone looked at each other, and a middle-aged man with a big head and small ears was helped up, slowly walking towards the stairs. After the skydiving monkey fell, the elite zombie looked around in confusion. When its eyes met Suyu's, it charged at him without warning. Lu Wei, hidden behind a mask, tilted her head, looking like a carefree girl with no concerns. However, Suyu keenly caught the eager light in her eyes. Show yourself, Lu Wei. Suyu nodded, firmly holding his bow, ready to protect Lu Wei at any moment. Lu Wei skillfully took a hammer from her back. Her steps were somewhat clumsy, clearly lacking agility. But with every step she took, the floor trembled slightly. As soon as she entered the attack range of Lu Wei, a phantom appeared behind her. It was the signature teleportation skill of a warrior. Charge. Once locked onto by this irresistible force, no one could escape. The elite zombie showed no fear, instead revealing a more ferocious demeanor, claws raised and mouth wide open. The combination of sharp teeth and claws. Countless humans and zombies had their bodies shattered. However, this time it encountered the big hammer wielded by Lu Wei. At the moment of collision between 56 points of strength and 40 points of strength. Crushed, absolutely crushed. The powerful impact surged like a torrent, the the elite zombie was violently knocked away, directly embedded into the wall beside everyone. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped, staring at the unbelievable scene before them. They saw Lu Wei firmly holding the hammer, smashing it down on the elite zombie, blow after blow. The elite zombie did not immediately die, bleeding from its 7 orifices, struggling to crawl out of the wall. However, with the 80-pound hammer crashing down, it couldn't move. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. The elite zombie's appearance gradually became unrecognizable, even its bones smashed, losing all human form. Then the entire concrete load-bearing wall was smashed to pieces, leaving only a few lonely steel bars standing. A gentle breeze blew by. Lu Wei's gray long hair, her fair face, and her pure white dress were splattered with the elite zombie's blood and meat. Truly terrifying. Ding. Lu Wei successfully killed elite zombie LV5, gained gold coins *10. Warm reminder, Lu Wei's way of leveling up is the same as ordinary zombies. Cannot gain experience from tasks in killing zombies, enjoys the same gold coins, equipment, and item drop rates as the host. After hearing the system's introduction, Suyu couldn't help but frown. Both of them couldn't gain experience from the zombies Lu Wei killed? Damn, does this mean I have to do it myself in the future? Fortunately, the discovery was early. If she got the last hit on a boss, wouldn't that be a huge loss? However, this was somewhat expected. Having a free fighter, isn't that great? Moreover, this fighter is terrifyingly strong. But Suyu quickly discovered a blind spot. Since Lu Wei's leveling method is the same as ordinary zombies, then she could level up by evolving every night. And she could also level up by killing people, even improving her grade. Thinking of this, Suyu stepped forward. Several feeble leaders were now dumbfounded. Chapter 36 No Ethics, No Hostage. They were deeply shocked by the powerful strength Lu Wei had just shown. Suyu picked up the item dropped by the mutated zombie, a universal supply capsule. And this group of pampered leaders also began to stir. They had hidden on the hospital rooftop for a day and, when settling accounts, they 5 received a can of herring. You just tell me if you want to eat or not. Imagine, after starving for 3 days, 1 bite of herring would lead to what kind of consequences? Used to eating seafood banquets, everyone was vomiting and suffering, unable to walk. Just when they got downstairs, they ran into a monkey. Disagreements arose, and they fell for each other's tricks. When they saw the universal capsule Suyu picked up, their eyes went wide. The capsule simply read 3 words, roasted suckling pig. And Suyu didn't even glance at it, directly stuffing it into his wristband. Truly those who are thirsty die from drought, and those with floods die from too much water. Everyone swallowed, exchanging glances. This little kid must have a lot of supplies. I need that capsule. No matter what method you use, you must get it for me. Whoever gets it, Secretary Guan will sleep with them tonight. I only care about results, understood? The leading man whispered, then fiercely pinched the curvy secretary. Secretary Guan had been with him for 2 years and was already tired of the game. Trading women for supplies was quite normal in the early apocalypse. As he spoke, the mayor's gaze also shifted to Lu Wei beside Suyu. This little girl's hammer is big and white, I wonder how it would taste? Secretary Guan's eyes turned red, breathing heavily. District Chief, why? Guan Xiaoyu, cooperate well. Otherwise, no one will take care of your brother. Okay. I know. Secretary Guan lowered her head, silent and not speaking. Under the heavy reward, there will always be a brave man. These men, just a moment ago, were nearly killed by the elite zombies. Thinking about the sounds from these few nights, these dirty noises. In the next second, their eyes all went wide, staring unashamedly at Secretary Guan's fiery body. TCH, stupid woman pretending to be noble? We've already seen everything about you these days. In the apocalypse, what's the difference between you and a prostitute? After a wave of low-quality remarks, the 3 slowly walked towards Suyu and Lu Wei. Dealing with the monkey-like guys, they had no solution. But the siblings in front of them, though powerful, looked like a group of obedient students. Up until now, they hadn't shown any malice, clearly just naive little kids. As long as they coax or scare them a bit, it should be easy to handle them. Suyu had already heard their words clearly. He had heard that these people were good actors, and since he was bored anyway, he thought, why not see what kind of people they really were? They approached the lurking Lu Wei, putting on classic fake smiles. Little sister, you guys are amazing, I wonder if you could share a few supply capsules with us? Now it's the apocalypse, we all need to work together and overcome difficulties, right? When the world returns to normal, we'll arrange for reporters to interview you at school, how about it? Seeing Lu Wei tilting her head in a daze, looking unresponsive, they had to shift their target to Suyu. We are leaders of the Hoshi district. You will give us all your supply capsules. We will keep them safe and distribute them. Think about it, there are still many elderly and children starving, waiting for us to rescue them. Only by doing so can we help more people. As an older brother, shouldn't you set an example for your sister? Suyu almost laughed. The documents from the director's office recorded plenty of corruption from the Hushi officials. These few in front of him, one by one, were all listed in those files. Moral blackmail? With this group of pigs drooling, you think you're qualified? Suyu, with a calm expression, silently watched these people. The others, seeing Suyu's silence, exploded completely. Now it's the apocalypse, how can someone like you be so selfish, only thinking about your own interests? Damn. Do you believe that when I return to the bureau, I'll leave a record for you? We, the department-level officials, have asked you, and it's your honor. Why are you being so ungrateful? Ahem. Just when Suyu was about to give Lu Wei an order, the district chief viciously glared at his subordinates. He slowly walked over and tried to mediate. A group of useless fools, I have to step in personally. Yuchu, Maju, Nyoju, you guys are scaring the kids. District chief. The three immediately straightened up and said respectfully. Young man, uncle is the head of Hushi district. You have to trust us. Think carefully, the country won't forget you, and the people of Hushi won't forget you. As expected of the district chief, when he spoke, he put Suyu in the context of the country and the people. After speaking, the district chief squatted down and stretched out his arms, putting on a kind expression. It seemed like he wanted to give Suyu some time to think, but in fact, he had already planned to lay hands on the girl in front of him. Little sister, you look so well behaved. Come, uncle will hug you. Talk to your brother, and this little thing will be given to you. The district chief thought, this little sister looks strong. With his position as district chief, surely she would eagerly come over, right? This little girl must be delicate and easy to push down, right? His acting was flawless, without a single flaw. As he spoke, he took a ring out from his wristband. As expected of a leader, his awareness was high. Just before death. Even giving away equipment? Chrysanthemum eats sunflower seeds, how did you even open your mouth? Kill. Suyu said lightly. The district chief smiled broadly, then suddenly froze. His expression changed, and his gaze darkened. He felt a monstrous killing intent descending on him. Before he could respond, he looked up and only saw two enormous iron hammers. The district chief was smashed into a paper-thin figure, his body reduced to nothing in an instant. Even until death, no one understood why the young man in front of them acted. What did you do? How come the younger generation can't be morally bound? Little brother, little lady, spare my life. So brutal. Their bodies were no match for the mutated zombies, and under the continuous pounding of the iron hammers, they were reduced to nothing but a pool of blood, with even their bones gone. In just a few seconds, the world fell silent. Moral binding? Ha! In the apocalypse, who needs that? Ding! Lu Wei killed survivor LV3, gained evolution points *30. The continuous system notifications confirmed Suyu's thoughts. Well, just as expected. It seems that Lu Wei can gain so-called evolution points by killing people. Chapter 37, she's flirtatious, but you play better. Suyu walked up to the district chief's body and picked up an ancient patterned ring. This was his first time gaining a reward from killing. Under the rules of the apocalypse, when a survivor dies, their wristband disappears. Along with all the items in their storage space, which are reclaimed by the system, only the equipment they carry on them can be taken. In the pool of blood, Suyu finally found the ring, an excellent-level bloodsucker ring, which grants +5 to physique, and 5% of damage is converted into lifesteal. Suyu already had a set of rings, so he handed the bloodsucker ring to Lu Wei. Bang! Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream from a woman rang out beside him, followed by the sound of something heavy falling. Suyu turned his head, and their secretary Guan suddenly leaped and fell into the hospital's lobby. After trembling a few times, blood began pouring out from her body, and zombies began emerging from all directions. When they dispersed, all that remained on the lobby floor was a pool of blood and scattered pieces of clothing. Suyu had seen this many times before. Once people were consumed by despair, most ended up like this. However, just as the chaos was happening in the lobby, Suyu saw a figure from a distance. It was none other than Lin Maorong and his group. After equipping the bloodsucker ring, Lu Wei became even braver. Gods beware, kill gods, Buddhas beware, kill Buddhas. Not long after, Suyu led Lu Wei, following Lin Maorong's trail, and they chased out the back door of the hospital. The front entrance of the hospital was blocked by a large number of zombies, leaving only this one escape route. Not far away, a man holding a woman sat into a white SUV. Master, after working all day, you must be tired. I'm gladly willing to use my body to relieve your exhaustion. This is what a servant should do for her master. Ah, my dear Miss Wan Shiran, why are you suddenly calling yourself a servant? He looked at the woman in his arms, his face full of mockery. After killing Miao Huanhuan, Wan Shiran, in fear, began actively seeking affection, which made Lin Maorong even more reckless. To them, I am the young lady. But you are my master, and I am your servant, your pet. Don't you think that's more exciting? Do you know why I kept you? Lin Maorong said. Miao Huanhuan was flirtatious, but you know how to play better than she did. Soon, the sound of the woman's and the man's singing echoed. Humph. Watch me. I relax my fingers, my gaze is like a dragon. When the enemy is empty, my battle skills are infinite. My attack is like wind, I ride a bike into the palace. Crushing your regretful face. Oh, oh, oh. Before the song even ended, it hastily finished with the crushing of faces in this battle. Master, you are amazing. Can I always be your personal pet? Wan Xinran knelt aside, helping Lin Maorong clean up the battlefield. Wan Xinran felt some fear towards the beasts outside the car door. Even the corpse of Miao Huanhuan, who was killed by Lin Maorong, was not spared by these beasts. Lin Maorong even encouraged and mocked them from the side, showing no trace of humanity. She could even imagine if she would be their next target. Therefore, she exerted all her effort to provide valuable help to Lin Maorong, unconditionally satisfying his every request. Master, look there, it seems like Suyu. Wan Xinran's eyes flickered, noticing movement at the back door of the hospital. A man was leading a gray-haired girl, and they were exterminating zombies while approaching this way. Old 8 heard the sound and walked over, directly opening the car door. Wan Xinran's face turned as red as fresh milk, hastily grabbing a piece of clothing to cover her body. Wan Xinran shouted loudly, Old 8, what are you doing? This shout caused Lin Maorong and the others to burst into laughter. Lin Maorong was adjusting his pants and got out of the car. After leaving the hospital director's office, Suyu erased his personal information. When others checked, there were only a few question marks. Young master. That man, we can't find his personal information. The girl's name is Luwei, and her level is 4. Can't find personal information? He must have some strange props on him. Do you remember the name Luwei? Lin Maorong turned his head to look at Wan Xinran, whose face was flushed red. Master, Xinran previously recorded the top 10, the ones after that were recorded by Huanhuan, but she has already. Wan Xinran's voice grew quieter. Lin Maorong's expression darkened, and he immediately turned cold. His face turned pale as he glared at Wan Xinran, coldly saying, Waste. I'll deal with you later. Wan Xinran felt like she was struck by lightning, trembling all over. The word waste made her feel as if she saw her own abandoned future. When Lin Maorong killed Miao Huanhuan, he also used the word waste. In Lin Maorong's eyes, the cooperation between Suyu and Luwei seemed unfamiliar, clearly indicating they had just teamed up. Since these two couldn't even make it to the top 10 of the rankings, they could not be considered top-tier fighters. In Lin Maorong's impression, Suyu had always been quite weak, always listening to his cousin's advice. Since they had waited for so long and still hadn't seen any ordinary passerby, Lin Maorong signaled with his eyes, and his group decided to have some fun with Suyu. So, they rolled up their sleeves and blocked Suyu's way tightly. Interesting. Suyu looked at the people in front of him and walked straight toward them. Lin Maorong nodded, and immediately 2 of his subordinates stepped forward, their faces full of arrogance and disdain. Brother, the zombie you killed earlier was the one we had our eye on first. Hand over your supply capsule, and we might consider sparing your life. At this moment, Lin Maorong walked out of the crowd slowly, his tone laced with sarcasm and mockery. Oh? Isn't this my cousin Lin Rufi's boyfriend, Suyu? Have you lost your mind? Suyu, why aren't you protecting my sister and are here instead? In the face of Lin Maorong's provocation, Suyu simply watched him silently. Lin Maorong frowned tightly, extremely irritated. He was ranked second in the hospital instance leaderboard. Was Suyu really intimidated by his aura? Then, he kicked old 8 beside him. So it's the son-in-law. My apologies, my apologies. Old 8, receiving Lin Maorong's hint, stepped forward, a mocking smile on his face. If you crawl through my legs and bark like a dog, I might consider letting you pass. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. And that girl. Lin Maorong pointed at the little girl and shouted, his gaze filled with greed. After carefully observing the little girl in front of him, he noticed that although Luwei wore a mask, her skin was pale and flawless, her temperament cold and indifferent. This was an experience he had never tried before. What he was thinking in his heart was that capturing her could just replace Wan Xinran by his side. Yes, yes, yes. Young master. Old 8 immediately understood, nodding repeatedly. Hey. That girl, you have good skills. We are from the Lin family of Star City, backed by the Baishir family. You should know that we are ranked in the top 2 this time in the dungeon. Come, join us? Luwei did not speak, she tilted her head and walked towards the crowd with a calm pace. Everyone mistakenly thought she was coming to join them, all pointing at Suyu. In an instant, the hall was filled with laughter. Our young master particularly likes girls like you. Come to our Lin family, we guarantee you'll have a blast. This little girl has a better outlook than you, brother-in-law. This reminded him of the Lolita Island scandal from the Lighthouse Nation. Could it be that wealthy people like this sort of thing? Kill. A slight breeze brushed past, and a hint of killing intent flashed in Suyu's eyes. Everyone immediately stopped laughing, their faces changing. Chapter 38, do you have any last words? Kill? Brother-in-law, are you out of your mind? With so many of us, what can you use to fight? Brother-in-law, the old man changed his mind. Not only do I want to crawl between your legs, but I also want to bark like a dog. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your capsules and equipment. In this apocalypse, the weak are prey to the strong. You understand this principle, right, brother-in-law? After saying this, Old Eight's eyes were filled with mockery as he raised his shield. Two small lackeys on either side, holding long spears and iron rods, advanced menacingly. Behind them, two archers were also reaching for their weapons. Looking at the surrounding bodies of survivors still bleeding, they had done this type of looting more than once. Charge! In the blink of an eye, Lu Wei stood in front of a lackey. The huge black hammer smashed down onto his chest in an instant. The lackey felt his blood surge and was directly knocked into the air, crashing back into the crowd. The physical strength of humans is far inferior to that of zombies. You should know that even elite zombies cannot withstand this blow. Under absolute power, the lackey's ribs were completely shattered. Some ribs were even driven through his skin by the force of the impact. His expression just before death was extremely painful and tragic. Lu Wei's sudden attack made everyone from the Lin family widen their eyes. In just 15 meters, Lu Wei had appeared right in front of him, clearly using some strange skill. Girl, just leave me alive one. The men, do whatever you want. Lin Marom looked at his fallen subordinate, his eyes cold as ice. Then he retreated to the back, watching Wan Xinran approach him. In his eyes, Suyu wasn't worth his effort. Then, in broad daylight, while his subordinates fought to the death, he directly grabbed and kneaded Wan Xinran like a little white rabbit. He had never considered Wan Xinran as his woman, she was merely his pet, his toy. Damn it, you actually killed old 13? Giving you face but not wanting it? Brothers, charge! This group of death attendants from the Lin family was already quite outstanding among ordinary survivors. All of them were level 4, and any one of them could take on 2 zombies of the same level. The entire team had even successfully hunted an elite zombie today. The battles they experienced all ended in victory, which inflated their pride immensely. Even the recent death of their comrade did not make them see reality clearly. They only believed that old 13 was too careless when confronting Lu Wei. But unfortunately, what they needed to face at this moment was not those ordinary people, but Suyu, who had come back after 10 years of experiencing the apocalypse. A Xing, a Jia, shoot for me. Old 8 commanded the 2 archers. Okay, 8 master. The 2 held composite bows, which looked like ordinary grade bows. Suyu remained unhurried, pulling out the Huaxia war bow, dodging the enemy's archers while shooting off 2 arrows in quick succession, hitting a Xing and a Jia in the shoulders. Under the powerful force, it pierced directly through the shoulder blade. Only a bull-sized hole was left, with blood continuously pouring out. Under Suyu's interference, the arrow in the opponent's hand brushed past Lao Ba's scalp. Can you ***king shoot or not? Lao Ba looked back and saw this terrifying scene. The 2 screamed with an unbearable sorrow, sending chills down everyone's spines. To kill the 2, for Suyu, was just a casual task. He left this hand on purpose, hoping these people would provide Lu Wei with evolution points. Lu Wei received Suyu's order and walked straight towards the 2. After 2 hammer strikes, she earned another 80 evolution points. In just a few moments, 3 brothers had already perished under this iron hammer. They then saw clearly that the red marks on Lu Wei's dress were all bloodstains. How many people must have been killed to become like this? This made the commander, Lao Ba, anger overcome his fear. Damn it. I'll deal with this woman, you guys go kill that man. Yes. Ba Yi. The remaining 3 answered and became serious. They split up into 3 routes, closing in on Suyu. And Lao Ba, cursing, began to duel with Lu Wei. This girl's big hammer seemed fierce, but Lao Ba was full of confidence in himself. I've got 44 points in physique, I don't believe you can hit me. His confidence had its roots. Lao Ba had allocated all his attribute points to physique, plus his shield, making his physique reach an impressive 44 points. At level 4, having 44 points in physique was already quite remarkable. Even when facing mutated zombies, he could withstand their attacks. As long as he could hold up against this girl, the remaining brothers were all elite from the Lin family. Dealing with that man would be a piece of cake, right? Bang! Bang! The big hammer struck the iron shield, creating sparks. After taking 2 hammer strikes, Lao Ba's hands broke apart, leaving his arm numb. Ding! Iron shield is damaged, durability dropped below 50%, please repair it in time. Lao Ba heard the system's prompt and looked incredulously at the shield in his hands. There were actually cracks appearing on the shield. If he struck it again, it might be scrapped on the spot. He barely held himself together and dodged to the side, avoiding Lu Wei's third hammer. If it weren't for Lu Wei's agility being lacking and her speed to move and attack being low, Lao Ba would have likely been beaten to death by these chaotic strikes. After a wave of internal turmoil, Lao Ba spat out a mouthful of black blood. Fear rose in Lao Ba's heart, no longer daring to take the blows head-on. On the other side, Suyu was not worried about Lu Wei. With her current attributes and the vampiric ring she had, her strength was comparable to elite zombies of the same level. In a one-on-one fight, if Lu Wei couldn't even handle a person, how could she be worthy of such a massive investment in her training? You guys hurry up and take that man down, come help me. Lao Ba gasped heavily, his voice trembling slightly. But just as Lao Ba had been distracted, a large hammer came flying at him. If he hadn't reacted quickly to abandon his shield and escape, he might already be a corpse. However, the shield was not so lucky. The excellent rated shield could only withstand 3 of Lu Wei's strikes before it was smashed to pieces, completely scrapped. Then, Lu Wei began to pursue Lao Ba. Each swing of her hammer made him feel like he was in a life-threatening situation, heart-pounding. In contrast, Suyu stood still, calm and collected, shooting arrows from his hands. In Suyu's eyes, these death servants from the Lin family seemed to cooperate well, yet were full of flaws. After a few arrows, the remaining Lin family members had arrows in their knees, all kneeling on the ground. From their heart-wrenching cries for help, one could see how serious their injuries were. But soon, Lu Wei's iron hammer ended their lives, at least they would no longer cry out in pain. Old Ba looked at his master in despair, the latter's face ashen. A bunch of useless fools. Lin Maorong harshly squeezed Wan Xinran beside him. After all his subordinates were wiped out, he finally decided to strike. A gentle breeze blew, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. In just a minute, all of Lin Maorong's subordinates had met their end. Do you have any last words? I'll give you 2 moves. Suyu said calmly. Chapter 39, Unwilling to Close Your Eyes? You chose this. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Lin Maorong quickly stepped forward, turning twice to leave Lu Wei behind. Wind Step. Wind Step consumes a certain amount of energy, becoming invisible for 60 seconds, increasing movement speed by 40%. Any attack will break the Wind Step state and deal 150% damage. Then he vanished from Suyu's sight. Suyu smiled faintly, Wind Step? Interesting. This skill is considered a godly technique in the apocalypse, but Suyu is not in a hurry. Before Lin Maorong activated Wind Step, Suyu placed a death mark on him. A dark red triangle appeared above Lin Maorong's head. Young master of the Lin family, LV5, no profession, B-class talent, blade of illness. Current collapse degree, 30%, weakness degree, 0%. A mere B-class talent, Suyu had no interest at all. However, this time, Suyu wanted to use Lin Maorong's body to thoroughly test this collapse degree and weakness degree. Let's see where the limit of the human body truly lies. Lin Maorong didn't realize that although he had entered an invisible state, every move he made was already captured by Suyu's eyes. In strategy, one must underestimate the enemy, but in tactics, one must never neglect them. Even though Suyu completely overwhelmed his opponent, he did not let down his guard, he was just too steady. In the apocalypse, those who survive for 10 years are not average people. Except for his last life, when he was like a fool, kneeling and licking Lin Rufei, thinking about it now made him feel disgusted. From the age of 5, Lin Maorong was told that he was just an inconspicuous young master in the Lin family. His mother made him swing a sword 1,000 times every day, this number kept him in check, preventing him from overthinking. Until before the apocalypse struck, he continued his high-intensity training. But in front of others, he always acted like a careless playboy. Behind the scenes, however, he was always fighting for the day he could rise. Weaklings only blame heaven and earth, strong people never complain about life. The apocalypse brought him hope. The past is the past, the present is the present. The internal reshuffle of the Lin family began, and among the younger generation, there were only 2 surviving young masters. Bai Shihua gave the order, a 7-day novice period would be the assessment for the 2 of them. Whoever contributes the most will inherit the position of the Lin family head in the future. Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Maorong chose to come to Xing City Hospital. But now, not only was the task assigned by the Bai family uncertain, but all his trusted subordinates had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only one useless woman behind. Lin Maorong could be considered a man holding the protagonist's script, but with the apocalypse hitting, he still couldn't change his nature. All of this stemmed from his recklessness when he first took power. When people make mistakes, they love to push the blame onto others. At this moment, Lin Maorong felt that Suyu in front of him was the source of all his troubles. Kill Suyu and seize the gear. Hand over the stolen gear to young Master Bai, and his position in the Lin family would rise again. Lin Maorong allocated all his attribute points to agility. With 40 agility and the 40% movement speed boost from wind step. As long as he got close, one strike could cripple Suyu's arm, and he couldn't possibly lose? Just as he entered the range of Suyu's arrows, he suddenly heard Suyu say, "First move." A cold arrow shot out. Under the amplification of the death mark, Suyu's attack speed and movement speed surged again. Lin Maorong began to doubt, it seemed Suyu really could see him. Because of this arrow, whether in angle or position. It was quite tricky, aimed directly at Lin Maorong's most vulnerable spot. No wonder he was a trained fighter, Lin Maorong's instincts reacted faster than his brain. Still, it was a moment too late. The arrow pierced through his pants, ripping through the red underwear. The arrow feathers brushed past Lin Maorong's body, tearing away a small piece of flesh. After the arrow flew back a short distance, it landed by Wan Xinran's feet. Startled, Wan Xinran couldn't help but chuckle, this piece of flesh is delicate and small, like Lin Maorong's little toothpick. Lin Maorong bit his arm, enduring excruciating pain, but dared not make a sound. He looked in the direction of the arrow and saw a wild dog burst out from somewhere by the roadside. Seeing the piece of meat, it barked a few times before snatching it away. Lin Maorong steadied himself, his eyes bloodshot, veins popping, filled with killing intent. At this moment, he could care less about anything else, he just wanted to tear Suyu apart. Current collapse level, 50%, weakness level, 10%. The time for wind step was about to be up. And he was just 10 meters away from Suyu. At that moment, Suyu spoke again. This voice instantly doused Lin Maorong's killing intent. Second strike. An arrow, close at hand. Lin Maorong had no way to dodge, the arrow struck his chest, he stumbled back a dozen steps before slowing down. At that time, Lu Wei had already finished off all Lin Maorong's subordinates and was walking over with a large hammer. Lin Maorong sat on the ground, gasping for air. He looked at Suyu in disbelief, who was casually strolling closer. The look in his eyes was like staring at a corpse. As he watched Suyu get closer and closer, Lin Maorong completely lost his composure. Current collapse level, 80%, weakness level, 70%. Suyu, brother-in-law. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you all my equipment, supplies, items. Lin Maorong desperately stripped off his gear and kept pulling things out from his wristband. He didn't want to die, he hadn't even sat in the position of head of the Lin family yet. I somewhat regret giving you 2 strikes, your last words are too long. Suyu said calmly, preparing to give Lu Wei the command to kill. Lin Maorong completely broke down, instinctively making a last-ditch struggle. And this woman, I'll give her to you. She's very hot, knows how to have fun, you'll definitely like her. Xinran, hurry, perform for brother-in-law. After saying that, he pulled Wan Xinran forward. Current collapse level, 90%, weakness level, 70%. It seemed that a collapse level of 90% must be the human body's limit, right? Unexpectedly, before Suyu and Lu Wei could move, Wan Xinran took the lead. Lin Maorong, you damn hurt me. Wan Xinran suddenly screamed hysterically. Once as gentle as a little lamb, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer, as if losing her soul. As the saying goes, extreme situations lead to opposites. After 2 days of getting along, Wan Xinran had completely had enough of Lin Maorong. This person was heartless, self-serving and greedy. She pulled out a dagger from nowhere, eyes closed, instinctively stabbing desperately at the man in front of her. After stabbing repeatedly for over 10 times, Wan Xinran suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a large knife stabbed into her own belly. Using her last ounce of strength, as if going mad, she bit down on Lin Maorong's forearm. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. You bitch, let go of me. Lin Maorong went crazy, wildly chopping at Wan Xinran's neck. Blood splattered everywhere until she died, still wide-eyed, never letting go. In the end, she even tore off a small piece of flesh. Suyu quietly watched all of this, observing Lin Maorong's collapse and weakness levels rise higher and higher. Finally, both values remained at 99%. One must say, in a post-apocalyptic world, do not underestimate anyone. Even a rabbit will bite when it's desperate. Even if the other party is weak, when pushed to desperation, it can still lead to death. Suyu, you are cheating. Tell me, why can you see me? Otherwise, I will die with my eyes open. Suyu's eyes lit up. Die with eyes open? There's actually such a good thing? You really are a genius. With one hammer, Lin Maorong's body was smashed to pieces. Only half a broken head was left. Both eyes wide open. Die with eyes open? You chose this yourself. Chapter 40, The Wolf-like Atomic Envoy of Hiroshima. Ding! Lu Wei killed survivor LV4, earning evolution points *40. Ding! Lu Wei leveled up to level 5, gaining 5 points in strength attribute. Due to the talent Innate Divine Strength, the strength gained is doubled. Innate Divine Strength, double the strength gained upon leveling up, melee weapon damage increased by 50%. After killing Lin Maorong, Lu Wei tilted her head and surprisingly leveled up. As expected of a zombie's talent, far surpassing our human level. With just one of these attributes, its strength has already reached above Class A. These skill attributes seem tailor-made for berserkers. What I'm curious about is whether Lu Wei meets the requirements for class change? With a heart full of questions, Suyu quickly sorted through the loot. He touched Lu Wei's head and felt a chill in his palm. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei, who always had no reaction, actually closed her eyes, as if she was enchanted by this unique touch. After the dungeon ended, Lin Maorong successfully exchanged for the Swift Step skill book. He wisely dispatched someone in advance to return the looted items and the spoils obtained from others. Thus, this group of people had no valuable items on them. Except for a few belongings of Lin's brother, Zhu Sangzheng, so you found that there was truly nothing of worth among these items. Looking at the time, so you realized that from the start of the slaughter to the finish, it was exactly 2.5 minutes. Then, he and Lu Wei stepped out of the hospital door together. At this moment, he wore a mask he had stolen from Zhu Sangzheng, cleverly concealing his face. This disguise complemented Suyu's unique aura after rebirth. Even those who were most familiar with him would find it hard to recognize him. In addition, Suyu had already used his talent of disguise to hide his personal information. Therefore, at this stage, no one could exceed Suyu by 3 levels and uncover his identity as Lone Wolf. The current time was already 2 p.m. From Star City Hospital to the Lin family's building, there was still quite a distance. Lu Wei's agility was not high enough, and her movement speed was relatively slow. Considering the obstacles and battles along the way, they had to set off immediately to ensure reaching their destination before nightfall. Along the way, Lu Wei was already able to handle things on her own, no longer needing Suyu's help. Wherever they went, they were like a raging storm, unstoppable, leaving no trace behind. Lin's building. An office building symbolizing the solemnity and history of an old-fashioned construction company, standing 6 stories high. It has witnessed the ups and downs of Lin's architecture over the years. In Star City, they were originally an obscure construction company. However, under the leadership of previous generations, they began to change their approach. To ensure profits, they cut corners, inflated project quantities, and engaged in malicious competition, doing everything that is against the criminal law. Even the recent collapse of Star City Tower was linked to them. Being close to the Red leads to being Red themselves. Their actions ultimately attracted the attention of the Baisher family, who began to intentionally assist them. They gradually became the most powerful construction company in Star City. But this is one moment, and that is another. Here, the existing power of the Lin family gathered together, with only a little over 60 people. Only a few core members of the Lin family gathered in the top meeting room. Sitting in the upper seat was not a member of the Lin family, but a woman. This woman is an envoy of the Baisher family. Her arrival is like a severe test for the Lin family. The envoy enjoys the Lin family's tributes while closing her eyes in pleasure. Although her eyes reveal arrogance and disdain, the Lin family knows they must endure for the future of their clan. The envoy is from Sakura country, named Hiroshima Atom. Her name seems to hint at a buried history, a record of the mushroom clouds that once bloomed in Sakura country. However, due to the arrival of the apocalypse, effective communication between humans is lacking. As a middleman, Hiroshima Atom shuttles back and forth between the Lin and Baisher families. She not only conveys the Lin family's task directives but also records their performance during this period. In her previous life, after the apocalypse began, Lin Maorong reached an unwritten understanding with her, mutually aiding each other's advancement. But now, they no longer have that possibility. Hiroshima Atom, though looking ordinary, emanates an indescribable charm, especially with the sophistication of her middle-aged allure. In a wolf-like age, she has an intense desire for humanity's primal needs. She not only enjoys satisfying her own desires but does so without regard for the occasion. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man is giving a full-body massage to the woman beside him. This man, known as the Phantom Finger King, is a plumber at the Lin family's construction site. Unlike those who speak slickly, he is a true craftsman. Though his rough appearance may not meet female beauty standards, once the lights go out, everything becomes unimportant. Dazhuang's techniques are superb, even making Hiroshima Atom hum along with the rhythm. The surrounding workers, hearing this sound, couldn't help but blush. One by one, they turned away, unwilling to disturb this moment of peace and harmony. The next second, Hiroshima Atom fiercely pinned the man's head down, unconsciously tightening her grip. Dazhuang truly felt what it meant to output face-to-face, what it meant to overflow with emotion. Hiroshima Atom savored the moment, coming back to her senses, and looked around with a slight frown. Lin Maorong has been absent from the meeting for 2 consecutive days, clearly not taking her seriously. One moment, she was enjoying a fleeting pleasure, the next her gaze turned icy, shoving the man beside her away. Hiroshima Adam raised her voice, using a sarcastic tone, saying, "Damn it, it's meeting time. Maorong-kun, the task you took yesterday, why haven't you returned today? Is the military order worthless? Or do you not regard this envoy?" An elderly man with gray hair, trembling slightly, stepped forward. He spoke with a humble tone, "Envoy, do not be angry. Mao Ying has returned. This time he led a team to successfully bring back 10 supply capsules and 2 excellent grade equipment. Please take a look." As he spoke, he gave Dazhuang a knowing glance. Dazhuang immediately understood, happily rushing over. At the same time, the burly Lin Maoying stood up obediently like a primary school student. He is the only competitor of Lin Maorong, strong in body but lacking in strategy and wisdom, only knowing to solve problems with brute force. Today, he led 30 people out but only returned with half of them. These gains were barely pieced together by the Lin family's utmost efforts. For Lin Maoying, Hiroshima Adam has no regard whatsoever. However, Lin Maorong's well-coddled, delicate appearance, if locked in a small dark room and carefully nurtured, would surely become harmonious. Unfortunately, ever since Lin Maorong entered the hospital yesterday, he has lost contact. To this day, there has been no news. Life and death uncertain. Oh my! Is this all there is? It nearly blinded me. Please do not insult this envoy's intelligence with your poor acting. I am talking about Lin Maorong. Hiroshima Adam looked disdainfully, coldly scoffing. She truly looked down on this little bit. After saying this, she proudly tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table, putting pressure on everyone. The hard-working Dazhuang also felt this authority, the elder's teachings echoing in his heart, forcing him to work even harder. The elder was sweating profusely, still without news from Lin Maorong. If he had known that kid was so unreliable, he really should have stopped him from taking this task in the first place. You people either work with all your might, or get lost early. You need to understand, young Master Baisher is not a charity worker. If you are willing to beg, I suggest you go do that, SKR. Hiroshi Adam continued sarcastically. Out of nowhere, someone abruptly barged in, pushing the door open without any hesitation or waiting. This action not only suddenly interrupted Hiroshi Adam's brewing freestyle, but it also caused Dazhuang's hand motion to come to a halt. This behavior was just like when a leader tries to share food, you turn the table. When a leader offers a toast, you don't drink. When a leader sings karaoke, you skip the song. When a leader waits for a win, you self-draw. Such blatant rudeness made the envoy feel extremely uncomfortable and awkward. What is this? Are the Lin family members becoming increasingly clueless about rules? Hiroshi Adam finally couldn't hold back her fury, shouting loudly. Outside, the wind was raging, and at this moment, Suyu had brought Lu Wei to the bottom of the Lin family's building. A stormy night in the apocalypse was about to arrive. Chapter 41, Zombie Carnival Night. The one entering the conference room was none other than Lin Maorong's close follower. He brought back 12 pieces of excellent grade equipment, 1 piece of fine grade equipment, and 1 skill book. These gains made Hiroshima Adam extremely happy. After receiving them, she dragged Dazhuang into the next room. Soon, cries of a man along with the laughter of a woman could be heard from the next room. The two sounds intertwined, forming a vivid picture. Many people were eavesdropping by the door, imagining what was happening inside. This scene was a fulfillment of the old saying, the more the land is cultivated, the richer it becomes, the more the ox is worked, the thinner it gets. Under the night sky, all zombies temporarily evolved into mutated zombies, gaining enhancements in all aspects. They roamed around, looking for targets to attack. Meanwhile, Suyu and Lu Wei cleverly used the darkness of the night, quietly starting their actions. This large construction company quickly restored order after the initial chaos and displayed strong adaptability. In the following days, they transformed the place into an impregnable fortress. The main entrances were firmly sealed with sturdy steel pipes and barbed wire, tightly knit, leaving only one staircase as the passage for personnel. This passage was set up with flexible checkpoints, convenient for personnel movement while effectively blocking zombie attacks. As long as they guarded this key passage, neither people nor zombies could break through this final line of defense. Suyu easily shot an arrow, tied with a lure canister. It drew an elegant arc in the air, skillfully passing through the gaps in the steel frame, then smashing down to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the lure canister shattered. Dozens of zombies at the door were like firecrackers lit up, crazily banging against the door. The steel frame let out a piercing groan under their fierce impact, and finally, it couldn't withstand the pressure, tearing open a small gap. At this moment, a baby-sized zombie painfully squeezed in through the opening. The carnival starts. Suyu looked at everything before him, his tone calm. Everything was under his control. When Manager Ma led his subordinates to check, the zombies outside had disappeared due to the effect of the bait trap. and gradually became quiet. Shoo! Be quiet, these zombies have calmed down, it's fine now. Everyone sighed in relief, sitting on the ground, eating the newly distributed supply capsules and continuing to play cards. Unexpectedly, the baby zombie did not directly pounce on them. Instead, it crawled along the ceiling, moving upward. What's going on, Manager Ma? Why do the zombies feel so restless today? Well, it is a bit abnormal. But don't worry, our defense works are strong and unbreakable. Are the defense works really okay? Of course. These are all carefully sourced materials by our supply manager. Plus the top-notch construction team was hired, and our company's safety director oversaw the build. There won't be any issues. Oh, so that's what you mean. I just feel something is off, like things aren't that simple. As the project manager, Ma naturally knew about the company affairs. Could the supply manager be extorting suppliers, accepting bribes, and even substituting inferior products for better ones? Isn't the top construction team chosen by bribing the judges with heavy funds? And the safety director, who drinks every day, hasn't been on site in over 10 years? The combination of these three major debuffs made people a bit fearful. Under the urging of everyone, Manager Ma finally opened his mouth, showcasing his exceptional eloquence. As expected of the project manager, he spoke passionately, drawing everyone in. What about the stories involving the general manager and his 5 former secretaries? What about the affair between the finance director and a university intern? What about the elder sending his daughter to the bed of the family master? These tales came to life from Manager Ma's mouth, as if they were unfolding right in front of them. Meanwhile, Suyu and Lu Wei used the bait trap to lead the zombies away from the door. They then squeezed through a small gap left behind. Why is it so noisy upstairs? Don't they worry about attracting the zombies? Don't worry about that, let's just guard the door. What Manager Ma said is right, we should listen to no evil. Pairs of 7. Pairs of 8. Pairs of 3. I'm out. No. King Bomb. Suyu, unknowingly, had already approached behind them and said, Manager Ma, wait, the king is with me. Yeah, the little king is with me. The two took out the big and small kings from their hands and looked toward the sound. Looking at the back of Manager Ma, they seemed to see something nasty. I didn't say King Bomb. Manager Ma exclaimed, tilting his head, don't scare me, this isn't funny. A lightning bolt flashed, and Manager Ma turned around, only to see a man had appeared behind him. Suyu, wearing a mask and shining red eyes, looked a bit like a nighttime zombie. Next to him was a harmless-looking girl with her head tilted, also wearing a mask, who was now swinging 2 huge hammers. There's an enemy. Before he could finish, the hammer had already arrived. With absolute power, one strike flattened them. The 3 were slammed against the wall, instantly stopping their breaths. However, the actions of Suyu and the girl did not attract the attention of those upstairs. Just before they entered, another bloody storm had swept through the entire building. As the scene changed, when the baby zombie slipped in, a group of grown men were hiding at the door, eavesdropping on the sounds inside. Special Envoy, you tied me up and covered my eyes, I'm scared. Baby, just scream, the more you scream, the more excited your sister becomes. Special Envoy. Isn't it the 3rd time now? I really can't take it anymore. You say you can't, but your brother is still very honest. At this moment, the baby had crawled into the room through the window of the ceiling. It moved incredibly fast, leaving a faint bite mark on Hiroshima's ankle. Quickly, it burrowed under the bed, disappearing into the night. Is there still a mosquito with this weather? Zhang, who had been in darkness, clearly didn't know what had just happened. Envoy, what are you biting? That must not be. Ah! Suddenly, a frantic scream erupted from Hiroshima's room. Although everyone had gotten used to it, this scream was too strange, too horrifically loud. But it didn't last long, and soon it became eerily quiet inside. What's going on? Did Zhang get killed by the envoy? This thought made people feel quite uneasy. It's impossible. If he really got killed, there should be other sounds. Should we report to the elder and let him make a decision? Or should we knock and ask? Everyone exchanged glances, deciding to knock first and ask. Knock, knock, knock. Envoy, do you need any help? As the knocking sounded, the room began to stir. Zhang had turned into a zombie, growling low, breaking free from his binds, and followed the sound. The 2 zombies pushed with all their strength and instantly crashed through the door. The envoy was dressed in a tight black leather outfit, looking like a queen. Zhang wore overalls, showcasing his muscular build. Oh! The 2 let out low growls, as if they had seen a delicious meal. Seeing this, people had lost all interest in admiring their figures. People frantically attempted to escape from this place. The whole building felt as if it had been set ablaze, plunging into chaos. Chapter 42, Is Heaven Unforgiving to the Lin family? I'll bring an end. Elder, elder, elder. A subordinate suddenly burst into the 6th floor meeting room. This subordinate had a problem. When nervous, he couldn't speak smoothly. What's with all this panic? What sort of conduct is this? No wonder the envoy says our Lin family is becoming more unruly. The elder was resting with his eyes closed, feeling that the Lin family's subordinates were too unstable. Good, good, good. The subordinate was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But Lin Maorong has returned? The elder took a sip of tea before slowly speaking. Elder, hurry, hurry, hurry and escape. The envoy, she. Escape? The envoy can't possibly have eyes for this old bone of mine, right? No, no, no. The Lin building is in chaos, zombies everywhere, escape quickly. In his panic, he had even overcome his stutter. What? Why are you only telling me now? Quickly. Everyone, gather on the roof. The elder spat out the tea he had in his mouth. When he looked up, the subordinate who delivered the news had already vanished without a trace. With Lu Wei's assistance, Suyu began clearing from the bottom up. When the two reached the 3rd floor, it was filled with half of the zombies in the entire building. But as soon as they saw Suyu, the mass of zombies surged from the corridor. Holy cow! That number is outrageous. Suyu's muscles twitched at the corner of his mouth. At the forefront was a female zombie in leather, which was Hiroshima. She was covered in blood, charging towards Suyu. Suyu fought and retreated with Lu Wei, falling back to the corridor on the 2nd floor. There was a bathroom, the doorway was narrow, more suitable for battle. But this female zombie was too fierce, tough-skinned and high-armored. Even after hitting her with several arrows, it couldn't slow her down at all. Finally, Suyu, seizing the opportunity, leaped back into the bathroom. At the same time, he shot an arrow decisively, which pierced the female zombie's knee at close range. She stumbled, falling at the bathroom door. Lu Wei. Suyu didn't rush to finish her off but issued a command to Lu Wei. With one swing, she smashed down onto the zombie. The bathroom door was originally not wide, and with one blow, it blocked the swarm of zombies at the doorway. At this moment, various sounds intertwined in the 2nd floor corridor, the sounds of running, crashing, roaring, thunder, cries for help, and screams rose and fell, never ceasing. They desperately pushed in, pushing down, but were unable to move. Especially the zombie transformed from the Hiroshima atomic bomb at the very bottom, it was crushed into a hideous form, desperately trying to push upwards. But the harder it pushed from below, the tighter it was forced from above. The more it was pushed tightly from above, the more it tried its hardest from below. Watching this embarrassing mess, Suyu couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. He skillfully gathered the right time, place, and people. This ability was something others could not imitate. However, now was not the time to relax. Suyu tightly gripped the Huaxia war bow, began to aim, and shot out replenishing arrows. There was no need for any sophisticated operation now, just having hands was enough. Damn it! Finally killed you, he took a deep breath and heavily stepped on the body of the Hiroshima atomic zombie. Unexpectedly, after being crushed for so long, killing it was still somewhat difficult. After dealing with the crowd of zombies at the door, he next needed to handle other creatures inside the Lin building. Those scattered zombies or living people posed no threat at all. With Suyu's extraordinary perception, along with the enhancement of the silver bird claw, once they got close, they would have nowhere to escape. Killing zombies was left to Suyu, naturally, killing people was entrusted to Lu Wei. Thanks to his exceptionally high agility, Suyu's shooting speed reached an astonishing level. The only regret was that these mutated zombies were merely products of the nighttime enhancement. So whether it was gold coins, experience, or drops, they were no different from zombies in the daylight state. When the two ended their cleanup of the entire building, the sky had already begun to lighten. At this point, both had arrived at the 6th floor of the Lin building. On the roof, heavy rain ruthlessly washed away the zombie corpses. The 13 survivors were all utterly exhausted. Only this few left alive? The elder's voice trembled slightly. Not closing the door in time allowed the baby zombie and the big strong zombie to come in. This battle had lasted several hours. To kill these two mutated zombies, they lost a total of 7 companions. However, the elder was quick thinking, knowing those injured companions were about to turn into zombies. So before these people turned into zombies, he killed them, preventing complete destruction. It's okay, uncle. It'll be dawn in at most an hour, and we can break out. Lin Maoying said straightforwardly. Break out? It won't be that easy. But it seems there hasn't been any sound outside for a while. The elder couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Maoying. Elder, I just heard fighting sounds outside, the zombies are all dead. Fighting? Could it be Lin Maorong has returned? He saved us. Could it be that heaven doesn't abandon the Lin family? Ha ha. Before the words fell, a sound came from the fire door. The people at the door really thought it was Lin Maorong returning, and quickly stood up to gather around. Bang! Everyone saw that this heavy fire door suddenly opened. When the fire door opened, that immense force directly knocked the person at the door flying out. That person fell among the crowd, struggled a few times, then lost their life. Who is it? The elder asked sharply. At this moment, from the staircase, two distinct footsteps could be heard, one heavy and one light. It was like the hell's death knell, striking once after another deep into each person's heart. Naturally, someone had to ignite the climax of this wild night. At that moment, the rain stopped. Suyu stepped out and slowly said, "The heavens do not spare the Lin family. I come to end it." "Hey, who's there playing tricks?" Lin Maoying shouted loudly. His two subordinates exchanged serious glances and immediately rushed over. The elder nodded, indicating his own stance. Daring to come to the Lin building to cause trouble, one must have some skills first. But just as they stuck their heads out, there appeared a white shadow. His pupils instantly dilated, and he saw a girl charging in, wielding a giant hammer. In the eyes of the crowd, the girl's hammer smashed directly into the faces of the two men. The powerful impact burst their heads. Their heads were forcefully torn from their necks, flying who knows where. Without their heads, the two men's bodies slackened and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the zombies downstairs began to stir. The crowd was shocked to discover that the blow just now had sent the two heads flying dozens of meters away, landing among the group of zombies below. What explosive power! Only then did everyone see clearly that the one who had struck was merely a little girl. Chapter 43, If you can take action, don't waste words. A large amount of blood gushed out, staining Lu Wei's clothes red. The bright red blood on the white clothing resembled blooming peonies, looking exceptionally vivid. At this moment, Suyu also calmly followed along. The crowd was so stunned that they couldn't close their mouths, only Lin Maoying stood out. Vocal. What exactly are you? Before the elder could speak, Lin Maoying cursed and prepared to rush forward. The elder stopped him with a hand. Obviously, the other party was well prepared. To secretly lure zombies inside the building and then wipe them all out, how could that be something an ordinary person could do? Two young heroes, may I ask how the Lin family has offended you? The elder said calmly. Uncle, this bitch just killed our people, why are you still being polite? Kill her. Lin Maoying was a bit confused, but someone pressed his mouth shut. I didn't expect such a large Lin family to have only this few people left. Suyu looked around calmly and said blandly. His expression was as indifferent as if he were looking at dead people. Who are you? The elder frowned, feeling that the man in front of him seemed familiar. In the instant their eyes met, the elder felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if he were suffocating. Killing intent. From Suyu's gaze, the elder sensed a suffocating aura of death. Once one has seen such eyes, they would plant a nightmare in their heart. He truly couldn't figure out where he had offended the living hell before him. Uncle, who cares? There are only two of them, let's go together and kill him. Lin Maoying shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Maoying charged forward first. Protect the young master. The elder shouted loudly when he saw he couldn't be stopped. And just as Lin Maoying said, there were only two people, Suyu and Lu Wei. At this moment, Suyu sat steadily like a fisherman. The group in front of him wasn't worthy of him making a move. Whether it was level, talent, or equipment and skills, the gap was like a cliff. Leaving it to Lu Wei to earn some evolution points was a good idea too. Clang! The hammer struck Lin Maoying's large shield, producing a burst of sparks. Lin Maoying was knocked back 5 steps before finally stabilizing himself. However, to be able to take Lu Wei's hammer head-on showed his formidable defense. In contrast, Lu Wei was instantly enveloped in a layer of black mist, clearly poisoned. Suyu checked Lin Maoying's attributes. Invincible little tyrant, LV4, no profession, B-class talent, corrosive exterior. Corrosive exterior was known as one of the strongest defensive talents of B-class. Survivors with this talent can secrete infectious toxins from their skin, harming and slowing down any enemy that attacks them. Any attacks against him would reduce their attack speed and movement speed by 20%. Furthermore, the toxin damage can stack and lasts for 4 seconds. No wonder he was so arrogant, it turned out to be this talent. Survivors with such talents just need to focus on increasing their constitution. Especially tonight, after Lin Maoying changed into several pieces of equipment to boost his constitution, he felt even more confident. However, for such defensive types of talents, Suyu did not have any thoughts of plundering. But Suyu was not worried about Lu Wei. After all, Lin Maoying's attack power was not high. Moreover, Lu Wei had the blood-sucking ring, which allowed her to recover vitality after attacks. Even if she fell into a dangerous situation, she also had the bloodthirst skill to protect herself. Hee, a bit stronger than the mutated zombies, I can handle it. Lin Maoying said confidently. Seeing this, the others were greatly encouraged and took turns attacking Lu Wei. This was Su Yu's first serious observation of Lu Wei's battle. Facing 10 opponents alone, although it seems somewhat passive. That hammer just now should be held back to connect it with the next hammer. That blow was pretty good. If it went 3 inches higher, it would be even better. There's someone sneaking up behind you. Dodge the attack to avoid damage and also reduce their numbers. Su Yu carefully guided Lu Wei's battle. With such a good sparring partner, wouldn't it be a waste not to make full use of her? To his surprise, Lu Wei had astonishing comprehension. In a very short time, she was able to grasp Su Yu's thoughts. Not only could she apply them, but she quickly understood them thoroughly. This girl's combat skills seemed to flow in her DNA, Su Yu exclaimed. Soon, the tide of battle began to change. What seemed careless suddenly turned into a surprising hammer aimed right at Lin Maoying's head. Lin Maoying was caught off guard and broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Lin Maoying's necklace emitted a green light. Around him, a light yellow shield appeared out of thin air. This skill provided by the shield necklace blocked the lethal blow. Lin Maoying was knocked back several steps, and only with the help of the elder did he regain his composure. This isn't the way to fight. The elder looked intently at Su Yu, who was guiding from the side. The two exchanged glances, realizing, without Su Yu, they probably would have taken Lu Wei down long ago. Uncle, I'll hold the girl steady, you take your men and kill that boy first. Lin Maoying said fiercely, looking at the fallen subordinates. It seems this old bone, must step in. The elder said non-committally, twisting his neck and loosening his finger joints. The few still able to breathe gathered their spirits once more. What? The elder is going to take the field himself? I heard when the elder was young, he could beat everyone in Star City with Tai Chi. In this lifetime. The last time the elder acted was still quite a while ago. Lu Wei tilted her head at everyone with an innocent look. Meanwhile, the elder walked forward with steady steps. Young man, do not be too overconfident. I do not know who you are, or why you are treating my Lin family this way. But since you have chosen to attack, then as an elder, I will tell you, prepare to die. As soon as the words fell. Whoosh! An arrow struck accurately, hitting the elder's shoulder. It pinned him firmly to the ventilation shaft on the roof. Su Yu casually said, Did you forget? It was you who told me, if you can hit, don't be chatty? The elder was actually Lin Roof's biological father. He understood the secret relationship between Baisher Hao and his daughter, and fully knew Baisher Hao's true nature. Even the plan to trick Su Yu and obtain the land through Lin Roof was the elder's own decision. This strategy coincidentally catered to Baisher Hao's desires. Though there's a saying that a tiger does not eat its cubs, the elder was clearly pushing his own daughter toward the abyss. But like mother, like daughter, Lin Roof was enjoying the situation. All this information was something Su Yu learned previously when he browsed through Lin Roof's phone. If he could kill someone in a few moves, where would the pleasure of revenge be? Therefore, Su Yu did not plan to easily put him to death. Aren't you proud of your Lin family? Then let me show you how your pride is completely destroyed. Chapter 44, Dying Unwillingly, is a Legacy. Everyone's eyes widened. It seemed everyone was shocked that the man in front of them remained silent and suddenly shot a cold arrow. Could it be that he really had a grudge against the elder? The elder endured the immense pain, trying to pull out the arrow embedded in his shoulder. Yet, a second arrow came. Another arrow struck his other shoulder, the intense pain causing cold sweat to pour down his face. Anyone who can catch their breath, get up. Kill that man. Lin Maoying shouted loudly, launching an attack on Lu Wei. When others witnessed Su Yu's domineering actions, they felt deep fear. They frantically launched their last attacks against Su Yu, but the outcome was clearly evident. Once Su Yu intervened in the battle, there was no longer any suspense. With a mere lift of his hand, it was as casual as eating and drinking. In a moment, arrows flew like raindrops. With each shot, a member of the Lin family fell. Under such fierce attacks, no one could approach Su Yu. Moreover, he could even spare some attention to aim at the elder, shooting arrow after arrow. He pinned the elder firmly to the pipeline, leaving him helpless. The constant wails around him made it even harder for Lin Maoying to focus. Ultimately, in his panic, he was struck by a hammer. The intense pain in his shoulder caused his arm to tremble uncontrollably. Even the shield in his hand was now teetering. No, please, stop killing. They are completely powerless to resist. Hero, as long as you make any demands, we will do our best to fulfill them. As the elder endured the physical pain, he helplessly watched Lu Wei swing the hammer. Every time the hammer fell, he would desperately plead for her to stop. In the end, he became numb to this endless torment. The dual pressure of spirit and body was nearly driving him to collapse. What made him feel even more desperate was that he didn't even know who his opponent was or what their purpose was. Could this person be his daughter Lin Rufiai's lover, Su Yu? A figure suddenly appeared in the elder's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He had once thoroughly investigated Suyu, knowing this person was honest and simply a useless coward. Not long after they started dating, the elder sent his men to teach Suyu a lesson. He clearly warned him not to make any excessive moves against Lin Rufei's. The man in front of him, although wearing a mask, resembled Suyu in figure and voice. However, the fierce killing aura he exuded was something the elder, a martial arts practitioner, was most sensitive to. Only someone who has faced death and killed could possess such a chilling presence. This was clearly not the same person he remembered as Suyu. "What is your name?" "I want to tell my brother." "Don't get cocky, you will definitely help us seek revenge." He took first place in the hidden battlefield of Star City Hospital, invincible in the world. Lin Maoying looked fearlessly at Lu Wei's hammer, shouting loudly. The elder finally felt a glimmer of hope reignite from Lin Maoying's words. "That's right, Lin Maorong can help us seek revenge." With a loud bang, Lu Wei swung her final hammer, striking Lin Maoying's head mercilessly. Lin Maoying's head burst open like a watermelon falling from a height, bright red blood and pale yellow brain matter exploding everywhere. The elder couldn't bear to watch, but his limbs were incapacitated, leaving him helpless. "Young master of the Lin family? Lin Maorong? He has already left before you." Suyu's tone was extremely calm as he walked step by step toward the elder. Suyu walked slowly, each footstep announcing the elder's impending death. With every step he took, another arrow pierced the elder's body. "What? Lin Maorong is dead?" The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only did his opponent know Lin Maorong's real name, he also knew the alias he used in the apocalypse. It is clear that this person had an extraordinary understanding of Lin Maorong. He was not lying. Suyu? The Grand Elder finally confirmed that the man before him was indeed Suyu. Suyu did not respond. Seeing the despair on the Grand Elder's face, he deliberately slowed his pace to let him taste more pain. In the Grand Elder's eyes, although Suyu made few moves, each one was ruthless and cruel, completely overturning his previous image of weakness. And that little girl, from beginning to end, whether in expression or action, was like a stagnant pool, completely devoid of vitality. Even when killing, she could remain calm and unflinching, which was far beyond the psychological quality someone her age should have. At that moment, he had completely lost his spirit, as if his soul had been discarded. The torment of the mind is far more painful than the torment of the body. Since it is pain, let the enemy experience both kinds at the same time. Just a few hours ago, the Lin family building was filled with the joyful laughter of brothers. And now, the entire Lin family building and the whole Lin family had only him left, all alone. How heart-wrenching this is. Everything that the Lin brothers had worked so hard to build had vanished in the blink of an eye. Enduring the excruciating pain, he looked up at the sky, his gaze hollow, as if he had aged over a decade overnight. With Suyu's strength, finding his daughter should be an easy task. Since he did not see Lin Rufei beside Suyu, one could deduce his daughter might have already lost her life at Suyu's hands. It seems that Suyu had seen through all the secrets, leading to the current situation. At this moment, Suyu finally stood before the Grand Elder. Though the Grand Elder's head and torso were unharmed, his limbs were already pierced with arrows. At this point, Suyu saw that the Grand Elder's level of collapse and weakness had reached 99%, which in the system should be the limit of humanity, right? Killing is just a matter of time. This dual strike of mental and physical torment was something beyond words to describe. At this moment, the Grand Elder was already on the verge of death, holding on to the last bit of strength. "Suyu, I truly regret. Knowing that he was about to die, how could he let you finish your harsh words?" Before he could finish, an arrow shot out from his mouth, forcing him to close it forever. The Grand Elder's gaze began to dim, but his eyes remained open. At this moment, the dawn was beginning to appear. The sun that rose after the storm shone upon Suyu's cold and ruthless face. "It seems that the restless dead of your Lin family has been inherited," Suyu felt immensely pleased inside. Breathing a sigh of relief, the thrill of revenge reached its peak at this moment. Suyu turned to look toward the foggy distance, which was the direction where Bai Shiho resided, Xingqing Mansion. This place, located on Jiangqin Island in Shangjiang, was a project developed by the Bai family, covering an area of nearly 3,000 acres. The only connection to the main urban area was a large bridge. And Bai Shiho resided within the luxurious mansion of Xingqing, a 100-acre villa named Bai Shizhuang. Suyu had heard that on the fourth day of the apocalypse, a leader-level zombie had appeared in Xingqing Mansion. It was killed by the Bai family team, becoming a well-known story throughout the entire Xingqing. Killing and looting. Next, Suyu was ready for something big. Chapter 45, Being a Whore While Maintaining a Virtuous Image. With the apocalypse arrived, the once bustling Xingqing Mansion was filled with tens of thousands of people. In an instant, it turned into a zombie haven. They roamed the streets and alleys, transforming the entire community into their paradise. However, the Bai family was not an ordinary small family. They had a profound heritage, raising a group of death warriors. These death warriors had undergone strict brainwashing and training from a young age to ensure they obeyed Baishirho's every instruction without question. With a powerful grip, Baishirho quickly stabilized the situation at Baishir Manor during the apocalypse. He then divided the Star City luxury residential area into different zones and implemented strict isolation. Gradually, a new order belonging to the Baishir family was established. In the master bedroom of Baishir Manor, early in the morning, the sounds of a woman's painful pleading were heard. But this sound didn't last long and soon disappeared. Only the man's heavy breathing and rhythmic pounding remained. The heavenly soldiers patrolling the hallways and corridors heard nothing, as if they had long gotten used to it. The reason Baishirho named his elite force Heavenly Soldiers was because he prided himself as a divine justice force. It was a tribute to the squad from decades ago that had carried out collective punishment on civilians in Shaga. They had also used this name. Soon, Baishirho slowly opened the door, and the butler Wang, who had been waiting beside it, stepped forward. He adjusted his pants and handed over a towel and a cigarette. But his eyes unconsciously glanced towards the bedroom. On the floor, on the sofa, and on the desk, there were several women lying in all directions. These women were from the neighborhood. There were beautiful stepmothers, gentle ones, and even canaries that were kept here. They had once been arrogant, never looking down on ordinary people. But after the apocalypse arrived, some lost their families, and some were handed over by their families, eventually becoming Baishirho's toys. At this moment, they were naked, lying in disarray. One by one, their eyes were rolled back, and their mouths couldn't even close. If not for the rising and falling of their chests, one might think they were already dead. Young master! All the heavenly soldiers have assembled, with a total of 186 people, all of them above level 4. This morning, several more survivors came to join us, the butler Wang respectfully reported. There's an old saying in China, it's good to rest under a big tree. With so many experts, other survivors will flock to us. Do as we always do. Understood. Let them go to phase 3 to clear out the zombies. Whether they live or die, it's up to their luck. Phase 3? That place isn't easy. Looks like it's your Chinese people who are harsher on your own kind. Baishirho couldn't help but look at the butler Wang with a bit more respect. Young master overpraises me, the butler Wang continued. As for Star City Hospital, the Hiroshima envoy still hasn't returned to report. But according to the informants, they saw smoke coming from the director's office. Those documents must not be left. Once leaked, even in the apocalypse, it will ruin my big plans. Baishirho nodded and took a deep puff. In the apocalypse, Baishirho had to be both a whore and set up a facade of righteousness. Okay, young master. I'll arrange for a heavenly soldier to go to the hospital to confirm. Butler Wang, you've done well. You're becoming more like a good dog of mine. Ha ha. Young master is too kind, the butler Wang bent his body to 90 degrees, his attitude extremely humble. Don't worry, being my dog won't be a loss for you. As for the women inside, you can pick any of them. I dare not, the butler Wang hurriedly refused. What's there to dare? Just now, your eyes nearly popped out. Really? Then I won't hold back. The butler Wang selected carefully in the room, finally picking up one of the women and walking out. By the way, have Lin Rufy and Suyu been found? None of these women you brought are of any use. Baishirho said casually. Young master, the leader of the soldiers went there personally yesterday. I heard that the terrain is complicated and the number of zombies is high, they should be coming back soon. Should be? What use is it to raise you all? 2 people, and a whole day isn't enough? Baishirho's face darkened, his tone icy. The butler Wang was so scared that he dropped the woman he was holding and immediately kneeled on the ground, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, silently cursing in his heart. This matter had clearly been arranged by Baishirho himself. Now, however, he pushed all the blame onto himself. Young master, please don't be angry. I will send someone right away. At that moment, the gate of the villa was pushed open. A short man, seemingly malnourished, walked in. He wore a black tight leather suit, like a shadow moving in the night. A mask and gloves covered his face and hands completely, revealing only a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes. He carried a large black bag in his hand, the straps of the bag pulled tight, obviously filled with heavy items. This man was none other than Yamamoto Sengo, the captain of Baishirho's heavenly soldiers. Yamamoto Sengo was hailed as the strongest warrior of Sakura country. Despite his frail appearance, he possessed extraordinary speed and strength. His fighting style was swift and decisive, often determining the victor in a flash. In his past life, he defeated 100 men by himself, showcasing unbeatable combat power. Even more astonishing, he single-handedly killed a lord-level zombie, earning the honor of the world's first kill. Even Bai Shihao had to show humility and respect in front of Yamamoto Sengo, highlighting his immense power. Senior Yamamoto, you've worked hard. Have you found Lin Rufei and Suyu? Bai Shihao eagerly asked the man before him. I haven't found the man, Yamamoto Sengo replied coolly, his words few and precious. Seeing this, Butler Wang felt a sense of relief and immediately rushed to the man, trying to flatter him. Captain, you've worked hard. This must be very heavy, right? Do you want me to help you carry it? Yamamoto didn't hold back and directly tossed the heavy black bag to Butler Wang. Caught off guard by the weight, Butler Wang fell to the ground with a thud. Where is it? Has she already gone to cleanse herself and is waiting for my favor? Bai Shihao's heart soared with joy upon learning of Lin Rufei's presence. It was like Wu Dalong drinking medicine and asking for a refill, excited and buzzing. Bai Shihao looked at Yamamoto Sengo with bright eyes, unable to hide his excitement. Here, Yamamoto Sengo pointed at Butler Wang. Here? Bai Shihao turned to Butler Wang, who looked at the bag on him. Suddenly, both realized something, their faces displaying astonishment. Bai Shihao recalled his order, alive, I want to see a person, dead, I want to see a corpse. Could it be that Lin Rufei had already turned into a zombie and died at Yamamoto Sengo's hands? Wait. This is impossible. Yamamoto Sengo's character dictates that even if she turned into a zombie, he would definitely bring back a live one. Bai Shihao exchanged glances with Butler Wang, who tremblingly opened the bag. Instantly, a strong odor filled the air. It was a mixture of the smell of blood and rotting flesh. Once smelled, it would be hard to forget. Inside the bag was a corpse that had drained all its blood. A head hung limply to the side, falling into Butler Wang's hands. For eyes met, Lin Rufei's eyes wide like brass bells, seemingly expressing her unwillingness and anger. Could this be the woman the young master dreamed of day and night? Butler Wang's face turned pale instantly, as if he had received a great shock. A certain part of him shrank 2 inches in an instant. Those who willingly become traitors are all fearful of death, aren't they? He felt his stomach churn, finally unable to hold back. That sour and uncomfortable vomit filled his mouth, about to erupt out. Mr. Yamamoto noticed his abnormality and cast a cold glare at Butler Wang. Butler Wang knew well that Yamamoto Sengo was impeccable in every way, except for his serious obsession with cleanliness. If he vomited in front of him, it would surely anger him, he might even end his life. After weighing his options, Butler Wang decided that preserving his life was more important, so he forced himself to swallow the vomit back down. Who is it? Who killed Lin Rufei? Bai Shihao shouted hysterically, like a child who lost their beloved toy. After a long time, Bai Shihao calmed down. Senior Yamamoto, what do you think? From the wounds on Lin Rufei's body, it can be inferred that her killer was no ordinary person. Compared to his usual few words, once the topic involved fighting, Senior Yamamoto became eloquent, speaking endlessly. The woman was stabbed 10 times, each stab precisely severing her major arteries and veins. Before her death, the amount of blood she lost already exceeded 1,500 milliliters. Moreover, every stab from the attacker cleverly avoided the pain nerves. Such exquisite skill and precise control, even the most powerful killer in the family could not replicate. At the moment of death, perhaps the feeling was instantaneous. But for the woman, the process of dying was a torment lasting 10 minutes. She silently waited for her life to end in endless despair, every moment filled with unimaginable pain and fear. Especially that final stab that severed her neck, the cut was so precise, the knife technique so fierce. With his skill, it would have been easy to chop off the entire head, yet he stopped just in time. I can't think of why. The method was brutal, the technique meticulous, yet it was carried out with just an ordinary dagger. It's contradictory. What kind of person could this be? If Suyu were here, he would definitely mock. Big prison. You already know it was a dagger, why not chop it off? Of course, it's because the blade isn't long enough. Senior Yamamoto looked at Bai Shihao. The latter also had a surprised expression, asking back, I don't know, do you know? How would I know? Senior Yamamoto continued, but this woman died in that man's room. A property deed was also found on her, I put it in the bag. Bai Shihao took a quick glance, and Steward Wang had to move with a frown again. He just opened the huge package, taking out a document stained with blood and crawling with maggots. His already aching jaw reached its limit this time. This time, even if the King of Heaven came, he could not be stopped. He finally could not take it anymore and started to vomit uncontrollably. That yellowish-white vomit splattered all over the large package, pouring a soul juice on Lin Rufei's head. Pouring. Hope no brothers are eating lamb's head while reading this. Sorry. Just as he was about to blame Steward Wang a few times, the latter was already out of control. In the end, he even vomited deep green bile. Helpless, Bai Shihao and Senior Yamamoto had to step outside first. At that moment, a soldier rushed over in a hurry. Young master! Captain! Something happened, the soldier shouted, out of breath. Over 70 people from the Lin family building were attacked last night, and they've all been wiped out. Were they attacked by people or zombies? Bai Shihao immediately asked. Both, the soldier answered crisply. After hearing the soldier's report, Bai Shihao and Senior Yamamoto fell into deep thought. Previously, Lin Rufe's mysterious death and the Lin family's unexpected accident, a series of events made them start to wonder if there was some kind of connection among them. Young master, although we cannot yet confirm whether these events were done by the same person, Senior Yamamoto calmly analyzed, what is certain is that these things seem to be targeting the Lin family, but in fact, they are aimed at you. Yes. Lin Rufe died at the hands of a master, these matters were indeed very suspicious. Could it be that useless Suyu? Bai Shihao couldn't help but have this doubt in his mind. After all, Lin Rufe was called over by him, and she died in his home. However, he knew Suyu's capabilities all too well. He was just a battle loser, impossible to have such abilities. Bai Shihao denied his own thoughts again. No matter who it is, strengthen the defense of Bai Shi Manor. There is an old saying in Huaxia, what is a blessing is not a disaster. Suyu woke up and it was already noon. He brewed a pot of tea and in addition, there were char siu buns, shrimp dumplings, egg tarts, and steamed shumai. The plates and steamers of Cantonese morning tea filled the entire table. While enjoying the excessively rich morning tea, he checked the harvest from last night. Sure enough, apart from the protective necklace he obtained from Lin Maoying, the other rewards were not impressive. However, the aroma of Suyu's breakfast attracted some people with ulterior motives. Before the other party could speak, a hammer came crashing down. Looking at the densely packed bodies of zombies and survivors lying at the door, Suyu felt both angry and amused. Ding! Lu Wei killed survivor LV3, gained evolution points *30. Ding! Lu Wei has killed 50 survivors, and her rank has advanced to elite. After killing an unaware attacker, Suyu heard the system prompt. Very good. It seems that killing can help Lu Wei level up. After advancing to elite, in addition to receiving a +5 boost in all attributes, a new area damage skill was gained. Stun Strike, strike the ground with a hammer to deal damage to enemies within range, dealing double damage to enemies at the center of the area. Suyu selected some scattered gear to ensure that all wearable equipment was on. Lu Wei was still missing a helmet and a ring, while Suyu only lacked a helmet. After opening their personal panels, even though they were mentally prepared, their attributes still exceeded their expectations. Lu Wei, level 5, strength 72, spirit 14, constitution 37, agility 11. Lone Wolf, level 6, strength 45, spirit 37, constitution 53, agility 68. After tidying everything up, the two headed straight to the entrance of the Star City Mansion community. At the entrance, survivors were lined up in an orderly manner, waiting to enter the island. Suyu quietly brought Lu Wei and discreetly blended into the crowd. Chapter 47, I'll rob a little color first. Suyu changed into some inconspicuous ordinary level gear for both of them. These basic gears do not provide any attributes, but they are stronger than weapons from the human world. Dressed in all green and blue, it stood out too much. After all, now, an ordinary survivor, if they could possess an excellent level piece of equipment, would already be considered outstanding among the crowd. Using his talent of disguise, Suyu altered his personal information. Killing people from the Cherry Blossom country, of course, he needed to pick a name suitable for their physique, little boy. Then, leading Lu Wei, he mixed into the crowd. The reason for not choosing to attack directly was not that Suyu lacked the ability. It was just that the Star City Mansion was so large in size. And with nearly 200 members of the Heavenly Soldier team, once they moved, it would scare off the snake. However, this long line seemed to be standing still. Hey buddy, can we talk for a moment? A middle-aged man approached, looking like a ticket scalper outside a stadium. Fly brother, no occupation, LV4, D-class talent, tactical enhancement. Seeing that Suyu ignored him, this older brother did not give up and continued to cling to him. One could only say that this person had a keen eye and could see people well. Little brother. You are new here, right? Star City Mansion has been fully taken over by the Bai Shi family. Right now, they only open twice a day for you ordinary survivors. At 7 a.m. and 5 p.m., each time for 1 hour. If you miss it, you can only wait for the next one. Suyu checked the time, it was already afternoon. And in the front of the line, some had already set up makeshift bedding, storing energy. Some even set up stalls and started doing business on the spot. But what they were selling were all things from the human world. Hearing this brother's words, it didn't seem like he was lying. Seeing Suyu's demeanor, Fly brother felt there was a chance and spoke, little brother, what should we call you? Looking at your appearance, I should be older than you, just call me Fly brother. Fly brother's real name is Wu Ying, and he is the boss of a soil company. Since watching the movie, he has taken the nickname Fly brother. Little boy. Suyu announced the new name he had chosen for himself. I see little boy is a straightforward person too. I have a way to get you in, how about it? It's not free, right? Suyu pretended to be eager. Little brother, you are indeed straightforward. Finding me is the right choice. Normally, to pass the checkpoint, you have to register personal information, it's quite tedious. Seeing Suyu taking the bait, the other party became less anxious and started to boast. And if your level is too low or your attributes are not high enough, there's a great chance you'll be refused. After all, according to the Bai family's rules, they are unwilling to provide shelter for the idle. Is that so? My sister's level is fine. But based on your brother's level, it may be a bit lacking. The other party had already checked the personal information of the two. In their eyes, Lu Wei is level 5, and Suyu, after altering his information, is level 3, if only he had known to change it to 5. Seeing Suyu deep in thought, Fly Brother finally laid his cards on the table. Little brother, I only need one universal supply capsule, any kind will do, and I'll take you over, how about it? If you're worried, you can give it to me after we enter the Star City mansion. Suyu nodded and said, okay. Please lead the way, Fly Brother. As Fly Brother walked with the two in front of the crowd, some wanted to say something, some showed regret, but not a single person envied them. Suyu saw all these expressions. Fly Brother definitely had issues. But what does it matter? Captain Su. These two are my family, what do you think? Fly Brother walked directly to the corner, respectably handing over a pack of cigarettes. Mr. Wu, I didn't expect your family to be quite large. Captain Su's expression changed and pushed it back. The higher-ups have issued orders to strictly control the personnel on the island. The implication was that more money was needed. Fly Brother cursed inwardly but appeared very honest. From his storage bracelet, he took out the last half pack of cigarettes and forced it into Captain Su's hands. This is a warning for the future. Captain Su, seeing a good deal, took a quick glance at the brother and sister before finally letting them through. After all, even if these two siblings could cross the bridge, they would definitely die in Fly Brother's hands. After crossing the bridge, Fly Brother gave a signal to a few people squatting at the bridgehead, who then followed him. One on the left and one on the right, with two more behind, surrounded Suyu and Lu Wei. Other survivors on the island clearly knew Fly Brother's notorious reputation. Upon seeing Fly Brother, they all moved far away. Fly Brother, truly a skillful man. This is the promised payment. Suyu pulled out a supply capsule he had long prepared from his bracelet. Little brother, there are too many people here, and ones with loose lips can't be trusted, let's go over there to complete the exchange. Fly Brother's true interest was not the supply capsule but rather some excellent equipment on the two. As they were about to disappear around the corner, a young man bravely chased after them. He wanted to persuade Suyu not to go but was stopped by a brute following him. Fly Brother and Suyu both turned back, both wearing expressions that indicated they were disturbed while doing something good. The young man was clearly taken aback and was pulled away by his companion. Once Fly Brother brought them to a library indoors, the door slammed shut. Fly Brother opened his mouth. Little brother, this is the place. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people surrounded Suyu and Lu Wei. Indeed. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, they managed to gather a team of 30 people. These are the scum among humanity, who had been skirting the law even before the apocalypse, engaging in some shady businesses. But once the apocalypse struck, their dark side surfaced without restraint. Some had become so used to making quick money that they wouldn't be able to calmly go to work anymore. Just as they had gotten used to robbing, how could they honestly go kill zombies? Relying on overwhelming numbers and robbing other survivors, they managed to survive and even become rich. For them, killing people was much easier than killing zombies. If ordinary survivors saw such a scene, they would have long been scared into handing over all their belongings. If anyone dared to resist, they would beat the person half to death and torture them madly. If the victim was a woman, naturally they would use her until there was nothing left. After having their fun, they would feed her to the zombies, squeezing out the last bit of value. In the past couple of days, at least dozens of people had died at their hands. However, their survival in the Star City Mansion complex was due to Bai Shihou's tacit approval. After all, some dirty work still needed someone to assist Bai Shihou in doing it. Rob, rob, rob. Gear, items, coins, and capsules, hand everything over. A chubby guy holding a sharp axe stepped forward first. But when he saw Lu Wei, he revealed a flirtatious smile. Fly bro, wait a moment, I want to rob a little first. Chapter 48 Misunderstanding? It's only repayable with a life. Robbing? Interesting. I'm familiar with this. Suyu slowly spoke. While everyone was attacking, Lu Wei had already taken a fighting stance, firmly guarding in front of him. This was due to the effect of the absolute domination talent. She always regarded keeping Suyu safe as her top priority. Upon hearing Su Yu's words and seeing Lu Wei's reaction, the fly bro initially showed a bit of surprise and then burst into laughter. You two little kids actually want to rob? I don't believe it. Oomph, kid, you think just because this level 5 bodyguard is here, you can do whatever you want? You underestimate us too much. Hand over all your gear and supplies, and we can consider our misunderstanding resolved. You can go. But this girl has to stay. Flybro blocked the chubby guy with one hand, showing a very open and generous tone. They pointed to a man hanging on the second floor of the library. He had been stripped naked, with multiple blood holes in his body, in a life and death situation. Hearing Flybro's words, the thugs around couldn't help but burst into laughter. The surroundings were filled with teasing voices, whistles, and cheers. For them, allowing Su Yu to leave alive seemed to be the greatest mercy. But who would believe such words? These were merely their usual phrases to exert pressure and force the other party to submit. After all, killing a person could only rob their gear. Extracting all valuable things from the opponent's wristband was their true goal. You waste my time. What do you use to repay me? Su Yu had followed them to see if there was anyone among these people worth stealing a talent from. However, he was greatly disappointed. Among these 30 people, there wasn't even a single A-rank talent. Wasn't this wasting his time? With this time, he might as well quickly level up to level 7. So the answer was to repay with lives. Perfect timing, Lu Wei had just leveled up, let's see how she performs. Those two figures surrounded by the crowd quickly donned their own gear. In an instant, blues and greens, all sorts of dazzling colors intertwined, making their eyes a bit flustered. Before they could think about this sudden change, the silent Lu Wei had already moved. She dashed into the crowd like a gust of wind, combining charge and fear strike in a smooth little combo. In an instant, she had reached the densest spot in the crowd. She raised her twin hammers high, then brought them crashing down. With Lu Wei's astonishing strength, the chubby guy's face was brutally struck by a hammer. This hit made him taste his own brainstem for the first time with his tongue. After smashing the chubby guy to death, the giant hammer did not stop, crashing down violently onto the library floor. The tiles and cement were instantly blasted away. The 4 people within 5 meters were shaken and disoriented by the shockwave. They were violently thrown into the air, then crashed heavily to the ground, their lives uncertain. This attack was truly unexpected, everyone was caught off guard. Though they had faced resistance before, those were acts of desperation when cornered. But the 2 people before them had taken the initiative to attack. The crowd was not deterred, they came out to rob, clearly prepared for the risk of losing their heads at any moment. They quickly retreated to the side, and the bespectacled man beside Wu Fly spoke up. Wu Fly. These 2 are heavily equipped, they won't be easy to deal with. Damn it. What's there to be afraid of? Everyone, go for it, remember to leave them a breath, let's put them through the 10 tortures. If I don't torture them to death today, how will I survive in the underworld later? Exactly. What the boss says is right. We are so many, what's to fear? Wu Fly was furious, in a single clash, 5 people lost their fighting ability. Su Yu felt that these people were not weak. Their levels were all above 4, with even some masters at level 5. Compared to last night's battle on the Lin family's roof, their strength was clearly superior. However, this time they misjudged the situation and picked the wrong target, provoking the one person they shouldn't have. In their eyes, the level 5 Lu Wei clearly posed a greater threat, so they concentrated most of their efforts against her. They even assigned 5 associates to deal with Su Yu, including a level 5 master. From their perspective, Su Yu was merely a level 3 figure. Despite the luxurious gear, he was essentially just a shiny empty shell. Holding the Huaxia War Bao, Su Yu moved nimbly through the crowd. His arrows seemed to have a navigation system, with every arrow shot, a man would clutch his groin, writhing in pain on the ground, crying out. Soon, all 5 men were completely severed by Su Yu's arrows. In every corner of the library, it felt like a familiar old song echoed, "Keep the roots." At this moment, the attackers surrounding Lu Wei saw their fallen companions and finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Some shared the pain, beginning to panic, instinctively clenching their legs. They felt their own lower bodies resonate, becoming faintly painful. This pain was not just physical torture, but also a mental torment for everyone. Only then did they realize that Lu Wei, whom they had always been wary of, was utterly insignificant before Su Yu. Suddenly, Su Yu deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the crowd to chase him. Quickly, he condensed a purple-red arrow on the Huaxia War Bao. The arrow of punishment. Another 6 men were shot in the thighs, falling to the ground in unison, crying out in agony. Su Yu did not want to waste too much time here, he targeted the archers hiding high up, quickly taking them down. In just a minute, only Wu Fly remained standing in the entire library. If it weren't for leaving Lu Wei a breath, this speed could have increased even more. Thud. Wu Fly, with legs giving way, knelt down directly. It must be said, this overwhelming and unreasonable approach made Wu Fly sink into despair instantly. What kind of terrifying battle power was this? Seeing their boss kneel first, the others didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Those who could still move struggled to crawl over. They cried out in pain, their eyes full of despair, endlessly begging for mercy from Suyu. After all, they were professionals. If they still couldn't see the situation clearly at this point, then dying would be no injustice. Lu Wei, stop! Suyu shouted. Lu Wei immediately halted her movements. The hammer was only half an inch away from her enemy. The man thought he was surely doomed, and unexpectedly, he was so scared that he wet his pants. Little did they know, these people. It looks like a tiger's back and a bear's waist, but the waist is quite soft. When they saw Suyu stop his actions, they thought there was a chance of turning things around. So, they all began to plead for mercy, crying and sniffling. Little boy grandpa, Granny Lu Wei, we really did wrong. Please, raise your noble hand and let us go. As long as you leave us one life, we will give you everything. Suyu knew that these people valued their lives the most. He had been waiting for the sentence, that if you do not plead for mercy, I will not hesitate to squeeze you dry. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible. Suyu slowly spoke. Chapter 49, I said I would let you go, but Granny Lu Wei did not agree. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. The man in front of them, from the very beginning of fighting to now holding back, was not following the usual rules, right? This group of robbers made a living by robbing, and they had long been accustomed to people begging for mercy after being robbed. But those pleas sounded to them just like a performance without any real meaning. What should be robbed was robbed, what should be killed was killed, without a trace of hesitation. However, as the saying goes, if a person walks by a river, how can they not wet their shoes? When they stepped onto the path of robbery, they had already foreseen the worst outcome, which was failure in being killed. Everyone looked at each other, eyes focused on the Fly brother. The latter finally mustered up the courage to ask tentatively, really? Of course. I, the little boy, always keep my word. Suyu said firmly. Hearing this, everyone revealed looks of joy, but they were also confused, not understanding what Suyu really wanted. Little boy grandpa, this shouldn't be free, right? Fly Brother's biggest worry was that Suyu was saying he would let them go but would not actually do it. Unwarranted mercy did not conform to reason. You are in this business, what do you think? Little boy grandpa, I'm truly sorry to have wasted your precious time. This is a small compensation, please accept it. Fly Brother said sincerely while signaling his mates behind him. Little boy grandpa, this is ordinary level equipment. Little boy grandpa, this is excellent level props. Little boy grandpa, this is a universal material capsule. Everyone took out items from their wristbands and neatly placed them in front of Suyu. Suyu originally hoped these people would have some good treasures, but the sight before him made him greatly disappointed. When everyone's wristbands were empty, Suyu's expression turned cold, his gaze wandering among the crowd, revealing a sense of chilling severity. Is this all? Suyu's words made everyone's heart sink, some even cried in fear. At this time, Fly Brother looked at Granny Lu Wei and suddenly had a bright idea. He gave a signal to the person behind him, Monkey, hurry up and take out your treasure, offer it to little boy grandpa. A thin man reluctantly walked up. Little boy grandpa, this is my treasured possession. Suyu had long noticed that these people were not simple, it seemed they truly had something hidden. As he spoke, this guy actually pulled out a pink lace bra from his wristband. Unexpectedly, it was a growth-type equipment. The man named Monkey saw that Suyu showed no interest in it. He mistakenly thought Suyu was dissatisfied with the style, so he simply took everything out of his wristband. It was like a toad dressed as a little frog, ugly yet trying to play cute. Inside were many different colored and styled stockings and bras. Each item was carefully packaged in a Ziploc bag, with detailed labels on them, including names, ages, and sizes. Such a scene, even in the explosive world, was quite extraordinary. Suyu casually picked up one, finding it quite fitting. 666. It was still the original flavor. Seeing Suyu's interest, others thought they had escaped a calamity. However, Suyu's face grew darker and darker. Everyone felt a bad omen, it was like a song had started and the dish was about to be served for the whole village to wait. So they all hurriedly spoke up. Little boy's grandpa, we've been squeezed dry, we really have nothing left. Yeah. I can't take off my last remaining underwear for you, can I? Little boy's grandpa, do you have a taste for this? Then just kill me. Little boy's grandpa, he can't, but I can. Brother Fly helplessly explained, little boy's grandpa. The Bai family just collected our protection fee yesterday, we really have nothing. He even confessed about colluding with the Bai family. In his view, this seemed to show weakness. But in fact, it was also revealing to Suyu his connection with the Bai family. He wasn't a big shot, but Bai Hao's reputation in this area was indeed quite loud. If they really wanted to wipe them out, wouldn't they need to weigh the Bai family's influence? Oh. Bai Hao. That is indeed his style. Suyu said without changing his expression. Brother Fly's heart trembled. This person actually called out Bai Hao's name, clearly not an ordinary character. Brother Fly awkwardly laughed. Could it be that you two are honored guests of the Bai family? I'm really sorry, I didn't recognize the mountain. We also serve young Master Bai. It seems we meet without conflict. Working for Bai Hao? That's certainly a certain death. Who said you have nothing left? Don't you still have gold coins? Suyu reminded. With this reminder, everyone suddenly realized, every time they defeated zombies or completed tasks, they earned gold coins. Although they knew these gold coins would become hard currency in this apocalypse, currently, they were still in the novice stage, and stores and auction houses hadn't opened yet. So these gold coins in their hands had no real use. To be honest, gold coins couldn't be eaten or drunk. Compared to a supply capsule, they truly lacked appeal. After Suyu's hint, everyone looked at their wristbands. The number of gold coins displayed on the wristbands ranged from 100 to 200. Especially Brother Fly, who surprisingly held over 1,000 gold coins. Altogether, there were over 4,000 gold coins. Adding the gold coins Suyu originally held, the total surprisingly reached 10,000 coins. God knows how many people they had robbed? Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Robbing might not take much skill, but the money comes in fast. After transferring all the gold coins to Suyu's account, everyone felt a sense of relief. Little boy's grandpa, you see, you took the money, didn't you? Yes. Suyu turned and walked towards the door, feeling satisfied. Everyone felt as if they had been given a reprieve. As long as they had green firewood, they didn't fear not having a mountain to burn. At this moment, Brother Fly looked up and found that Lu Wei was still standing in place. Grandma Lu Wei, what are you doing? Before he finished speaking, a giant iron hammer came crashing down. Under the iron hammer, Brother Fly's body suddenly shrank a bit. His head exploded like a bursting balloon, scattering all over, and his entire body fell to the ground with a thud. Suyu coldly said, I said I would let you go, but Lu Wei didn't agree. In that instant, the entire library seemed to turn into a hell on earth. All kinds of emotions intertwined at people's last moments, some cursed, others were scared, and some regretted. The comforting thing was that after today's battle, Lu Wei's fighting skills showed significant improvement. As the final heavy blow fell, the whole library seemed to tremble. From the moment Suyu stepped into the library until he slowly walked out, only 2.5 minutes had passed. And most of the time was spent demanding things from everyone. Regarding this harvest, Suyu was quite satisfied. Getting 4,000 gold coins for free was still very sweet. At this moment, Suyu once again remained expressionless. Changed their clothes again, disappearing deep into the library. After they left, the library returned to its usual silence. Suyu walked along the road, but noticed the voices of several passers-by. Hey buddy, why are you going to phase 3? A leader-level zombie appeared there this morning. Haven't you heard? The Bai family is recruiting people to hunt it down. You can receive supply capsules by going in. Supply capsules? I can go in, grab the capsules, and just lay around doing nothing. Of course it's true. In fact, most people are thinking the same. Looks like it has started. Killing and looting, a must-have plot in this novel, so you certainly wouldn't miss it. Chapter 50, Awakening Talent, Big Eater. Suyu, with Lu Wei, generously followed behind this group of people, but after walking a few steps, he heard a hungry growl. Strange, I ate a lot this morning, although it's just about mealtime, I shouldn't be this hungry? He felt puzzled in his heart. Then, his stomach growled again. No way? Suyu looked at Lu Wei's personal panel. Lu Wei, no occupation, LV5. Negative status, hunger, thirst, all attributes decreased by 80%. Goodness. Aside from a strength level of over 10, all other attributes dropped to single digits. A decrease of 80% in all attributes is serious business. Different from how survivors gain talents, zombies might acquire new talents when their attributes, levels, or even mindsets reach a certain level. When Suyu opened Lu Wei's panel, he was surprised to find that a new talent had been added to her talent bar. Big Eater. With this talent, when feeling hungry or thirsty, all attributes decrease by 80%. When in a state of fullness, all attributes increase by 20%. As far as he remembered, zombies don't need sleep and don't need to eat to gain energy. When night falls, they can self-recover and regain energy. Of course, some zombies have a penchant for cannibalism or eating their kind, but that is not a common phenomenon. Could it be that after Lu Wei was enslaved by Suyu, she seemed to have lost the zombie's ability to self-recover at night? During the battle with the Lin family last night, she did not display the usual attribute gains of zombies at night. From the moment he met Lu Wei, he sensed her uniqueness. The urgent matter now was to find her something to eat. Look at all these people on the road, young and old, which one do you like? Tell me. Suyu said in a tone that seemed perfectly reasonable, believing that zombies should eat human flesh. However, to his surprise, Lu Wei shook her little head vigorously like a rattledrum. Not eating people? Then go find a zombie. You've killed so many in the past few days and didn't say a word? Suyu tried to pull Lu Wei's slender arm, but found that she wouldn't budge. Lu Wei pointed at Suyu's wristband with her little hand. Suyu showed a surprised expression. Could this little girl want to eat human food? Suddenly, Suyu remembered the matters of the morning. The unfinished Cantonese breakfast. As they left, Lu Wei had looked back one last time, her expression seeming to say goodbye to this final meal of human delicacies. Having not eaten all day and enduring 2 battles, how could she not be hungry? Suyu smiled bitterly. Even if it's the Bai family, killing a leader-level zombie isn't something that can be solved in a short time. So, he took Lu Wei into a bear villa. Everyone in China knows that one must eat well to have the strength to work. Looking around, there are at least hundreds of such idle empty houses in the entire community. Before the apocalypse, each of these houses could be sold for almost 10 million. However, the world is unpredictable. Some people are rolling in wealth, while others are living in poverty. Fate truly plays tricks on people. Suyu randomly grabbed a handful of capsules from his wristband, and as soon as Lu Wei saw these capsules, her throat involuntarily rolled. Do you want to try this? Suyu observed Lu Wei's reaction. Unable to help but laugh, he asked with a face full of a mother's smile. Lu Wei looked like a cute little penguin, eagerly nodding her head, adorable to the point that Suyu's heart melted. However, when Suyu thought about Lu Wei's background, his smile gradually faded. He stopped teasing her and with a wave of his hand, opened 6 capsules. Then, he took out a white cloak from his pocket and gently spread it on the ground. Although Lu Wei had no expression, her movements were anything but vague. She sat down on the ground, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she was looking forward to something. Lu Wei's fingers danced among various dishes, eagerly sending bites into her big mouth. Her cheeks puffed with each chew, like a hamster enjoying a delicious meal. Whether it was steaming braised meat, fresh and tender fish slices, or hearty fried rice, they were all devoured by her big mouth like water flowing. Suyu watched her, unable to suppress the hunger in his own stomach. In the tense atmosphere of the end times, Suyu had developed a habit of eating less at noon. He quickly took a few bites before pulling out a huge blueprint from his wristband. This blueprint was taken off the wall of the library. After the apocalypse arrived, Brother Fly and his gang used the library as their stronghold. The library contained detailed records of the layout of the Star City Mansion community, with houses, roads, and walls clearly marked. Some key locations were even specifically highlighted in red ink. Among many highlights, one area was circled specially, with the word danger prominently written in the center. It was the 3rd phase of the Star City Mansion. It seemed that these marks were indeed the work of Brother Fly. However, at this moment, Lu Wei's pale little hand reached out to Suyu, clearly signifying that she wasn't full yet. Suyu looked up and found that in just a few minutes, the 5 dishes and soup on the table had been cleaned out completely. Even the bones of the roasted chicken had been chewed clean. This is way more shocking than an eating champion. With no other choice, he brought out the big prize, roast suckling pig. A 10-pound big guy, surely enough for Lu Wei, right? While Lu Wei continued to enjoy her meal, Suyu suddenly caught the conversation between 2 passers-by. Turning around, Lu Wei let out a satisfied burp. Her little belly slightly bulged, making one curious about where all the food had gone. But soon, Lu Wei restored her previous harmless 3-no state. Suyu was surprised to discover that this time Lu Wei seemed to have regained not just her state, but also gained a new status. Full status. In full status, all attributes increased by 20%. It seems that before every big battle in the future, he would have to make sure she was well fed. After confirming that no one was around, Suyu quietly led Lu Wei out of the villa. Suyu noticed someone pushing a cart piled high with human and zombie corpses. These corpses were clearly being taken away for burning. The distant smoking fire pile was their last testament in this world. By checking the map, Suyu found that the areas were completely isolated by iron fences. Currently, the zombies in the 1st phase had been completely cleared by the Baisher family. Most survivors were gathered here, including the Baisher manor. As for the 2nd to 6th phases, they remained unsafe zones, scattered with varying numbers of zombies. Phase 3 had gathered a large number of elite zombies, making cleaning quite difficult. Therefore, Brother Fly had specially marked the word danger on the map as a warning. When the 2 reached the entrance of the 3rd phase, they found that a gathering had already completed, clearing zombies along the way. Suyu looked at the lure device in his wristband. Here comes the action. Chapter 51, The War God of Sakurakoku. So, Suyu brought Lu Wei into the trial space and went alone to the corner of the wall where the bamboo forest was located. This bamboo forest is dense, perfectly concealing their tracks, allowing them to avoid everyone's attention. Got it. Suyu easily climbed over the iron fence. At the moment he crossed the iron fence, he felt as if the color of the sky had changed, and a suffocating smell of blood rushed towards him. The scene around him was shocking, with severed limbs, broken arms, and decaying flesh and bones everywhere. Compared to the outside world, this place was more like a hell on earth. Even the originally white marble path had become a deep black, stained by the blood of countless humans and zombies, each step sticky. Not far away, the total number of people, including the heavenly soldiers of the Bai family, approached 200. However, strangely, Suyu noticed that Bai Shihao was not in the ranks. If Bai Shihao was not leading, then who could it be? Could it be him? Although everyone had mentally prepared in advance, the scene before them was still heart-stopping. A few people's faces went pale, and they vomited on the spot. Under the leadership of the Bai family, the formation of the crowd gradually adjusted. They slowly proceeded towards the central area of the third phase. However, Suyu knew well that this large group, though numerous, was merely a temporary assembly. To rely on them to hunt the leader-level zombie, it was likely that these ordinary people would be used as shields. Suyu quietly followed behind, shooting an arrow with a lure into the grass behind the crowd. Everyone turned back, but found dozens of zombies leaping out of the grass, including an elite zombie, surging like a tidal wave. "Be careful!" A loud shout warned the crowd. The last few heavenly soldiers were instantly engulfed by the surging horde of zombies, disappearing into the chaos. Some sought protection, gathering together for self-preservation. Others fled in panic, drawing more zombies to them unwittingly. In this critical moment, a heavenly soldier commander decisively issued the order: divide the battlefield and take them down one by one. These temporarily gathered people were not rookies, most had reached levels 3 to 4. Though many faced elite zombies for the first time and were initially nervous and uneasy. But relying on their experience and strength, they quickly stabilized themselves. Soon, under the command of the heavenly soldiers, the crowd calmed down and, following the orders, began to fight back. Charge! For glory! In the face of overwhelming numbers, these zombies were just a test of experience for everyone. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. Suyu found another fierce zombie, shooting an arrow to lure it next to a heavenly soldier who was struggling. At that moment, the heavenly soldier rushed over in a panic, running around like a headless chicken. His body was covered in blood, and there were many horrifying wounds on him. His left arm seemed to have been violently torn off, blood splattering, making it hard to look at. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Behind him, a gigantic, ugly, and exceptionally fast purple zombie was closely chasing him. Like a flash of lightning, it stomped on him, wildly tearing at his limbs. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as he instantly lost his breath. Thunder Zombie. Level 7, Elite Level. Basic attributes: Strength 40, Spirit 10, Constitution 10, Agility 60. This is an elite level Thunder Zombie, someone in the crowd exclaimed, filled with helpless despair. This Thunder Zombie was said to have been a fitness blogger in life. Though its spirit and constitution were not outstanding, its strength was tremendous, and its speed was extremely fast. It became the most fearsome zombie in the third phase, its battle power off the charts. The one killed was actually a level 5 heavenly soldier. Everyone present was shocked. A level 5 heavenly soldier could perish so easily? When the Thunder Zombie saw the crowd, suddenly, he became wildly excited. He threw down the corpse at his feet, locked eyes with the person speaking in the crowd, and then lunged at him fiercely. That overwhelming momentum was like a speeding locomotive, moving faster than anyone could imagine. This zombie seemed to enter a world without restrictions, crazily slaughtering the people around. Each charge brought down several individuals, and the battle was one-sided. The scene instantly fell into chaos, with not a glimmer of an opportunity to resist appearing. Despair swept through the hearts of the survivors, their cries echoing all around. Just as they were getting closer to the stronghold, a cold wind suddenly blew by. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and a terrifying vibe was pervasive in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Suyu had found a mansion to hide in. Here, the view was clear, and through the windows, they could observe the situation outside distinctly. Since the main character had not yet appeared, Suyu planned to hold off for now. God! Please save me! Mom! I want to go home. Take care of my uncle. At that moment, a small figure rushed from a distance. He was agile, moving elegantly, and in an instant, he accurately severed the hamstrings of the thunderous zombie with a single sword strike. The thunderous zombie attempted to flee, but this man relentlessly pursued him. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully killed the thunderous zombie. In an instant, applause and cheers erupted, celebrating his bravery. Who is this fully equipped big shot? So impressive. Don't you know? He is the strongest warrior of Star City Mansion. Captain Yamamoto Ancestor? I've only heard his name but have never seen him. We are truly lucky this time. With Yamamoto Ancestor leading, I heard they have never failed. Really? I don't believe it. The man turned around, staring at the crowd, and their voices fell silent instantly. He remained unfazed, pulling out a brand new pair of rubber gloves from his wristband. Next, he squatted down and searched beneath the fallen thunderous zombie in the pool of blood, finally finding a ring. After examining it closely, he discovered the ring didn't fit him, so he wordlessly tossed it to a servant beside him. Then, without a second thought, he turned and left, his figure graceful. "It's really you, Yamamoto ancestor." Suyu's eyes were fixed on the man, and his expression instantly turned cold. This was his top enemy besides Baishirhao. Yamamoto ancestor suddenly felt alert, goosebumps rising all over him. At that moment, it was as if he sensed the breath of death. But this feeling lasted less than a tenth of a second before disappearing completely. It must have been an illusion. Yamamoto ancestor looked towards Suyu's direction, muttering to himself. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Suyu concealed all his presence and let out a long breath. He didn't expect that just one glance could make him feel such killing intent. However, Suyu was a little excited. Reborn, he hadn't yet had a decent battle with an ordinary human. In his past life, Suyu had faced Yamamoto ancestor twice, winning once and losing once. As long as Yamamoto ancestor dies, Baishirhao loses a pillar of support. This time, Yamamoto ancestor, you are undoubtedly going to die. Chapter 52, Yamamoto, I'll make you regret it. After a small interruption, the group finally reached their destination. They saw that Baishirhao's heavenly soldiers had gathered there, a nearly 100-person team moving in an orderly fashion, maintaining perfect discipline. And the enemy was a zombie towering at 10 meters high, wielding a huge iron anchor and covered in armor. Armored giant zombie leader. Level 8, boss level. Basic attributes: Strength 50, Spirit 10, Constitution 80, Agility 10. Talent: Pseudo-giant body, possesses a massive body with extremely hard armor covering it completely, making ordinary weapons ineffective. The armor can reduce damage by 90%. Joint areas are not covered to facilitate movement. Damage increased by 100%. Special talent: cannot be plundered. Pseudo-earthshaking, any attack against the enemy has a 50% chance to pause their actions upon hitting, also causing a stun effect. Skill: Scorching steam, continuously releases extremely high temperature steam from within, with such pressure that the water temperature reaches a critical point. Causes area damage to nearby enemies. Clear the path, lock onto the target, fiercely throw the anchor. If it hits an enemy, it pulls them back and stuns them. If it hits the terrain, it pulls the user to the anchor. Annihilation, the strongest move, striking the ground with the anchor in hand, spikes shoot up from the ground, dealing damage to all nearby enemies and causing them to enter a state of stun. This zombie is tough to deal with. Suyu knows deeply that it not only performs well in attack and defense but also possesses extremely high vitality. However, its poor flexibility creates a certain weakness in combat. Once forced to the brink, it can even shed part of its armor for faster movement, increasing its chance of survival. Therefore, to successfully defeat this zombie, one must fully exploit its weaknesses and adopt effective strategies and skills. Before changing jobs, most survivors preferred to fight in close quarters. However, facing the scorching steam, they cannot approach at all. So, Suyu's bow and arrows are the best means of attack. However, boss-level zombies of the same level do not possess such attributes. Even so, for Suyu, its basic attributes are no longer formidable. Even without Lue's help, he is confident he can defeat it alone. Of course, this isn't because the boss-level boss is too weak. After all, since his rebirth, Suyu's performance has always been like cheating. How could these people be a match? Captain. All piglets have gathered, 170 should be present, but only 110 are here, a heavenly soldier reported softly. It seems that during the march just now, 60 people have already perished. However, with the heavenly soldiers, the total number has reached 200 people. A bunch of sickly patients. Yamamoto Saki remained unmoved, signaling with a hand. A few heavenly soldiers then brought a barrel of porridge and a box of steamed buns, placing them in front of everyone. These have actually been poisoned. From the very beginning, Yamamoto never intended for these people to return alive. People looked at each other, and then a wave of unrest began to spread in the crowd. Like the sound of thunder in a public toilet arousing public outrage. I want to protest. This is not what was promised. Wasn't it supposed to have supply capsules? How come we only got porridge and buns? We lost dozens of people. Once I get out, I will definitely expose you. You liars. However, before finishing his words, Yamamoto waved his hand, and the archers around him moved into action. Several arrows whizzed through the air, accurately shooting at the loudest among the crowd. The anger in the crowd instantly froze, becoming silent as a grave. Still making noise? Do you want to attract all the zombies from Phase 3 here? The archer angrily lowered his weapon, casting a stern glare over everyone. Once you enter the battle, you will automatically receive a mission. No matter who it is, those who participate in kills will receive gift packages and guaranteed supply capsules. Is there a problem? The reason for providing some basic food is to ensure you have enough strength during the fight, avoiding any performance issues due to hunger. If anyone does not wish to continue, they can leave now. Once the battle starts, anyone who dares to retreat will be executed without mercy. Captain, do you feel anything needs to be added? The archer respectfully asked. 2 minutes. Finish eating and get moving, Yamamoto said flatly. At this moment, someone stepped forward first, silently picking up a bun. Seeing this, others soon followed suit. After the battle began, so you finally understood. The ancestor of Yamamoto's 100-man team only needs to sacrifice up to 20 people to successfully kill this armored giant. The reason for gathering so many people is not only due to his cleanliness obsession. He also has another characteristic: he loves his soldiers like his own children and cares deeply for his subordinates. In the first challenge, the sacrifice of just 2 subordinates caused him great pain. So he decided to let outsiders charge ahead and bear the damage to find an opportunity to kill the armored giant. If one isn't ruthless enough, how can they deserve a picturesque kingdom? But how could Tsuyu allow the enemy to succeed so easily? When the armored giant saw a large number of survivors, its eyes suddenly shone brightly, filled with uncontrollable excitement. It approached with heavy steps and suddenly extended its iron anchor, throwing it into the crowd. The anchor plunged violently into the ground, and the heavenly soldiers quickly retreated in a conditioned reflex. But others were completely caught off guard, and the armored giant took the opportunity to draw close. Destruction of skies and lands. From the center of the armored giant's feet, a cluster of sharp spikes suddenly shot out, spreading wildly in all directions at an astonishing speed. This is its most powerful killing move. Once unleashed, it instantly releases endless killing intent. Within a 20-meter radius, everyone felt a chill below. A sharp spike, like a ghost, rushed out from its heel, pointing directly at the top of the head, and in an instant, breath was gone. Quick counterattack. A hurried shout broke through the tense atmosphere, waking everyone from their fear. Following this, the heavenly soldiers united, launching a fierce attack on the armored giant. However, at this time, the armored giant curled its body, cleverly hiding its weaknesses. Everyone fought hard, swinging their weapons against its armor, but could only hear the ringing of metal. The attack reduced the damage by 90%, but to it, this was like a tickle. The armored giant's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of white steam, and then its body started to visibly turn red. Next, its whole body became red to the naked eye. Within a 5-meter radius, a thick layer of white steam enveloped the surroundings, as if one was in a fog. Nearby people were instantly scalded and cooked by the high temperature. Those a little farther away had horror-inducing blisters appear directly on their exposed skin, writhing in pain on the ground. Under constant pulling, those who were temporarily recruited had already suffered heavy casualties. Yet the armored giant was on the brink of death. It could be killed in no more than 3 rounds. The current situation had completely been taken over by the heavenly soldiers of the Baishur family. At this moment, everyone felt the ground shake. A level 3 man came running from afar. At first glance, he didn't look like a good person at all. Yamamoto, I curse your ancestor, Tsuyu shouted loudly. Chapter 53, Tear the Devil Apart. Yamamoto's small face turned bright red. He had put in a lot of effort just to inherit the title of Yamamoto's ancestor from his grandfather. According to the customs of the Sakura country, women usually change to their husband's surname after marriage, reflecting the traditional view of male superiority. Yamamoto's mother was no exception. However, from a young age, Yamamoto was deeply influenced by the samurai code and military thought. He longed to inherit his mother's family name, Yamamoto. This was because the Yamamoto family once had an ancestor who received a state burial and was enshrined in the shrine. After nearly 20 years of effort, Yamamoto finally earned his grandfather's recognition. He not only changed his surname to Yamamoto but also changed his first name to ancestor to express his admiration and remembrance of that ancestor. However, Tsuyu unexpectedly touched Yamamoto's bottom line and made him furious. The person in front of him was none other than the one who founded the company, Facebook. Baka Yoru. Fight for me. In his anger, Yamamoto even started speaking in his hometown dialect. In an instant, all the heavenly soldiers changed their attack targets, aiming their firepower at Tsuyu. Although due to the distance, most of the long-range firepower failed to hit accurately. Just as everyone was reloading, an unexpected scene appeared before them. Behind Tsuyu, there was a dark mass, all zombies. Terrifyingly, leading them were several notorious elite zombies from Stage 3. Roughly estimated, there were actually more than 40 in total. If so many zombies charged into the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. They looked at each other and then cast their gaze toward Yamamoto Sennin. Like a dung beetle facing a person with intestinal disorders, should we go or not? Time waits for no one, and Tsuyu suddenly made a sharp turn, hiding into a house. This action successfully led the relentless zombies towards the crowd. In the next moment, zombies and people intertwined, plunging into a chaotic brawl. You guys hold steady, I'll go take care of that arrogant Huaxia person. Yamamoto Sennin decisively issued the command. Yamamoto was filled with confidence, as he believed he could kill anyone in 1 minute. Otherwise, how could he show his face to the ancestors of the Yamamoto family? Shining with fierce killing intent, his eyes sparkled as he tightly gripped a samurai sword glowing with blue light, rushing toward the house where Suyu had disappeared. Yamamoto Sennin, LV6, no profession, SS level talent, Dance of Death. Like Suyu, being level 6 was not simple. It is important to know that Suyu reached this level thanks to a series of cheats and multiple opportunities. For others, reaching level 6 had already proven that their strength could not be underestimated. Of course, all this could not be separated from his SS level talent. The Dance of Death was one of the talents Suyu wanted to seize the most. The power of this talent lies in the fact that all attacks will ignore defenses and shields, directly causing true damage. However, if he chose to seize this talent from the beginning, wouldn't the fun of revenge be greatly reduced? With Suyu's character, he preferred to torment his opponent both physically and mentally before wiping out the hatred in his heart. At the moment he entered the range, Suyu, who was hiding in the dark, decisively made a move. Whoosh! 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 He swiftly shot 3 arrows, coming from 3 directions, cleverly halting Yamamoto Sennin's steps. However, due to strict discipline in his childhood, Yamamoto Sennin's movements were different from others. Although he was prepared, dodging these 3 arrows still made him appear somewhat flustered. Especially the last arrow, which nearly grazed his leg. What a fast arrow! Yamamoto was astonished in his heart, such shooting speed was unmatched in the entire Baishir family. No wonder this person dared to be so arrogant. But the stronger the opponent, the more excited Yamamoto became. Before and after the apocalypse, he hadn't encountered any worthy opponents for a long time. Countless challengers fell under his samurai sword. Originally thought you were just a small character who could brag, didn't expect you had some skill. You qualify to be my opponent. Announce your name, I, Yamamoto Sennin, do not kill nameless people. Little boy. Suyu, holding a Huaxia war bow, walked out, speaking calmly. Yamamoto Sennin's brow furrowed, this name carried the weight of bloodline oppression. Deeply branded in the hearts of the people of Sakura Nation, it became their eternal pain. But in Yamamoto Sennin's eyes, this tall man, with thick brows and big eyes, really bore this name. Little boy, LV3, no profession. It is hard to say whether this man was intentional or careless. However, his equipment was not inferior to his own, he must not be careless in this battle. After charging up, Suyu launched another attack. Whoosh! 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 Again, 3 consecutive arrows. Oh my! If the first, and 2 arrows can completely cut off my movement, and the chance of the third arrow hitting me increases by at least 50%. Unfortunately, here with me, no matter what tricks you use, the result is always 0. After the last experience, Yamamoto Sennin easily dodged this time. In everyday life, Yamamoto Sennin is a man of few words. But in battle, he loves to provoke his opponent and laugh out loud. This has become a habit he formed gradually after changing his name. It is also a kind of confidence he has as a warrior, as a master. However, in Suyu's eyes, this confidence of his is also a shackle, a symbol of his stubbornness. In the duel between experts, the victory or defeat often hangs by a thread. After stabilizing his body, Yamamoto Sennin confidently saw through Suyu's trick. This kid must be relying on some mysterious skill to shoot 3 arrows in quick succession. If this man in front of me is limited to this, then this competition is destined to be my victory. Yamamoto Sennin moved lightly, each step was like a dance, he firmly believed he could dodge any attack. Whoosh! The punitive arrow. A purple-red crystal arrow shot directly at his chest. The speed was so fast that he had nowhere to hide. Just from the color of the arrow, Yamamoto Sennin could accurately judge. The immense power contained in it was definitely not trivial. At the moment the arrow was about to hit, Yamamoto Sennin's feet moved swiftly, instantly retreating nearly 10 meters. From his quickly retreating figure, it could be seen that this blow made him a little wary. Ha ha ha! Despicable Huaxia person! Your arrow is fast, but your accuracy is still a bit lacking. Yamamoto Sennin was panting heavily, and although he was in a sorry state, he still mocked Suyu, merely trying to excuse himself. Before his words fell, a sudden shrill cry came from behind. He discovered that 6 of his subordinates had fallen to the ground, groaning in pain from arrows. Originally passive mutated zombies, at this moment, launched a fierce counterattack. And a small team prepared to rush forward for rescue, but was cleverly used by Suyu's skill, directly pierced through like stringing candied haws. In the next second, the mutated zombies displayed amazing combat power, directly performing a shocking hand-tier display. Sorry, I missed. Suyu spoke the words of apology, but his face showed a trace of mockery and provocation. Chapter 54, Crazy Yamamoto Sengen. Yamamoto Sengen's face turned ashen. Only now did he realize that the man in front of him seemed to never have his sights set on himself. One must know that with the strength of these subordinates, each of these subordinates is a capable expert, yet even so, Yamamoto Sengen could not deny a terrifying fact. That man managed to easily take the lives of 11 of his subordinates within just 10 seconds. And he, on the other hand, hadn't even managed to touch the corner of his clothes. You shameless huaxia person! How dare you play tricks of diversion? Yamamoto Sengen shouted angrily. Current collapse rate, 30%, weakness, 0%. He activated his acceleration skill and sprinted towards Suyu at full speed. As long as he could get close, Yamamoto Sengen firmly believed he had 100 ways to put him to death. With the enhancement of many equipment, Suyu's attributes had completely surpassed Yamamoto Sengen. If Suyu wanted, Yamamoto Sengen could barely hope to catch a glimpse of his taillight. Therefore, Suyu completely ignored Yamamoto Sengen's relentless pursuit, weaving with him on the edge of the battlefield. Humming a familiar tune, the battle bow in his hand nimbly harvested the lives of the celestial soldiers. We are all sharpshooters, each bullet eliminates one enemy. Drawing the bow and shooting arrows. One arrow to the head. Knocking another arrow. Let's do it again. Every action flowed seamlessly, executed in one go without any pause or hesitation. 1, 2, 3. At this moment, even considering the aiming time, in 2.5 minutes, Suyu. He shot down more than 40 heavenly soldiers and over a dozen mutated zombies. However, this was not Suyu's limit. 0.5 seconds per arrow is the limit of the Chinese battle bow. It could no longer keep up with Suyu's rhythm. If it weren't for the tough-skinned, fleshy mutated zombies, his speed could have been even faster. It seems it's time to switch to a more suitable weapon. Suyu was even finally controlling the ratio between heavenly soldiers and mutated zombies, so that one side wouldn't have too many people, causing the battle situation to spiral out of control. Captain! We have suffered heavy losses, shouted the bowman, with an arrow stuck in his shoulder, approaching Yamamoto's ancestor in terror to report. Yamamoto's ancestor stared at the ground full of heavenly soldier corpses, anxiously asking, how many people have died? Captain, the bowman's voice trembled, the captain of the first team who was responsible for holding back the armored giant unfortunately got shot and died. To ensure the mission continues, the second team has already taken over, but during the handover, some of the brothers couldn't escape. The situation of the third team on the outskirts is the most tragic. Hearing this, Yamamoto's ancestor turned pale, interrupting the bowman, stop talking. Just tell me how many people are dead. The bowman trembled as he answered, Captain. Before the war, there were a total of 103 heavenly soldiers, now including you and me, there are only 44 left. But among them, 8 brothers are severely injured and can no longer fight. Whoosh! The punishment arrow shot out. Suyu, in front of Yamamoto's ancestor, shot through the heart of this bowman who had lost his fighting ability. Along with the few behind him, he shot them all down, finally leaving the number of survivors at 39. 4 is an unlucky number in China, let me change it for you. Bastard! You despicable Chinese, you don't uphold martial ethics. You completely ignore the spirit of Bushido. How can you attack the injured? Yamamoto's ancestor shouted angrily, his eyes blazing with fury. Then, he took out a bottle of bubbling green potion from his wristband and drank it without hesitation. Shameless Chinese, you must pay the price for your actions. Current collapse degree, 60%, weakness degree, 0%. Rage potion, a superior level consumable. Within 60 seconds, it can increase your movement speed and attack speed by 30%, while also enhancing attack power and defense by 30%. After the time ends, you will enter a weakened state, with a 90% drop in all attributes, lasting for 1 hour. Only one potion of the same type can take effect at a time. This was his final trump card, looted from a finely crafted treasure chest not long ago. After swallowing the potion, Yamamoto's ancestor instantly felt a surge of power fill his body, as if it was about to overflow. He had calculated precisely that once he took this potion, his movement speed would surpass Suyu's. As long as he could get close, he had countless ways to kill Suyu. Yamamoto's ancestor's eyes flickered with the excitement of a hunter, once again scrutinizing the man in front of him who made him feel terrified. The fear triggered by Suyu only ignited his fighting spirit even more. He activated his acceleration skill, and at this moment, his body moved like a phantom. If he had wings, he might have taken off on the spot. As Yamamoto's ancestor rushed forward, Suyu remained still, calmly observing his movements. This is the rage potion, insidious Chinese, you're dead meat. Yamamoto's ancestor spoke in a deep tone, filled with threat. Your death is in 60 seconds. Even Yamamoto's ancestor's subordinates became excited due to the captain's tone. They hadn't seen the captain look so serious and so agitated in a long time. Death mark. A dark red triangular symbol suddenly appeared above Yamamoto's ancestor's head. This mark would last for 10 minutes, granting Suyu an increase in movement speed and attack speed. Just as Yamamoto's ancestor thought he could catch up to Suyu, he suddenly realized that compared to Suyu, his speed was in a completely different realm. The next second, Yamamoto's ancestor fell into despair. He watched helplessly as Suyu struck out with astonishing speed. You can only follow from a distance, helplessly eating the dust. Don't run! Rascally Huaxia people, let's fight face to face! Yamamoto Saito roared, yet Suyu scoffed at this. To be honest, the current Yamamoto Saito had no trace of being the strongest warrior. Right now, his subordinates were falling to the ground, powerless to resist like chickens ready for slaughter. Suyu kindly shot through their lungs, making them cry out in agony before death. That desperate scream in a state of oxygen deprivation sent chills down one's spine. Each scream was like a sharp knife, deeply piercing into Yamamoto Saito's heart. Time seemed to stand still, 1 minute felt incredibly long. Current collapse level, 90%, weakness level, 99%. Yamamoto Saito collapsed to the ground, powerless like a fallen leaf, 10 loyal subordinates tightly shielding him from behind. The battlefield around them, apart from them, was left with only the faint breath of the armored giant. Confusion and fear flashed in Yamamoto Saito's eyes as he whispered, "Who exactly are you?" His thoughts drifted back over 100 years, to the Sakura country governed by the fear of the little boy. He deeply understood that with their current strength, plus the nearly dead armor giant, they could hardly stand against Suyu. If the armor giant died, it would mean working for Suyu for nothing. Thus, a nearly crazy thought appeared in his mind. Come and fight. Captain. Suyu provoked. Yamamoto Saito slowly raised his head, revealing deep despair in his eyes. Suddenly, he went into a frenzied state, shouting madly to his subordinates, "Everyone, let's shatter into pieces." The crowd, unafraid, surged towards Yamamoto Saito, like moths to a flame, charging recklessly at the already teetering armor giant. Suyu, sharp-eyed and quick-handed, shot down the celestial soldiers supporting Yamamoto Saito with a few arrows. The remaining subordinates tightly embraced the armor giant, instantly being engulfed by steam. As the armor giant was left with only one breath, its body suddenly changed. Chapter 55, Plundering SS Level Talent, Dance of Death. In an instant, a large amount of steam surged around the armor giant, enveloping the surroundings. This high-temperature steam quickly liquefied, forming a white mist that covered a radius of 100 meters. The form of the armor giant underwent significant changes. The wounds left from battle were quickly healing, as if time were reversing for it. Its height increased by nearly 1 meter, exuding a sharp aura of a strong warrior, instilling awe in all. Then, a light blue barrier suddenly appeared, covering everyone within. Ding! The armor giant's kill count has reached the limit, successfully advancing to a Lord-level boss. At this stage, the Lord-level boss is too powerful, survivors are advised to act cautiously. The barrier will automatically disappear after the beginner protection period ends. To ensure everyone's safety, we strongly recommend survivors wait until the beginner protection period is over before battling the Lord-level boss. Yamamoto Saito originally just wanted to avoid dying at Suyu's hands and let him gain an advantage. Unexpectedly, in a twist of fate, the armor giant managed to advance after killing the last few celestial soldiers. Seeing the boss evolve, the previously bottomed-out collapse level of Yamamoto Saito surprisingly restored to 50%. Armor Giant King Zombie Lord. Level 9, Lord level. Basic attributes: Strength 80, Spirit 10, Constitution 100, Agility 10. Talent: True Titan Body. Possessing a massive body, its incredibly hard armor covers the whole body, rendering ordinary weapons helpless against it. The armored parts can reduce damage by 99%. Areas like joints are not covered by armor for convenience of movement, increasing damage by 100%. Special talent: Cannot be plundered. True Tremble the Earth. Any attack against an enemy that hits will cause their movement to enter a pause state 100% of the time, while also triggering a dizzy effect. Skill: Scorching Steam. Passive skill. Wrapping the body in high-pressure steam causes area damage to approaching enemies. Clearing the channel. Lock onto the target, throw the anchor fiercely. If it hits the enemy, it will pull them back and stun them. If it hits the terrain, it will pull you to the anchor's location. Destruction of Heaven and Earth. The strongest move, using the anchor in hand to violently hit the ground. Sharp spikes shoot up from the ground, causing damage to all enemy units nearby and putting them in a stun state. In a weakened state, Yamamoto Sennin collapsed on the ground, but his smile was incredibly radiant. He immediately checked the information about the armored giant king. Although the skills did not significantly enhance, the true body of the giant talent received an epic level upgrade. The main attributes were also boosted again, with strength reaching 80, and constitution even reaching 100. With such high attack and defense attributes, perhaps only his SS level, Dance of Death, talent could have an advantage. Ignoring defense and shields, he could gain the upper hand. Even though the man before him was powerful, he was certainly no match for the armored giant king. Since he could not defeat this man, let the boss deal with him. Ha ha ha. Weak little waxier, you cannot win against it. Yamamoto Sennin propped himself up like a shell-less turtle, laughing wickedly. Oh? Is that so? Tsuyu said calmly. Death mark. A dark red mark suddenly appeared above the armored giant king's head. To kill it, speed is key. The armored giant king, newly evolved, immediately sensed Tsuyu's hostility. The armored giant king approached like an uncontrollable wild horse, dragging a huge anchor, exuding immense power. But with 10 points in agility, his speed was indeed a bit slow. It was just thunder with little rain. The giant stood over 4 meters tall, and each step created a dent in the ground. The anchor carved a deep trench on the ground. In the previous battle, Tsuyu had closely observed the skills of the armored giant king. With his experience, he could accurately grasp the release distance and attack range of each skill with just a little observation. Tsuyu's movements were incredibly agile, leaving Yamamoto Sennin dumbfounded. He saw the armored giant king's body tremble several times, a sign that it was about to unleash a skill. However, each time, it was forcibly suppressed. The need for such precise calculations was simply unbelievable. The armored giant king could no longer hold back, and suddenly hurled a grappling hook towards Tsuyu's back. Its massive body pounced towards Tsuyu, and upon landing, immediately activated the Destruction of Heaven and Earth skill. However, Tsuyu was already prepared. Yet the armored giant king was astonished to find that Tsuyu had just stepped out right before the spikes from Destruction of Heaven and Earth appeared. What incredible speed! The range of Destruction of Heaven and Earth was vast, even its own speed couldn't escape. However, this man managed to do it. It seemed he had not gone all out in their previous clash. But so what? Yamamoto Sennin did not believe this man could break through the armored giant king's defense. Sure enough, Tsuyu attempted to shoot 2 arrows, each aimed at the armored giant king's eyes. But at the moment of impact, the armored giant king simply blinked. That blink of its eyelid was like an unbreakable steel plate, forcibly blocking Tsuyu's arrows. With Tsuyu's attack power, he could only make that eyelid slightly redden. With a staggering 99% damage reduction effect, ordinary attack methods became utterly ineffective. Ha ha ha. Poor Waxier, you probably can't even break its defense, can you? Oh. My SS level talent, Dance of Death, can ignore defense, you know. How about I lend it to you? If you want it, come and take it yourself. Yamamoto Sennin knew that his life was soon coming to an end. Therefore, he used all kinds of words to ridicule and mock Tsuyu, trying to find a trace of pleasure in his last moments. At 99% weakness, the final 1% probably lay in his nagging mouth. Even if he were cremated, his mouth would still be stubborn. In his view, how could one possibly steal talent? Oh. That's good. Tsuyu's lips curled up, revealing a cunning smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated the Hand of Theft. Originally, Tsuyu intended to defeat the armored giant king with strength, but Yamamoto's ancestor volunteered to come and block him. No more pretending, the cards were on the table. Regardless of whether it came late or early, it was bound to happen. Since you actively let me take, how could I not take? Ding. You used the Hand of Theft on Survivor, Yamamoto's ancestor. Yamamoto's ancestor current collapse level, 50%, weakness, 99%, talent theft successful. Remaining times, 0. Ding. You have obtained SS level talent, Dance of Death. Talent, Dance of Death, SS level. Talent level, SS level. Thoughtless Slash, all your attacks will deal true damage, ignoring all armor and shields. Yamamoto's ancestor felt as if his body had been completely drained, as if some incredibly precious thing had left him forever. He checked his attribute panel, his eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Had his talent truly turned into a butterfly and flown away? It really had become a curse. How is this possible? Yamamoto's ancestor cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 56 Stealing SS level talent, truly shocking the world. Tsuyu couldn't spare the effort to torment Yamamoto's ancestor. After all, good things often take time. So, he casually shot 4 arrows. Each arrow precisely pinned Yamamoto's ancestor's 4 limbs, rendering him immobile, to avoid spoiling his good fortune. Tsuyu's guess was correct. Even while enduring such severe pain, Yamamoto's ancestor managed to hold on. His entire body was soaked with sweat, as if he had just stepped out of a sauna. Truly worthy of an SS level talent, this theft had consumed half of his energy. If it weren't for his high mental attribute, he might not have been able to withstand such a drain. Tsuyu quickly took out a bottle of energy potion, swallowing it in one go, restoring a bit of energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once again drawing his bow, Tsuyu aimed at the armored giant king's eyes and decisively shot. However, the armored giant king seemed indifferent, his eyes showing obvious disdain. Steam spewed from his nostrils, clearly not taking Suyu's attack seriously. Humph. The same trick can't be used on an armored giant king twice. His body was indestructible, capable of withstanding 99% of damage. Not even a single eyelid could be pierced. How could it possibly cause him real harm? Facing the flying arrows, the armored giant king closed his eyes again, trying to block the arrows in the same way. But this time, the arrows pierced his eyelids, deeply embedding into his eyes. Then, under high temperature and pressure, the arrows were directly ejected. Suddenly, blood flowed like a river from the armored giant king's eyes, his vision becoming blurred. The armored giant king let out a thunderous roar, furious. Damn it! No matter what method, he couldn't touch this cunning monkey. He had even been played and had his defense broken? The armored giant king could not accept this fact. A coincidence. This must be a coincidence. However, Suyu's attacks did not stop. Following the principle of the sooner used, the sooner cooldown, he continued to launch attacks. Judgment Arrow, Holy Arrow Massacre, all skills poured onto the armored giant king. Despite the boosts from the two perverse talents, Dual Strike and Dance of Death, the armored giant king's 100 points of physique not only granted him strong defense but also meant he had an extremely high health pool. The armored giant king, like Zhuge Liang's ships borrowing arrows, was covered in a flurry of arrows, looking extremely disheveled. Even though he felt no pain. But it was injured by a tiny insect, which left it feeling deeply ashamed. Looking around the entire blue planet, as a zombie evolved to the Lord level, it was ranked 10th in terms of time. Which of the predecessors was not a terror to the world? Survivors avoided them like a plague. Yet, it had become the only Lord-level zombie in such a pathetic state. When a zombie reaches the Lord level, they already possess considerable intelligence. It had hoped that after its upgrade, it could earn honor with a victory it achieved by its own hands. It seemed it had no choice but to use the unique skills of a Lord-level zombie. At this moment, it slammed the anchor in its hands, feeling the ground tremble. Unlike Chief-level zombies, Lord-level zombies do not need to enslave others to control them. In their territory, by their mere existence, Lord-level zombies can instill fear in the nearby zombies. When the Lord gives an order, which zombie in the territory dares to disobey? This comes from the suppression of their bloodline. At this moment, Yamamoto's ancestor came to his senses, only to be shocked to find a large group of zombies crossing the barrier, pushing inward. Many of them were troublesome opponents he had encountered before, including several of the most difficult ones from the third phase. 1 chief-level zombie, 16 mutated zombies, 35 ordinary zombies. I didn't expect that basketball zombie has evolved to chief level. Poor Huaxia people. What if you took away my Dance of Death? I want to see how you, all alone, deal with so many zombies. While reporting the battle situation, Yamamoto's ancestor did not forget to mock Suyu, looking quite pleased. Perhaps he would witness Suyu's death again, as his collapse level returned to 70%. At this moment, Suyu chose to stand still, drawing his bow and shooting arrows, attempting to catch the zombies that had just entered the barrier by surprise. Though the effect was significant, in Yamamoto's eyes, it was nearly Suyu's dying struggle before death. Ah, foolish Huaxia person. Standing still, how many zombies can you hit in such a short time? The zombies have surrounded you, let's see where you can escape. This time, you are doomed. Even the armored giant king, who was resting and pulling arrows, turned his head toward Suyu with great interest. Was Suyu's calm expression a sign of confidence, or was he truly foolish? Just as the group of zombies was about to surround Suyu. If it were yesterday, Suyu would undoubtedly be dead. But the past is the past, the present is the present. Lu Wei! Suyu shouted. At this moment, a girl wielding 2 hammers suddenly appeared behind him, incredibly fierce. Dreadful strike. Suyu quickly ducked his head, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow from the chief-level basketball zombie. The 2 dark iron hammers smashed heavily into the zombie's face, crashing it to the ground. At the center of the basketball zombie's head, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Several surrounding zombies were also blown away like kites with cut strings due to the impact. Take it easy, save some breath. Suyu said with a hint of regret as he looked at the instantly lifeless zombies. They were valuable experience points. But Lu Wei continued to do as she pleased. After being ordered by Suyu to stand by earlier, she was itching to fight. Lu Wei, if you kill one more, there will be 1 less dish for dinner. Suyu gave Lu Wei a warning. 1 less dish? That couldn't happen. The girl shook her head vigorously as if she were adamant. She acted cautiously, no longer as carelessly as before. Yamamoto's ancestor looked like he was mourning, swallowing hard, near speechless. He could not understand how this man before him had such a powerful helper. To be able to confront a basketball zombie with a strength of 70 directly, how powerful must this girl's strength be? The existence of a master was already terrifying enough. If that girl had joined the battle just now, would they still have a chance of victory? The armored giant king was equally puzzled. It did not understand why an elite-level zombie in its territory not only did not submit to it, but instead helped humans fight against its subordinates? Watching its dwindling subordinates, the armored giant king let out a deep roar. Suddenly, it released its powerful force and dashed towards Suyu at an astonishing speed. To increase its agility, the armored giant king decisively stripped off its armor, reaching an incredible agility attribute of 80 points. Now, its speed was no longer inferior to Suyu's. The armored giant king did not want to become a solitary figure just after becoming a lord. The other zombies seemed to be inspired by this momentum, starting to counterattack. However, in the face of this sudden change, Suyu appeared calm and unhurried. He raised his hand and shot dead the leader-level basketball zombie under his feet. Ding! Successfully killed Aikuan invincible zombie leader LV8, gained experience *800, gold coins *80. Ding! Level increased to level 7, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent plundering hand, remaining uses, 1. The collapse and weakness of the armored giant king were already sufficient, direct plunder was the way to go. Waiting for this moment. Ding! You used the plundering hand on the armored giant king zombie lord. Current collapse rate, 50%, weakness, 80%, current plundering success rate, 130%. Talent plundering successful. Due to the special talent of true giant body, it cannot be plundered. Plundering succeeded in second talent. Remaining uses, 0. Ding! You gained S-level talent, true earthshaking. Chapter 57, Chrysanthemum wilts, wounds all over the ground. Since Suyu took away the Dance of Death talent from the Yamamoto ancestor, his attack power has seen an incredible increase. If Suyu wanted to kill it, the armored giant king would have long been dead. However, Suyu spared its life because he was eyeing the armored giant king's second talent. This talent, named True Earthshaking, opened a new world for Suyu. Compared to human talents, the talents possessed by zombies were a whole new realm. The dizzying talent that humans could awaken had at most a 35% chance of causing dizziness. Ding! You gained S-level talent, True Earthshaking. Talent, True Earthshaking. Talent level, S-level. Time lock, after attacking the enemy and hitting them, there is a 100% chance to temporarily lock the target in time, making their actions freeze briefly for 0.1 seconds. At the same time, it triggers a dizziness effect. Perfectly precise. Suyu was originally hesitating whether to choose this talent. After all, before the armored giant king's advancement, the activation chance of this talent was only 50%. After advancement, its activation chance directly increased to 100%. Although the dizziness time was only 0.1 seconds, if Suyu could maximize his attack speed, the opponent would be like playing a game on an old phone, completely stuck. This talent was undoubtedly more suitable for melee thieves. As long as the attack speed was maximized, the opponent would be unable to move and would just stand still and take hits. However, even with a full stack of buffs, achieving 10 strikes per second was no easy feat. Throughout the Blue Star, even those legendary thieves from the past might find it hard to achieve this goal. However, that was a story for later. After plundering the talent True Earthshaking, Suyu's attacks instantly became incredibly fierce. Luo Wei, the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals are up to you, you can dispose of them as you wish. Since the goal was already achieved, Suyu only had eyes for the armored giant king. At the same time, those zombies received the order from the armored giant king and rushed towards Luo Wei in perfect coordination. A battle of equals, soldiers against soldiers. In this moment, the armored giant king had eyes only for Suyu. Clear the channel. A massive ship anchor came crashing through the wind. The armored giant king knew it couldn't hit the agile Suyu, so it cleverly changed its tactic. It aimed at the ground behind Suyu, using its skill to launch an attack, intending to close the gap between itself and Suyu this way. The massive body of the armored giant king rushed towards Suyu with white steam billowing. Faced with the fierce assault of the armored giant king, Suyu showcased incredible reflexes and agility. Whoosh! 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 The sound of arrows piercing the air was relentless, as Suyu's arrows rained down on the armored giant king. Confronted with Suyu's relentless arrows, the armored giant king seemed to be in a dilemma, with nowhere to hide, unable to fend off Suyu's attacks. In desperation, it could only use its strong arms to withstand Suyu's arrows. It knew that if it forcibly interrupted its skill, it would have to quickly take evasive measures. This way, not only would its entire plan fall apart, but it might also be left behind by Suyu, with the distance growing larger. Crack! 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 The fluid attack movements of the armored giant king seemed to be pressed on pause again and again. Though each pause lasted only 0.1 seconds, that brief moment turned the armored giant king's originally smooth actions into a stutter, losing its flow. Surprise appeared on the armored giant king's face. Wasn't this its own talent? How could it appear on the opponent? At this moment, the armored giant king was extremely angry but powerless against Su Yu. The fierce onslaught encountered setbacks from the very start. In battles between experts, moments are fleeting, and victory or defeat hangs by a thread. Not to mention, Su Yu had already memorized the armored giant king's talent skills and attack patterns before the fight began. He considered all possible attack options more comprehensively than the armored giant king itself. Even if the armored giant king shed its armor and chased with all its might, it wouldn't escape Su Yu's careful planning. As soon as it drew closer, the armored giant king wasted no time, raising the massive ship anchor high and smashing it down towards Su Yu. In the face of this sudden attack, Su Yu remained calm and quickly turned to dodge. Boom! A loud bang echoed, creating a large pit where Su Yu had been standing. And Su Yu, with incredible speed, successfully evaded this deadly strike from an unexpected angle. One missed strike, and another one followed. The armored giant king swung the ship anchor back in its grip, as if striking a golf ball horizontally. Using all its strength, it swung the anchor, aiming to cleave Su Yu in two. Looking at the empty space before it, the armored giant king thought it had sent Su Yu flying. However, an icy chill suddenly crept up its back. It turned around sharply, feeling a cold sensation on its shoulder. It turned out that the other end of the ship anchor resting on its shoulder had Su Yu standing on it. That long bow was once again aimed right at it. At the critical moment, Su Yu had leaped lightly, cleverly using the force to stand firmly on top of the ship anchor. Such an incredible maneuver left the ancient Yamamoto astounded. Even if he tried 10 times, he might not succeed even once. Yet the man before him handled it effortlessly, as if he was toying with the armored giant king. Of course, the thrill that Yamamoto experienced was his own matter. But in Su Yu's eyes, it was simply insignificant. Basic skills, don't mess them up. This is the level that someone who has returned from the apocalypse should possess. Every move danced on the edge of a knife. While the armored giant king was still in astonishment, Su Yu had already continued his assault. Whoosh! 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 3 more arrows. On the battlefield of close combat, aiming was unnecessary, that massive body had nowhere to hide. The eyes of the armored giant king turned blood red, as scorching steam rapidly filled the air. The high-temperature steam instantly enveloped the surroundings, turning them hazy. Unable to see a finger in front of oneself. In the mist, the armored giant king frantically swung its anchor. Each of its attacks came unexpectedly and grew increasingly cunning. The armored giant king aimed to block Su Yu's vision, leaving him bewildered. As the saying goes, if you injure your enemy 1,000, you harm yourself 800. The white mist could not only deprive humans of their sight but was also effective against zombies. Instead of successfully fighting back, Su Yu's side gained the upper hand. Su Yu activated the silver bird's claw early, taking in everything around him. This rare treasure from a past life was used casually by Su Yu as if it were an ordinary item. There was no way around it, the number of silver bird's claws in the bracelet was enormous. The cooldown for the world-shattering skill finally ended. The armored giant king greedily absorbed the white mist, and when it dissipated, it looked around but couldn't find Su Yu. At that moment, a reckless mutated zombie was accidentally sent flying by Lu Wei's stunning strike. Just right, it triggered a 10% dizziness effect. Just right, the mutated zombie couldn't adjust its body. Just right, it crashed into the armored giant king's body. This elite zombie was huge, actually causing the armored giant king to stagger and wobble. Everything was just right. A dark red arrow, filled with power, was just shot out. With one swift shot, it precisely pierced the unmentionable area of the armored giant king. Chapter 58, World Announcement, The Lone Hero. Facing the mighty body of the armored giant king, a regular arrow felt like a toothpick, hardly worth mentioning. But at this moment, that long-accumulated judgment arrow was not only thick and long but hard and dark too. Its size seemed tailor-made for the armored giant king. The ancestor Yamamoto witnessed this scene from afar, seeing it clearly. His doubts surged like waves. That area, could it be? He saw blood gushing from the armored giant king's body, staining its entire pants red. Thinking further was terrifying, making him feel a chill at the thought. He was scared, wondering if the man before him had some unknown special preference. If he didn't kill himself, would it be? He couldn't help but swallow, feeling a conflicted struggle inside, even regretting why he hadn't died earlier. Su Yu spoke with a hint of an awkward smile. Ludi, this arrow was supposed to hit your thigh, it really wasn't intentional. As for whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Lu Wei, it's all your fault for attracting the zombies, you bear the main responsibility for this arrow. As for the secondary responsibility, that goes to the elite zombie. Su Yu neatly shifted all the blame away. While Lu Wei tilted her head, bewildered by Su Yu's words. She was an emotionally indifferent girl, finding it hard to express any thoughts she had. The armored giant king could feel no pain. But before the apocalypse, that small area had been untouched since birth. For the first time, it received an arrow? It had always aspired to become a great magician, and even after becoming a zombie, that goal remained unchanged. Fearless of being crushed to pieces, it wanted to keep its dignity in the grave. At that moment, an aggrieved expression appeared on the armored giant king's face, as if to say, "You are strong, go ahead and stab me. Why bully me like this? Though I'm not human, you are truly a dog." After feeling aggrieved, it was followed by overwhelming anger. It was preparing to fight back with all its strength, ready for a fight to the death. Just then, the fallen mutated zombie began to struggle and try to stand up. In its daze, it grabbed the punishment arrow, mistakenly thinking it was a nearby railing or something similar. With a strong pull, it yanked out the massive judgment arrow. A large hole suddenly appeared behind the armored giant king, blood gushing out wildly. The mutated zombie was instantly sprayed in the face with blood. The armored giant king let out a low growl, and in that moment, it was filled with immense rage. Those humans couldn't fight back, but this little mutated zombie dared to bully it? It raised its massive anchor and smashed it toward the mutated zombie. Each attack carried a frenzied power, leaving the mutated zombie with no chance to fight back. After venting its anger, it turned around to face Suyu again. Even though defeat was certain, the armored giant king was still determined to unleash a final attack, the destruction spell that could shatter the heavens and the earth. The mutated zombie lying on the ground finally realized it had caused such huge trouble. Staring at the punishing arrow in its hand, its size and length perfectly matched the bloody hole in its boss's back. This was clearly the boss's new gear. An elite-level zombie was indeed entirely different from others. With the intelligence of the mutated zombie, it could only understand this much. However, in hindsight, it was better not to understand. Just as the armored giant king was about to make things difficult for Suyu. BER. With a sound, the mutated zombie once again fitted the punishing arrow. That part, praised for being crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, could it withstand such destruction? Ah, ja. Suyu showed an awkward smile. "I told you it wasn't me." The mutated zombie, at most, could be considered partially responsible before. Now, it was upgraded to fully responsible. Even Yamamoto's ancestor gasped in shock at this sight. It reminded him of an old friend back in his hometown named Tachibana Yukio. "Tachibana Yukio, you made me think of you again." This scene was just too beautiful, even Suyu felt a bit unable to look. But if an even more shocking scene had yet to appear, how should one deal with that? The armor giant king just turned its head, eyes wide, staring at the mutated zombie in front of it, filled with confusion, not understanding what this foolish creature was trying to do. The mutated zombie was intently examining the arrow, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, it slapped its forehead, as if realizing something. Was this angle not quite right? It should turn left another 15 degrees, that's perfect. This depth, it didn't seem so shallow, right? Oh no. I accidentally pushed too hard, let's adjust it a little bit. Why does it feel off again? Seeing this scene, the armor giant king finally could not endure any longer. It raised the anchor high and smashed it down on the mutated zombie with full force. As the armor giant king pounded the mutated zombie, it finally could not hold on. Faced with Suyu's relentless assault, the armor giant king ultimately could not withstand it and fell heavily to the ground. It toppled backwards like a mountain, while the punishing arrow had already pierced through its body. The exposed punishing arrow stood firm and tall, seemingly illustrating the unyielding truth of the golden spear does not fall. At this moment, Lu Wei's battle was also nearing its end. In a full state, her power even surpassed that of the armor giant king. Especially with Suyu's permission, she fought with all her might, fighting with great pleasure. Ding! Successfully killed armor giant king zombie Lord LV9, gained experience *9000, gold coins *900. Ding! The zombie lord has been killed, the barrier will automatically disappear in 10 minutes. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first survivor to kill a lord-level zombie alone in the apocalypse, gaining the unique achievement, Lone Hero. A world announcement will be made soon. Unknowingly, this fierce battle that lasted for several hours finally came to an end. On Blue Star, all survivors received a world announcement from the Orderer at the same time. At this moment, the originally silent world seemed to come alive again. Womp! World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf created a miracle in the apocalypse, becoming the first person to defeat a lord-level zombie alone. Gained the world's only achievement, Lone Hero, and received massive rewards. Lone Wolf. How old are you? Why are you so excellent? What are the other survivors waiting for? Charge! 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 The world announcement played 3 times. Lone Wolf brother, it's you again. The little fairy said, I dreamt that you brought me steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, sauce chicken, cured meat. She had been hungry for 4 days and was feeling a bit dizzy. God bless you. Another Huaxia person? His strength far exceeds our strongest ones from Lighthouse Country. We must find a way to kill him. I love to speak the truth. A transgender person from Lighthouse Country, awakened by the noise, fell asleep again. Shao Li. Haven't you found out the identity of Lone Wolf yet? You must find him before other organizations. Remember, for Huaxia, success is the only option, failure is not allowed. A person who looked like a leader said seriously. What? Another Huaxia person, Lone Wolf? There's an old saying in Huaxia, the one who laughs last is the winner. When Captain returns in triumph, I'll get a boost too. Damn it, you bit me hard. Bai Shihao said, looking displeased upon hearing the world announcement. I'm sorry, Master. The announcement from the order scared me. Master is the best. Does Master know who this Lone Wolf is? Why is everyone talking about him? The girl kneeling down, somewhat resembling Lin Rufy, seemed to have come from somewhere. At this moment, Yamamoto Senjin looked at Suyu, trembling all over. Chapter 59, How Can I Let You Travel at Ease? Yamamoto Senjin witnessed the Lord-level zombie collapse, his expression instantly becoming extremely complicated. At this moment, his limbs were useless, his body exceedingly weak, unable to move, like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Even in this desperate situation, Yamamoto Senjin did not feel fear. He knew very well that even if he fought to death, the Baishir family still had dozens of elite heavenly soldiers supporting them from behind. These heavenly soldiers were personally led by Bai Shihao, their strength far surpassing his group. Unfortunately, his group was completely wiped out. For the massive Baishir family, this was not a big deal at all. But for Yamamoto Senjin, that was all his hard work. When he heard the world announcement, his heart began to waver. Could this man before him really be the strongest in the apocalypse? The first to awaken the SSS level talent. The first to solo kill a Lord level zombie. The first to solo kill a Lord level zombie. Wait, doesn't he have a little girl helping him? Is this considered a solo kill? This is undoubtedly a coincidence, just a coincidence. In the vast land of Huaxia, there are over 100 million survivors. In some unknown corner, perhaps Lone Wolf just happened to slay a Lord-level zombie. Impossible. This cannot be that man. Yamamoto Senjin looked at the man in front of him. From his movements and techniques, it was clear he did not come from formal training. Every move, every action of his, discarded flashy performance and rigid routines. He achieved his goal in the most direct and effective way. This kind of strength can only be honed through years of real combat. And his voice revealed the youthful innocence of youth. He was just a young man who had just passed his 20 years, how could he possess such powerful strength? The apocalypse had only descended for 4 days, so clearly this person was from Xingqiang. The Baishir family had operated in Xingqiang for many years, yet had never heard of such a powerful existence. Xingqiang? A powerhouse? Yamamoto Senjin kept pondering over these 2 words in his heart. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind, Lin Rufy. The young master of the Baishir family asked him to find Lin Rufy, but unfortunately, she had been cruelly killed by a powerful being. However, the one who killed Lin Rufy used a dagger, not a bow. Unless both weapons are perfected to their extremes? Is this possible? Could it be him? Su Yu? However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before he quickly dismissed it. Though their figures were somewhat similar. But their temperaments were completely different. In my impression, Suyu was submissive, always following behind women. Yet the person before me stood proudly, with sharp eyes. It couldn't possibly be the same person. Moreover, last night, over 70 members of the Lin family met a terrible fate. According to reports from subordinates, their deaths were extremely gruesome. Most were injured by arrows and then killed by heavy objects. This was very similar to the methods of the 2 before me. Could they also be responsible? Every event has its reasons, but the opponent has never revealed any motives. Yamamoto Sen's mind was filled with question marks. He looked at Suyu, who was slowly walking towards his immobile self, with confusion. The strongest warrior of Cherry Blossom? Captain Yamamoto Sen? Why aren't you barking now? Suyu casually pulled out a blood-stained sharp knife from his wristband. It was a butcher's knife he specifically picked out from a passing market. Using a butcher's knife to slaughter Cherry Blossom people seemed somewhat excessive, even a kind of disrespect to pigs. Yamamoto Sen slowly raised his head, his gaze meeting Suyu's. He suddenly laughed with relief, his laughter swirling in the air. The strongest warrior of Cherry Blossom? My divine soldiers are forever asleep, am I still worthy of being called a captain? Before Yamamoto-san, Tsuyu ruthlessly slaughtered his subordinates, turning years of efforts into nothing. However, Yamamoto-san was now so weak, his limbs were powerless, he couldn't even commit suicide. He wanted to perform seppuku, but could not complete this simple action. Killing was just a means of revenge, but striking at the heart was the highest realm of revenge. At this moment, Yamamoto-san's level of breakdown actually reached 100%. There's an ancient saying in Huaxia, when a man is about to die, his words are good. At this moment, Yamamoto-san imitated by Shihao's catchphrase and slowly spoke. You can kill me, but some questions have been bothering me. Can you tell me the truth, so I can rest in peace? Who exactly are you? Did you kill Lin Rufy? Did you massacre the Lin family? Are you Tsuyu? Or are you Lone Wolf? Or are you actually the same person? Yamamoto-san looked at Tsuyu before him, and a glimmer of desire suddenly appeared in his despairing eyes. Sorry, your questions are too many. Tsuyu responded calmly. A flash of light crossed Tsuyu's eyes. Rest in peace? How could he let you rest in peace? Originally intending to act immediately, Tsuyu suddenly had a new idea in his heart. Then let me ask one thing, you killed Lin Rufy, didn't you? Yamamoto-san asked excitedly. He thought Tsuyu saying this was giving him a chance. After all, not every opponent was as talkative as he was. As long as he knew whether it was him who killed Lin Rufy, other questions could be inferred accordingly. Want to know? Tsuyu gently tapped the blade against Yamamoto-san's face while wiping the blood off the blade, but he didn't act immediately. Yamamoto-san nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, his eyes filled with strong desire. Actually, Tsuyu leaned closer to him and spoke calmly. Yamamoto-san's smile had not yet faded when he suddenly saw Tsuyu's hand rise and the knife fall. With a crisp kacha sound, it was as if a crack had passed through the silent air. No wonder it was a butcher's knife, it was indeed extraordinarily sharp, killing like slicing through melon. That head flew out several feet, eventually rolling to Lu Wei's feet. His eyes wide open, seemingly shocked by Tsuyu's actions. If you were going to kill, why not do it sooner? This kind of opportunity, better not have. This question was as troubling as what exactly did the pangolin say, and it would probably linger in Yamamoto-san's mind forever. Until death, he would not be able to let it go. Tsuyu walked in front of Yamamoto-san's head and gently kicked it, aligning the face directly towards himself. Standing on the ground, he spoke, your face, I still remember it clearly. If you have another life, don't be so chatty if you can fight, he said coldly, as if teaching a disobedient child. Look at me now, chatting with a dead man, isn't it enjoyable? Tsuyu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Tsuyu took a step back and laughed. With a wave of his hand, Lu Wei immediately raised the dark iron hammer in her hand. With a loud bang, that head exploded in the next second. Instantly, it exploded. The strongest warrior of Sakura country. The dignified captain of the Baishir family. Yamamoto, the ancestor, fell just like that. At this moment, Tsuyu's mood was still hard to calm. Every successful revenge meant that the shackles in his heart had been unlocked a little. Looking at one less name on the enemy list, his mood lightened considerably. Next, it should be you Baishir Hao. Chapter 60, Mythical Weapon, Overlord Bow. Tsuyu carefully cleaned up the battlefield, ensuring no equipment or items were missed. However, as the barrier's duration was about to run out, he had no extra time to check the loot. So, he quickly left the battlefield with Lu Wei. In the previous battle, all the elite zombies in Phase 3 had been wiped out. Tsuyu noticed that the sky was gradually darkening. This explained why it had become so quiet, with no trace of anyone else around. While pondering, he led Lu Wei to eliminate the zombies on their way and quietly returned to Phase 1. Near the Baishir Manor, Tsuyu carefully selected a house to serve as his hiding place. The intense battle just now had brought Tsuyu great rewards. He first claimed the rewards from the world announcement. Claimed the Lone Hero Achievement Reward, Reputation *1000, Gold *1000, storage space of the wristband expanded to 3 cubic meters. Obtained title, The Adventurous Person. The Adventurous Person, the world's unique title, permanent title, the first survivor in the apocalypse to kill a Lord-level zombie alone. Attributes, all attributes permanently plus 10. With this title, damage increases by 35% against zombies below Lord level. All attributes permanently plus 10, it truly lives up to the achievement of killing Lord-level zombies. The given permanent attribute bonus is even more incredible. This attribute directly puts him 8 levels ahead of others. Compared to the previous Pioneer title, the damage increased by an additional 15%, further enhancing his strength. However, it is worth noting that this type of title's damage increase only applies to zombies. And tonight, Tsuyu's target was to kill people. Therefore, he decisively switched back to the original title of the Chosen One. The Chosen One, carrying this title increases damage by an additional 10% and reduces damage taken by 10%. Next, it was the loot from the recent battle. Surprisingly, despite defeating dozens of mutated zombies, not a single piece of fine-quality equipment appeared. All were excellent-level scattered items, not even worth a glance, directly tossed back into the wristband. Suyu could only pin his hopes on the remaining 2 treasure chests. The legendary treasure chest from a chief-level zombie and the mythical treasure chest from a lord-level zombie. Last time, Suyu had opened a mythical-level skill, Deathmark. Suyu was excited like a roving fly, sincerely bowing to the 4 corners of the land. However, the result was still disappointing. 3 pieces of excellent-level scattered items, purely a waste, were ruthlessly discarded aside. 2 fine-quality items, Hunter's Gauntlets, Hunter's Pauldrons. Hunter's Gauntlets, fine-quality equipment. Only granted to those with exceptional skills and rich experience. This set of equipment not only provides excellent attack power and agility but is also a symbol of honor and strength. Attributes, Constitution +5, Strength +5, increasing your damage by 5%. Hunter's Pauldrons, fine-quality equipment. Only the top archers are qualified to wear this. This set of equipment not only provides excellent attack power and agility, but moreover, it is the symbol of your domination over the world. Attributes, Constitution +5, Strength +5, increases your damage by 5%. Not bad. At least I have collected 4 pieces of the Hunter set, and I just need 2 more to complete it. Without hesitation, I took off 2 of my excellent gear pieces and replaced them with the Hunter set. Ding! Hunter's Gauntlets equipped. Ding! Hunter's Shoulder Pads equipped. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor, you have successfully activated the effect of the Hunter set with 4 pieces. Hunter set. 2 pieces, all attributes +2, increases your bow and crossbow weapons damage by 10%. 4 pieces, all attributes +3, increases your bow and crossbow weapons attack range by 25%. Great, a 25% increase in attack range is extremely useful for the current Suyu. Whether executing a sneak attack or killing zombies, he can launch attacks from greater distances, silently delivering fatal strikes. In addition, there's a legendary piece of equipment, a helmet. Suyu's facial muscles suddenly twitched. Impersonator Mask, legendary equipment. It is said to have been passed down from ancient battlefields, cherished by its former owners who loved to hide from the world. Attributes, Strength +10, Constitution +5. Special passive, after wearing it, you can choose to hide personal information, only if the opponent is 3 levels higher can it be seen through. However, for Suyu, who already has the impersonation mask talent, this mask seems a bit redundant. It is not only a simplified version of Suyu's talent, but also occupies a precious equipment slot. Because it can only hide personal information. It cannot change names, levels, or even appearances it will like Suyu's talent. Moreover, in the late apocalypse, the strong in a region basically recognize each other. This thing really isn't very practical. Sigh. Alright, I'm working for the little girl again today. Suyu casually tossed the mask to the side to Lu Wei. This little girl had just finished devouring an entire 4-pound grilled fish from Sichuanchongqing, along with 2 servings of main dishes. She ate quite a bit at noon too, which really shocked Suyu. But he didn't mind the resources, after all, Suyu had plenty, it was just that her appetite was a bit frightening. Thankfully, Lu Wei was with Suyu, otherwise, with her ability to eat for 10, she would have starved to death in the resource-scarce apocalypse. Suyu slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, no wonder the luck has been so bad. I actually forgot the opening act of unboxing, jumping subject 3. He turned to Lu Wei and smiled, asking, Lu Wei, are you full? Lu Wei gently tilted her head, contentedly burping in response to Suyu in her own way. Weren't we supposed to agree that every time we opened a box, you would jump subject 3? Suyu added, his eyes shining with expectation. Then, he volunteered to provide the accompaniment, chanting lines of poetry, sword raised, grievances of the rivers and lakes. Sleeves brushed, moonlight covered. West wind, leaves fall, flowers wither. Pillow of sword cannot sleep. His voice carried a hint of helplessness yet was filled with anticipation. He really hoped to pull something good. The song has ended, the time has come, the treasure chest opens. During the pause for accompaniment, Suyu did not forget to express his gratitude to the deities, chanting to himself. Suyu widened his eyes, and what was inside was quite simple. Everyone knew that good chests usually contained only 1 or 2 items. A purple quality skill book. A golden quality longbow. Super ultimate Reaper's arrow, the rule is, it's meant to be broken. Fire a Reaper's arrow. After launch, the Reaper's arrow's damage will continuously increase based on the flight distance. The Reaper's arrow will explode upon hitting an enemy for the first time, dealing massive damage. Cooldown, 6 hours. Hiss. This skill is pretty strong. Suyu gasped, thinking that soon the celestial soldiers of Baishur Manor would get a taste of it. However, he couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly turned his gaze to the remaining bow and arrow. Top 10 Famous Bows, Overlord Bow, Mythical Level Equipment. The top 10 renowned bows of Huaxia ranks third, the only unique equipment. The legendary bow used by the Overlord is said to be made from the tendon of a dragon, possessing extremely high power and accuracy. Attributes: Strength plus 20. Passive skill, Hero, increases critical hit rate by 30%, doubles critical hit damage. Active skill, Demon Hero, summons the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80% of the host's attributes, lasting for 10 minutes, cooldown time 12 hours. This is actually a mythic level weapon. A mythic level weapon with unique equipment attributes. Chapter 61, by Shihao, Restless in Mind. Looking at the glittering Overlord bow, Suyu's excitement was beyond words. Even though it's a mythic level chest, it should be able to open mythic level items. But you know, this thing is like a lottery, not exactly reliable. The vast majority are disposable consumables. Getting a skill book is already extremely lucky, let alone opening equipment. If I can get equipment, I would truly thank the heavens and the earth. In his previous life, Suyu had also opened some mythic level treasure chests, but the equipment he got was few and far between. However, this life is different. He directly hit the jackpot. What incredible luck! He opened a mythic level weapon with unique equipment attributes. Suyu was increasingly grateful that he had chosen to first seize the max level luck talent. It feels like having what you lack, right when you need it. Just in the last battle, the kid was still complaining about the lack of a decent weapon, and here it is. Suyu looked at Lu Wei, his face glowing with a gentle smile. What did they say? It still relies on Subject 3. Even in his past life, Suyu had endured to the 8th year of the apocalypse. Only then did he obtain his first mythic level weapon, the Bone Jade Staff. Although both the Overlord Bow and Bone Jade Staff are mythic level weapons, their rarity is vastly different. So-called mythic level weapons, even among them, have different qualities. The Bone Jade Staff can be considered a common item among mythic level weapons. Because in Blue Star, any legendary level or above chest could potentially yield it. Its number is not particularly rare, so for those who mix in the apocalypse, the chance of obtaining it is still quite high. However, compared to the Bone Jade Staff, the rarity of the Overlord Bow is on a completely different scale. As a weapon with a unique attribute, once someone obtains it, others can never get it again. Although Suyu had heard of such weapons, he had never seen one with his own eyes in his past life. Weapons with unique attributes are much rarer than ordinary mythic level weapons. Suyu impatiently checked the attributes of the Overlord Bow. It truly lives up to being one of the top 10 renowned bows of Huaxia. It increases strength by 20 points, a standard configuration for mythic level weapons. But the two skills, whether the passive skill, Hero, or the active skill, Demon Hero, are not simple at all. The passive skill Hero increases Suyu's critical hit rate by 30% and critical hit damage by 100%. Among all equipment in the apocalypse, critical hit rate and critical hit damage are extremely precious traits. Ordinary people only have an initial 2% critical hit rate and 150% critical hit damage, somewhat meager. However, equipment linked to critical hits and critical hit damage is only second to those that increase luck in terms of quantity. The scarcity of these attributes is apparent. Moreover, the active skill Demon Hero is a summoning type skill. And the summoned object directly inherits Suyu's various attributes, clearly indicating it is a growth type skill. The summoned Overlord will be a melee character, even if it only inherits 80% of Suyu's total attributes. But Suyu's attributes are already quite astonishing. And Suyu also has continuous growth capabilities, meaning that the character he summons will keep getting stronger. The only shortcoming lies in the cooldown time of the skill, just like the Holy Arrow Slaughter, requiring a 12-hour cooldown. However, the skill's duration is quite impressive. It has reached 10 minutes, which is considered quite excellent in a battle. A battle that lasts 10 minutes and cannot determine a winner is very likely to end badly. This time, Suyu put all his upgrade points into strength. Now, he doesn't have to worry so much about how to allocate his points. Suyu organized the equipment for the two of them, boosting their attributes to a new level. Lone Wolf, level 7, no profession. Personal attributes: Strength 88, Spirit 52, Constitution 72, Agility 83. Equipment: Overlord Bow, Ring of Vitality, Ring of Energy, Sacred Arrow Necklace, Spirit Helmet, Hunter's Breastplate, Hunter's Greaves, Hunter's Pauldrons, Hunter's Gauntlets, Super Rocket Boots. Main talent: Hand of Plunder, SSS. Secondary talents: Dance of Death, SS, Max Luck, S, Double Strike, S, Earthshattering, S, Max Agility, S, Absolute Domination, S, Disguise Mask, C. Skills: Ghost Hero, Deathmark, Sacred Arrow Slaughter, Super Ultimate Death God Arrow, Punishment Arrow, Rejuvenation, Here Comes Little Flying Stick. Lu Wei, level 5, Elite, no profession. Personal attributes: Strength 84, Spirit 13, Constitution 39, Agility 18. Equipment: black iron hammer, blood-sucking ring, shield necklace, disguised mask, spirit breastplate, spirit greaves, agility pauldrons, agility gauntlets, agility boots. Talents: natural strength, titan grip, big eater. Skills: charge, bloodthirst, shock strike, disguise. From morning until now, both their attributes and equipment have changed dramatically. Suyu knew deeply that the strength of the heavenly soldiers in the Baishur manor was extraordinary. However, in the face of an absolute power gap, all of this is just a facade. At this moment, Baishur Hao was sitting calmly in the study, waiting for his subordinates to report. He closed his eyes, rhythmically tapping on the table with his right hand, his brows showing a hint of anxiety. Suddenly, he kicked away the woman hiding under the desk, angrily scolding, "You useless piece of trash! I've taught you for so long, how come you haven't made any progress?" The woman trembled in fear, quickly scrambling back to her original position, her face full of terror. In just a few hours, countless beautiful sisters have come and gone here. One moment, they were laughing and chatting, the next moment, they vanished without a trace. From the conversations among these people, it can be inferred that those sisters did not meet a good end. Despite being in tatters, the woman had to work even harder to survive. Baishur Hao's mood swings interrupted his subordinates' report. Everyone looked at each other, hesitating whether to speak. Unexpectedly, Baishur Hao waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. They all breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out of the room. "Steward Wang." Baishur Hao called out to the last person leaving the group, "Steward Wang." Steward Wang felt a tightness in his chest, as if hearing the boss's call on a day off. His expression of glee instantly vanished, replaced by a flattering smile as he turned to face Baishur Hao. "Young master, what can I do for you? It's this late already, hasn't the captain returned yet?" Steward Wang paused for a moment but replied, "Young master, I don't think he has. Should I arrange someone to investigate now?" Fortunately, he predicted Baishur Hao's actions and had already learned the report's content, even though it wasn't his job. "What's the status of Phase 3 right now?" Baishur Hao asked, his voice carrying a hint of impatience. "Young master, the situation in Phase 3 doesn't look good," Steward Wang answered cautiously. "The zombies were unusually active in the afternoon, and there are even rumors of a barrier appearing inside. However, the specific situation will have to wait until tomorrow morning to understand." "Has the supply from the flies not come today? Are they getting more and more undisciplined?" All the people from the fly group died in the library, and we are still investigating the details," Steward Wang replied carefully. "Investigation? Investigation? Investigation? Is it I asking you, or you asking me?" Baishur Hao's tone grew stern. "Is it me asking you, or you asking me?" He had a face full of displeasure, clearly unhappy with this answer. Chapter 62, Guahal, this is your goddaughter, right? After being reborn, the moment Suyu decided to take Lin Rufei's life, the whole world seemed to experience a massive change like a butterfly effect. In the past life, when the apocalypse came, Baishur Hua and Lin Rufei were indulging in pleasures, unaware of the world around them. It wasn't until later, when Baishur Hua grew bored, that he designed to send Lin Rufei back to Suyu, allowing her to continue eroding and tormenting him. However, to Baishur Hua's surprise, Suyu truly rose to power. So, Baishur Hua plotted again to frame Suyu, making him the target of everyone, triggering the scene at the beginning of the story. In fact, all the misfortunes Suyu suffered during the apocalypse were entirely caused by Baishur Hua. "Young Master Bai, I am." A woman dressed beautifully, exquisitely made up, slowly pushed open Baishur Hua's bedroom door, led by a plump man. She wore a tight chipao, perfectly outlining her tempting figure. Her towering chest and curvy hips seemed like ripe peaches. Her face was pure and charming, her eyes swaying like autumn waters, and her eyebrows were delicate like distant mountains. However, there seemed to be a hint of sorrow hidden between her brows, with traces of tears faintly visible. From the entrance of the Bai family mansion to Baishur Hua's room, a mere few hundred steps, she witnessed many beautiful girls being ravaged. Fear and the urge to retreat surged in her heart, making her tremble uncontrollably. She seemed to want to retreat, but the man behind her suddenly shoved her forward. "Young Master Bai, this is my daughter, please show some mercy," the man humbly said. Before the apocalypse arrived, Baishur Hua treated him as a distinguished guest, granting him great respect. However, after the apocalypse, his position became worthless. To ensure his family's survival, he had to let go of his dignity and personally hand his goddaughter over to Baishur Hua. "Guahal, this is your goddaughter, right?" Baishur Hua laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with the woman before him. "Ha ha. Young Master Bai, then I won't disturb you. Xiaomei, serve young Master Bai well. In the future, you'll live well, don't forget your dad. Wang Butler, take Guahal to collect the supplies capsule." Baishur Hua picked up the woman and entered the study. Soon, cries of agony filled the study as Xiaomei's piercing screams echoed. Xiaomei initially planned to do everything possible to satisfy Bai Shihua. However, she suddenly realized that in his eyes, she was just a plaything, enduring endless torment. Though his manhood was not big, the tools he used were endless. At first, she could endure it, but soon her screams turned into cries. Xiaomei never knew she was so fragile and defenseless. In an instant, pleas, curses, screams, and slaps intertwined, ringing endlessly. Bai Shihua was not troubled, rather he enjoyed this feeling of torment. But soon, his brows furrowed tightly. Since discovering Lin Rufei's corpse that morning, everything has gone wrong, putting immense pressure on him, nearly suffocating him. The death of Lin Rufei and the downfall of the Lin family all happened too suddenly. He disliked this unpredictable and uncontrollable situation. Now, he needed to quickly find out the cause of all this. Thinking of this, Bai Shihua's left eye suddenly twitched. Then he burst into laughter, his body trembling. Left eye twitches for wealth. Looks like good things are coming. The woman's body slumped weakly to the ground, her clothes tattered into strips, scattered all over, a chaotic mess. Her eyes rolled back, her face flushed with tears, her body bruised and marked, unable to move. Suyu and Lu Wei stood at the foot of Bai Shihua's mansion, gazing up at the magnificent mansion atop the mountain. It was astonishing that, as a developer, the Baishir family cleverly integrated the entire Baishir manor into the little mountain within the community. After their careful renovation, this little mountain has now become Baishir House private territory. There were multiple checkpoints on the original road. However, this afternoon, Suyu and Lu Wei took out all the celestial soldiers under Captain Bing at once. Baishir House seemed to sense the crisis and pulled all security forces back into the manor. This sharp intuition had helped Baishir House turn danger into safety many times before. Baishir Manor, sitting high above, was easy to defend and hard to attack. Even though there were only a little over 80 celestial soldiers left now, as Baishir House personal guard, they enjoyed top-notch equipment and resources. Compared to the celestial soldiers of the Yamamoto ancestors, their advantages were even more evident. Using the power of the silver bird claw, Suyu quietly approached the manor's exterior. He found that all routes and key locations leading into the manor were tightly secured. The guards were all well-trained, with murderous intent written on their faces, highly alert. It was astonishing that just a few days after the apocalypse arrived, the murderous aura that had been suppressed for years erupted like a volcano. Suyu was deeply impressed by this group of people. They were undoubtedly Baishir House loyal confidants. They were all orphans from the Cherry Blossom country, raised by the Baishir family since childhood. Under brainwashing training, they became devoted assassins, deeply influenced by the spirit of Bushido. Their loyalty to Baishir House was impeccable. Even if asked to eat dirt, they would do it at once. Later, Baishir House rise in Huaxia, becoming a formidable foreign war god, was all thanks to their strong support. Their powerful strength was evident from this. Suyu carefully observed his surroundings, thankful that he had not acted impulsively. Initially, he planned to use the baiting pot to attract the zombies. He intended to replicate the strategy used last night against the Lin family, gradually luring them into Baishir Manor. In the first phase, all the zombies had been wiped out by the Baishir family's celestial soldiers. To attract zombies from elsewhere would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive but could also draw unwanted attention. However, this did bring one advantage. When dealing with them, neither Suyu nor Lu Wei would be disturbed by zombies. Even if there was a possibility of success, the effect would be quite limited. After all, this place was different from the Lin building. That building had been completely sealed off, allowing Suyu to easily control the situation and defeat everyone effortlessly. Baishir Manor, built on the little mountain, had convenient transport, with roads branching in all directions. Not to mention, the opponent's strength was considerable. If the number of zombies was not enough or their strength was lacking, it would be uncertain who would kill who. Even if they could create chaos, they might take the opportunity to escape. This was the reason Suyu did not choose to charge directly in and start a massacre. With his strength, it was not difficult to fight against dozens of fully armed celestial soldiers. But the key was that once the conflict began, Baishir House had the ability to escape quickly before realizing he was outmatched. If he let go of this big fish, Suyu feared he would not be able to sleep for 3 days and nights. As a qualified strategist, Suyu chose the most prudent approach. To outsiders, the defenses of Baishir Manor seemed unbreakable. However, in Suyu's eyes, he could easily spot its flaws. After all, during the 10 years of the apocalypse, Suyu had to remain highly vigilant every day. Combat skills and positioning strategies had already become part of his instincts. In the next moment, Suyu felt the blood within him surge, filled with passion once again. Chapter 63, Lu Huaqian's Watermelon Knife. Now, the Yamamoto ancestor had already been beheaded by Suyu. An important arm of the Baishir family had thus been completely severed by Suyu. In his memory, at Baishir Mountain Resort, apart from Baishir House himself, there should be no one else who can pose a threat to Suyu. Thus, Suyu began to cautiously observe every guard's movements. Every action, every word was deeply etched in his mind. Then, a bold plan emerged in his mind. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. In this apocalyptic world, the night was not entirely dark. Under the red moonlight, although visibility was not as good as during the day. With careful observation, one could still discover clues. Aside from the heavenly soldiers on patrol outside, the manor seemed to have entered a deep night's tranquility. But that was not the case at all. By sure Howe's study was connected to the master bedroom, and since the end of days began, women coming and going had become the norm. Once they became tiresome, they would be rewarded to subordinates. At this moment, the manor was brightly lit and lively. Suddenly, the clock struck 2 in the morning, like a death knell ringing for the Baishur family. Suyu moved. After lying in wait for several hours, Suyu finally began his action. At 2 in the morning, it was the time when most people were the sleepiest. Suyu had long hidden the glow of his equipment. If anyone saw this equipment, it would undoubtedly be too conspicuous. The hide equipment glow function of the wristband turned out to be of little use to those well-versed in apocalyptic gear. Suyu was one of them. He understood various equipment's characteristics and styles like the back of his hand. Just by that complex and ancient pattern, he could accurately identify which equipment it was. He issued a command to the side, "You stay here and follow my orders." Lu Wei said nothing, only tilted her head, giving her response. This way was their unique way of communicating. The hunter suit Suyu wore was deep black. At this moment, he completely merged with the darkness, as if he were a ghost in the night. With an exceptional agility of 83 points, Suyu's figure became as nimble as a wolf, instantly disappearing into the night. His speed was astonishing, each step silent and without a trace. That black shadow darted past, leaving only fluttering leaves in the air. Since the end of the world, the sophisticated surveillance system had failed, and the heavenly soldiers could only use the most primitive methods to guard. Each heavenly soldier on the wall used patrol flashlights to sweep back and forth, carefully observing every movement outside the manor. In the past few hours, Suyu hadn't completely rested. Instead, he observed and memorized every action of the heavenly soldiers, including the directions of every flashlight they shone. He was fully aware of the visual blind spots. With careful calculations, Suyu moved smoothly through the darkness. Following the best route he had calculated in his mind, he went up and down, left and right. His steps were fluid and resolute, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. He adeptly navigated up, down, left, right, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. Even the flashlight in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, avoiding obstacles automatically. Before long, he successfully reached a visual blind spot beneath the wall. Ah! At that moment, a young heavenly soldier above suddenly let out a loud yawn, the sound particularly jarring in the silent night. This drowsy state had persisted for nearly an hour. An hour ago, when he first yawned, other heavenly soldiers mistakenly thought he had encountered an accident, and they all raised their flashlights toward him to check on his condition. Countless flashlights were aimed at his direction for confirmation. Like the story of the boy who cried wolf, those behind had grown somewhat numb. Everyone knew that yawning is contagious. From that moment on, all the heavenly soldiers on the outskirts began to yawn from time to time. This yawn became their fatal weakness. When the young heavenly soldiers yawned, they would unknowingly close their eyes. Suyu was like a parkour master, quietly leaping over the wall in just a few steps. Taking advantage of this time gap, while the heavenly soldier was still savoring the feeling of yawning, he had already crept right in front of him. The heavenly soldier opened his eyes and locked gazes with Suyu. The heavenly soldier blinked in confusion and fear. Could all of this be an illusion? However, his gaze was drawn to a sudden figure. It was a tall and mighty man, draped in a heavy black cloak, with a strange mask on his face. The sudden appearance of this man left the heavenly soldier stunned, and those blood-red eyes made his heart race. Just as he was about to call out, Suyu's large hand, wearing medical gloves, swiftly covered his mouth. At the same time, a glistening watermelon knife sliced through the air, aiming straight for the heavenly soldier's throat. Due to the overwhelming effect of his talent, the heavenly soldier's body experienced a brief pause. This 0.1-second delay made him forget the danger for just an instant. But in the next second, fear spread across his face, and he could no longer make a sound. Blood gushed from his throat, shooting high into the air, reaching half a meter. He didn't even have time to scream, he slumped down like a dead dog. The flashlight in his hand fell, and just as it was about to hit the ground and make a sound, Suyu skillfully hooked it with his calf. That watermelon knife was one of his trophies for today, the Lu Huaqiang watermelon knife. Lu Huaqiang watermelon knife, excellent equipment. Still worried about not being able to cut a watermelon with one slice? Still concerned about the blade not standing up to a few strikes? Still disappointed that you can't pierce it in one go? A true man should choose the Lu Huaqiang watermelon knife. Attributes: Strength +5. Passive: when the target is human, causing damage will instill a fear effect that lasts for 10 seconds. Suyu looked at the watermelon knife in his hand, noting its special passive effect against humans. Fear effect made it impossible for people to speak. Indeed, it was a good knife. Suyu's choice to use the knife for the assassination was not a sudden whim but a well-thought-out decision. Arrows make a whooshing sound when launched, which is too loud. In comparison, a knife is almost silent when attacking and won't cause too much commotion. He carefully leaned the heavenly soldier's body against the wall and placed the flashlight beside him. Pretending to be lazily napping, if anyone shined a flashlight over, they wouldn't notice anything unusual unless they got close and checked. Suyu continued to stealthily move along the wall, using the white-silver bird claw to help him easily locate all the lurking enemies. There were 25 patrol guards on the outskirts, and now only 24 remained. Under the cover of the night, Suyu advanced silently like a ghost. He moved swiftly and discreetly, each assassination precise and decisive. His knife was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, silently slicing through the target's throat. He meticulously arranged every detail, leaving no trace behind. His movements were so practiced that each action resembled a precise clockwork mechanism, orderly and efficient. His gaze was cold and determined, every strike was filled with confidence and resolution. In just 2.5 minutes, he successfully eliminated all the heavenly soldiers near the walls of the manor. At this moment, the guards within the manor had been completely dismantled, leaving only the last group of heavenly soldiers patrolling the outskirts. Chapter 64, Assassination in the Night. With these few remaining, Suyu could use his bow and arrow without restraint. However, to wipe them all out in one go is not an easy task. They cannot foolishly stand in a row, waiting for the judgment arrow to descend. At this moment, the patrolling celestial soldiers were suddenly blinded by a beam of flashlight. The direction of the flashlight was aimed at the nearest standing celestial soldier. "Kuntaro, what's going on? Can't you even hold a flashlight steady?" One patrolling soldier yawned and casually walked over. He had no idea that the Kuntaro they spoke of. Just 5 seconds ago, he had already had his throat cut by Suyu's watermelon knife, his eyes forever closed. And that flashlight shining at the patrol team was the result of Suyu's meticulous planning. He cleverly hid behind Akun, using the low wall to conceal his figure skillfully. Controlling Akun's body, he led the flashlight beam to guide the patrol squad closer. Several beams of flashlight pointed at them, revealing Akun with his head down, a half-finished cigarette in his mouth, creating a unique melancholic atmosphere. This was the scene Suyu had carefully arranged, and he grasped this melancholic vibe perfectly. "Kuntaro, are you still hiding cigarettes? Hand it over, give me one, Bagararo, I'm almost dead tired." The cigarettes were taken by the commander and the others. "You really are talented." "Exactly. Bagar, I need to find some cigarettes tomorrow too." This sentence ignited the emotions of the celestial soldiers like a firecracker. The cigarettes from the convenience store in the neighborhood had all been taken by Hiroshi Shirashi. After the apocalypse descended, cigarettes were not considered survival supplies, so they were spared. After all, cigarettes are consumables. Once they are used up, they can only be obtained from supply capsules. These celestial soldiers were all craving a smoke badly. A few days ago, the cigarettes they had hidden were wiped clean. Now, the few cigarettes in their hands were scant. At 2 a.m., it was the time when both people and horses were tired. If they could have a cigarette now, wouldn't it be like being a celestial being? "Kuntaro, how are you smoking? Are you smoking half while the wind smokes the other half?" At this moment, the 4-man patrol team had reached Kuntaro's side, but he remained motionless and silent. Everyone was not surprised by this because besides training, Kuntaro liked singing, dancing, and playing basketball, but he spoke little. This was also part of Suyu's plan. For several hours, while people outside complained. In this apocalypse, this guy was still finding time to practice air shots. At this moment, there was a half-pack of fur-ong cigarettes and a lighter sitting on the low wall. He had already shown his companions his "please help yourselves" attitude through action. They rushed forward, each taking a cigarette to stick behind their ears and lighting another. The slow exhalation of smoke cleared their lungs. At this moment, they stood neatly in front of the low wall, relaxing against it. Blowing smoke rings, they enjoyed the peace and relaxation before death. "Brothers, have you noticed that the other brothers' flashlights haven't moved at all?" People looked around and indeed found this bizarre phenomenon. There were more than 20 brothers distributed on the wall, and their flashlights remained still. How could this be reasonable? Suddenly, Kuntaro's head tilted, his entire head fell back at an unbelievable angle. It was even possible to clearly see the blood vessels and trachea at the next break. In an instant, the four realized something went wrong. Just as they wanted to speak, a dark red arrow shot out. The judgment arrow. Under the powerful force of the Overlord's bow, the arrow that formed was exceptionally large, even exceeding the one that once pierced the armored giant king. In the next second, the arrow sliced through the air, accurately piercing the hearts and lungs of everyone, instantly chilling them to the bone. However, at this life and death moment, a heavenly soldier, before dying, pulled out a rescue flare. Rescue flare, a common consumable item. This flare will not attract the attention of ordinary zombies. After use, it can call nearby companions to assist players in carrying out more effective combat activities. The rescue flare is the most common means of communication in the apocalypse, used to send a distress signal to companions or nearby survivors. However, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the rescue flare became a double-edged sword. Like the law of the dark forest. You can never be sure if the one firing the rescue flare is friend or foe. You also don't know what kind of response will come after firing the rescue flare. Therefore, most people choose to use or avoid the rescue flare cautiously. Even when seeing a rescue flare, they choose to keep their distance. The operation is quite simple, just lightly press the switch, and the device quickly rises. When it reaches its highest point, it releases a distinctive smoke signal and emits a loud buzzing sound. Just before the punitive arrow pierced his chest, the heavenly soldier pressed the switch. In an instant, the rescue flare shot up to the sky. Suyu widened his eyes, staring intently at this signal flare. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. To shoot a coin-sized signal flare with a flying arrow? This not only requires considering the speed of the arrow but also the speed of the flare and even the law of universal gravitation? Such operation might even make Newton's coffin shake, right? Others might not be able to do it, but Suyu can. After precise calculation, Suyu knew the arrow's speed far exceeded the rising speed of the flare. Just as the flare was about to explode, the arrow struck the target perfectly, directly blowing it up. The ammunition originally used to send a distress signal had now become a dud. There was no special smoke, no buzzing signal. Speaking of this rescue flare, Suyu was very familiar with its characteristics. Back then, when he explored dungeons with Lin Roof, who carried a baggage, she often used it. Sometimes Lin Roof would treat it casually, using it as if she was playing with a monkey, making him suffer greatly. It was precisely because he understood the rescue flare deeply that Suyu had the confidence to hit it precisely. Is this reasonable? A heavenly soldier, who left his post due to a sudden urge, asked in disbelief upon seeing this scene. For Suyu, it's in the river, the Ganges. But no one could answer this question because the next second, a sharp arrow shot toward him, directly blowing his head apart. Shockingly, the first ordinary attack of the Overlord bow on a person unexpectedly resulted in a critical hit. The heavenly soldier's head instantly became like a smashed watermelon, only a thin layer of skin and the neck remained connected. Compared to the Chinese war bow, the power of the Overlord bow appeared too strong and domineering. Thus, all 25 sentinels and patrolling heavenly soldiers outside Baishir Manor met their doom. Lu Wei. Guard outside, kill without mercy, no matter who it is. Suyu gestured behind him. The emotionless girl walked over without any hesitation after hearing this. At this moment, the villa's gates suddenly opened. A heavenly soldier walked out, dissatisfied, yawning, and rubbing his eyes, mumbling. Did that fool forget the agreed rendezvous? Did he find another place to laze and sleep? Just as he opened the door, a strong wind suddenly blew. A cold arrow flew through the air, straight into his chest. The powerful impact dragged his corpse back several meters. Fortunately, the man behind him caught him just in time, before he fell helplessly to the ground. The force of that arrow was so great that his body had lost all signs of life before collapsing. Whew! The force even made the man behind take a step back. Finally releasing his strength, he slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 65, Skill, Ghost Hero, the Overlord descends. As the villa's large door slowly opened, a strong smell of blood instantly filled the air, recklessly saturating everything. Compared to the horrific scenes outside the villa, where Suyu had slaughtered, it was even worse. Inside the hall, a dozen female corpses lay scattered, the tragic sight hard to bear. These poor women were once playthings given by Baishir Hao to the guards, and many were looted by the heavenly soldiers in this apocalyptic world. In this chaotic era, they had become insane, eating anything they could find. Whether it was the elderly cleaning lady or the trending tech influencer. Whether it was the blossoming young girl or the charming woman. As long as they were alone, they couldn't escape the fate of being tormented. As their master, Baishir Hao had people sending all kinds of women every day. He looked down on it all and would never compete with those heavenly soldiers. Therefore, the heavenly soldiers casually treated them as playthings. In the chaos of the apocalypse, rules had vanished and disappearances had become commonplace. These heavenly soldiers had completely inherited Baishir Hao's cruel nature. To satisfy their personal desires, they vented their anger rampantly, like beasts. However, how could these poor women withstand the repeated assaults from the heavenly soldiers? Under their brutality, none were able to survive a single night. Some could barely still appear human after the attack, while others were mercilessly dismembered into countless pieces. Questioning Suyu was the captain of the guards, an old man with white hair. Honda Badeo, LV3, no profession, a talent, golden hoop defense. Before Suyu shot an arrow that killed a heavenly soldier, Honda Badeo had been sitting steadily in the villa's hall. At that time, he was resting with his eyes closed. As the commander of these heavenly soldiers, Honda had always presented himself in a high-profile manner. From the cherry blossom country to Huaxia, he had accompanied and aided two young masters, helping them both become masters of the Bai family. Although he did not have the blood of the Bai family flowing through him, his loyalty to them was deeply etched in his bones. This was his pride and his unique honor. However, Suyu was not familiar with this person. Honda Badeo? Only level 3? Although the level was not high, he was still the captain of this group of heavenly soldiers. Suyu had no impression of that name or face, and guessed that in his past life, this person did not live long. Honda Badeo pushed away the corpse in his hands and squinted his eyes to look at the door. Even though he did not see anyone, he could feel a chill coming, raising every hair on his body. Killing intent. Honda Badeo felt it, an endless killing intent coming from the front door. Having experienced many internal conflicts within the Bai family, he believed he had seen his fair share of blood and gore. However, compared to the monstrous killing intent outside the door, those past experiences seemed trivial. Just the comparison of momentum was enough to feel a significant gap. This is not an exaggeration, after all, in the so-called Warring States era, this narrow land of cherry blossom country had actually split into dozens of small states, each dominating their own territory, fighting colorfully. It can only be said that ignorance limited his imagination. Of course, it was not just Honda Badeo. The once lively hall had suddenly fallen into a deathly silence after that question, all eyes fixed on the door. These heavenly soldiers were extremely cruel, their hands stained with blood. Especially in the days following the apocalypse, their desire to kill had reached its peak. Every member of the heavenly soldiers in the villa could feel this intense killing intent. The next second, the heavenly soldiers raised their weapons, pointing toward the door. Except for the sound of the cold wind gently blowing. There was no other sound around. "Who is it?" Honda Badeo shouted. As his words fell, a powerful aura was instantly unleashed. From the intensity of this aura, his strength was likely a step above Yamamoto's ancestor. The once noisy villa suddenly became so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. From the study, Bai Shihao walked out, pulling up his pants and shivering. Clearly, he was still unaware of what had just happened. "What's going on? Keep playing music, keep dancing." However, the heavenly soldiers did not wait for his further instructions. Instead, they consciously built a defense line in front of him, their expressions exceptionally serious. After a long period of silence, no one appeared at the door. At this moment, Bai Shihao finally noticed the subordinate lying in a pool of blood. An arrow was deeply embedded in his chest, making him realize the seriousness of the situation. "Have they really come?" Bai Shihao's eyes widened, panic expressed in his tone, yet there was also an undeniable excitement. Honda Badeo solemnly assured, "Young master, don't worry, with my strength, no one can harm you." Saying this, he cautiously glanced back, signaling Bai Shihao to stay quiet. Bai Shihao understood and nodded, quietly retreating to the side, ready to watch the changes. Honda Badeo took a deep breath and loudly questioned the entrance, "Why are you sneaking around? If you mean to slaughter my people, you should at least give an explanation." Though his tone was tough, he understood in his heart that the visitor was certainly not an easy opponent. The guards outside the manor had probably all fallen victim to poison. Those heavenly soldiers were unbelievably powerful. That 20 or so, each one was the elite among elites. Just yesterday, they successfully swept through dozens of villas. Faced with an attack from nearly 100 zombies, they were still able to retreat unscathed. This was enough to prove their formidable strength. To want to stealthily put them to death, even if the King of Heaven came, it would not be easy to accomplish. However, surprisingly, the expert at the door actually achieved it. Was he human or god? Suyu had already left the front door, lightly leaping onto the second floor of the villa. As he looked down at the hall, he noticed everyone was nervously watching the entrance. Suddenly, a man with blue hair, a sturdy build, full armor, shining eyes, and wielding a long knife, stepped in with heavy footsteps. "Heaven doesn't allow me, I must defy heaven." This was Suyu's mythical weapon, the Overlord Bao's active skilled demon hero. It gave a strong sense of oppression. His appearance made the entire hall fall into a tense atmosphere. Demon Hero summons the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80% of the host's attributes, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown time 12 hours. Overlord, LV7, Profession, Overlord. Strength, 70, Spirit, 42, Constitution, 58, Agility, 66. Suyu checked the attributes of Overlord, which was at the same level as himself, inheriting 80% of his attributes, and even came with a profession. Suyu was not unfamiliar with the Overlord profession, it was a very powerful tank-type profession. The Overlord had skills like teleportation, control, shields, and guarding, with extremely strong survival and sustained combat abilities. What surprised Suyu was that he could not only manage the Overlord but also control it with his own consciousness. For these heavenly soldiers, such attributes were undoubtedly an overwhelming advantage. Altogether, leave one alive. Honda Badeo said sternly, "Now that you have shown yourself, let's have a proper battle." The Overlord's mountainous figure roared like thunder as he charged forward, and as the blade fell, the heavenly soldiers fell back one after another. Screams and wails filled the air, and soon, that seemingly indestructible defense was shattered into pieces. Although nearly 50 heavenly soldiers surrounded a single Overlord, they had no advantage at all. In the face of absolute attribute superiority, the battlefield has evolved into a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 66, The Arrow of the Ultimate Death God. Under Suyu's mental control, the Overlord continues to slay the heavenly soldiers. These heavenly soldiers come from the Baishar family, despite being vastly weaker than the Overlord. Yet, they still charge forward, fearlessly attacking like moths flying into a flame. Suyu's tactical style is grand and spectacular, yet it also reveals some flaws. As expected, under Honda Badeo's command, the heavenly soldiers begin to believe they are gaining the upper hand. However, this is merely a move in Suyu's strategy, actively feigning weakness to hide his true intentions. In the next moment, all remaining 30 or so heavenly soldiers encircle the Overlord, pressing against him with their bodies, immobilizing him. Even so, Suyu only needs to subtly control the Overlord's actions to make these 30-plus soldiers exert themselves to the fullest. But at this moment, there is no need to exert any effort, as gathering them together was Suyu's original intention. Young Master, Captain Honda. The power of the Overlord is truly astonishing. The Overlord's armor is incredibly strong, we can't even sever his tendons. Don't panic, I have ropes here, we can try to bind the Overlord. Baishar Hao looks at the bodies of the 10 or so fallen heavenly soldiers on the ground, filled with deep sorrow. There's an old saying in China, those who know the times are the heroes. Who exactly sent you here? The Baishar family has all kinds of torture tools, I believe I can get you to talk. I hope you'll cooperate, otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell. Baishar Hao's tone is full of threat, seemingly unwilling to relent without getting answers. Next to him, Honda Badeo looks worried. This man before him, though emanating a murderous air, remains silent. He becomes alert, this situation is too strange, and there must be something amiss. A feeling he can't quite express surges within him. Does this man truly have the power to kill all the heavenly soldiers outside the manor? Undoubtedly, this man is powerful, but he hasn't reached an invincible level yet. With the power of the Overlord, perhaps he could defeat the sentries one by one, but it's impossible to accomplish this silently. Could this man have accomplices? As this thought flashes through his mind, suddenly, he feels an intense suffocation, as if the threat of that arrow is coming again. A strong murderous aura once again emanates from the corner of the second floor. Honda Badeo instinctively looks over, but it's too late. Suyu uses the Overlord bow, drawing it fully. A black arrow filled with the essence of death instantly takes form, whistling through the air. The murderous intent within the arrow dyes the surroundings blood red. As if thousands of restless souls are rushing forward in a frenzy. They scream, wail, and cry, creating a horrific scene. The arrow of the ultimate death god. Rules are meant to be broken. Arrow of the ultimate death god, shoot a death arrow. After firing, the arrow's damage will increase based on the distance traveled. The death arrow will explode upon first hitting an enemy, causing massive damage. Cooldown time, 6 hours. This is the legendary skill book obtained from a myth-level treasure chest. Unlike the single target damage of the Holy Arrow Slaughter, the death arrow focuses more on area damage. Honda Badeo never expected that someone would aim their arrow at their own companion, the Overlord. This is not surprising, as the Overlord was originally set up as bait to attract enemies. Moreover, the duration is nearing its end. Run, hurry, run. Just as Honda Badeo is about to speak, he realizes it's already too late. In the next moment, that black arrow accurately strikes a heavenly soldier tightly holding onto the Overlord's thigh. That death arrow, as if granted life. A striking blood-red rose bursts forth. With a boom. Double strike plus dance of death plus passive attributes of the Overlord bow. The effects triggered twice. Adding defense and shield ignoring. An arrow with a whopping 88 points of strength. A 30% critical hit rate was triggered, dealing 250% critical damage in the crowd. Coupled with the damage bonus from the Hunter set, the damage is more than just full. It's practically overflowing. For these mortal bodies, it's like killing a pig with an Eisen 105mm rocket. Though Suyu had imagined the destructive power of the Arrow of Death, he clearly had not fully anticipated such a scale of slaughter. With a deafening explosion, over 30 celestial soldiers within a 10-meter radius vanished in an instant. Not even a chunk of body larger than 10 centimeters could be found. Countless chunks of flesh and blood filled the air, intertwining, staining the entire hall red. The ground, already littered with corpses, now resembled a living hell, horrifying to behold. Honda Badeo and Baishar Hao miraculously stood at the edge of the explosion, fortunate to escape a calamity. They stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open, as if time had stopped at that moment. Blood and shattered flesh splattered across their faces, bodies, and even mouths, yet they were completely oblivious. Bai Shihao felt an extreme dryness in his throat, swallowing unconsciously. Gag! Suddenly, he spat out an eyeball. What is this? Bai Shihao shouted as he could no longer suppress his nausea and began to retch violently. Looking around, Honda Badeo gazed at the empty scene before him. The good news is that the powerful overlord had vanished without a trace. The bad news is that all the celestial soldiers who had followed him had completely disappeared, turned to nothing. Honda Badeo couldn't help but rub his eyes, unable to believe that in the blink of an eye, his subordinates had lost their lives. At that moment, Suyu leaped, heavily stepping onto a celestial soldier's corpse that had been slain by the overlord. With the powerful impact, that corpse instantly burst apart. At this moment, the true mastermind finally revealed his face. Their eyes met, and Honda Badeo immediately showed fear. The man before him was unassuming, looking harmless. But the aura he exuded, and his death-like gaze, stirred something deep within. Looking at the man in the mask, with red pupils, he suddenly thought of one person, Suyu. Honda Badeo didn't reach this position by luck or experience. Anyone he had seen had been impossible to forget. At first, he could hardly believe it. But comparing it with the shadow in his mind, every feature matched perfectly. Honda Badeo exclaimed in shock, "It's actually you, Suyu. Could it be that you killed Lin Rufei and wiped out the Lin family?" Bai Shihao, upon hearing, was also in disbelief. How is that possible? That useless person, how could he become this strong? Honda Badeo shouted hysterically at the bewildered Bai Shihao behind him, "Shimi, Yumi, quickly. Take the young master away. Vow to protect the young master at all costs." At this moment, two young girls dressed in tight black clothing, resembling ninjas, guarded Bai Shihao as they entered the study. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Suyu had already marked Bai Shihao for death. No matter where he went, he could not escape the rules of the Apocalypse's skills. Chapter 67, Sir, the times have changed. Lord Suyu, I advise you not to be too vigorous. Honda Badeo shouted loudly. You killed Lin Rufei, right? You also wiped out the Lin family, right? The ancestors of Yamamoto still haven't returned. Could it also be you? I admit, Lord Suyu, your strength is indeed formidable. If you have the courage, fight me head-on. Rest assured, I, Honda Badeo, value martial ethics above all and will not easily kill. Though Honda Badeo said this, he found it hard to believe. With his 60 years of martial arts experience, he could not fathom that this young man named Suyu was so powerful. Young, only in his 20s, yet possessing such powerful strength. How can he defeat Yamamoto, destroy the Lin family, and wipe out all the heavenly soldiers in the manner? Even the super ultimate death god arrow he just witnessed, he couldn't believe it. Instead, he thought it was a trap set by Suyu, a strange skill in the apocalypse. As long as he took some precautions, he could easily subdue him. Honda Badeo continued to show off, cupping his fists and surprisingly adopting a horse stance, posing as if to say please attack. Though his level was only 3, and he had carelessly matched a few excellent level pieces of equipment. Even so, the overwhelming aura he displayed in that moment was even stronger than Yamamoto's. Suyu smiled, wasn't this a breakthrough? No wonder Honda Badeo, with such strong strength, remained obscure in the apocalypse. Logically, martial artists, with their extraordinary physical qualities, should become the rulers of the apocalypse. However, according to Suyu's memories, the number of martial artists in the late apocalypse was scarce, and many were eliminated within the first month. This was because martial artists like Honda Badeo focused on building a solid foundation, accumulating day by day, persisting without fail, and maintaining endurance. They trained for years, even decades, practicing in the summer heat and winter chill. They were not tempted by the conveniences of modern life, shunning heating and air conditioning for comfort. Thus, when the apocalypse arrived, they couldn't quickly adapt to the new rules. They firmly believed that the importance of physical quality far exceeded individual attributes and therefore looked down upon enhancing personal panels. In their eyes, attributes, skills, and equipment were just distractions. This blind confidence was born from years of experience. Therefore, those so-called strong people, those unwilling to accept the rules of the apocalypse, were destined to not survive long in it. After all, during the 7-day newbie protection period, the attacking power of zombies was significantly weakened. They assumed they could easily defeat numerous zombies. However, once the 7-day newbie protection period was over, the strength of the zombies would increase. By then, even ordinary zombies could easily take their lives. Now, Honda Badeo's trump card, besides his 60 years of foundational practice. He had another trump card, which was his A-level talent, Golden Hoop Defense. Golden Hoop Defense, A-level talent. A defensive array surrounds the body, reducing 60% of damage. It can also absorb damage equal to 300% of the user's vitality. The array refreshes every minute. The talent is excellent. Suyu did not consider defensive talents. He resolutely chose to walk the path of decisive killing, showing little interest in pretending to be weak. With Honda Bado's talent and 60 years of foundational practice, he could even face multiple mutated zombies head-on. This was something even Yamamoto could not achieve. If Yamamoto, with his SS-level talent Dance of Death, was the sharpest spear of the Shiraishi family, then Honda Bado was the strongest shield. Sir, times have changed. Tsuyu did not respond but swiftly launched an attack. He moved with incredible speed, like lightning. Swish. 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 3 arrows in a second. The Overlord Bao came alive in his hands, 2 arrows like spirit snakes breaking free, tightly sealing Honda Bado's escape routes to the left and right. Honda Bado displayed remarkable reflexes, leaping into the air. At the critical moment, he changed the trajectory of the 3 arrows, making them pass beneath him. Tsuyu remained calm and collected. His 4th arrow shot out again, its target clear. Honda Bado gritted his teeth, forcibly adjusting his body in mid-air. With his powerful core strength, he successfully avoided this almost certain arrow. After landing, Honda Bado spun twice to dissipate the force in the air. Tsuyu, you bastard. He whispered angrily, clearly feeling furious about the thrilling situation just now. He was older, so after landing, he continued to gasp for breath. Young man, you don't follow the rules of martial arts. In over 60 years of hard training, I almost lost everything. But if this is all you can do, then you might as well surrender. Tsuyu knew that if his opponent was the ancestor Yamamoto at this moment, he would definitely not be able to dodge this attack. However, Honda Badeo had done it. This skill, before the apocalypse, was enough to make him a top martial arts master. But this old-fashioned thinking, in the apocalypse, was utterly useless. In the later stages of the apocalypse game, people became much more cunning. Just picking out a couple of scheming dogs could easily put him to death. Old man has some skills. Tsuyu spoke, but not much. However, the few arrows he just shot gave Tsuyu a deeper understanding of martial artists. You can't use conventional means to deal with them, because these people have pushed their physical qualities to the extreme. Their reaction speed and flexibility far exceed ordinary people, and cannot simply be measured by levels or attributes. Since Honda Badeo prides himself on his superb skills and chooses to fight Tsuyu barehanded, then, according to the rules of the apocalypse, teach him a lesson. Before Honda Badeo could steady his stance, Tsuyu swiftly struck, skillfully shooting out 3 arrows, forcing Honda Badeo to leap into the air again. Young man, you cannot use the same tricks on me twice. Honda Badeo warned loudly. However, Tsuyu unleashed his skill. Holy Arrow Massacre. Holy Arrow Massacre, while freely moving, shoot 20 arrows in one direction within 3 seconds, plus 25% critical strike chance, each dealing 30% damage. Can be forcibly cancelled during casting. In just 3 seconds, 20 arrows rained down like a storm, completely sealing off all evasion paths of Honda Badeo. Honda Badeo stared wide-eyed in shock, filled with confusion. Is this something a person can do? Rigidity. However, he forgot. In this world, even super ultimate skills like the Death God Arrow exist. How could the mere Holy Arrow Massacre seem unusual? After all, his current understanding was still too shallow. In midair, Honda Badeo dodged left and right, trying his utmost to escape the deadly Holy Arrow Massacre. The first 10 arrows narrowly brushed past the corners of his clothes, whistling by, but ultimately failed to injure him. However, Honda Badeo was not superhuman, he could not withstand all of Tsuyu's attacks. After the 10th arrow, Honda Badeo seemed to be stuck, unable to move. Deep despair appeared in his eyes, as if he had foreseen his fate. Once hit, due to the S-rank talent True Earthshaking, time seemed to freeze for 0.1 seconds. This perfect combination of skill and talent felt tailor-made for him. As a master of martial arts, even on the brink of death, Honda Badeo still used his astonishing will to protect his vital areas. However, under the terrifying effect of the Dance of Death, all defenses seemed powerless. The tremendous force pinned him tightly to the wall, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and despair. Chapter 68, The Ninja Sisters. Even under Honda Badeo's best efforts to dodge, although he avoided the dense arrow assault, 10 still hit him. Even though one pierced his arm, it did not hit Honda Badeo's vital areas. Nevertheless, Honda Badeo's strength began to wane. However, when his gaze met Tsuyu's, he immediately sensed the intense murderous aura in the air. This killing intent made him feel awe in an instant. Is it possible that I really have grown old? In just 2 rounds of combat, he not only failed to get close to his opponent. Instead, he was struck by a blow, firmly pinned to the wall. To his surprise, 60 years of martial arts skill vanished in an instant. The pain in his heart surged like a fountain, unable to be released. At this moment, Honda Badeo witnessed Tsuyu raising his weapon once more. In that moment, I could do nothing but watch helplessly as Tsuyu's arrow pierced through me. You lack martial ethics. Young man, we should compete fairly. Honda Badeo was extremely angry. In his view, martial arts should purely be a contest of physical strength, relying on skills and techniques to defeat the opponent. However, everything in the apocalypse had changed, becoming so unfair. Damn it, I'm not training in martial arts, what martial ethics are you talking about? Suyu found this old man somewhat pathetic, even pitiful. The truth proved that having only strength is not enough to stand invincible, one must also keep up with the times and trends. The next arrow shot directly into his mouth, passing through the brainstem. Before dying, Honda Badeo only felt a warmth in his throat, and then he lost consciousness. The next critical hit shattered his skull. With a kick of his legs, blood poured out, soaking his entire body. In a safe house within the study, two young girls stood quietly. Their figures were graceful, their faces cold, and their eyes revealed a firm determination. The girl known as the elder sister was named Chimi, while the younger sister was named Yumi. They appeared to be about the same age as Shiraishi Hiroshi. Both wore identical tight-fitting combat suits, one red and one black, as if they were two sides of the same soul. Another way to tell them apart was the direction of their ponytails. Chimi's was on the left, while Yumi's was on the right. This was Shiraishi Hiroshi's unique preference and the special mark he gave them. In addition to flirting with other women, he also enjoyed being with the sister duo. Holding the reins made of ponytails, he drove two horse carriages. They galloped together, racing across the boundless grasslands side by side. Their combat suits were certainly not ordinary secretary outfits. They appeared fragile, but in reality, they were agile and their strength was not to be underestimated. If fought one-on-one, their strength was definitely powerful. But when the two teamed up, even the formidable Honda Badeo would feel wary. From a young age, they lived with Shiraishi Hiroshi under the arrangement of his mother as cousins. These two not only served as Shiraishi Hiroshi's bodyguards, taking care of his daily life, but were also irreplaceable treasures to him. They forged the last line of defense for Shiraishi Hiroshi with their lives, vowing to protect him at all times and in all places. By the mid-apocalypse, Shiraishi Hiroshi, to obtain a mythic-level equipment, easily gifted this sister duo to others. It was said that after being given away, the sisters were lost in spirit and met a miserable end. Despite their best efforts to comfort the frightened Shiraishi Hiroshi, his expression still revealed deep terror. Regarding the assassin, Shiraishi Hiroshi had made countless guesses. However, he never expected it would be Suyu. That man whom he once easily controlled, the man who was timid before Lin Rufei. How could he possibly have any connection with that powerful killer outside the safety net? Shiraishi Hiroshi couldn't believe it. However, Honda Badeo was skilled in reading people, possessing an extraordinary memory. He saw it all clearly. Though Shiraishi Hiroshi was unwilling to accept it, reality was before him, and he had to admit. He slept with his woman, coveted his old home. Could it be that Suyu truly wanted to take revenge by exterminating his family? Was this method too extreme? In Shiraishi Hiroshi's life, he tangled with many women, indulging in pleasures. He always managed effortlessly, never letting himself fall into any deep emotional entanglement. However, he never thought he would face a life-and-death crisis because of a woman. However, when all the clues gradually connected, Suyu's image became clearer and clearer in his heart. It really must be Suyu. He definitely knows about the affair between Lin Roof and me, so he acted first, killed Lin Roof, wiped out the Lin family, and now he is coming after me. Lin Marong's mysterious death in Star City Hospital also happened at the hands of a man. It must be him. The tragedy of the fly in the library was perhaps also his doing. And Captain Yamamoto. With his strength, he should have returned by now. It is him, it must be him. There is no other explanation. But how did he find out? How has his strength increased so quickly? If it weren't for that old fool from the Lin family coming up with that stupid idea, Suyu would have been dead long ago. I wouldn't have had to use Lin Roof that to manipulate him, I would have dealt with him directly. Bai Shihong struggled to sort out the current situation, but his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. In the end, he was almost incoherent. Young master, please do not panic. Uncle Honda is powerful and absolutely capable of stopping that killer. And even if the killer can escape Uncle Honda, he won't be able to find the location of the safe house. Even if he knows the way, without the correct path, he can't enter here. The woman looked at the man humbly, trying to convince him. Indeed, this safe house was built to defense standards, capable of enduring even months of isolation. However, despite saying that, both women felt uncertain in their hearts. According to Bai Shihong's words and Suyu's various performances today. In the backdrop of the apocalypse, could the defenses of the peaceful era really withstand Suyu? Inside the villa, Suyu faced scenes that felt like purgatory and made a gesture towards the door. At the door, a little girl already could not wait, tilting her head, following lightly behind. Suyu had no time to care about Honda's domineering corpse, his gaze was fixed on the marked location. After entering the study, everything became clear, as the death mark guided them forward. There, the mark began from under the desk and extended all the way into the ground. With ease, Suyu found the secret passage from under the desk. However, he did not take the heavy steel plate seriously. Lu Wei! Suyu called out casually. Boom! 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 With a few strikes, the 10-centimeter thick steel plate collapsed loudly under Lu Wei's violent demolition. At the moment the passage door opened, Jime and Yumi like a flash of black and red lightning. With a powerful killing intent, they charged fiercely towards Suyu. Chapter 69, Call Daddy. By Shihong Jime, LV4, No Occupation, B Talent, Natural Charm. By Shihong Yumi, LV4, No Occupation, B Talent, Natural Charm. Natural Charm, B-level talent. With this talent, one can reshape their body. Not only can their appearance change, but their figure can also be adjusted, and they will remain youthful forever. Damage to the opposite sex increases by 50%. As expected of twins, even their level and talent are identical. Suyu immediately checked the information of the two women, not expecting the two with stunning figures to have such average levels and talents. However, the seemingly ordinary B-level talent in Suyu's eyes is extremely rare and excellent among all awakened survivors. The awakening probability of B-level talent is only 1 in 10,000. Suyu knew a little about the special talent of natural charm. It has the magical ability to reshape the body and remain youthful. Although it deals an extra 50% damage to the opposite sex, this talent born solely to please the opposite sex is something Suyu looked at with a laugh. In the late apocalypse, many wealthy families preferred to keep some women with this talent around. They were treated as playthings. This can only indicate that, no matter how the times change, there will always be some people suffering from hunger, while the privileged class continues to exist. At this moment, Suyu's vision was extremely high, almost not considering any talent below a rank. Just at the moment when those two green short knives were about to slice his throat, Lu Wei's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. She did not wait for Suyu's command and decisively took action. She charged forward, quickly closing the distance to her enemies, then unleashed a shock strike. This combo was tried and tested. If the two women did not stop, they would surely die without a burial place. At the critical moment when Lu Wei raised the dark iron hammer, the two women felt the immense power of this move, and the threat of death instantly enveloped their souls. The fatal blow in their hands was about to kill Suyu, but suddenly, a surprise appearance changed everything. Although they were reluctant, after a brief consideration, reason overcame the urge to kill. They did not want to take a gamble. Uncertain whether their knives were faster or Lu Wei's hammer was stronger? Even if they could kill Suyu, they would surely be struck by the massive hammer. If that hammer fell, it was likely they would die without a grave. They dared not take the risk. Considering young Master Baisher's current strength, could they even escape with their lives? Suyu's displayed strength had already exceeded their imagination, let alone this little girl holding two huge hammers in front of them. They instinctively felt that this little girl was no ordinary person. Facts proved their worries were not unfounded. Even without Lu Wei's assistance, relying on Suyu's extraordinary agility, it would not be difficult to dodge. Moreover, Suyu's physical attributes were extremely powerful. Even if he took that hit head-on, at most it would leave a slight scar, he would not be in any life-threatening danger. After all, Suyu's attributes far surpassed those of his opponents. However, the talent of absolute enslavement has a unique protective mechanism that always places the owner's safety first. Hence, Lu Wei didn't hesitate to launch an attack and did not wait for Suyu's command. Although she missed Jime and Yume, with one strike, the office desk was instantly reduced to powder, the floor shattered, revealing even the steel bars. The power of this strike was so immense that it left both women drenched in cold sweat, thankful they chose to evade. If struck by this move, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. Lu Wei saw the crisis was eliminated, struck once, and then returned to Suyu's side. Though her expression was emotionless, her hands maintained a fighting stance. Both knew that with their own strength, it was impossible to win in a fair fight. Simply communicating through their eyes, the sister duo understood each other and reached a consensus. After long being pets of Baisher Hao, they had developed an extraordinary sensitivity. From Lu Wei, they seemed to see their own shadows. Between Suyu and Lu Wei, it was more a relationship of master and servant rather than siblings. Indeed, all the disgusting men in the world are the same. Since they had missed the best chance to assassinate, wanting to kill Suyu in a head-on confrontation was nearly impossible. Jime and Yume already had a new plan. For young Master Baisher, they prepared to offer their bodies once again. The two ninja girls dressed in black and red tight combat suits spun their short blades in a dazzling display. Then, without hesitation, they placed the two short blades on the ground. As they bent down, they even revealed their necks, their snowy skin, and infinite abysses. At the same time, they concealed two poison shurikens in their hands, waiting for the right moment to strike. The two even took out pure white lingerie from their tight outfits simultaneously. In the next second, their delicate forms were clearly visible. They waved the lingerie, pretending to surrender. Then, their gazes turned incredibly tender. In the small study, a hint of ambiguity filled the air. Their confidence stemmed from their B-level seductive talent. Their reshaped bodies, whether in appearance, shape, or voice, held a deadly attraction for LSPs. Especially their exquisite skills honed since childhood, made their words seem to carry a hypnotic magic. The two women's voices were magnetic and gentle, like the pull of gravity, as soft as flowing spring water, soothing to the heart. Little brother. We can't beat you, we surrender. We've thrown away all our weapons, how about you personally come to check, little brother? Surely you don't want us to take off our sheer stockings and G-strings under our tight outfits for you? As long as you can let young Master Baishar go, we sisters will let you do as you please, we know how to make men feel good, want to try now? As they spoke, the two twisted their bodies, their movements light and graceful, the strength just right, clearly accustomed to group activities. Seeing Suyu and Lu Wei seem to have relaxed their guard, the two women tried to move a bit closer. Oh? Is that so? Then call me daddy. Suyu said, his tone seemingly indifferent. The two women exchanged a smile, evidently realizing they had fallen into the man's strange interests. Daddy, the two women turned around, ninja stars ready in their hands to strike. Although they spoke in a seductive tone, Suyu keenly sensed a hint of murderous intent hidden in their eyes. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, Suyu had witnessed too many people lose their lives due to a moment of weakness. Just as the two women were about to speak, Suyu decisively shot out an arrow. The two women were completely unprepared for Suyu's swift action, their seductive skills proved ineffective in front of him. With Suyu's movement, the ambiguous atmosphere in the air instantly vanished without a trace. The two women couldn't dodge in time and were pinned directly to the bookshelf, their bodies shaking violently. Then, their gazes became blank, and the poison ninja stars in their hands fell to the ground. Chapter 70, Revenge Achieved. Suyu looked towards the safe passage, the death mark unmoving. After learning of the demise of the two female companions, Baishar Hao knew there was nowhere to escape. In light of Suyu's terrifying strength, there was no way to escape. At this moment, Baishar Hao stood in the safe house, waiting for Suyu's arrival. Behind him, a huge world map was prominently displayed, marking Baishar's family branches around the world. Facing the man before him, Suyu remained calm, stepping forward leisurely. Suyu shot an arrow, the punishing arrow streaked towards Baishar Hao's knee like a meteor. This massive dark red arrow carried a chilling might. However, upon contact with Baishar Hao's knee, it unexpectedly emitted a metallic scraping sound. That sound was like swords clashing, sending a chill to the heart. Swish! Even more astonishing was that the once invincible punishing arrow left no mark on Baishar Hao. It shattered into countless dark red fragments, disappearing without a trace. The punishing arrow that had once slaughtered everywhere turned out to be ineffective against Baishar Hao. Baishar Hao, LV5, no profession, S-class talent, absolute defense, special talent, cannot be stolen. Absolute defense, S-class talent. When your physical attribute exceeds the opponent's strength/mental attribute, you will be immune to their physical/skill attacks. Baishar Hao's entire body was equipped with physical gear, and he had allocated all his free attribute points to physique. Although his strength, mental, and agility attributes were relatively low, his physique attribute reached an astonishing 85 points. This meant that even Lu Wei, who had 84 points of strength, could not inflict damage on him. Even someone with SS-level talent. Even the ancestors of Yamamoto, the Dance of Death, could not shake him. Suyu's mental attribute is only 52 points. Therefore, the skill attack of the punishing arrow posed no threat to him. Seeing Suyu's arrow deflected by his absolute defense, Baishar Hao finally breathed a little easier. Suyu shouldered the overlord bow, showing a sense of helpless surrender. However, unexpectedly, he had quietly grasped the dagger that once assassinated Lin Rufei, walking towards Baishar Hao again. This dagger, expertly handled by Suyu, had its once sharp blade ground down, just to bring Baishar Hao an unprecedented blunt knife-cutting flesh agony. Today, he would make Baishar Hao understand what it meant that the duller the knife, the more painful it is to kill. As a former enemy, Suyu understood Baishar Hao's talent and ability like the back of his hand. After a failed strike, Baishar Hao quickly returned to his former dominance. Facing Suyu's relentless advance, he still maintained his calm demeanor, saying calmly, "My talent is absolute defense, with a constitution of 85 points. If your strength does not exceed this number, then all your attacks are in vain. Now, do you have time to listen to me? There's an old saying in Huaxia, the world is bustling, all for profit, the world is bustling, all for benefit. Suyu, you are exceptionally strong, and I, Baishar Hao, have the support of the entire Baishar family. If we join forces, the prosperous Star City, the vast expanse of Huaxia, or even the entire Blue Star, will all be in our hands. Suyu, I think we can talk." Baishar Hao turned his back to the map, waving his arms. As if the entire Blue Star was already under his control. According to Suyu's memories from his past life, what Baishar Hao said was not empty talk. However, in this life, Suyu wanted to raise the difficulty a billion points. Bai Shihao was so moved by his own words, his eyes filled with intense desire. But when their gazes met, Suyu still wore that calm expression. Bai Shihao's smile instantly froze, and the excitement in his heart was extinguished in an instant. In the next moment, Suyu's dagger easily pierced into his thigh. Bai Shihao's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden pain, and he exclaimed in shock, "Ah! How is this possible?" He could not believe that Suyu could so easily break through his absolute defense. With his agility exceeding 50 points, how could his strength possibly exceed 85 points? Then, Bai Shihao let out a piercing scream. "Sorry, my strength is 88 points." Suyu said, removing the facade from his face to reveal a wicked smile. Unlike his methods against Lin Rufei, Suyu chose a killing method more suited for the physique of Sakurakuni. At this moment, he had already put on a pair of rubber gloves. Though the wound cut by the dagger was small, under Suyu's immense strength, 2 fingers easily slid in. Bai Shihao took a sharp breath, wondering what exactly Suyu intended to do. Then, he began to slowly tear at the wound, each pull bringing unbearable pain. Cutting, impact, even rotating vibrations could not compare. Time seemed to slow down, and each tear intensified the pain. Since the apocalypse arrived, Bai Shihao had not experienced such pain. He wailed loudly, his scream heart-wrenching. With one cut, Bai Shihao's collapse value reached 50%. Cold sweat drenched his cheeks, and the torment of painful fainting and awakening repeatedly tortured him. His weak strength and agility stats made it impossible for him to escape, let alone fight back. His left leg was torn down to the bone, blood saturating the area. However, Suyu took out a bottle of vitality potion from his wristband and unhesitatingly poured it into Bai Shihao's wound. "Suyu, I beg you, just kill me. Don't torture me anymore." As the effects of the drug began to take hold, Bai Shihui's mind slowly began to recover, but his spirit was on the verge of collapse from Suyu's torment. "Kill you? Of course, I will. But this thing has to be done slowly." Suyu gave a light laugh, his tone full of cruelty. In Bai Shihui's eyes, Suyu's smile was as hideous as that of a demon. Before Bai Shihui could react, another knife plunged into his right leg. Bai Shihui screamed in agony, his voice sharp and pitiful, like that of a pig being slaughtered. Then, the same scene played out again, as Bai Shihui's right leg muscles were torn apart, the pain making his whole body tremble. At this moment, tears, mucus, sweat, and blood mixed together on his face, making him look utterly miserable. He begged Suyu to spare him, but the only response he got was Suyu's cold reply, "This is just the beginning." With one slash, Bai Shihui's manhood was severed. His body, which had started to numb from the excruciating pain, was once again awakened by Suyu's strike. Bai Shihui tried to speak, but Suyu grabbed something from the ground and shoved it into his throat. Suyu spoke as he did so, and the next knife precisely pierced Bai Shihui's wrist. "This knife is for you." Suyu's smile grew more sinister as he spoke. "It's been 10 years, you used Lin Roof to drain my blood and eat my flesh." Bai Shihui looked at Suyu in terror, his eyes filled with confusion. What was Suyu talking about? 10 years? Starting with using Lin Roof, it was barely a year in total. How did it become 10 years? He opened his mouth, wanting to question Suyu's accusations, but he found he couldn't even make a sound. His brother, at this critical moment, had gripped his throat. Before Bai Shihui could recover, Suyu had already raised the knife in his hand again. With a twist of his wrist, the blade gleamed with cold light in the air. "This knife is also for you." Suyu continued, "In the apocalypse, you falsely accused me of being a traitor to China, causing me to be spat on by the world and hunted by the top 10 masters." Bai Shihui listened, his face blank with confusion, his mind filled with doubt. Did Suyu mistake him for someone else? Why was he suddenly talking about all these nonsensical things? "This knife, still for you." Suyu's smile grew more intense, his tone dripping with disdain and arrogance, "Because I feel like it." The dagger in Suyu's hand viciously stabbed into Bai Shihui without pause. The daggers fell like rain, each piercing Bai Shihui's nerves, bringing a sharp pain with each strike. Bai Shihui's spirit had already reached its limit. With each knife, his collapse level kept rising, eventually reaching 100%. His eyes grew dim, lifeless, like a dead pig. No matter how Suyu attacked, he remained motionless. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, people would think he had already died. Is this how it ends? Suyu took out the overlord bow and shot an arrow, filled with endless power. Bai Shihui's body exploded like a popped balloon, shattering into countless pieces. The heavy burden Suyu had carried on his heart was finally lifted. Chapter 71, Seeking Wealth and Licking? Suyu let out a long, loud roar, his heart now incredibly relaxed. As the saying goes, great revenge fulfilled, like a heavy burden lifted, feeling clear and refreshed. Inside the Bai Shihui mansion, everyone, except one person, was already dead. In the previous life, Bai Shihui was constantly at odds with Suyu, all because of the entanglement involving Lin Roof. Later, Suyu was attacked by the top 10 masters, which was merely a further intensification of the conflict. The Bai family? The top 10 masters? And those who had harmed him? Since they had harmed him, then they must be destroyed. The most important thing right now was to change his occupation. Since he had been reborn, he must use his memories from his past life to improve his strength. Suyu took down the map from the wall, carefully rolled it up, and placed it in his hand ring. Although the Bai family had hidden contact points all over the world and left marks, but specific locations and contacts still need to be carefully investigated. In this safe house, Suyu discovered a pile of various items looted from Huaxia. These included gold and silver jewelry, gemstones, jade, antique paintings, and famous knives and swords. However, he looked down on these items, because in the apocalypse, these things were utterly worthless. In the apocalypse, even finely crafted famous knives and swords had greatly reduced sharpness and durability. Compared to them, the Lu Huashang brand watermelon knife was clearly more practical. However, Suyu did take a large gold watch, even though the bracelet provided the time function as well. But it was simpler and more direct to look at the watch. The utility of the gold watch was not just in its flashy effect, this mechanical watch could run automatically and was sturdy and durable. Compared to the electronic watch he used in his previous life, it was quite practical. Suyu hummed a little tune and calmly walked out of the underground passage. At the door of the study, the traitor Wang Butler gaped, staring at Suyu and Lu Wei. Lu Wei remained calm, only her red eyes revealing a trace of strangeness. However, Suyu was drenched in thick blood, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Time rewound a few minutes earlier, when he got up at night. He saw a hellish scene inside the villa, and nearly lost his composure. When he crawled to the study door, he saw Bai Shihui's personal ninja nailed to the bookshelf, instantly realizing his master had met with misfortune. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly heard Suyu humming a song, his legs went soft. He directly lost control and wet himself, thus avoiding a trip to the toilet. Awake? Suyu said lightly, looking at the disheveled Wang Butler. This was the only living person left in Bai Shi Manor. Suyu understood that he had little combat power, so it was no harm to keep him until the end. Wang Butler, a master at reading people's hearts, instantly understood the current situation. It must be that the man and woman before him had killed everyone in Bai Shi Manor. Though the scene was chilling, Wang Butler still tried to suppress the fear in his heart. Before, his backing was not strong enough, now he needed to find a solid support. Wang Butler understood the principle of seeking wealth through flattery, so his words were exceptionally humble. Good man, I am not a small person, but one of our Huaxia people. My surname is Wang, you can call me Xiao Wang. Though I come from humble beginnings, I have a bit of cleverness. If you do not mind, I am willing to serve you, going through fire and water without hesitation. Suyu had long known about Wang Butler's existence. In the apocalypse, he successfully occupied a place in the Bai family with his extraordinary flattery skills. However, he was not just seeking power in the Bai family but was also advising Bai Shi. He acted decisively with unique methods and had never made a mistake. Even as Bai Shi gradually grew, even becoming deified in Huaxia, Wang Butler's intelligence and planning always shadowed him. It could be said that without Wang Butler's careful layout, Bai Shihui's glorious achievements in Huaxia would be difficult to achieve. Therefore, in the Bai family, the saying that Wang Wei, the diligent butler, could rival half a city was widely circulated. Under the apocalypse, the pressure to survive forced many to take extreme measures. For those without strength who could only rely on others, achieving such an end was already quite difficult. Later, Suyu's reputation began to change. He gradually became despised by the world and was eventually forced into the abyss. All this was closely related to Wang Butler. Suyu once vowed that once he captured Wang Butler, he would dismember him to vent his resentment. Are you Wang Banshan? Suyu squatted down and finally asked. He, you flatter me. Wang Butler immediately put on a fawning face and replied in a low voice. Wang Banshan, LV2, unemployed, F-grade talent, gold amplification. I once swore to dismember you into 8 pieces, and you are the one. Suyu calmly said as he checked the personal information of Steward Wang. No way. However, when Steward Wang saw the watermelon knife that Suyu pulled out, he immediately became anxious. Suyu's arm gently raised, and Steward Wang could even feel the biting cold of the watermelon knife cutting through his skin, as if the icy blade had already pierced into his body. With one stroke, the watermelon knife sliced down his left leg like cutting tofu. The pain left him unable to speak, his body shook uncontrollably, yet his wide-open eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Hero! No, please don't kill me. Steward Wang's voice was filled with a crying tone, full of fear and despair. Hero, since you are here to seek revenge on the Bai family, I have secrets about the Bai family's hidden informants across Huaxia. Will you spare my life? After speaking, Steward Wang's gaze fell on the knife in Suyu's hand, seemingly waiting for a response from him. Suyu remained expressionless, yet inside he felt a surge of joy. This was an unexpected delight. He originally thought this highly confidential matter was only known to Bai Shihao. However, Steward Wang's appearance shattered his expectations. This figure who rose after the apocalypse surprisingly understood such secrets, truly beyond his expectations. During Suyu's process of brutally killing Bai Shihao, although there were opportunities to extract information from him. Considering Bai Shihao's character, even facing death, he would never reveal any information. He might even threaten Suyu with it. Where would be the pleasure of revenge then? Suyu originally hoped to find some clues at the Bai Manor, but Steward Wang's appearance brought unexpected turns. As a traitor, Steward Wang was naturally a character who feared for his life, making him the perfect candidate to extract information from. However, just like how speculators usually act. Once they gain an inch, they want a mile. Steward Wang endured the excruciating pain, took out a delicate little notebook from his wristband, and carefully cradled it. He trembled, trying to ask, "Hero, I've heard there's a red small medicine bottle that can restore vitality, is that possible?" "No." Suyu's tone was resolute, the knife in his hand lifted again. Steward Wang's face turned pale from the pain, his ability to think vanished in an instant. He could only helplessly watch as his right leg was severed, unable to save himself. "Warrior, don't. I will give you everything, just spare me." Steward Wang cried out in despair, but Suyu's knife showed no signs of stopping, one blow after another. But those who live in the world must still uphold integrity. Since he swore in his past life to dismember him, he would do just that. The last blow aimed at that once proud head, so that it too could taste the flavor of despair as it fell to the ground. Chapter 72, Journey to Star City Museum. Yawn. Suyu tiredly yawned. After cleaning the battlefield, he played with his golden watch in hand, calculating that there were less than 3 hours until dawn. Suyu walked straight up to the top floor, casually choosing a bedroom. The decor of this guest room was surprisingly high standard, with unspeakable oil paintings hanging on the walls. The round waterbed stood out under the purple light, and the huge fish tank added a touch of mystery, filling the entire room with an ambiguous atmosphere. It must be said, the homes of the wealthy are just this simple and dull. However, as a zombie, Lu Wei did not need sleep. Suyu took out a universal supply capsule from his wristband. "Lu Wei, eat this and keep the door secure for me." Lu Wei eagerly took the capsule and skillfully opened it. This little girl seemed to have an extraordinary talent for fighting and eating. Since the little girl became his bodyguard, Suyu's sleep has become more stable than ever. After bathing, tired all over, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up from his sweet dream, the time had quietly reached 10 o'clock. Suyu saw scattered food remnants around Lu Wei, and her little hand was reaching towards him again. "Fortunately, my supply capsule is large enough." Suyu could only shake his head helplessly. After eating and drinking to his fill, he took out a tourist map of Star City. This map was found in Bai Shihao's study, marking the locations of the major famous attractions and landmarks in Star City. Their next destination was naturally the Star City Museum. There lies Suyu's long-set goal, the strongest hidden profession of the bow and arrow class, God of the Bow. To successfully change jobs, Suyu must set off for the Star City Museum. In this museum, there is a piece of bronzeware that can be called a national treasure. It is said that this bronzeware was used as a ceremonial vessel during the tribute to Hoi. This bronzeware is precisely the key to the job change process. By activating this bronzeware in a specific manner, one can be transported to the job change instance. Completing the challenges in this instance will grant a job change scroll. In his previous life, Suyu learned about this job change process while team up in the museum with others. However, Suyu had the talent of a mage's heart, which gave him great bonuses to magic skills. Therefore, choosing the magic profession, the necromancer, was undoubtedly the best choice for him. However, that was already more than 10 days after the apocalypse began. Now it was only the 5th day, the museum was probably still in the zombies' domain. There are strict regulations for receiving job change tasks, players must reach level 10 after the newbie protection period. However, this only applies to basic professions such as mages, Taoists, and warriors. As for hidden professions, players only need to complete a hidden job dungeon or finish a hidden quest to obtain a job change scroll. Once reaching level 10, they can open the scroll and successfully complete the job change. Suyu had long had a goal in mind, deciding to seize the opportunity and change jobs first. Stretching lazily, Suyu and Lu Wei strode out of Bai Shi Manor. He vaguely heard the voices of survivors down the mountain, clearly discussing matters of going up. Security in the Star City mansion had collapsed overnight, plunging the entire community into chaos due to the fall of the Bai Shi family. Suyu knew well that this was but a temporary situation. Re-establishing a new order was only a matter of time. It was already the 5th day of the apocalypse, and everyone had adapted to the environment. Now, simply surviving was no longer possible, they had to face reality and seek ways to survive. Even someone as strong as an individual could not survive without food or water for 5 days. Driven by necessity, people had to step out of their homes and bravely face the threat of zombies. Despite some being a bit slow to react, humans were different from zombies, they possessed intelligence. Most of the current zombies were level 4 to 5, making it nearly impossible to confront them alone. As a result, more and more people chose to unite and confront this crisis together. The Star City Museum, Star City Library, and Star City Concert Hall, these three iconic buildings, stand tall in the estuary delta of Star City. This place not only attracted a large number of outsiders to check in but also drew many locals to stroll and play. Whether on weekends or weekdays, the place was always bustling with people. However, the apocalypse suddenly descended. A large event was taking place in the delta, reportedly attended by as many as 50,000 people. Due to the event regulation, the surroundings were tightly sealed off with temporary iron sheets, leaving the survivors with nowhere to escape. In an instant, the scene of hell on earth appeared before them. Even the water in the musical fountain had been stained a bloody red. And the horns in the fountain emitted a shushing sound. The colorful lights created an oddly eerie ambience for the entire fountain. Whether in the square or indoors, there were large numbers of zombies gathering. Through the telescope, Suyu could see a dark mass in front of the museum, all zombies. In a narrow space like the museum, techniques like cornering could be used to take out zombies one by one. In such an open area, the number of zombies was vast. Even if Suyu strained his hand shooting arrows, he might not finish them off. For someone like Lu Wei, who had short legs and lacked agility, escaping was even harder. Just as Suyu was pondering how to infiltrate the museum, he suddenly noticed a group of human survivors bursting out from a side hall of the concert hall, almost 100 people in total. From their clothing and how they gathered, they included band members, dance troupe members, concert hall staff, and a few casual visitors. The surrounding zombies had been mostly cleared out, likely done by this group of people. The leader, dressed in a striking conductor's uniform, wore 3 pieces of top-notch equipment. He was articulate, speaking eloquently, pointing at the museum and library behind him, seemingly planning a careful attack. Most of the other survivors were young. Although they had few pieces of gear, their eyes were resolute and fearless. Clearly, they were not ordinary individuals. Moreover, they had arranged for a few people to keep watch around, making this team appear particularly organized and disciplined among the crowd gathered. However, after the leader finished speaking, some of the people had already lost heart to fight and chose to leave. But most, after some discussion, decided to stay. Interesting, Suyu said lightly. In the context of the apocalypse, temporary alliances were common. But such a team often gathered for interests and dispersed for the same. Once something related to interests appeared, there were usually no good outcomes. In the face of interests, anything could become complicated. So-called rules and morals were often thrown aside. Moreover, in the apocalypse world, the notion of strength being paramount was already the belief. Since that's the case, why not use them and join forces to wipe out the zombies? As long as they could successfully infiltrate the museum, many unnecessary troubles could be avoided. Chapter 73, Star City with no night. Star City Concert Hall. Nearly 100 players gathered here. When the apocalypse suddenly descended, as the noon bells rang, they were rehearsing, preparing for that evening's event. Unlike the crowded museums and libraries, the atmosphere in the concert hall was slightly cold. However, in such a place, there was a team that had fought through life and death battles to escape from the concert hall. Then they centered here, leading other survivors to wipe out the surrounding zombies. All this was thanks to one person. Lu Tianlong, the band's conductor, had always been the most enthusiastic fan of apocalypse novels. He had read over 1,000 apocalypse novels, if not more than 1,200. When the apocalypse really arrived, he, as a visionary and thoughtful person, revealed amazing leadership skills. During the process of leading everyone to escape, he not only showcased excellent organizational abilities but also displayed decisive courage at critical moments. He first led the surviving band members, successfully rescuing the trapped dance troupe and other scattered survivors in the concert hall. He not only planned a detailed escape route but also led the team to successfully wipe out several small zombie gathering spots. In the end, he successfully guided everyone through the encirclement, carving a bloody path out of the concert hall. This made the concert hall the only safe haven in the estuary delta. Lu Tianlong named the concert hall Star City with no night, the name of a bar he often visited. Lu Tianlong not only surpassed others in equipment and level but also truly became the leader of this group. But in moments of helplessness, people often prefer to go with the flow. Because once they leave this huge crowd and choose to survive alone, their chances of survival will greatly decrease. These people gathered together because they believe it's better to be under a big tree where they can find shade. So when Lu Tianlong raised his arm and shouted, most people chose to follow, with only a few choosing to leave. In the process of hunting zombies, they not only obtained supplies to make a living but also gained some equipment. The thrill of killing and leveling up excited everyone. Despite facing such difficulties, they should have been more cautious and avoided taking risks again, but they began to feel arrogant. But at that moment, Lu Tianlong made a decision he would come to regret. He recklessly allowed survivors to join his city of eternal night. In just 2 days, numerous survivors gathered from all directions and joined in. Their reasons for joining varied, some sought survival, while others hoped for a stroke of luck. As the numbers grew, the hearts of the people became scattered, and it became harder to lead the group. With the continuous increase in personnel, the entire group gradually split into 2 opposing forces. These 2 forces were equally matched in both numbers and quality, unwilling to back down. One group, led by Lu Tianlong, consisted of local performers who had rushed out from the concert hall. The other group, led by Huang Ding, was made up of opportunists who had just joined, most of whom were locals of Star City. When the 2 forces were evenly matched, opposing each other became politically correct. For those who had joined the City of Eternal Night early on, they deeply recognized Lu Tianlong's leadership and strength. They clamored to rush into the museum and show off their skills. After all, they were from out of town and had no one to rely on. Therefore, they all understood that to survive in this dangerous world, they must constantly enhance their own abilities. As for the newly joined smaller teams, since they had never received Lu Tianlong's protection, their goal was to stay under the team's protection, delve into the concert hall or the basement, and hunt lone zombies, just to seek temporary stability. Lu Tianlong understood well that rather than wasting energy on verbal disputes, it was better to resolve things quickly. To ensure the survival of the City of Eternal Night, he needed to establish absolute authority. After in-depth discussions with several followers, Lu Tianlong reached a consensus with them. Regardless of whether the others joined or not, there were plenty of zombies in the museum. They could provide a lot of experience, supplies, and equipment, so they had to take offensive action. However, breaking through from the square was absolutely impossible, as there were over 10,000 zombies gathered there. Once provoked, the entire City of Eternal Night would face the danger of extinction. Stop arguing. It's only a few hours until dark, you can explore the concert hall and the basement yourself. We leave for the museum tomorrow at 8 a.m., Lu Tianlong decisively announced. His followers cheered and whistled in agreement upon hearing this. However, Huang Ding immediately stood up to voice his objection. The museum? There are too many zombies there. Shouldn't we wait another day, until more people join the City of Eternal Night for this operation? According to his idea, if they waited until tomorrow, more people would join City of Eternal Night. With his connections and influence in the old Star City, he knew that it wouldn't be difficult to lure these new members under his wing through threats and temptations. This way, he would have an overwhelming advantage in numbers against Lu Tianlong and the outsiders. When that time came, he would raise his arm and call for action. Formally incorporated the City of Endless Night under his jurisdiction. He had, in a way, left his name in this apocalyptic world. Don't worry, although breaking through from the front of the square is difficult, attacking from the basement should be feasible, Lu Tianlong patiently explained. Feasible? We only have more than 100 people. How can you guarantee that we all come back alive? Huang Ding loudly questioned. Well, it's settled then. I announce it as the captain. That's what I say. Lu Tianlong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately made a firm decision. Huang Ding and his supporters exchanged a knowing smile, they had made up their minds. Tomorrow they would stay put and wait to see Lu Tianlong's joke. In the next moment, the crowd suddenly became lively, surging like boiling water. Luckily, the concert hall had good soundproofing, otherwise, it might have attracted the zombies. Lu Tianlong knew in his heart that no matter how he explained, those who had decided not to listen would ultimately not change their minds. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He had taken in so many difficult-to-control people for the sake of short-lived power. But at the same time, he was reluctant to give up this place he had worked hard to establish. After all, Lu Tianlong was addicted to the feeling of being pursued by the crowd and holding certain power. However, when someone more ambitious than him appeared, he began to worry about whether he would be replaced. At that moment, Suyu and Lu Wei had changed into ordinary clothes, with no hint of extravagance. Under the disguise, their personal information was hidden. From a distance, they looked only slightly stronger than ordinary people. No one noticed. When a kind-looking man slowly came down the stairs, no one noticed his arrival. Behind him followed a petite and cute little girl wearing a disguise mask. Chapter 74, Tension Rising. Suyu entered the City of Endless Night with Lu Wei. Even in their casually mixed clothing, they stood out with an extraordinary aura. Of course, he was just slightly less handsome than us charming readers. Originally, there were guards at the entrance of the City of Endless Night, but the noise inside had attracted them to join the fun. Thus, the two smoothly entered, avoiding the cumbersome questioning and registration process. As soon as they entered, Suyu spotted Huang Ding, who was hiding in the corner with a mischievous look. His striking golden hair was hard to ignore. Once seen, it would be forever remembered, it shone with a nearly perfect golden luster. Indeed, it seems that enemies always gather together. In his previous life, Suyu had visited the Star City Museum and met Huang Ding during his class change. He claimed to be an old hand in Star City, the person in charge of City of Endless Night, and a living map of the Star City Museum. He had a plethora of labels on him. At that time, Suyu was still naive, only half understanding the complexities of these relationships. He was misled by Huang Ding's charming rhetoric and unintentionally joined his team. After some mutual exchanges, both showcased considerable skills, and their cooperation was quite enjoyable. However, in the Star City Museum, facing many zombies, when they finally reached their destination, the original group of dozens was reduced to just the two of them. But after entering the dungeon, the two had a thrilling but smooth journey and finally completed their class change. According to reason, two people who had gone through life and death battles together in the difficult early stages of the apocalypse, and who had no disputes over interests, typically would not turn against each other. As previously mentioned, such temporarily formed teams often cannot last long. The key reason for the lack of conflict between them was that the interests involved were not significant enough. In the face of great interests, greed often breaks the constraints of rules. After completing the class change task, Suyu unexpectedly received a fine quality necklace. And this necklace became the fuse between the two. Sure enough, one moment they were calling each other brothers, the next they were facing each other with swords drawn. Huang Ding's actions fully displayed the malicious nature of burning bridges after crossing. Although Suyu and Huang Ding's strengths were equal, the power of the god of Zongbu class far exceeded Suyu's necromancer. At that time, Suyu's level, attributes, and equipment were nowhere near what they are now. In the end, Suyu exhausted all his effort and only achieved a Pyrrhic victory. But the arrow Huang Ding shot out in the moment of death sharply pierced Suyu's shoulder, leaving him with an indelible scar. During the recovery period, with the clever arrangement of Bai Shi Hao, Lin Rufei was able to get close to Suyu, thus initiating the subsequent story. After Huang Ding's death, no one could trigger the hidden quest of the god of Zongbu. Regrettably, the god of Zongbu had not yet appeared in the world and quietly fell in a dark corner of the museum. Now, perhaps only Suyu alone knew the secret of this mysterious profession. However, when Suyu and Lu Wei appeared, Lu Tianlong's gaze was immediately drawn to them. This brother and sister looked very young, obviously a pair of youthful siblings. Suyu wore two pieces of equipment, with a Lu Huachang brand watermelon knife hanging at his waist. At this moment, he had avenged himself and had no need to use the brother's intimate rhetoric anymore. Lu Wei carried a pair of short blades, and her disguise mask had concealed the purple glow, otherwise, that legendary equipment was simply too eye-catching. However, the mask looked very high-end, with patterns on it showing that it was far from ordinary. When Lu Wei protested and shook her head about changing the black iron hammer in her hand for short blades. In the end, Suyu successfully calmed her dissatisfaction with 3 material capsules as bait. Among this group, only 2 people had 3 pieces of equipment, which were the leaders Lu Tianlong and Huang Ding. The rest, even their most loyal followers, were only equipped with 2 pieces at most. Clearly, Suyu and Lu Wei's joining undoubtedly strengthened the power of the City of Stars. The two were undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, if they chose to join either side. It would directly crush the other side in terms of strength, and at least in the short term, their voice would surely increase. As the leader, Lu Tianlong was the first to realize the importance of these two. He immediately displayed the demeanor of a leader, leading his followers to actively welcome Suyu and Lu Wei. People gradually quieted down, following Lu Tianlong's pace. They looked in his direction, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. When did the City of Stars attract 2 great experts? Suyu surveyed his surroundings. Although he was deliberately low-key, he still could not hide his brilliance. He thought his equipment was already simple enough. He didn't expect to still overestimate the strength of this group. In the originally lively concert hall, whispers began to rise, and then it fell into an unprecedented silence. I am Lu Tianlong, the host of the City of Stars. May I ask how to address you two masters? What are your plans? Lu Tianlong asked with a humble attitude. Lu Gu. I am passerby A, and my sister is Lu Wei. We found your team to be quite strong, so we are considering whether we can join you. Suyu said with an honest expression. Suyu was somewhat surprised by Lu Tianlong's words. This meant that the previous leader of the City of Stars was not Huang Ding. Indeed, he was quite the deceiver. Join us in the City of Stars? I warmly welcome your participation. Brother passerby, sister Lu Wei. Lu Tianlong, upon checking their levels, couldn't help but exclaim that they had both reached level 5. He initially thought Suyu's aura would make him seem unapproachable, but in reality, he was much more easygoing than Huang Ding. What was even more noteworthy was Lu Wei behind him. Young and seemingly introverted, he clearly obeyed his brother's words. Lu Tianlong took the initiative to step forward, expressing his welcome with a warm handshake. Thank you, brother Lu. Suyu responded kindly, firmly grasping Lu Tianlong's hand. Their arrival was like a spring breeze, instantly easing the tense atmosphere in the music hall. Suyu and Lu Wei were pulled aside into a lounge by the enthusiastic Lu Tianlong. Throughout the process, Huang Ding's face remained shrouded in gloom. He quietly stood by, not rushing to intervene. He also realized the seriousness of the situation. If the two truly became Lu Tianlong's pawns, it was likely that even his own wavering followers would be affected. After all, Huang Ding had used this tactic before, and it had often succeeded. In the next moment, he gathered his followers, a vicious idea flooding his mind. Chapter 75, Career Change Task Scroll. At this moment, in the temporary office, Lu Tianlong was engaged in a lively conversation with Suyu and Lu Wei. His gaze flickered between the two, revealing an unmistakable joy. Suyu couldn't help but smile. He had sensed the subtle atmosphere as soon as he stepped into Sleepless Star City. There were about 100 people here, but they were split into two camps, almost not communicating with one another. The Lu Tianlong before him and the rival Huang Ding were undoubtedly the leaders of these two camps. With their outstanding levels and equipment, Suyu and Lu Wei would surely become the targets of both leaders trying to woo them. However, Lu Tianlong's intense gaze made Suyu feel a bit awkward, almost as if he could see Suyu's discomfort. He even began to suspect Lu Tianlong's sexual orientation. Bro, you guys arrived at just the right time. If you have any ideas, just tell Brother Lu. I have the final say in this place. Brother Lu guarantees you'll be arranged properly. Brother Lu. My sister and I want to go to the museum to try our luck. I heard you have plans to raid the museum? Although Suyu said this, he did not plan to stay with the Sleepless Star City people for long. After all, sneaking into the museum was Suyu's main goal. Sounds good. Bro, we plan to gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Lu Tianlong felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. No problem. We'll meet at the square at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll clear out the zombies together. If we're lucky, we might be able to clear the way to the museum in 2 days. Lu Tianlong felt a sense of joy inside at this news. His followers were originally also going to the museum. Now that two strong allies had joined, their power would double, and things would surely go smoother. Suyu felt secretly pleased. He noticed that although the strength of this group of people was not as high as the heavenly soldiers of the Baisher family, their level seemed comparable, but in terms of equipment and combat quality, it was like heaven and earth. Even the heavenly soldiers from the Baisher family would likely need 2 to 3 days just to open a path in this crowded area. However, for Suyu, having this group act as his cannon fodder was more than sufficient. Lu Tianlong rubbed his hands together, wearing a slightly apologetic smile, and said, Bro, I have a small request. I'm short of a decent weapon. You two siblings have 3 weapons in total, could you spare one for Brother Lu? What do you think? He suggested, of course, I won't be asking for it for nothing, I'm willing to exchange it for 10 supply capsules. How does that sound? Since he needed something from them, why not make a hefty profit? Suyu smiled awkwardly. Brother Lu, you know that among the equipment drops, the drop rate for weapons is the lowest. That's true. Lu Tianlong watched as Suyu waved his weapon in front of him. Indeed, they had noticed this pattern among their loot in the past few days. Look at my Lu Huaqiang watermelon knife, green quality, increases strength by 5 points, skilled in cutting, chopping, and stabbing, even adding a fear effect to the opponent when killing. Good knife, really good knife. Lu Tianlong gasped, his eyes shining brightly. After hearing Suyu's description and seeing the knife's attributes with his own eyes, he determined that this was no ordinary item. You say this good knife belongs to your Lu family. Is 10 resource capsules enough to match this knife? Then Lu brother, I won't say more. Add another 10 resource capsules. He slapped his thigh, showing immense excitement. Lu Tianlong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he slapped his thigh, clearly thrilled. This was already the limit of what Lu Tianlong could offer. For the people of Nevernight City, resource capsules had become a hard currency for exchanges. Wow! This guy misunderstood. Suyu could have as many resource capsules as he wanted. With a pained expression, Suyu looked at the resource capsules and said, Lu brother, we need to save these survival supplies for our brothers. Do you have anything else? In 10 years of the apocalypse, Suyu's acting skills had refined to perfection, resembling an Oscar-winning performer. He gazed at the items Lu Tianlong pulled from his wristband, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Though there were many types, their numbers were few, and most were ordinary items and potions. Suyu just glanced roughly and saw there wasn't anything good. Lu Tianlong sensed Suyu's mood, feeling a tightness in his heart, knowing he might have disappointed his brothers this time. Lu brother, is there nothing special, something fierce? Suyu clearly showed little interest in the items before him. Seeing this, Lu Tianlong quickly thought and mysteriously replied, Brother passerby. There is indeed a special fierce item here. How fierce? Suyu obviously became a bit interested and asked. This high-grade item, my friend, you definitely have never seen. Lu Tianlong chuckled mysteriously and then pulled out a scroll from his wristband. Unknown scroll, legendary grade scroll. A magical scroll, only those who know how to use it can open it. Suyu was stunned. Isn't this the task scroll that triggers the class change quest in the museum? It can only be obtained from zombies near the museum or from treasure chests. Legendary grade quality means an extremely low drop rate. No telling where Lu Tianlong got this from? This moment was akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang meeting Chu Yuxuan winning big. Fortunately, Suyu's acting was top-notch, though his heart was bursting with joy, he remained calm on the surface. Wow, Lu brother. A legendary grade scroll? This must be very precious. Suyu asked in an exaggerated tone of surprise. My friend, I didn't misspeak. This is the fierce item I was talking about. Is it fierce enough? As expected, Lu Tianlong began to brag. It was said that this scroll was accidentally obtained by a member of Nevernight City from a treasure chest by a trash can outside the museum. Even Suyu complained that the drop rate of the treasure chest monster was too low, he truly didn't know what kind of luck this member had. At that time, this news caused quite a stir within Nevernight City. Despite trying various methods, the owner and his companions still couldn't open the scroll. In the end, they could only exchange it for a resource capsule. This scroll changed hands many times, yet no one could unlock its secrets, and everyone only received one capsule. It became a public joke throughout Nevernight City. Finally, the scroll fell into Lu Tianlong's hands. As for what this scroll actually was and what it could do, he studied it many times but never reached a conclusion. Thus, this scroll became a toy for Lu Tianlong to show off to the newcomers of Nevernight City. After all, at this moment, high-quality items are already rare, let alone legendary items that are even higher in quality. However, boasting will only bring fleeting vanity. When people learned the secret of the scrolls from the elders, they couldn't help but laugh about it. At this moment, for Lu Tianlong, it would be more practical to switch to the watermelon knife in Suyu's hand. However, in the next second, Lu Tianlong would also become the biggest loser after the apocalypse arrived. So he immediately said to Suyu, "Bro, this is a legendary scroll, a treasure that can only be met and not sought." After saying that, he unconditionally shoved the scroll into Suyu's hands. After all, this thing was only exchanged for one supply capsule, leaving Suyu looking completely baffled. What a good person. Seeing Suyu's confused expression, Lu Tianlong knew he would eventually find out about the scroll. So he carefully suggested, "Bro, why don't you take these 20 supply capsules too? If there was a rift because of this, and the siblings turned against each other, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Suyu was about to refuse but felt Lu Wei gently poke his thigh with her finger. "Sister is at the age of growing, as an older brother, you should accept them. Otherwise, Lu Gu will be angry." Wow. What can I say? Lu Tianlong really has broadened his path. Chapter 76, Isn't this bullying honest people? Lu Tianlong was overjoyed, playing with the watermelon knife in his hand, feeling exceptionally cheerful and talking more. Having a brother like Suyu is really a blessing he earned over 8 lifetimes. This weapon became his new equipment, bringing his total count to 4, enough to show an advantage in front of Huangding. You know, bro, there's actually a small path that leads directly to the museum. Lu Tianlong revealed. In the basement, there's a secret passage to the museum. Although there aren't many zombies there is a leader-level zombie guarding it closely. Some people have tried, but they have always returned empty-handed. This news caused Suyu's eyes to sparkle with joy. Wasn't this an opportunity tailor-made for him? The leader-level zombie that others couldn't handle, Suyu wasn't afraid of at all. Having taken down Lord-level zombies, how could he fear such a small leader-level zombie? Looking at Lu Tianlong's joyful face, Suyu casually chatted with him, effortlessly extracting the information he wanted. Soon, he obtained all the information he needed. With this information, Suyu decided not to continue journeying with these people. We'll go outside for a bit, grind some experience. But I suggest you all don't rush to enter the museum for now. After gathering the information, Suyu turned around and left the office with Lu Wei. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlong's face was full of joy. Each time they improved their strength, they could increase their chances against Huang Ding. However, Suyu's subsequent words did not catch his attention. Isn't this bro also wanting to go to the museum? Why tell himself not to go? Alright, bro can just go. In the Delta area, just mention my name, Lu Tianlong, and it will work. Lu Tianlong said domineeringly as he sent the two off. Meanwhile, the people of No Nightstar City looked at this scene in shock. Their leader, a man in his 40s or 50s, was so close to 2 young people, calling them brothers and personally seeing them off. Back in the concert hall, Lu Tianlong wore a silly grin, playing with the watermelon knife, and couldn't put it down. Lu Go, where did this weapon come from? Several followers asked curiously. Of course, it was exchanged with that passerby bro. You would never guess, I only used 20 capsules and that scroll. That one with the passing the drum scroll? Leader, that's awesome. Everyone exclaimed in unison. There is only 1 hour until nightfall. First, we must find the secret passage that Lu Tianlong mentioned, then find a safe place to wait until dawn tomorrow before we attack. At the same time, we need to assess the strength of the leader-level zombies. The current zombies are generally around level 5, but I have already reached level 7. If I can level up to 10 before entering the job-changing instance, my strength will see a significant boost. After completing the job change, my strength will multiply, allowing us to confidently dominate the upcoming battles. As Suyu pondered, he walked outside. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Suyu understood. Why do we have to wait until tomorrow to act? In the past, he couldn't handle the night zombies, but last night at the Star City Mansion, he successfully navigated through the zombie horde multiple times. Now, with both his and Lu Wei's strength, they could easily face the night zombies. This only hinted that Suyu was still bound by his previous life's thinking. While people trembled in fear of the night, hiding in their homes, Suyu had become the object of the zombies' fear, thanks to his numerous lucky breaks. Moreover, when night fell, he didn't have to worry about careless people suddenly appearing and ruining his good fortune. After making up his mind, Suyu continued forward with determination, accompanied by Lu Wei. He was sharp enough to sense something unusual the moment he stepped out of the city that never sleeps. At the entrance stood over 10 people, and from the moment he walked out, they had closely followed him, clearly coming for him. Suyu felt a bit helpless. I'm a good person. Aren't they bullying honest people? As expected, when Suyu reached the staircase, the group surrounded him completely. Leading them was a striking head of blonde hair, Huang Ding. What can you do to me? LV6, no job, B-level talent, quick shooter. Suyu hadn't planned on letting Huang Ding go, but he didn't expect this guy to come looking for him. At that moment, Huang Ding walked over, flanked by his followers, directly blocking the two. His meticulously styled hair stood out in the crowd, draped in gold chains and watches, complete with sunglasses, bracelets, and gemstone rings. It was as if he had piled all his valuables on himself, showcasing a nouveau riche flair. Huang Ding shrugged nonchalantly, and an underling immediately helped him remove the suit draped over his shoulder. With a cigar in his mouth, his eyes gleamed with arrogance as he spoke to Suyu. Hey kid, did that Lu guy show you that toilet paper scroll? Listen to me, stay away from him, or you might not know how you die. At this moment, Lu Wei quietly stood between the two, interrupting Huang Ding's words. Huang Ding sneered at Suyu, humph. Want your sister to step in while you hide in the back? Don't think just because you are a minor that I won't get angry. Suyu furrowed his brow while Lu Wei drew a short blade from her pocket. Humph. You and your ragtag bunch dare to stand against me? Huang Ding scoffed coldly, his 10 subordinates all above level 5, they were numerous and powerful. In such an absolute advantage, anyone in their eyes was nothing but easy prey. Huang Ding's subordinates started mocking as well, thinking Lu Wei and the others were merely overestimating themselves. After all, charging into battle wasn't for them, boasting and stirring up trouble was their game. However, those from Lu Tianlong's camp were already accustomed to such scenes, they understood the gap in strength. Seeing this situation, some from Lu Tianlong's camp at the entrance of the city that never sleeps had already turned to report the situation to their leader. At that moment, Lu Wei moved. Fearlessly, she charged forward, quickly closing the distance to Huang Ding. Then, with precision, the two short blades struck Huang Ding's neck, producing a crisp sound. Snap! Huang Ding's head instantly separated, interrupting his words once again. But this time, the way of interruption is of a physical nature. The followers who once cheered behind Huang Ding instantly became panicked as they witnessed the headless leader fall straight to the ground. These people looked at each other, gripping their weapons tightly, hesitating whether or not to fight back. After all, they were just a crowd that had gathered temporarily, there was no real loyalty among them. But Suyu didn't care at all, with a wave of his hand, Lu Wei launched another attack. In an instant, dozens of bodies fell to the ground. Suyu calmly stepped over Huang Ding's corpse and continued forward. Only a group of stunned spectators were left behind. Chapter 77, Reinforcement Stone. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. People were shocked by Lu Wei's sudden attack, perhaps because they were used to such scenes, they weren't surprised by the death of a few companions. As Suyu and Lu Wei slowly walked away, the surrounding crowd began to stir. Murder! Murder, a survivor shouted. That little girl took them all out in just a few moves. Is that even reasonable? So brutal, my god, I think I'm going to be sick. After receiving urgent news from his followers, Lu Tianlong quickly picked up his Lu Huaqian brand watermelon knife and rushed to the scene. However, what he saw was a dark crowd gathering at the staircase leading to the basement, the atmosphere extremely tense. What's going on? Could it be? Lu Tianlong felt a surge of confusion and even a bit of fear at this sudden situation. He instinctively wondered if Huang Ding had attacked Suyu and his sister with his men. Huang Ding, what have you done? Lu Tianlong forced his way through the crowded people and then saw a scene that astonished him. Lying on the ground were about 10 people. Wasn't this his archenemy Huang Ding's gang? What surprised him even more was that they hadn't even had time to strip off their gear, indicating they didn't care about these things at all. Lu Tianlong almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. His biggest enemy just died like that? Luckily, Lu Tianlong was professionally trained. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't laugh. At this moment, a loyal follower stepped forward to explain the situation to him. Lu Tianlong broke into a cold sweat, secretly thankful for his decision to be friendly back then. Otherwise, with the strength of those two, a small movement from him could have ended up in the same fate as Huang Ding. He looked around and ordered his subordinates to deal with the bodies. The surviving followers of Huang Ding began to shift loyalties to him at this moment. Their eyes showed overwhelming respect towards Lu Tianlong. They firmly believed that Suyu and Lu Wei were specially invited by Lu Tianlong to deal with Huang Ding. Lu Tianlong returned to his office, looking at the equipment he had just collected. Although he was extremely excited inside, he recalled Suyu's warning as he was leaving. Don't enter the museum for now. Could there be something I don't know behind this? Is this considered a great gift for Lu Tianlong? I just hope he remembers my words and doesn't come to the museum to disturb me again, Suyu muttered lightly to himself. Originally, Suyu planned to deal with Huang Ding personally. But upon truly seeing his disgusting face, he changed his mind. Not only because his opponent was too weak to arouse his interest. More because that guy's arrogance directly triggered Lu Wei's protection mechanism. In an instant, a move took him away. The place Lu Tianlong mentioned was not hard to find, however, the layout of the basement was quite complicated. The underground parking lot of the 3 buildings was shared, and since there was no parking fee, it was filled with various vehicles. In the basement, there were a large number of zombies scattered about. Particularly to be cautious of were the zombies hiding inside the cars. Every time they passed by, they could hear the rumbling sound of cars and the zombie howls coming from inside. After shaking off the gazes of others, Suyu quietly donned all his gear again, taking Lu Wei with him. With the gear enhancing him, Suyu felt a significant boost in his attributes, instantly feeling relaxed and at ease. He nocked an arrow, aimed at his target, and the shot struck the zombie's head with precision. Compared to close-range weapons, this is definitely more powerful. For these ordinary level 5 zombies, whether he used a knife or a bow, Suyu could kill them with a single strike. However, using the bow made him even more composed, especially when facing multiple zombies attacking at once. Even the rare elite zombies, no matter how handsome they looked, were no match for Suyu and wouldn't last 3 seconds. The two moved slowly, stopping and starting, and by the time Suyu found the location mentioned by Lu Tianlong, it was already close to 6 p.m. At this moment, all the survivors had safely returned to the shelter. After several days of survival in this end of the world, they deeply felt the threat of zombies at night. These zombies temporarily evolved at night, becoming stronger, equivalent to being upgraded 1 level. Ordinary zombies became ferocious, their power comparable to elite zombies. The elite zombies had strength that reached the level of a boss. It's important to know that even a boss-level zombie during the day had the power of 100 players of the same level working together. Now, only Suyu had the courage to move at night. He looked up, and the sign at the entrance confirmed that this was indeed the expert passage of the library. Using this passage, one could directly reach the conference room on the first floor of the library. He took a silver bird's claw from his wristband and focused his attention on observing the inside of the passage. Sure enough, there were no obstacles in the passage, only a few zombies scattered in the conference room. Suyu silently appeared in the conference room, and before the zombies could react, they fell one after another under his arrows. He put away the Overlord Bao. At this time, he and Lu Wei had already arrived in the conference room. The place was drenched in blood and chaos, clearly having endured several fierce battles. Suyu looked for a few relatively clean tables and took out a supply capsule from his wristband. Lu Wei wasted no time, excitedly enjoying it. Suyu began to tally the gains from this journey. Including the zombies eliminated earlier, his experience points had reached more than half of level 7. Tonight, their goal was to delve deep into the museum, striving to raise their levels to 9. However, the gains from this journey were mediocre, with only a universal supply capsule. He skipped over it, these things were far too abundant. Once the beginner phase ended, he thought it was best to exchange for gold coins instead of keeping unnecessary materials. A few excellent quality equipment. Suyu didn't think much of the excellent equipment considered treasures by others, so he threw them back into the wristband. Fortunately, the storage space in the wristband had expanded to 3 cubic meters, and with Lu Wei's training space, there was still room for some items, otherwise, it would have been full long ago. At that moment, a small inconspicuous stone caught Suyu's attention. Enhancement stone, excellent grade consumable. Equipment enhanced with it will receive upgrades. The first enhancement is guaranteed to succeed, and the higher the enhancement level, the higher the failure rate. Suyu smiled. Finally, after such a long time, something useful dropped. In theory, enhancement stones could enhance all equipment, and each successful enhancement would improve attributes by 10%. It could be enhanced up to level 10, but with a certain talent, it could increase the enhancement level to 20. Without hesitation, Suyu placed the enhancement stone on the Overlord Bow. Right now, enhancing a mythical level piece of equipment would yield the greatest benefit. Ding! Would you like to empower the top 10 famous bow Overlord Bow? It requires 100 gold coins. The current success rate is 100%. Empower. Ding! Empowerment successful. Congratulations for obtaining Overlord Bow +1. Top 10 famous bow Overlord Bow +1, mythical level equipment. One of the top 10 famous bows of Huaxia, a unique item. It is said to be the bow used by the legendary Overlord, crafted from the sinews of a dragon, possessing extremely high power and accuracy. After the empowerment, its attributes were enhanced. Attributes: Strength +20, +2. Passive skill, Heroic Figure, increases critical hit rate by 30%, +3%, and increases critical hit damage by 100%, +10%. Active skill, Demonic Hero, summons the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80% of host's attributes, lasting for 10 minutes, cooldown time of 12 hours. Chapter 78, You're So Beautiful. Suyu raised the Overlord Bow high, the dim yellow light in the room adding an air of majesty to it. Besides the original golden glow of the mythical level equipment, a pale white halo surrounded it, the unique color of the +1 equipment. Every time the empowerment level of the equipment increased, its color would change. After obtaining the +1 Overlord Bow, Suyu felt invigorated. As usual, he quickly walked towards the conference room door. The fire escape map behind the door detailed the layout of the first-floor library. Among the three buildings, the library ranks second in the number of zombies. However, this library not only was vast in area but also its zombie density even exceeded that of Star City Hospital. The Star City Library had 5 floors, and according to Liu Tianlong's description, Suyu needed to find a way to reach the second floor. By crossing the corridor between the library and museum, he could directly enter the museum's interior. Turning back, he saw Lu Wei still munching on pig trotters. Lu Wei, we're setting off soon. Suyu called out to Lu Wei, who was still gnawing on the pig trotter. Lu Wei pouted discontentedly, reluctantly putting down the pig trotter. This little girl was like a glutton, seemingly never satisfied. We need to give it our all later. When we get to the museum, I'll prepare a whole roasted lamb for you as a midnight snack. Suyu couldn't help but smile. This little girl was quite adorable. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately sat up straight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Though she resumed her expressionless look typical of a girl with no goals, her gaze revealed her true feelings. She picked up the 2 black iron hammers, seemingly ready to vent all her anger on the zombies. Oh. As for the world of foodies, I don't understand, and I dare not ask. Suyu pushed open the door and found over a dozen mutated zombies approaching them. They wore high school uniforms, evidently having been reading here when the apocalypse struck. Suyu lightly raised his hand, and an arrow shot out, precisely triggering a 33% critical hit effect, blowing the zombie's head apart. This successfully empowered mythical level equipment, the Overlord Bow, besides Demonic Hero, all passive attributes received a 10% enhancement. Once the empowerment level reached 10, its enhancement effect would double. This group of zombies clearly noticed the presence of Suyu and Lu Wei, these unexpected guests, charging towards them. Truly amazing high school students, their average attributes exceed that of same-level zombies by about 20%. However, in Suyu and Lu Wei's eyes, this gap simply did not exist. Let loose, guard the entrance. Suyu commanded. As soon as Lu Wei received Suyu's command, she took long strides directly into the zombie crowd. In her eyes, these zombies were nothing more than her midnight snack tickets. With 84 points of strength, Lu Wei brought a hammer down and knocked a zombie to the ground. Compared to Suyu's swift dodging, Lu Wei was more direct and decisive against the zombies. She was unafraid of the zombies' sharp fangs and claws, and even after being injured, she remained unchanged in her essence. Facing the zombies' attacks, she did not dodge but instead embraced them, causing their heads to burst, blood and brain matter splattering all over her. Fortunately, equipment in the apocalypse has cleaning functions, otherwise, her gear would have been ruined by blood long ago. It seems that the decision to give the blood-sucking ring to Lu Wei was correct, otherwise, her body would have suffered severe damage. At this moment, Lu Wei appeared to have transformed into a fighting machine, standing strong and fearless at the doorway. Behind her, Suyu displayed a unique elegance in every move he made. Each shot he took was incredibly precise, ensuring that every zombie's head was struck down. In just a few seconds, the two had dealt with the group of zombies and arrived in the corridor on the first floor. Even though there was no major disturbance, the low roars from the zombies still attracted more of them from around. The path ahead was blocked by a large wave of zombies, making it impossible to advance. However, Lu Wei would not back down. She bravely charged forward again, holding off the zombie attacks. At the same time, she used shockwaves to knock the surrounding zombies away one by one. In the next second, Suyu finished charging his overlord Bao. The punishing arrow. A dark red arrow, as thick as a forearm, whizzed out. It ruthlessly harvested the lives of these mutated zombies. 1, 2, 3. This shot successfully pierced through more than 10 zombies before it finally stopped. With Lu Wei's presence, Suyu's attacks became even more unrestrained. As long as the critical strike was triggered, even mutated zombies could be taken down with a single arrow. After an hour of fierce fighting, Suyu finally led Lu Wei through the hall and safely reached the restroom near the library on the first floor. Fortunately, as shown in the fire escape map, the fire escape door opposite the restroom was always open. Choosing this route was much simpler than forcing a breakthrough to the second floor from the hall. They quickly entered the restroom and put on masks, hoping to avoid the zombies attracted by their fighting. Due to the large number of zombies outside, clearing them all would take at least 3 hours. Usually, zombies would return to their original place within 10 minutes after losing a target. After an hour of continuous shooting, Suyu felt a slight pain in his forearm. He took out a bottle of white potion and gulped it down. Stamina potion, common grade consumable. Instantly restores 10% stamina, and for the next 10 minutes, restores 2% stamina per minute. Only one potion of the same type can take effect at a time. This potion, along with the Vitality Potion and Energy Potion, was the most basic in the apocalypse, but it wasn't cheap. In his past life, Suyu would not have been so extravagant. After drinking the potion, Suyu felt the soreness in his forearm significantly ease. He turned back to see Lu Wei. She looked like she had just crawled out of a spicy hot pot, covered in a mix of red and white substances. If it weren't for the little bit of fair skin revealed in her outstretched hand, one might mistakenly think she belonged to some unknown new species. Lu Wei, stay here and guard, I'll check the restroom, Suyu instructed. Lu Wei nodded in agreement and firmly blocked the restroom door with her hammer. Even if a clueless zombie happened to pass by, Lu Wei could easily take it down with a single swing. Approaching the restroom, Suyu keenly sensed a strong presence emanating from inside. Only by completely dealing with them could they fight the upcoming high-level leader zombie without worries. Suyu walked directly to the sink, carefully peeking inside. In the men's restroom, he found several motionless zombies. These zombies seemed to have mutated while using the toilet, their pants only halfway down, stopped above their knees. Seeing Suyu's appearance, these zombies became unusually excited and charged towards him. Suyu was thankful that he hadn't called Lu Wei along. The scene was simply too absurd to look at directly. Chapter 79, Leo in the women's bathroom. It turns out, wearing pants halfway down makes it easy to trip. With a thud, several zombies fell down like dominoes. The leading zombie fell right in front of the sign that read "One small step forward, one giant leap for civilization." A few white, round bottoms were displayed shamelessly in front of Suyu. Even with their bodies on the ground, they still crawled eagerly toward Suyu. This greatly decreased the mobility of the group of zombies. If they weren't known for being mutated zombies, Suyu would even doubt that a couple of mischievous kids could easily take them down. This may sound ridiculous, but when you think about it, it's indeed a bit exaggerated. This astonishing scene made Suyu unconsciously speed up his attacks. Fortunately, he didn't have any bold ideas, and after a few arrows, the group of zombies kicked their legs and fell silent. Although the previous noise did not cause any commotion, for safety's sake, Suyu decided to proceed with caution. However, while the silver bird claws improved Suyu's perception, certain mutated zombies or specialized zombies are hard to detect. So, cautious Suyu still raised the overlord bow and shot an arrow at each stall. As we all know, restrooms are places that are easy to hide in. Opening each stall directly is like opening blind boxes, with unknown dangers lurking. Exciting and thrilling. He didn't want to suddenly have a scoundrel burst out from some stall during the fight. What? You ask if this will harm the innocent? You wish. Ah, this is the 5th day of the apocalypse. Is it possible for humans to still exist in a library overrun by zombies? It turns out there really are. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot through a survivor's shoulder without warning. Suyu looked at him with a hint of apology. "Brother, I'm really sorry, it was an accidental injury." He joked, "If you don't scream, I'll take it as you forgive me." However, seeing the man's body turning blue, his temperature icy cold, he clearly had been dead for a long time. After finishing with the men's bathroom, he walked steadily toward the women's bathroom next door. At the entrance of the women's bathroom, a prominent sign reminded, "Under maintenance, please do not enter." Suyu directly bypassed the sign and entered the women's bathroom. He quickly scanned the area and found that the structure and layout here were quite similar to the women's bathrooms he had been to before. It should be explained that those women's bathrooms were all places Suyu entered after the apocalypse began. Suyu had no glorious history of trespassing in women's bathrooms. Just look, both are bathrooms, but compared to the men's bathroom next door, this place seems incredibly clean and empty. This sight made Suyu feel a little dazed, as if this place hadn't been affected by the apocalypse at all. But Suyu could sense a powerful aura vaguely coming from the farthest accessible stall in the women's bathroom. This stall was the only one locked in the entire women's bathroom. Suyu took experience from the men's bathroom and shot an arrow at each stall. When he reached the last stall's door, he felt the creature inside had seemingly sensed his presence. Immediately, 2 low growls came from inside the stall, one high, one low, as if responding to Suyu. Hold on. Hold on. 2 growls from one stall? 2 zombies? Images of Say and Bai He floated in his mind. Suyu bent down and peered through the gap under the door into the stall. He only saw 2 stout black legs, and Suyu even thought he had made a mistake. Aren't there 2 people? Moreover, that pure black skin didn't come from clothing, it was real skin color. Were they natives of the demon capital, or foreigners from the African Union region? The zombie inside expressed displeasure at Suyu's disturbance. A sudden strike completely destroyed the partition wall. With one blow, the partition walls fell apart entirely. In an instant, a familiar scene appeared before Suyu's eyes. As expected. Sure enough, a muscular black male zombie was tightly holding a yellow-skinned female zombie's peach, showcasing incredible core strength. The female zombie wrapped her arms around the black zombie's neck, a leather cord tied around her neck. 2 tempting figures, wearing torn black stockings that increased crit rate, gently rested on the black zombie's waist, her body suspended in midair. The 2 zombies, one white and one black, had skin tinged with the unique light gray hue of zombies, now tightly pressed against each other. It was just like the pair of tank zombies seen on day 1 of the apocalypse in the live broadcast. However, while the previous ones pushed, these were in an extremely difficult standing position. I originally thought that group of internet sensations was already incredible, but I didn't expect there were even more skilled ones. At this moment, the black zombie stepped forward, quickly charging towards Suyu. With each movement, the female zombie let out eerie low growls, while she kept swinging her already zombified large gray rabbit. If it weren't for seeing these 2 zombies rolling their eyes and showing their sharp teeth and fangs, Suyu would have almost asked for a mysterious code. Indeed, these 2 zombies had great skills and plenty of resources. Although Suyu's gaze was tightly drawn, the overlord bow in his hand did not stop. He aimed at the left leg of the black zombie and shot an arrow, hitting it accurately. Instantly, the black zombie's knee was struck by the arrow, its patella shattered by tremendous force. Due to the impact on its supporting leg, the zombie's body swayed dangerously close to falling. Just as its right foot was about to stabilize, the second arrow arrived as expected. With both knees hit, the black zombie fell to the ground, creating echoes in the small bathroom. Suyu gathered a familiar punishing arrow on the overlord bow. That thick dark red arrow shot through the mouths of both zombies in one shot. He shot several more arrows before finally eliminating this playful pair of zombies. Ding! Successfully killed mutated elite zombie LV8, gained experience *160, coins *16. Although their strength was equivalent to a leader-level zombie during the day, to Suyu, there wasn't much difference. While cleaning the battlefield, Suyu stumbled upon 2 people's work IDs. It turned out the man's real name was Leo, a football coach at the Sichuanchongqing Academy. And the woman's name was Yoshi, she was an employee at the library, surprisingly, a citizen of Sakura country. I'm sorry to meet you both in this way. Suyu said softly, this name sounds a bit familiar. Could it be Leo and Yoshi? Isn't that the leader-level zombie from the museum in my past life? Looks like an old acquaintance again. Years ago, to evade its pursuit, a group of dozens almost faced complete annihilation, with only Suyu and Huang Ding escaping by luck. In his past life, it was unstoppable, ultimately becoming the most powerful zombie in Star City. However, this time, before it could evolve, it fell into Suyu's hands. It seems, the Leo and Yoshi from the past was indeed powerful, but today's Leo and Yoshi wasn't. Chapter 80, Wild Legendary Treasure Chest. Poo. Important information release. Good evening to all survivors struggling in the apocalypse. This big person is back to spoil the plot. The apocalypse has opened a brand new enhancement system, survivors, why not boldly give it a try? Next are the enhancement rules, please listen patiently. First, the equipment's grade must reach legendary level or above to use enhancement stones for enhancement. Second, the quality of the enhancement stone will directly affect the success rate of the enhancement. Third, during the enhancement process, you can choose to use a guaranteed success charm or luck charm to increase the chances of success. The highest enhancement level is +10. When the enhancement level is above +6, if it fails, there is a chance the equipment will disappear completely. As for other rules, let everyone explore them on their own. The orderer said humorously, conveying the message to the survivors in the apocalypse. For this information, Suyu was already very familiar with it. When enhancing equipment to +5 and +10, some special statuses would also be granted. However, in his previous life, apart from a +8 weapon, he chose a more cost-effective plan to upgrade the other equipment to +6. After all, enhancing this process is extremely costly. Without enough strength and courage, he would never dare to try lightly. You must know, in Huaxia, there are very few people who can enhance all their equipment to +10. However, in this life, Suyu seemed to be granted extraordinary luck and ability. He set a small goal, to enhance all equipment to level 10. He bent down, and there were only 2 resource capsules in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel tight in his heart. Could I be so unlucky? Give me an enhancement stone. Sure enough, words became a reality. After a careful search, he finally found an enhancement stone, normal level, under the feet of a zombie. This enhancement stone was no different from the one he used before, belonging to the lowest normal level. High-level enhancement stones are not only rare but also extremely expensive. He cautiously placed this enhancement stone on the Overlord Bow, and immediately, he heard the familiar system prompt sound. Ding! Do you want to enhance top 10 famous Bow Overlord Bow +1? It requires 100 gold coins. Current success rate, 60%. Friendly reminder, you can use a guarantee charm or luck charm for assistance. Enhancement failure will reset the enhancement level to 0. Enhance. Suyu said softly. With a 60% enhancement success rate, what's the harm in failing? The enhancement success rate in the apocalypse is nothing like the probabilities in mobile games in Blue Star. Those are illusory, ordinary people cannot grasp them at all. The probabilities in the apocalypse are all real, saying 60% means 60%. Generally, before +4, these charms are not used for assistance, and ordinary enhancement stones are typically used. The main reason is that the price of high-level enhancement stones and charms is too high. However, as a golden light flashed, the white light overflowing from the Overlord Bow turned into light green mixed with white light. Contrasting with the original golden light of the Overlord Bow, it looked particularly dazzling. Ding! Enhancement successful, congratulations, you have obtained top 10 famous Bow Overlord Bow +2. The power attribute increased by another 2 points, the critical hit rate increased by 3%, and the critical hit damage increased by 10%. Not bad, the long journey has taken its first step. Just as Suyu was about to leave, he spotted a legendary treasure chest shimmering with purple light in a very hidden corner of the partition. The surface of this treasure chest was carved with complex and mysterious patterns, each line exquisitely detailed and captivating. If it weren't for Suyu's 10 years of experience and sharp insight gained during the apocalypse, an ordinary person would definitely not have noticed it. Vocal. Isn't this a wild treasure chest? Suyu's face showed a mixture of surprise and excitement. Then, he gently crouched down and placed his hand softly on this mysterious treasure chest. Ding! Opening the legendary treasure chest will take 60 seconds. Or use a universal key to open it directly. This wild treasure chest is very different from the chests he previously obtained from the leader-level zombies. Normally, treasure chests dropped by leader-level zombies can be stored in the wristband and opened easily at any time. However, this type of wild treasure chest cannot be moved or stored, so opening it takes a certain amount of time. During the unlocking process, the opener's hand must remain on the chest at all times. Once the hand leaves, the timer will restart. It's somewhat similar to certain shooting games. The process of placing and removing the package is key. It is even more noteworthy that the higher the level of the treasure chest, the longer it takes to unlock it. Treasure chests that require a long time to unlock become a test of human nature for the team. In his previous life, Suyu had once come across a mythical treasure chest that took 10 minutes to unlock. Due to the lengthy unlocking time, he had been interrupted several times. The rhythm is good, let's open a treasure chest. Therefore, every time he opened a wild treasure chest, he had to ensure he would not be disturbed. At this moment, Suyu looked outside the door and saw Lu Wei guarding outside. It could not be safer. Open the treasure chest. Suyu gently placed his hand on the top of the chest and said firmly. Survivor Lone Wolf is opening a legendary treasure chest. 60, 59, 58. Ding. Successfully opened the legendary treasure chest, gained prestige *10, experience *500, gold coins *235. These are the fixed outputs of wild treasure chests. Every time he opens one, he can gain some prestige, experience, and a random amount of gold coin rewards. Next, let's see the other rewards inside the chest. To his surprise, there were 2 pieces of exquisite level gear, the hunting mask and the hunting boots. Finally, he had gathered a complete set of the hunting gear. Hunting mask, exquisite level equipment. Only granted to exceptional and seasoned archers. This gear not only possesses outstanding attack power and flexibility but is also a symbol of honor and strength. Attributes, Constitution +5, Spirit +5, attack speed increased by 10%. Hunting boots, exquisite level equipment. Only the top archers are qualified to wear these. This gear not only provides excellent attack power and flexibility but is also your mark of dominance in the world. Attributes: Constitution +5, Spirit +5, Movement speed increased by 10%. Ding! Hunting mask has been equipped. Ding! Hunting boots have been equipped. Ding! Congratulations! The survivor has successfully activated the effect of the hunting set 6-piece set. Hunting set. 2-piece set, all attributes +2, increasing damage of your bow and crossbow weapons by 10%. 4-piece set, all attributes +3, increasing attack range of your bow and crossbow weapons by 25%. 6-piece set, all attributes +5, allowing your bow and crossbow weapons to automatically load magical arrows. Shu Yusin felt electrified and satisfied. All attributes +5, equivalent to an additional 4 levels of attribute points. Truly worthy of the 6-piece set effects, it is indeed a qualitative transformation. The final passive skill allows him to summon a magical arrow out of thin air just by drawing back his bow, ready to fire. From now on, his right hand is liberated, and his attack speed doubles. He also received 2 rare legendary quality enhancement talismans, 1 guarantee talisman and 1 fortune talisman, which are extremely rare in the apocalypse. Guarantee talisman, legendary grade consumable. Used for equipment enhancement, ensuring that the equipment enhancement level is unaffected when the enhancement fails, the equipment will not disappear. The guarantee talisman disappears after use. Fortune talisman, legendary grade consumable. Used during equipment enhancement to increase the enhancement success rate by 15%. The fortune talisman disappears after use. Roar! At that moment, there was a fierce sound of fighting coming from the door. Chapter 81, Crazy Lu Wei. Suyu gripped the overlord bow tightly and strode forward. The previous battle with the zombies had clearly alarmed more enemies. Now there were clusters of zombies gathered outside the bathroom door, at least 100 of them. It seemed that Lu Wei could no longer handle these hordes of zombies. The attack power of these zombies is extremely strong, chilling to the bone, and it looked like Lu Wei was about to be overwhelmed by the horde. What was even more terrifying was that more zombies were continuously pouring in from the surroundings. The mutations of zombies at night are spine-chilling. Not only have their attributes been enhanced, but more importantly, their perception and unity have been greatly improved. This is why, despite Suyu being cautious, the sounds of his battle with the 2 zombies still attracted the attention of the zombies in the hall. If the same scene occurred during the day, those zombies would not have noticed the commotion from the bathroom at all. Zombies at night show a stark contrast. As the saying goes, do not provoke trouble if there is none. No matter what, don't fear it. After careful consideration, Suyu quickly devised his own strategy. He planned to use the skills possessed by Lu Wei to successfully fend off the surrounding zombies. Next, he needed to find a breakthrough and kill a path out of the zombies' encirclement. Finally, he would rush towards the fire escape on the opposite side, completely shaking off the entanglement of these zombies. With firm resolution, Suyu swiftly sent a clear command to Lu Wei. Activate the shield and bloodthirst skills. This shield skill comes from a necklace taken from Lin Maoying. The bloodthirst skill is Lu Wei's skill, and it is one of her support abilities. This young girl's skills are still a bit lacking. If appropriate skill books had appeared, he could have prepared some for her. Body shield forms a shield around the body that can absorb 100% damage of one's vitality. Duration lasts for 10 seconds. Bloodthirst, attack power increases by 50%, attack speed increases by 50%, lifesteal effect increases by 30%. Lasts for 40 seconds, and upon use, it immediately enters a hunger state. Under the full activation of skills, a light yellow shield surrounded Lu Wei, effectively resisting the fierce bites of the surrounding zombies. When bloodthirst activated, guess the damage? Her blood-red pupils, under the influence of bloodthirst, shone with a striking red light as Lu Wei ran. The iron hammer tightly gripped in her hand seemed to come alive, leaving behind afterimages as she swung it. In her hands, this weapon, weighing dozens of pounds, became as light as a feather, as if it were a toy easy to manipulate. With a stunning strike, Lu Wei instantly sent all the zombies surrounding her flying into the air. These flying zombies didn't even touch the ground before Lu Wei's hammer struck them continuously, shattering their bones with a series of crackling sounds. They bled from all orifices, with crushed flesh and intestines splattering out. Due to the powerful impact, these zombies were knocked away in succession, while the ones behind were still determined to continue their attack. Dazed by the suddenly flying corpses of their companions, they also knocked down several other zombies behind. However, Lu Wei did not stop her movements. The areas hit were deeply caved in. Under the protection of the bloodthirst skill, Lu Wei raised her combat power to its peak within 40 seconds, her bravery unmatched. Just as Suyu taught her, her bold and explosive fighting style brought about an earth-shattering change in the entire situation. Originally at a disadvantage, the scene had gradually balanced out. Suyu gripped the overlord bow, and under the support of the hunter's 6-piece set, he also entered the battlefield. No longer needing the cumbersome arrow assembling steps, a magically infused blue arrow condensed almost instantly on the bowstring. This magical arrow evidently harbored unmatched power. As the bowstring trembled, the arrow whistled out, the sound of the wind shocking. Bang! What a great arrow! Suyu marveled in his heart. Not only did this arrow accurately hit the head of the mutated zombie, but its powerful impact also knocked the zombie back several meters. This force surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the enemies behind to retreat in panic. Suyu's entrance instantly eased the previously tense battlefield situation. One person and one corpse quickly regained control of the scene. Faced with more and more zombies, Suyu skillfully killed them, accurately defeating them one by one, piling their bodies into an obstacle. This not only formed a unique path but also successfully blocked part of the zombies' attack route. In theory, as long as Lu Wei could hold strong, eliminating these zombies was just a matter of time. However, although Lu Wei was powerful, without activating the Bloodthirst skill, she could not withstand them at all. Activating the Bloodthirst skill was necessary. This can temporarily boost her combat power, but the skill lasts only 40 seconds. Lu Wei, retreat. Suyu focused intently on the duration of Lu Wei's bloodthirst, waiting until it reached 38 seconds. Then, he decisively gave the command. Receiving the order, Lu Wei quickly charged back without hesitation, returning behind Suyu. Looking at the fire escape door so close, it was blocked full of zombies. Suyu gripped the Overlord bow tightly, pulling it like a full moon, as a deep black arrow whistled out. This arrow carried a thick aura of death, fiercely crashing against the surrounding air, making even the quiet library tremble. Even those emotionless mutated zombies stopped in the face of this strong killing intent, as if they felt the immense power contained in the arrow. Ultimate Death God's Arrow. Its power was enough to freeze the blood of any living being. The arrow shot straight forward, targeting the mutated zombie blocking the fire exit. The moment the arrow pierced the zombie's body, a powerful energy erupted. The black arrow instantly blossomed into a vivid blood-red rose, symbolizing the passing of life and the arrival of death. With a boom. Although the damage of the ultimate Death God's Arrow increased with distance, the target was not far away, but the destructive power of the Death God's Arrow was enough to wipe out nearly 100 nearby zombies, turning them into dust. Watching the surrounding zombies being cleared away, Suyu softly said, his gaze passing over the weak Lu Wei. Lu Wei, return to the training space. Lu Wei was badly injured, with all her attributes reduced by 80% due to hunger. For the time being, it couldn't be expected that she could join the fight again. In the training space, Suyu had long placed the universal supply capsule gifted by Lu Tianlong for her to use at any time. If Lu Wei fell here, all previous efforts would be in vain. In the next moment, Lu Wei's body crumbled like a mosaic and vanished without a trace. Taking advantage of the surrounding zombies' confusion, Suyu used his extraordinary agility to forcefully rush into the fire escape. He had no time to count the spoils he had obtained, hurriedly stuffing the items into his wristband. After several turns, he burst into an office located on the second floor. Suyu gasped for breath. In just a few seconds, he had consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 82, Awakening Talent, Life Return. The office where Suyu was located was the safe house that Lu Tianlong had informed him about, very close to the passage. At this point, that watermelon knife had proven to be worth its weight in gold. As Lu Tianlong said, there were very few zombies here. In fact, there were no zombies at all. Suyu was not surprised. After all, most boss-level zombies were unwilling to let other zombies enter their territory. Thus, the quietness here was oddly profound. Even the ticking of the clock outside could be clearly heard by Suyu. Just now, that ultimate Death God's Arrow had instantly killed over 100 zombies. Information continued to flood into Suyu's ears, making him feel overwhelmed. Ding! Successfully killed mutated zombie LV5, gained experience *50, gold *5. Ding! Successfully killed mutated zombie LV6, gained experience *60, gold *6. Ding! Level increased to level 8, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Plunderer's Hand, remaining chances, 1. This strike increased Suyu's level to halfway through level 8. The opportunity for Plunderer's Hand increased by 1 again. After a moment of thought, Suyu added all 5 free attribute points to strength. With the support of the S-grade talent max level agility, his agility automatically increased by 5 points. In the recent battle, Lu Wei's condition was not ideal. She had multiple injuries, with some wounds deep enough to see bone. It was estimated that she needed at least 2 days rest. Suyu found that even the few pieces of gear he had originally worn were damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, there was an abundance of excellent grade gear, not only in variety but also in substantial quantity. Even if this little girl were to carelessly use them, there was absolutely no need to worry. Suyu extended his consciousness into the wristband, observing Lu Wei, who was joyfully indulging in the training space. He saw Lu Wei sitting cross-legged in the training space, cradling a gigantic war axe stake, with a bottle of soda hanging by her mouth. she was wildly gnawing on the steak, as if eating meat had been woven into her very DNA. During the meal, Suyue was astonished to see that as Lu Wei ate, both her scratches and bite marks were healing at a visibly rapid pace. At this rate, in another hour, she would be ready to jump back into battle. Could it be that by eating, Lu Wei was able to recover? He must have missed some critical information just now. Filled with questions, Suyue started searching through the recent messages on the wristband. Sure enough, he found clues amidst the flood of information. It turned out that after entering the wristband, Lu Wei, while eating, had awakened a new talent. Life Restoration, a special ability gained from prolonged and unceasing eating. It uses the stomach to the fullest, rapidly digesting food and extracting energy, effectively healing wounds and replenishing stamina. Note, the effect is doubled when consuming meat. It was as if a mouse had bitten and a cow rejoiced. Indeed, mouse food's power was admirable. Suyue couldn't help but sigh. He finally discovered the reason for her love of meat. This Lu Wei was, in every aspect, a genius. Even Suyue felt a twinge of envy towards this talent. Recovering stamina just from eating was incredible. Every time Lu Wei's strength increased, the feedback to Suyue became greater. While Lu Wei was still recovering, Suyue quickly checked the rewards from the recent battle. Since the enhancement system was activated, the drop rate for items related to the enhancement system had noticeably increased. In this battle, he had acquired 2 excellent grade enhancement stones. Compared to ordinary grade stones, excellent grade enhancement stones had a higher success rate for enhancements. As everyone knows, enhancing gear can easily become an obsession. The sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. It's that straightforward. Daring to use excellent grade enhancement stones to enhance +2 gear was truly rare in this apocalyptic world. Without hesitation, he placed the enhancement stone, Excellent, on the Overlord Bow, and immediately the familiar system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Do you want to enhance top 10 famous bows Overlord Bow +2? Costs 100 gold coins. Current success rate is 50%. Friendly reminder, you can use a safety charm or luck charm to assist. If enhancement fails, enhancement level will reset to 0. Direct enhancement. Suyue whispered. As expected of an excellent grade enhancement stone, the success rate for enhancing from +2 to +3 had reached 50%. Suyue remembered that the success rate for ordinary enhancement stones was only 20%. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining top 10 famous bows Overlord Bow +3. Without even looking, he directly slapped the other enhancement stone onto the Overlord Bow. The success rate for enhancing to +4 was only 30% now. He was already obsessed. What did it matter? If this enhancement failed, he would have to start all over again in this long journey. After the system prompt for enhancement finished, Suyue closed his eyes. Each time he enhanced, he could feel adrenaline surging and his heart racing. Suyue swallowed hard. Direct enhancement. Ding! Enhancement successful. A critical hit occurred. Congratulations on obtaining top 10 famous bows Overlord Bow +5. This time, a critical hit had actually occurred during enhancement, which was quite rare. He didn't know whether max level luck was in play or if his unique enhancement method had worked. Just as a golden light flashed by, the Overlord Bow's glowing aura turned a deep yellow. Without closing the special effects, it appeared incredibly dazzling. Suyue couldn't wait to look at the properties of the Overlord Bow. Once reinforced to +5, the enhanced gear will gain extra bonuses. Top 10 famous bows Overlord Bow +5, mythical tier equipment. One of the top 10 famous bows of China, the only piece of equipment. Legend has it that this is the bow used by the Overlord, said to be made from the sinew of a dragon, possessing extremely high power and accuracy. After undergoing enhancement, its attributes have increased. Attributes: Strength +20, +10. Passive skill Heroic Figure, increases critical hit rate by 30%, +15%, increases critical hit damage by 100%, +50%. Active skill Demon Hero, summons the Overlord for assistance, inheriting 80%, +20% of all attributes from the host, lasting 10 minutes, cooldown time of 12 hours. Indeed, the power, critical hit rate, and critical hit damage of the Overlord Bow increase by 10% with each level. Moreover, the active skill Demon Hero increases the summoned Overlord's all attributes by 20%, which is the change brought by +5. So exhilarating. When will I be able to plunder a 100% success enhanced talent? That would be amazing. Suyue clenched his fists and waved them excitedly. At this moment, the attributes were already quite astonishing. Lone Wolf, level 8, Strength 103, Spirit 67, Constitution 82, Agility 88. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness outside the house, sending chills down the spine. Previously, as soon as Suyue stepped onto the stairs, he could feel that oppressive and suffocating atmosphere lingering in the air. He pulled back the curtain and looked outside, only to see a small-sized zombie. It was like a flash of lightning, instantly tearing apart a huge mutated elite zombie into countless pieces. The small zombie then hung upside down in a corner of the hall, eyes tightly shut, as if falling into a deep sleep, as if nothing had happened. However, at this moment, the zombie seemed to sense something and suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing red light, locking directly onto Suyu's gaze. Chapter 83: The Spider Woman. One person and one zombie stared at each other for a long time, as if time had frozen at that moment. He knew he was standing at the edge of the zombie leader's territory. A small mistake could draw unnecessary attention. After a few minutes of stalemate, the zombie leader finally slowly closed its eyes. Suyu carefully restored the curtain to its original state, having quietly observed the surrounding environment earlier. The entire space was densely woven with white spider webs, giving a feeling of oppression and mystery. Countless cocoons tightly wrapped in spider silk hung throughout the space, hiding unknown fears inside. On the ground, walls, and spider webs, hundreds of red-eyed spiders scuttled about, only the size of small kittens, shrouded in black smoke. Hanging upside down was a petite young girl with chestnut long hair reaching down, looking to be in her early 20s. Her makeup was exquisitely stunning, making her look extremely alluring. Astonishingly, 8 long spider legs suddenly sprouted from behind the girl. The ends of each leg transformed into daggers glinting with a cold green light. Spider-Woman mutated zombie leader Spider-Woman. This name originally represents the Lady Spider. She has a unique preference for capturing men and draining their blood. Level 10, Leader level. Basic attributes: Strength 10 plus 5, Spirit 10 plus 5, Constitution 60 plus 30, Agility 80 plus 40. Talent 8 Spider Venom Claws. The venomous claws behind her enhance jumping and climbing abilities, increasing attack by 50% plus 25% and adding a poison attribute. Furthermore, within the spider web area, terrain is ignored, and vitality recovery speed is improved. Special talent: cannot be plundered. Paralysis Bite. All attacks from the Spider-Woman are imbued with venom, poisoning the enemy. Once poisoned, attack speed and movement speed decrease by 25%, plus 12.5%, and poison units have a 50%, plus 25% chance to miss their attacks, lasting for 10, plus 5 seconds. Skill: Puppet. The Spider-Woman manipulates spider silk to turn defeated units into puppets, skillfully controlling them to fight for her. Extreme Hunger. The Spider-Woman becomes extremely thirsty for life. This thirst greatly increases her attack power and allows her to absorb blood. Under the boost of the night, this high-level zombie's strength is comparable to that of a Lord-level zombie. The plus symbol that Suyu observed represents the attributes boosted by the night. Although the power and mental attributes are not high, under the night bonus, her agility reaches a staggering 120 points. Trying to hit her is incredibly difficult. Her talents and skills, among many high-level zombies, are quite strong. Originally, the 120 agility attribute was already astonishing. But with the support of the 8 spider poison claws, her jumping ability and movement speed have reached new heights. In the webbed area, she can ignore terrain obstacles and move as if on flat ground. Moreover, the talent of Paralyzing Bite is even more powerful, not only reducing enemies' attack and movement speed but also causing them to experience a loss effect. I must say, she is quite suitable for plundering. And those spider cocoons hanging in the hall and the hundreds of kitten-sized spiders are undoubtedly under her control, becoming her handy puppets, which are her primary means of attack. As for the extreme thirst, it compensates for her shortcoming in attack power while greatly increasing her sustained combat ability. Indeed, quite powerful. Suyu is certain that this type of zombie belongs to the same category as the armored giant zombie he encountered in Star City Mansion Phase 3. This kind of zombie has physical abilities approaching the limits of humanity, and once they break through, they will evolve into beings beyond the ordinary. And the widow before him seems even more difficult to deal with than that powerful armored giant zombie. Even if the heavenly soldiers of the Bai family come to fight, they will gain no advantage. However, such a powerful zombie remains unnoticed in the apocalypse, which feels very strange. Recalling his past life, that conjoined zombie Leo Yusher hidden in the bathroom downstairs probably evolved into a high-level zombie after defeating this widow. To be more assured, it would be better to wait until the next day when the widow's attributes decrease before engaging in battle. However, at this moment, the weak voices of a man and a woman, both human survivors, clearly reached Suyu's ears. Their names are Asian and A-Chang, and on the first night of the apocalypse, under a starless sky, they finally confirmed their romantic relationship. Their levels are not low, and it is truly not easy for them to level up to 5 in a library teeming with zombies. However, this afternoon, in order to escape from an elite-level zombie, they inadvertently stumbled into this place and unfortunately fell prey to the widow. Asian looked at A-Chang, who was also ensnared by spider silk, her heart filled with fear that was hard to express, and she trembled as she said, "A-Chang, I'm scared." Although A-Chang had sustained serious injuries in the fight against the widow, he still tried to comfort her. "Asian, don't be afraid, someone will definitely come to rescue us." He bore the pain and sent strength to his girlfriend. Asian silently nodded, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. A-Chang. It's so good to have you, I know you care for me the most. Actually, you had a chance to escape, you really didn't need to get into danger for my sake. A Chang felt regret, thinking that if he could be a bit stronger, perhaps the outcome would be different. A Chang. Asian's eyes reddened, her voice trembling, and suddenly her pupils dilated as if something had frightened her. What's wrong? Baby. As soon as A Chang spoke, a chilling coldness crept in from behind. The widow, it's the widow. Asian's eyes widened as she saw that the widow had quietly approached A Chan without them noticing. As Asian called out her warning, A Chang's body instantly stiffened, unable to move. In just a short time, he had witnessed several barely alive survivors being drained dry by the widow, and now was it his turn? A Chang trembled as he turned his head, seeing the face that filled him with terror. Those blood-red eyes were fixed on him intensely. Suddenly, a wet tongue licked him, and the blood-red eyes erupted with a strange light, the voice carrying some magical power. Little brother, do you think your sister is beautiful? A Chang, still shivering in fear a moment ago, now had a determined gaze, utterly calm. He spat disdainfully at the spider spirit beside him, cursing, "Spider spirit, you ugly monster, get lost." Before he could finish his sentence, that long tongue, like a knife, pierced deep into A Chang's brain. Chapter 84, The Wrath of the Sea Queen. The spider spirit, who was once full of springtime joy, now looked extraordinarily ugly, her face a grim shade of iron blue. In her past life, the spider spirit never cared about others' doubts and mockery. Whether people said she lacked ability or had insufficient education, she would just smile it off, as she was always a strong-willed person. For a girl like her, finding a wealthy second-generation heir was no easy task. However, she was born in a highly advanced technological era, which provided her with more opportunities and possibilities. This face was something she spent a huge sum of money to bring back from the pickled cabbage country through hex technology. So, the only thing she couldn't endure was when someone pointed and commented about her looks. From beginning to end, the thing she hated most was the sweet and loving little couples in front of her, especially those seemingly unbreakable pure loves. In her past life, she had always viewed making money as the primary goal of life, which seemed to have become an instinct deep within her. So, love and such were just garbage. Even after becoming a zombie in the apocalypse, her views had not changed. The spider spirit initially intended to provoke discord between the little couple, making them see the fragility of emotions. However, contrary to her expectations, this man showed no mercy, even cursing her as an ugly monster. A Chang. Spider spirit, what have you done? I want your life. Ajin's eyes widened as she stared at her boyfriend A Chang, who had a bloody hole in his temple, his hands drooping helplessly. In that moment, her eyes turned red. A Chang's tragic death and the resilience he showed in his final moments shattered all her hope instantly. Then, countless spider silk pierced into A Chang's bloody hole, his blood being rapidly drawn out of his body. Surprisingly, A Chang's eyes, which had initially closed, seemed to regain life. He mechanically twisted his body, making sounds that seemed to come from another world. Sister Spider, you are so beautiful, I really like you. That voice, that action, perfectly mimicked A Chang's former self. Little brother, your girlfriend is still nearby. This isn't good, is it? Oh, why are you taking off her clothes? That dead fish eye, flat as an airport, how can she compare to Sister Spider's figure? Little brother, you are just like a dog, loving to lick endlessly. If I'm a dog, what are you? Are you a bitch? Little brother, you sure are talented. Your girlfriend is watching. I really can't do anything about you, but just this once, don't do such outrageous things to Sister Spider next time. Let you experience my greater abilities. Wow. Little brother, your skills are truly impressive and substantial. Hee hee, do you like it? I like it, I just love great skills. The spider spirit staged a play in front of Ajin. The next moment, under the spider spirit's control, A Chang actually engaged in NTR antics right before Ajin's eyes. You poisonous woman. Spider spirit. You are too much. Ajin helplessly shouted from the side, but it had no effect whatsoever. Following that, the space was filled with Ajin's helpless curses and the frenzied desires of the spider spirit. Thud. After a piercing scream, A Chang's body was completely drained, his withered figure collapsing weakly to the ground. The bride of the spider burped contentedly, her eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Asian had cried until her eyes were dry, her voice hoarse to the point of being nearly unable to speak, and she looked at the spider bride with a blank expression, her heart full of despair. Sister, you should try this big fellow later, he's really strong, the spider bride laughed mockingly, pointing to the corpse of a mutated elite zombie she had just cruelly killed. Something as thick as an arm, it might take my life. Asian gritted her teeth in pain, you disgusting, I will definitely kill you. The spider bride was not in a hurry to enjoy Asian's body, she was more intoxicated by this kind of torment. The fear that people showed on their faces and the screams they let out were her only source of joy after becoming a zombie. Just then, so you appeared with Lu Wei. Hey, you plastic surgery freak. As soon as the words fell, a blue crystal arrow shattered the silence of the hall, flying straight for the spider bride's glowing green stone breasts. The arrow lightly touched the cobwebs in midair, instantly arousing the spider bride's alertness. The distance was too close, and Suyu's attack was sudden. Even with 120 agility, she had no chance of dodging this arrow. However, at this critically perilous moment, dozens of small spiders swarmed in, stepping forward to block the path of the arrow. But the spider bride clearly underestimated the power of Suyu's arrow. With a 45% critical hit rate, a critical hit was nothing unusual. And with double strike plus dance of death plus 250% critical damage, along with damage boosting equipment and titles, the power was instantly pushed to the limit. The little spiders scattered in midair, bursting into dazzling fragments, like a beautiful fireworks display. After killing over a dozen small spiders, the arrow's power gradually weakened due to its drop. Although the vast majority of the damage was borne by the little spiders, a single arrow accurately struck the spider bride's thigh. In her blood-red eyes, a fierce killing intent flashed instantly, chilling to the bone. The spider bride sneered mockingly, "Oh? Here comes another pair of playthings." Clearly, Suyu and his plastic surgery freak team had touched the spider bride's reverse scale, stirring up her immense anger. Ding! Detected lone wolf encountering spider bride, mutated zombie leader, triggering hidden mission, Wrath of the Sea Queen. Mission description: before becoming a zombie, the spider bride was a figure like a sea queen. She was engaged, in love, and then heartlessly abandoned her ex-boyfriend. She secretly got engaged to a rich second-generation man while dating her boyfriend, and when her boyfriend was exposed at the engagement banquet, she sent him to the police station. She controlled 5 high-quality male humans with 5 fingers. One had to admire her. This woman was the finest among people, a top player in playing with emotions. When the apocalypse descended, she was just on a date with her lawyer boyfriend in the library. Mission requirement: kill the spider bride, mutated zombie leader. Mission reward: gold *1000, prestige *1000, experience *2000, strengthening gift pack *1. Mission time limit: 4 hours. Mission penalty: failing or abandoning the task will automatically teleport you out of the Star City library, and your level will drop by 1. Ding! Would you like to accept the mission? The opponent is too powerful, strongly recommended to select no. Suyu had anticipated early on that facing such a powerful zombie, there would certainly be a corresponding mission. Accept the mission. Suyu knew that fighting against such a zombie must be quick and decisive. This zombie had nearly 100 little minions. If it dragged on too long, it would definitely be unbearable. Brother, run quickly, this zombie is too strong. Asian warned him with lingering fear. This zombie was indeed too powerful. Although Suyu successfully launched a surprise attack and hit the spider bride, Asian still had doubts about Suyu's strength. Unexpectedly, Asian was tightly gripped by the spider bride's cobwebs around her throat, instantly losing her voice and becoming uncertain of her life or death. Summon the Overlord. Protect Lu Wei. Attack together. Suyu shouted, having no time to care for her life. After upgrading the Overlord bow to +5, the summoned Overlord matched Suyu's base attributes perfectly. Overlord, level 8, class, Overlord, strength, 103, spirit, 67, vitality, 82, agility, 88. As a tank class, the Overlord was just right to protect the berserker attributes of Lu Wei. The Spider-Woman originally thought that Suyu, hearing the warning, would choose to retreat, but instead, he initiated the attack on his own. In the next second, ignoring the terrain, she vanished between the bookshelves and stone pillars after a few flickers. Hundreds of small spiders charged towards the 3 of Suyu. It was at this moment Suyu saw clearly, these were not small spiders at all. They were bizarre monsters formed from human heads and limbs, pieced together with spider silk. Each face, each pair of eyes, sparkled with a chilling light that made one's scalp tingle. Chapter 85, Stealing S-Rank Talent, Bite of Paralysis. Due to the Spider-Woman's incredible speed, Lu Wei quickly lost track of her figure. The 2 massive iron hammers could only smash wildly at the small spiders beside them. Every time the hammer struck down, a small spider would be crushed into pieces. However, the number of these small spiders did not seem to decrease significantly. Because, once a part was destroyed, other body fragments would quickly reassemble together under the pulling of spider silk. Meanwhile, the Overlord constantly protected Lu Wei, using the same attributes as Suyu, helping Lu Wei evade danger multiple times. Suyu also began to coordinate with Lu Wei, accurately exterminating those small spiders. In this small trio at the beginning, Suyu served as the commander while Lu Wei became the main combat force. However, the good times did not last long. Lu Wei and the Overlord inevitably received some damage from the small spiders during the fight. At this moment, a pale gray light suddenly flickered on their bodies, clearly indicating they had been struck by the Spider-Woman's bite of paralysis. This 15-second poisoning effect severely affected their attack speed and movement speed. And the 75% loss chance only made them feel more troubled. Gradually, the balance of victory seemed to begin to tilt towards the Spider-Woman. The Spider-Woman cleverly hid on the ceiling, her eyes filled with mockery as she gazed at the three engaged in fierce battle. In her eyes, these three brutish beings were utterly insignificant. Only this man among them made her feel threatened. Not only was he the core commander of the trio, but he also possessed unmatched attack power. His agility was remarkable, and with each strike, he landed precisely, causing the small spiders sent by the Spider-Woman to fall one after another. In desperation, the Spider-Woman decided to step in herself. Once hit by her, Suyu would fall into a poisoned dilemma, drastically lowering his movement and attack speeds. At that time, capturing him would be a piece of cake. Just by subduing this man, the remaining two would surely be unable to withstand her relentless attacks. Once she successfully controlled these three, wouldn't they become her puppets? Men, especially strong ones like him, often have a stubborn flaw. That is, they like to be headstrong, believing only in their own judgment. This is why they arrogantly think their power is strong enough, needing no one else's protection. The Spider-Woman nimbly darted through the room, and in the blink of an eye, she floated to the bookshelf beside Suyu. After a breath, she was already above Suyu on the ceiling. The Spider-Woman looked down at the man beneath her, who had no reaction, and her smile widened, further confirming her thoughts. She felt contemptuous, just an incompetent man, incredibly clumsy. At this moment, the opening above Suyu was evident. The Spider-Woman chuckled in her heart, "This time, you will surely be in my grasp." In an instant, the 8 poisonous claws behind the Spider-Woman emitted a ghostly green light. The poisonous claws seemed to have a supernatural ability, precisely blocking all escape routes for Suyu. In her twisted life, influenced by her parents, she had learned the art of manipulating men. Countless heroes and gallant figures had once bowed down beneath her charm. Today, yet another man was about to become her plaything. At this moment, Ajin slowly awoke in midair, and the sight before her sent a shiver down her spine. "Be careful!" Ajin shouted desperately, but she understood in her heart that avoiding the upcoming danger within such a short distance was nearly impossible. Just as that critical moment approached, a woman's wail pierced the air and echoed throughout the hall. Just then, her 8 spider poisonous claws were about to pierce Suyu's body. Suyu slightly lifted her head, her body twisting at an incredible angle, the overlord bow in her hand aimed at the widow before her. Holy arrow slaughter! Only to cleanse the darkness from the world. In midair, the widow had nowhere to escape and was forced to become Suyu's live target. Under the talent of the armored giant king, true earth-shattering strike. The chance triggered at 100%, with a 0.1 second pause after hitting, rendering the widow momentarily frozen in place like a PowerPoint presentation. In 3 seconds, 20 crystal arrows rained down upon her. Each crystal arrow had a critical hit rate as high as 70%. She was instantly stiffened in midair, knocked back several meters by the powerful impact of the holy arrow slaughter, and was finally caught gently by the web behind her. Since Suyu had acquired the true earth-shattering strike talent, combined with holy arrow slaughter, her overhead area had become a forbidden zone no one dared to enter. Anyone daring to breach this forbidden zone would suffer catastrophic consequences. Watching the widow escape in desperation, Suyu once again aimed and shot, never missing, with each hit landing squarely on target. Despite the widow possessing an impressive 90 points in physique, she still suffered huge damage under Suyu's fierce assault. The widow, now filled with arrows, appeared like a porcupine and faded away, curling back into the ceiling. Just now, Suyu's strike had riddled the widow with arrows. She gazed at the 3 broken 8 spider poisonous claws, her heart filled with terror. Suyu's last attack had caused her vitality to plummet. If it weren't for the boost of night, she would probably not even have a chance to escape. Since evolving into a leader-class zombie, she had never faced such a significant setback. As a leader-class zombie, she possessed a certain level of intelligence. But she could not figure out how Suyu had discovered her presence. In reality, it all came down to Suyu's deathmark skill. From the moment they first came into contact, Suyu had quietly marked the widow. Every subtle movement she made could not escape Suyu's vigilant gaze. Moreover, thanks to the beneficial effects of the deathmark, Suyu's movement and attack speed had significantly increased, nearly matching the widow's. And when the widow reappeared in Suyu's line of sight, she happened to step into the coverage area of the thieving hand skill. Taking advantage of the interval after the holy arrow slaughter attack, Suyu decisively used the thieving hand. Cosmetic freak, your talent is not bad, just what I need. Suyu's words about the cosmetic freak raised the collapse rate by 10%, filling the originally 90% probability to the max. Ding! You use thieving hand on widow, the mutated zombie leader. Current collapse rate, 45%, weakness, 55%, current thieving success rate, 100%. Talent thieving succeeded. Since the 8 spider poisonous claws is a special talent, it cannot be stolen. Second talent successfully stolen. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding! You acquired S-grade talent, paralyzing bite. Talent level, S-grade. Paralyzing bite, all attacks carry venom, poisoning the enemy. After poisoning, it reduces enemy attack speed and movement speed by 25%. The poison units have a 50% chance to miss when attacking, and the effect lasts for 10 seconds. Suyu perfectly lacked such a talent that could increase the enemy's negative effects. Although its slowing effect is slightly inferior to the A-grade slowing talent. But it has great quantity, stacking 3 different debuffs with one talent. What more could one want? Chapter 86 Kill the Spider-Woman. Once again, the screen is filled with messages. Suyu's actions can be described as perfect. Since the talent was already in hand, Suyu let loose and attacked with full strength. The Spider-Woman was currently hiding in a corner, where 5 other tormented survivors were trapped. Perhaps having endured too much pain, their eyes had become hollow and helpless, as if they had already accepted their fate. Maybe in their hearts, death was rather a form of liberation. Without mercy, she stabbed the remaining 5 spider legs into the brains of those survivors. Under the stimulation of the toxin, they seemed to see the most beautiful scenery, and smiles appeared on their long-lost faces. This is the Spider-Woman's healing skill Extreme Thirst. This skill allows the Spider-Woman to increase her attack power by 100% within 5 minutes, and her attacks come with a life-stealing effect. Her 3 broken spider legs were visibly growing new bones, emitting a brighter green glow. The Spider-Woman twisted her neck, and the joints made a crack-crack sound. But what use is that? The Spider-Woman clearly hadn't understood the meaning of Suyu's words. But she could clearly hear those harsh words, cosmetic monster. At this moment, the battle situation was changing dramatically as the poison effects on Lu Wei and the Tyrant were dissipating. The Spider-Woman was astonished to find that the poisonous skills that once belonged to her seemed to have lost their effect. In contrast, Lu Wei and the Tyrant were fighting more fiercely, quickly regaining control of the battle. Under the continuous attacks of these 3, the once numerous little spiders had dwindled to nearly nothing. The Spider-Woman was furious, commanding an army of puppets made up of dozens of intact corpses. There were both human corpses and zombie bodies. Under the Spider-Woman's control, these corpses crazily attacked Suyu and the others. However, in Suyu's eyes, this was just the enemy's dying struggle. Lu Wei and the Tyrant, relying on their respective attributes and abilities, did not need Suyu's additional instructions at all. They took the lead in facing the enemy's first wave of attacks, easily blocking their offensives. Without the interference of paralyzing bite, everything seemed to become easy and pleasant. When the Spider-Woman was preparing to launch the second wave of attack, Suyu's arrows seemed to have a spirit of their own, continuously shooting toward her. Having previously experienced the power of Suyu's arrows, the Spider-Woman dared not be careless and could only drag her recently recovered body to dodge everywhere. However, despite the Spider-Woman's utmost efforts, over half of the arrows accurately hit her. Each hit was accompanied by a 0.1 second dizziness, making the Spider-Woman feel immensely uncomfortable. After being hit with arrows, the Spider-Woman suffered the consequences, reducing her movement speed and attack speed by 25%. The Spider-Woman clearly felt the heaviness of her body, and movement became increasingly difficult. Even the puppets she controlled struggled and twitched in place due to the 0.1 second delay. Faced with Suyu's astonishing power, the arrows could even pierce through bookcases and directly into steel and concrete. The predicament before her filled the Spider-Woman with despair. She knew she had to act quickly. So, she accelerated her escape speed, using cobwebs to carry her last food source Asian, and hurried toward the museum's passage. At this moment, she had no time to control those puppets, nor any chance to look back at Suyu's extraordinary methods. She understood very well that if she got distracted for even a moment, she would fall into Suyu's deadly trap. The strength of the man before him completely exceeded the expectations of the Spider-Woman. Under the continuous onslaught of Suyu, the Spider-Woman retreated step by step like a stray dog. Floating in the air like a balloon, Ajun witnessed the tumultuous situation unfolding on the field, astonished to the point of being speechless. She was high above, overlooking everything like a god, with both of their movements within her sight. The movements in Suyu's hands were incredibly precise, with not a trace of excess. No matter where the Spider-Woman hid, he could always find her exact location. Every time the Spider-Woman attacked, Suyu effortlessly dodged, causing her efforts to come to nothing. The more Ajun watched, the more unbelievable it seemed to her. She swallowed hard. The experiences of these end of days had broadened her horizons. In her view, it was already a limit for an ordinary person to battle an elite zombie one-on-one. However, the man was facing a leader-level zombie, and the opponent had the full advantage of night, making his strength comparable to a lord-level zombie. How could he remain so calm and unhurried? A name suddenly floated to the forefront of Ajun's mind, Lone Wolf. Could he be the idol of Ah Chang, the man praised as the strongest in Huaxia? Ah Chang had said that probably only Lone Wolf could defeat the Spider-Woman in the whole Blue Star. As Ajun's thoughts raced, the badly injured Spider-Woman silently closed in on her. The Spider-Woman seemed to have shaken off Suyu's attacks, seeing Ajun as the last lifeline to draw energy from. If I eat you, I may still have a chance to make a comeback. An 8-legged poisonous claw pierced into Ajin's brain, and under the paralysis of the poisonous claw, she felt no pain. In an instant, the figure of Ah Chang appeared before her eyes, as if gently beckoning to her. "Damn man, I will definitely come back." At that moment, Ajin smiled brightly at the Spider-Woman before her. The Spider-Woman was somewhat surprised. She did not understand why someone about to die could still smile so brilliantly. In her final moments, Ajin seemed to see a dark red arrow. The arrow of punishment. Suyu's arrow of punishment, in a fully charged state, carried incredible power and instantly awakened Ajin. Soon, his arrow flew accurately toward the Spider-Woman's face, crafted with tens of thousands from the pickled vegetable country, and deeply nailed into the concrete ceiling wall at the end of the tunnel. Then, Suyu's dense arrows poured down like a torrential rain, completely drowning the Spider-Woman. As he saw the Spider-Woman's life gradually fading, Ajin finally closed her eyes in peace. And before Suyu's eyes, a new wave of notifications arrived. Ding! Successfully killed Spider-Woman mutated leader zombie LV-10, gained experience *5000, gold *500. Ding! Hidden mission, the anger of the Sea Queen has been completed. Ding! Received mission rewards, gold *1000, reputation *1000, experience *2000, enhancement gift pack *1. Ding! Level up to level 9, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Plunderer's Hand, remaining uses, 1. Upon killing the Spider-Woman and gaining 5000 experience, plus the 2000 experience from the hidden mission, Suyu smoothly leveled up to level 9. He even had a bit of extra experience left over. However, faced with the current level of ordinary zombies, Suyu found it increasingly difficult to gain experience. This experience of upgrading beyond time was something Suyu had never felt before. Then, Suyu calmly collected the treasure chest dropped by the Spider-Woman, disappearing at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 87 Skill Book, Soul Devouring Hand. After passing through the tunnel door, Suyu thoughtfully blocked the tunnel door again. Although he knew that soon new zombies would occupy the Spider-Woman's territory. However, how strong the new zombies would be, Suyu did not know. To ensure that his efforts would not become someone else's victory fruit, he decided to act with caution. Looking around, this was originally the museum's cleaning supplies room, unexpectedly maintaining a non-apocalyptic calm and tidiness. Therefore, Suyu's arrival did not cause any disturbance in the museum. At this moment, it was already past midnight. Through the Silver Bird's Claw's observation, the situation inside the museum was quite complex. Not only were there numerous zombies, but there was also an ominous powerful presence. Since several of Suyu's strong skills were still cooling down, he decided not to explore further for now. Fortunately, the storage room seemed to have been temporarily occupied by someone, as there was not only an iron bed but also a showerhead for bathing. Suyu casually grabbed a handful of supply capsules and gave them to Lu Wei. Next, Suyu welcomed his most anticipated moment, counting his gains. He found a table and laid out the items he had just acquired one by one. Among them was a legendary treasure chest obtained by killing a spider monster, and a reinforced treasure chest obtained by completing a hidden mission. However, under the rules of this apocalypse, Suyu felt a hint of helplessness. Despite successfully killing a mutated boss-level zombie at night, the rewards were no different from those received for killing a boss-level zombie during the day. The difficulty increased exponentially, yet the rewards remained unchanged, which was clearly the unique bad taste of the orderer. Suyu looked at Lu Wei as she nibbled on a bone and wiggled her body, dancing to the rhythm of a driving test dance. At this moment, he opened the legendary treasure chest. 3 supply capsules opened directly, serving as today's additional meal. 2 excellent grade reinforcement stones. And a legendary skill book. Soul Devouring Hand General Skill. Weapon used, melee two-handed weapon. Void Grip, grabs one enemy in front and siphons their blood essence, bursts the absorbed blood essence, and throws them away, causing damage to enemies behind them, while increasing the caster's strength by 30% for 10 seconds. Grabs Determine, can grab enemies in a defensive state, but is ineffective against a few enemies. Hiss. Suyu took a sharp breath. What a strong skill. The name reminded him of a comedy star's famous skill from many years ago, the grabbing milk dragon claw hand. Playing or joking aside, this skill was absolutely a divine skill for melee combat. Not only was the damage considerable, but it also had lifesteal, area damage, control skills, and other effects, even increasing one's own strength. What was even rarer was that its cooldown time was not long. This thing, once Suyu chose the archer profession, he would definitely have no use for it. But Suyu understood that this could definitely be sold for a good price. Just as Suyu was about to put the skill book back into his wristband, he happened to see Lu Wei next to him. She stopped her actions, stretched out her little hand in front of Suyu, and looked straight at him. Could it be that you want this? Suyu showed some surprise. The last time he saw her so proactive was when she wanted the black iron hammer. Lu Wei nodded lightly. Although Suyu felt a bit reluctant, he still handed the skill book over to Lu Wei. After all, Lu Wei was not like the Burden Lin Rufy. Every bit of her strength would help him even more. Can a summon truly learn a survivor's skill? This was a path Suyu had never considered before. That's good, his combat power exceeded Lu Wei's too much now. Lu Wei just happened to be lacking in skills, making her seem somewhat helpless in battles, as if she always lacked something. And with this new skill, Lu Wei would gradually close the gap with Suyu, not lagging too far behind. Taking the skill book, the originally expressionless girl tilted her head and gently moved the corners of her mouth. She seemed to be conveying her joy to Suyu in her own unique way. Suyu even felt that even in front of a delicious whole roasted lamb, Lu Wei had never revealed such pure joy. Ding! Congratulations to Lu Wei for successfully learning the skill Soul Devouring Hand. Next, Suyu set his sights on the enhancement treasure chest obtained through the hidden mission. The enhancement treasure chest, as the name suggests, produces items related to enhancement, such as enhancement stones, various enhancement charms, and even books of auxiliary skills related to enhancement. This special type of treasure chest can usually only be obtained from hidden missions or hidden dungeons. However, considering that the Overlord Bao has already been enhanced to level 5, the success rate for further enhancement would gradually decrease. Most importantly, if the enhancement fails at this time, there is a risk of the equipment breaking. To continue enhancing beyond this, one would only dare to proceed under the protection of a guaranteed success charm or a sure success charm. 2 excellent enhancement stones, 1 legendary enhancement stone. In addition to the 2 guaranteed success charms, there was surprisingly also a sure success charm. Typically, this kind of treasure chest is set to provide 3 guaranteed items, but Suyu opened 6 items at once this time. If the Orderer saw this, they would likely be moved to tears. In the apocalyptic environment, every sure success charm feels especially precious. Sure success charm, mythical grade consumable. Used for equipment enhancement, once used, the enhancement will definitely succeed. The sure success charm disappears after use. A sure success charm, as the name implies. Once any equipment is blessed by it, no matter what enhancement stone is used, the enhancement will inevitably succeed. Suyu looked at the remaining items in his hand. 3 excellent enhancement stones, 2 fine enhancement stones. Plus 3 guaranteed success charms, 1 lucky charm, and 1 sure success charm. Why not push forward? Of course not. The damage he was currently dealing was already enough to handle all situations. Even if he could push to +7 or +8, it might not bring much improvement. Moreover, without a guaranteed chance of reaching +10, overthinking would only add to his troubles. I've endured for 10 years, can't I hold on a little longer now? Okay, let's stop here for now, rest early. Tomorrow there's another tough battle to fight. Suyu murmured to himself, arranging everything before peacefully falling into a dream. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, at noon 12 o'clock, Suyu slowly woke up. With Lu Wei's protection, his sleep was especially stable. Today's goal was very clear, to delve into the interior of the museum and reach the special exhibition hall that could trigger the hidden occupational mission. Last night, Suyu already gained an in-depth understanding of the museum's structure layout through the map behind the storage room. Open the door. All preparations complete, Suyu softly spoke to Lu Wei, who was standing at the door. Then, the 80-pound hammer swung heavily toward the lock, instantly smashing it open. This sudden noise attracted countless zombies, who all rushed toward the entrance. Fire in the hole. Suyu acted quickly, accurately throwing a handful of baiting jars toward the door. This action immediately caused a stir among the zombies. They had never seen such a spectacle before. The baiting jars were of great value, only someone as generous as Suyu would dare to act this way. In an instant, the zombies began to react obviously, their eyes glowing as they stared at the baiting jars like hungry wolves. And the zombie horde behind seemed to sense this unusual aura, starting to surge forward recklessly. Chapter 88, Want to play ambush with me? In a terrifying silence, one could only hear the low growls of the zombies as they approached in groups. Suddenly, in this dead silence, a deep red and black intertwined arm reached out from the void, tightly grasping a zombie's throat. It was the soul-devouring hand. The skill Lu Wei had just obtained. Although zombies had lost their sense of pain and felt no fear, the power of the soul-devouring hand made it impossible for this zombie to resist. Its struggle seemed so powerless, its limbs waving helplessly in the air, struggling to break free from that powerful hand. But no matter how much the zombie struggled, that hand clutched its throat like a vice. That large hand was like a bottomless black hole, continuously draining its life force. The zombie's body began to weaken, and its once terrifying face twisted in unbearable pain. Although it couldn't scream, the agony seemed to seep through its expression. Its blood boiled within, as if it were about to burst out of its body. In the next moment, that blood truly gushed out from every pore of the zombie, forming a crimson fountain. This powerful shockwave knocked the zombie back, causing the horde behind it to fall as well. For a moment, the air was thick with the overwhelming smell of blood, suffocating all around. What a domineering skill! In terms of power, the damage calculated was based on strength attributes. At this moment, a golden aura surrounded Lu Wei, clearly a boost of strength. However, the zombies behind quickly filled the gap, charging at Lu Wei with even fiercer momentum. Fortunately, Suyu had made preparations early. He shot his well-charged punishment arrow, severely injuring the enemy. Since gaining the soul-devouring hand, Lu Wei's combat capability surged immensely. One person could hold back thousands. After long hours of slaughter, a large pile of zombie corpses had accumulated at the entrance. They were stacked layer upon layer, almost completely sealing off the exit. And outside in the hallway, it was already filled with zombies drawn by the noise, roughly estimated to be in the thousands. They were desperately squeezing inside. It was impossible for Suyu and Lu Wei to break through from the front. However, this seemingly hopeless situation was actually part of Suyu's plan. He deliberately attracted these zombies to come over, aiming to escape from another route. Suyu had memorized the layout of the museum, knowing where the load-bearing walls were and where the partition walls were, clearly present in his mind. Lu Wei, break the wall. Suyu closed the main door and gave instructions to Lu Wei. Without hesitation, Lu Wei aimed at the side wall and brought down the heavy hammer weighing 80 pounds. In an instant, the wall was smashed open, revealing a hidden space. This was the equipment room of the museum, filled with various devices and instruments of varying sizes. The location of this equipment room was concealed and generally hard to discover, being one of the more secretive places in the museum. What came into view was a shocking scene, like a hellish battlefield. In front of them lay at least 100 bodies, both human and zombie. They had been brutally cut into pieces, with clean cuts, clearly the work of sharp instruments. In a corner of the equipment room, a woman was tightly bound to a chair. She continuously let out a piercing whimper. From the sound, she had already turned into a zombie. As Suyu approached, he saw a female zombie in a museum guide uniform. Her eyes were covered by a blindfold, her mouth stuffed with a gag, and her limbs pulled apart by thick ropes. Her clothing was tattered, and small umbrellas used before were scattered on the ground. It was clear that this zombie had suffered inhuman treatment. The ID badge hanging from her neck showed that she had been a beautiful woman in life. In this apocalyptic world, perversion was everywhere. They had not only challenged the bottom line of humanity. They even violently abused zombies, indulging in it without restraint. In a corner, a dozen beautiful female corpses were neatly arranged, completely naked. They had all endured unspeakable humiliations, without exception. Suyu observed closely, noticing that some marks had not even dried yet, which made him feel a deep sense of sorrow. For the weak in this apocalypse, death sometimes seemed like a kind of relief. However, Suyu also understood that this viewpoint was not entirely correct. To everyone's surprise, even with the help of the silver bird's claw, Suyu had not felt any abnormalities from last night until now. Clearly, there must be some secrets hidden in this equipment room. Suddenly, Suyu sharply noticed a shadow quietly sweeping past him from behind. He thought for a moment and calmly said to Lu Wei, let's go. Just as he turned around, a fierce roar suddenly came from above. Ha ha. Want to leave? Today, I, Iron Brother, will send you to the underworld. A small man suddenly jumped down from the shelf above, tightly gripping a high-quality broadsword, striking fiercely towards the top of Suyu's head. The blade flashed with dazzling white light. This was the close combat skill, Half-Moon Saber. This move had an attack range far beyond the broadsword itself, making it nearly impossible to evade. If it were someone else, they would have long been frightened into a panic by this sudden attack. This man had repeatedly slaughtered enemies using this skill, filled with confidence. As long as he killed Suyu, his collection of beautiful women would gain another cute little girl. He noticed that Suyu was using a bow and arrow. At this distance, even a god would find it hard to come to the rescue. However, Suyu showed no sign of panic, lightly sidestepping and skillfully avoiding the blade. Suyu even single-handedly grabbed the man's wrist and slammed it down against the ground. The man instantly saw stars, blood quickly gushing from the top of his head. Bang! With his bare hands, Suyu smashed the man's head. Playing sneak attack with me, interesting. Suyu suddenly felt his grip loosen, as the man he was holding tightly vanished. It turned out that the man activated Wind Step, forcibly hiding his form. Ha ha. Iron Brother is very angry, the consequences are serious. Suyu shook the blood off his hands and looked at the man who was now frantically running around the equipment room. The moment he made contact, he had placed a death mark on that man. Promote evil and punish good, LV6, no profession, S-talent, strengthening master. Promote evil and punish good lived up to its name and was never a good person before the apocalypse hit. To put it plainly, in a book on criminal law, he had violated every rule except the cover. However, his cash ability had repeatedly allowed him to escape deserved punishment. In the apocalypse, people with such antisocial personality, whether they turn into zombies or continue living, posed a great threat to others. However, that aside, while this man's moral compass may be lacking, his talent was still quite promising. Suyu chuckled, thinking to himself how close he had come to danger. Fortunately, he hadn't killed his opponent right away, otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. It truly was ironic that what one lacks often comes when one is in the apocalypse. This was one of the most promising talents for wealth during this time. Chapter 89, Plundering S-Rank Talent, Strengthening Master. When he first awakened his talent, Promote Evil and Punish Good, felt a bit excited. After all, it was an S-rank talent, which sounded high-end and impressive. He thought he could reach the peak of his life again in the apocalypse. However, from the start of the apocalypse until now, this talent had not brought him any actual help. If it weren't for the rules of reinforcement made public by the Orderer last night, Promote Evil and Punish Good might have completely forgotten about this talent's existence. After all, not everyone is as lucky as Suyu with full-level luck. Since awakening his talent, only yesterday had he burst out a reinforcement stone. Yet, due to a lack of legendary equipment, he had nothing to reinforce. He took advantage of the museum hosting an event, where there were many people, to act. Yes, it was the organization Suyu had seen earlier at Star City Hospital. At that time, Promote Evil and Punish Good was leading a group of followers to scout the museum, preparing to carry out a large-scale robbery, aiming to steal national treasure-level artifacts and ship them abroad. This made his starting situation very unfavorable. However, there's always a flip side to things. Those who survived in the harsh environment of the museum, those who grow up in the greenhouse, can grow faster. They can immediately and truly feel the cruelty of the apocalypse. When the companions who reward evil and punish good all turned into zombies, he quickly hid in the equipment room, thus surviving the initial hellish scenes of the apocalypse. After that, he used the equipment room as a base to start hunting zombies. Once he discovered any survivors, he would pretend to invite them to the equipment room and then kill them. The weapon in the hands of the one who rewards evil and punishes good, along with his gear and skill books, were all taken from other survivors. Suyu failed to realize this mainly because he was equipped with a special gear, a cloak of concealment. Although this gear had no additional attributes, it could perfectly hide his shape and breath. It is not an exaggeration to say that, aside from zombies, most of the survivors in the museum died at the hands of this punisher of evil. His strength and cruelty are evident. However, such people usually have a fatal weakness. As the number of kills increased, he became extremely arrogant. This punisher of evil did not know whether he had injured his head or if this was his own unique strategy. Constantly moving like a snake, in Suyu's eyes, it was merely a jumping clown. It was truly like Su-kun ringing the bell, food has arrived. At the moment the punisher of evil was about to approach Suyu, he accidentally stepped on a woman's organ, producing a faint sound. Immediately after, a strange arrow pierced through the air, breaking the original calm. The punisher of evil suddenly realized that this arrow seemed to have opened the heavens. Even though he had used Gale Step to enter a state of invisibility, the arrow still precisely struck his location. He swung the weapon in his hand, trying to block this fierce arrow. Bang! With a loud crash, his proud weapon was actually broken by the arrow. But that wasn't the end. The tremendous impact instantly caused his hand to bleed. Although the arrow's power was greatly reduced, it still accurately penetrated his left shoulder. The punisher of evil let out a cold smile, clearly an extremely ruthless character, enduring the intense pain. He hurriedly dodged to the side, biting his lip and gasping for breath. He originally thought that in a state of invisibility, as long as he did not make noise, he would not be attacked by Suyu again, but he was wrong. In fact, those marked for death by Suyu can hide nowhere. The punisher of evil naively thought that he had accidentally made a sound. Once he killed the man in front of him, he would then devour the bitch. Looking at the items at his feet, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn it! Biting me when alive, and even after death, it won't let me go? In the next moment, an arrow silently shot out, just as the duration of Gale Step ended. The man named Punisher of Evil was firmly nailed to the wall. Finally unable to endure the pain, he let out a loud roar. The Punisher of Evil stared at the siblings in front of him, his eyes shining with unmistakable excitement. Although he had not yet fully understood the current situation, his tone had clearly softened. Boss! You are amazing. Much stronger than me. The girl beside you is a zombie, right? I am a core member of the Black Death organization. Let me go, we are actually the same kind. Our organization is spread across the globe, and we will surely dominate this world in the future. The next second, Suyu made his move. Ding! You have used the Hand of Plunder on the survivor, Punisher of Evil. Punisher of Evil's collapse degree, 50%, weakness degree, 60%, talent plunder successful. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding! You have gained S-rank talent, Master of Enhancement. This is just an added reason to kill him. With a single arrow, he accurately struck the noisy mouth of justice and evil. His body twitched twice reflexively, then lost all signs of life. Facing an enemy like this, Suyu naturally would not give him any chance to struggle. Suyu checked the talent he had just obtained. Talent, Master Enhancer, S level. Talent level, S level. Master Enhancer, experience summarized from years of failed enhancements. Can simultaneously use multiple enhancement stones for enhancement, with enhanced probability stacking. To put it simply, multiple enhancement stones can be used for enhancement at the same time. This means that even using the lowest level enhancement stones, as long as there are enough, success can be guaranteed 100%. Only those who have experienced it know that enhancement in the apocalypse is undoubtedly a huge pit. In the past life's games, countless survivors suffered terribly from enhancement failures. With this talent, Suyu no longer needs to calculate success rates with fear or pray to the heavens. Suyu took out the enhancement stones he had collected at the entrance of the storage room one by one. 6 excellent level enhancement stones, 2 fine level enhancement stones, and a pile of ordinary enhancement stones. The Binjiang Delta is already a treasure land for enhancement items in Star City, plus Suyu's lucky attribute. It's no surprise to obtain these enhancement stones. Is this not up to plus 10? Suyu placed the ordinary enhancement stone on the Overlord bow, and the familiar system notification sound immediately rang in his ears. Ding! Would you like to enhance top 10 famous bows Overlord bow plus 5? Cost, 1,000 gold coins. Current success rate, 8%. Friendly reminder, you can use a guaranteed symbol or a lucky symbol to boost. If enhancement fails, enhancement level resets to 0, and there is a chance of destruction. Suyu calculated the success rate, 102%. The extra 2% is just a gift, it's that extravagant, playing for real. Enhancing at 1,000 gold coins each time, perhaps only Suyu has that capability. Ding! Enhancement successful, congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 6. Ding! Enhancement successful, congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 7. Ding! Enhancement successful, congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 8. The stones are all used up, but there's still a guarantee symbol. Suyu took out the shining golden symbol from his wrist. Ding! Enhancement successful, congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 10. Congratulations Survivor Lone Wolf, becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to enhance equipment to max level, earning the unique achievement, Qualitative Change. A world announcement is about to be made. Chapter 90, The God of Enhancement in Ancient Greece. In the next second, all survivors on Blue Star received, in shock, a global announcement from the Orderer. Yum pum pum pum. World announcement. Orderer reporting. Orderer reporting. A mysterious hero from Huaxia Lone Wolf has once again showcased extraordinary strength in the cruel environment of the apocalypse, becoming the first to fully enhance equipment. He earns the unique global achievement, Qualitative Change, along with massive rewards. You useless guys, if you don't work harder, you won't even be able to buy an eyebrow pencil worth 79 gold coins. Orderer reporting. Orderer reporting. After 3 consecutive world announcements, this news was like a heavy bomb, immediately exploding across the entire Blue Star. And all of this, from the activation of the enhancement system to the global announcement being published, surprisingly took less than a day. Most survivors hadn't even seen what an enhancement stone looked like. Even if someone had seen it, how many people could possess legendary level equipment? Looking around Huaxia, at this moment, the total number of legendary level equipment was hardly over 100. And in those tiny countries, it was even harder to find traces of it. Though everyone had already guessed the Huaxia identity of Lone Wolf, this time, the Orderer had officially confirmed it. Lone Wolf brother, have you come? I've been waiting for you for a long time, I want to eat chicken. Chicken the little fairy, in her dying moments, heard the announcement from the Orderer, her mouth watering. Damn it! If it wasn't for needing a few hundred enhancement stones, this time, the world announcement's protagonist would definitely be our great Han Ming Kingdom. A genius boy from pickled vegetable country looked at the +4 katana in his hand, feeling helpless. Angrily said. Little Li. According to intelligence analysis, the Lone Wolf should be in central China. Quickly send someone to find him. The leader in military uniform, with a serious expression, walked out of the safe house and issued the command. Baga Yalu? Another Chinese? Why has that Bai Shihao kid been missing for so long? Elder, it seems you need to personally go to Star City. In the Star City Museum, Suyu has just received the rewards he earned. Claimed variable change achievement reward, reputation *1000, gold *1000, bracelet storage space expanded to 3.5 cubic meters. Obtained title, God of Strengthening in Ancient Greece. God of Strengthening in Ancient Greece, the world's only title, a permanent title, the first survivor in the apocalypse to reach full level in equipment strengthening. Attributes, all attributes +1 permanently. With the title, strengthening success rate increases by 50% permanently. Suyu understands that this achievement reward probably cannot compare with those previous world-class achievements. Compared to those earth-shattering achievements, this one feels like small potatoes. But even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. This permanent increase in strengthening success rate will undoubtedly save him a lot of strengthening stones. Save where needed, spend where it matters. Next up, the +10 Overlord Bow. Top 10 famous bows. Overlord Bow +10, mythical grade equipment. One of the top 10 famous bows of China, the only equipment. Legend has it that the Overlord used this bow, supposedly made from the tendons of a dragon, with extremely high power and accuracy. After strengthening, it has gained an increase in attributes. Attributes: Strength +20, +20. Passive skill: Heroic Figure, increases critical hit rate by 30%, +30%, increases critical hit damage by 100%, +100%. Active skill: Demon Hero, summons the Overlord for assistance, inheriting 80%, +40% of host's attributes, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown time of 12 hours. Let's not even mention the Demon Hero skill, just the 40 points increase in strength, 60% critical hit rate, and 200% critical hit damage is already impressive. At this moment, Suyu was extremely excited, unable to help but shout, "Who else is there?" He safely retrieved Lu Wei back into the space, and next was a task that required quick reflexes and parkour skills, and only he could do it. Finding a gap, Suyu quickly left the equipment room. Thanks to the earlier distraction, most of the zombies had already been drawn to him. With just a quick glance, he precisely grasped the dynamics in the field. He shot an arrow, setting the rhythm, and then followed up with multiple arrows to clear a path for himself. The zombies didn't even have time to roar before they fell under his arrows one after another. Next, Suyu again showcased his excellent dodging skills and precise judgment. In this museum filled with zombies, he could always keenly find the safest path. He skillfully used his bow and arrows to create noise and cleverly used a lure to guide the zombies' movements. His steps were light, and his figure agile, as if he was freely weaving through the murals. High-difficulty actions children should not imitate. After shooting down 2 more zombies, Suyu swiftly turned around and steadily entered the special exhibition hall. As he expected, the special exhibition hall was filled with a large number of zombies. As the apocalypse approached, they all came rushing in, gathering together. All to admire the bronze ritual vessel, the Hoi Ding, rented from an outside museum. This Hoi Ding was huge, majestic and solemn, with exquisite craftsmanship. On either side of the ding, the 2 large characters Ho and E were engraved, exuding an unstoppable momentum. In front of the ding, there was a carving of Hoi shooting down 9 suns, breathtaking, and behind it, a vivid depiction of eliminating 6 pests. These 2 images perfectly echoed the inscriptions carved inside the ding. The inscription detailed the heroic deeds of Hoi, shooting down 9 suns, eliminating 6 pests, but ultimately betrayed by his disciple Fengmang, who ambushed him with a peachwood stick, and then was posthumously deified as the god of all ghosts in commands by Emperor Jun. Hoi had 3 images: man, god, and ghost. In life, he was a demigod, and in death, he became the king of ghosts, half ghost and half god. When the apocalypse came, a mysterious array appeared beneath the tripod of Hoi, with a faint blue light continuously swirling within it. This light was so eye-catching that anyone could tell that something good must be hidden inside it. At the moment Suyu stepped into the special exhibition hall, the scroll he secretly hid in his arms seemed to sense something subtly. This was the unknown scroll obtained from Lu Tianlong in the City of Eternal Night. Unknown scroll, a legendary scroll. A magical scroll that can only be opened by those who know how to use it. And this was the key to opening the dungeon. Once the holder of the scroll stepped into the array, they would be guided to the job change dungeon. It must be mentioned that the drop rate of this scroll was extremely low. Suyu and Lu Wei had killed nearly 100 zombies here, and not even a single scroll had dropped. The moment they saw Suyu, the zombies in the special exhibition hall all turned to him in unison, their eyes flashing with terrifying blood-red light. However, to enter the dungeon, these zombies had to be dealt with first. Although Suyu had the ability to easily eliminate these zombies with the super ultimate death god's arrow, he decided to save these powerful skills for the upcoming job change dungeon. Therefore, before the zombies could move, Suyu acted according to plan. He drew his bow, and with one shot, the dark red punishment arrow flew straight towards the tripod of Hoi. The bulletproof glass shield that originally protected the tripod of Hoi instantly shattered upon impact. An ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout the special exhibition hall. That invincible punishment arrow, the moment it touched the tripod of Hoi, surprisingly did not provoke even the slightest ripple. The massive arrow instantly shattered into countless fragments, without the slightest sound of collision being transmitted. Rumble, 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 it's time to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu quickly took out a devil's lure pot from his arms. He unhesitatingly stepped on the heads of the zombies, constantly scattering the contents of the pot as if he were a free-flowing artist. Finally, he successfully stepped into the teleportation array. And at the moment he entered the array, the surrounding zombies seemed to freeze as if time stood still at that moment. Ding! Detected lone wolf holding unknown scroll. Do you wish to accept Hoi's call and begin the trial? Chapter 91, First Trial, Hero Who Shoots the Sun. Ding. Detected lone wolf carrying unknown scroll. Do you accept Hoyi's call and begin the trial? Accept. Suyu said, seeing the unknown scroll in his hand gradually vanish. Lone wolf has accepted Hoyi's call and is about to begin the trial. Then, the world in front of Suyu changed from white to blue, and he instinctively closed his eyes. He felt himself getting lighter, as if he were floating in the air. A halo flashed by, and he opened his eyes again to find himself standing on a platform in mid-air. The stone path beneath his feet extended straight ahead, vanishing into a series of mysterious stone doors. The first door was red, the second was gold, and the third was black, symbolizing the three forms of Hoi as a person, god, and ghost. This environment was somewhat similar to when Suyu awakened his hidden class, but not entirely the same. When he previously awakened the necromancer, Suyu only had one black stone door. He only needed to complete one trial to successfully obtain the job change scroll. A chilling thought emerged in Suyu's mind. Could it be that this job change quest required 3 trials? Since he was here, he would go with it. Suyu walked forward without hesitation and placed his hand on the first bright red human door. In that instant, both his ears and the panel on his wrist received information. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, successfully opened the first trial of Hoi. First trial, Hero Who Shoots the Sun. Trial description, Hoi is a mighty archer holding a red divine bow. He experienced trials lasting 1,000 years, not only honing his superb archery skills but also forging an unyielding will. In the past, he assisted Emperor Yao, shooting down 9 suns alone, allowing the earth to regain its vitality. Trial requirements, in this mysterious trial, you must imitate Hoi, using the temporary equipment sun shooting bow to shoot down 9 suns, but you must leave 1 sun in the sky to maintain the light of the earth. Trial limitations, all equipment and skills will be disabled, you must rely solely on your archery and wisdom to pass this challenge. Trial rewards, sun shooting bow, temporary equipment, job transfer fragment *1. Trial time limit, time is unlimited. But remember, time inside the instance is different from the outside world. Trial punishment, if you fail to complete this trial, you will be trapped here forever, unable to return to the real world. Suyu felt a bit bewildered. This information released by the system was completely different from his past experiences. In his previous life, when passing the Necromancer trial, it was similar to upgrading a tower defense game. This trial has no restrictions on equipment and skills. He experienced hundreds of failures but eventually completed it smoothly. But this time, judging by the system's description, there are many restrictive conditions, making Suyu feel a bit of a headache. Suyu slowly pushed open the stone door, and the scene before him changed instantly. He found himself standing on a plain at dawn, surrounded by a light morning fog. The grassland appeared in a withered yellow color, due to the fog, Suyu couldn't see the details clearly. However, he could clearly feel the dryness of the ground. With each step, he could hear the crisp sound of the withered grass being crushed. On his back appeared the legendary artifact bow and arrow, the sun shooting bow. Ahead, a group of people staggered forward. Their figures appeared especially weak and tired under the dawn's light, like a group of dispirited ghosts. Suyu immediately chased after them, but to his surprise, they spoke first. We are almost there. You said the highest mountain by the East Sea is right ahead. Your archery is unmatched, you hit every target, you are our last hope. Suyu frowned slightly, only then noticing that he had transformed into the form of Hoi. After some conversation, Suyu gradually understood that the layout of this trial was exactly like the story passed down for thousands of years. In the distant eastern sea, in the deep waters, stood a magical big tree, named Fusong. The special thing about this big tree is that 10 three-legged crows perch on its branches. They are the suns people speak of. These 10 suns follow a pattern, rotating once a day, bringing light and warmth to all things and maintaining harmony in the world. However, the repetitive work day after day made these 10 suns feel bored. They craved new adventures and decided to tour the sky together. However, this decision brought unexpected consequences. The 10 suns shining together in the sky made the earth endure an unprecedented heat. Forests were scorched, the ground turned dry, and crops withered under the scorching sun. After an unknown period, Suyu finally reached the East Sea. He climbed a towering mountain, with the boundless sea at its foot. Looking back at the crowd behind him, he saw them excitedly pointing east and shouting, "Look, the sun is rising." At that moment, the 10 suns simultaneously leaped out of the sea, joyfully frolicking in the sky, but bringing catastrophic disaster to the land of Huaxia. The temperature suddenly rose, and the earth emitted a dark red glow, like charcoal just pulled from a hot furnace. Ding! Trial countdown 5 minutes, failure will restart the trial. Suyu tightly gripped the sun-shooting bow, the scene before his eyes distorted. The world seemed to dissolve into rising steam. The red bow and arrow in hand began to transform, enveloped in golden light. A sense of inexplicable familiarity surged from his palm, as if some power was calling out. Come, strength! Suyu took a deep breath, focused his mind, and slowly drew the bowstring. What a strong force! He couldn't even pull the bow? The sun-shooting bow is said to wield the strength of 10,000 pounds, with arrows weighing 1,000 pounds. It seems I underestimated you. He exerted himself again, but found he couldn't even form an arrow. Suyu could even hear the voices of disappointment and complaint from the people at the foot of the mountain. It was unimaginable how Huang Ding passed this trial in his previous life. Kid, I'll only teach you once. A deep, powerful male voice echoed in Suyu's mind, the imposing voice of Hou. Suyu was not surprised by this. He calmly closed his eyes, merging his consciousness with the voice. Soon, an image of Hou drawing his bow and shooting arrows appeared in his mind. Suyu adjusted his breathing again, as if everything around him disappeared. He seemed to see Hou practicing archery day after day, enduring thousands of years of trials in endless time. In the next moment, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within. He tightly gripped the sun-shooting bow, bending it into an incredible arc. Suyu's movements flowed like clouds in water, full of power, as if merging with the spirit of Hou. In an instant, a golden arrow formed in Suyu's hand, soaring towards the sky. The sound of the arrow breaking through the air erupted, and the sky exploded. A scorching fireball fell, transforming into a three-legged crow. Without a pause, Suyu drew the bow again, aiming at the target. The bowstring hummed, and another sharp arrow shot out, hitting the target, knocking down 2 suns. At this moment, 7 three-legged crows remained in the sky, their fiery eyes gazing at Suyu. Suyu shot another arrow, this time successfully bringing down 4 suns. The remaining 3-legged crows trembled in fear, spiraling in the air. Suyu continued shooting, each arrow accurately hitting its mark, as 9 suns vanished one after another. Feathers rained down, and at the same time, the light and heat from the 9 three-legged crows gradually faded. The people at the foot of the mountain cheered loudly, their voices ringing out. Good. 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 Hou exclaimed good 3 times in a row. It is known that in the setting of the apocalypse, in Hou's memory, the last person who passed the first trial took 2.5 years. Yet this man before him succeeded on the first try. Suyu felt a moment of dizziness in his consciousness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the trial platform. Before him stood a golden stone door representing the Gate of the Gods, signaling the second trial. Chapter 92, Second Trial, The Path to Becoming a God. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, on successfully completing the first trial of Hou. Reward, Sun-Shooting Bow, Temporary Equipment, Class Transfer Fragment *1. The system emitted a pleasant notification sound, and a blazing red divine bow appeared in Suyu's hand. However, looking at it, he found it was not as good as his own Overlord bow. Along with the divine bow, a dazzling Class Transfer Fragment emerged. Class Transfer Fragment, Mythical Level Item Exclusive Transfer Fragment, God of Zongbu. Collect 3 fragments to combine into a transfer scroll. It can also be used directly, but the gained ability will be weakened. It seems Huang Ding only passed the first trial. I didn't expect the weakened God of Zongbu to be much stronger than Necromancer. Suyu took a deep breath, striving to adjust his state. In the trial, time is frozen, completely different from the real world, so there is no need to worry about the passage of time outside. The fatigue of the body is irrelevant at this moment. Food and water are no longer a concern, only through trials can one return to reality. However, Suyu is well aware that the difficulty of this trial dungeon is extremely high. More than 90% of the survivors have been permanently lost here, unable to survive or even to die. Thus, maintaining a good mindset becomes paramount to passing the trial. Suyu collected the job transfer shards into his wristband and marched confidently towards the golden stone door ahead. Unlike the previous red human door, this stone door brought a warmth the moment Suyu touched it. Suyu pushed the door open without hesitation. The system prompt sounded again, and instantly, new information flooded his ears and wristband display. Congratulations, Sun-Shooting Hero Lone Wolf, you have successfully opened the second trial of Hou. Second trial, the path to deification. Trial description: there are ferocious beasts wandering the world, unwilling to return to the mountains and forests. By the decree of Emperor Yao, these 6 vile beasts must be slain to tread the path to deification. Trial requirements: eliminate Zhaoqi, Jiuing, Defeng, Fengji, and Xiuxi, 6 exotic beasts. The level and strength of these beasts will match your own abilities. Trial limitations: all gear and skills will be disabled, you must rely solely on your archery and willpower to overcome this challenge. Trial rewards: plunder hand times *1, job transfer shard *1. Trial time limit: no time restrictions. Trial penalty: if you fail to complete this trial, you will be permanently trapped here, never to return to the real world. Once you fail, this trial will reset immediately, and you must start from the beginning. You need to continuously slay 6 legendary exotic beasts. Suyu of course understands the fearsome reputation of these exotic beasts. These beasts appeared suddenly in the 5th year of the apocalypse, born as lord-level monsters. By the late apocalypse, among them, Jiuing and Xiuxi even grew to emperor-level beasts. It is worth mentioning that there was a campaign in the Huaxia region to hunt the 6-mile beasts, and Suyu was fortunate to participate. However, at that time, Suyu was merely an inconsequential little mage. The golden stone door burst open, and the scene before him changed dramatically once again. At this moment, only a blazing sun remained in the sky, radiant and dazzling. Suddenly, a cheer erupted behind Suyu. It was the fervent shouts of people bidding farewell to Hou-Yi as he was about to embark on the magnificent journey to eliminate the 6 vile beasts. However, when Suyu took his first step, the voices behind him suddenly vanished. This was the last human voice Suyu would hear in this trial. In the sky, a huge dark red marker suddenly appeared, indicating the direction for Suyu to advance. His steps were firm and powerful, each stride filled with strength and determination, as he marched forward towards the central plains. Suyu looked up at the sky, where the sun and moon alternated, and the stars twinkled, as if witnessing an ancient and mysterious legend. If the previous trial tested one's strength and skill, this trial tests one's perseverance and tactics. After 7 grueling days and nights of continuous travel, guided by the markings, Suyu finally found where M was located. M exotic beast leader was originally an immortal in the heavenly realm, with a pure nature. However, after suffering a wrongful death and being killed, he was cursed to become a dragon-headed, snake-bodied beast, turning savage and craving human flesh. Level 10, Leader level. Basic attributes: Strength 80, Spirit 1, Constitution 80, Agility 80. In mythological tales, M is not Hou-Yi's opponent, easily slain by Hou-Yi with arrows. Now, at a mere leader level, M's attributes likely couldn't even match Lu Wei. Frustrated, Suyu knocked an arrow, and although lacking the attribute boosts from equipment, he still managed to shoot it down with ease. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, you have slain M exotic beast leader. The progress of the second trial is 1/6. Next, it was another long journey. Then, Suyu began his long journey, with nothing but the arrow in the sky and emptiness around him. He traveled across the central plains, headed towards the southern marshes, the eastern Xingqiu, the western mulberry forest, and the fierce waters of the northern barbarians. Kill the Jawtooth Beast Leader, progress of the second trial, February 6th. Kill the Great Wind Beast Leader, progress of the second trial, March 6th. Kill the Sealed Pig Beast Lord, progress of the second trial, April 6th. Kill the 9 Infants Beast Lord, progress of the second trial, May 6th. Suyu gradually noticed that as the battles continued, the level and quality of the beasts steadily increased, making the challenges of the fights even tougher. But he still clearly remembered the opponent's skills, talents, and attack habits. He could only say, the advantage is mine. The only regret was that Suyu's skills were forbidden, leaving him helplessly watching those top talents. Asking how much sorrow you can have, it's just like a group of eunuchs entering a brothel. At this moment, Suyu's gaze fell on the direction pointed by the familiar arrow, which was south. Again to the south? Orderer, are you messing with me? Suyu performed some oral gymnastics towards the sky. He was speechless. Why didn't they just take care of the repair snake while killing the Jawtooth in the south? It's time to walk and time to curse. During the trial, Suyu did not stop but utilized this long time to bring the sun-shooting bow to its limits. Every time he drew the bow to shoot arrows, each movement seemed to recreate Hou-Yi's heroic posture. Finally, he arrived at the shore of Dongting Lake and stepped onto a solitary boat. Repair Snake Beast Lord Repair Snake, also known as the Boss Snake, resides in the Dongting Lake area. It always lives by the water, feeding on fishermen. That saying the heart of man is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant refers to the Boss Snake. Level 12, Lord level. Basic attributes: Strength 120, Spirit 10, Constitution 120, Agility 50. In myth, he first shot the Boss Snake with arrows, then chased it all the way to the far west and cut it into 2 segments. The remains of the Boss Snake transformed into a hill named Balan. Now, in the square of Balan, a towering 5-story stone sculpture of Hou-Yi slaying the Boss Snake proudly stands. Suyu's small boat has drifted to the lake center, and at this moment, he faced the enormous head of the Boss Snake. He saw it raising giant waves like mountains and seas, rushing towards him. Without the support of skills, Suyu's arrows returned to their essence, simple and direct. He quickly pulled the bowstring back and shot an arrow at the Boss Snake. The arrow streaked like a shooting star, piercing directly through the Boss Snake's tongue from below. Then, he fired 3 more arrows, each aimed at the Boss Snake's vital point. One of the arrows sunk entirely, leaving just a bit of feather showing. However, despite Suyu's impeccable archery skills, against such a massive Boss Snake, these arrows seemed to only lightly prick its flesh, having no substantial effect. The Boss Snake swam elegantly in the lake, quietly approaching Suyu's side, launching a fierce attack without warning. Its huge mouth suddenly snapped down, instantly tearing Suyu's small boat in half. Suyu reacted swiftly, leaping high to evade the deadly bite. The Boss Snake opened its bloody jaws, viciously staring at Suyu, ready to swallow him whole in the next second. Suddenly, Hou-Yi's steady and powerful voice echoed in the air, "Kid, what a pity. Try again." In the next second, a splash of bright red stained the entire Dongting Lake, and even the surface of the lake calmed down. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for killing Repair Snake Beast Lord. Progress of the second trial, June 6. Chapter 93, the third trial, King of 10,000 Ghosts. Good kid, it seems I underestimated you. Hui in the void closed his eyes. Every subtle movement Suyu made while shooting the repair snake played in slow motion in his eyes. Once he fully grasped the essence within, he slowly began to speak. Once, at the moment Suyu was about to be swallowed by the serpent of repair. He cleverly pulled the sun arrow bow into a shocking arc as he followed the gaping mouth of the serpent. Even the high and mighty Hui could feel the powerful force contained in that arrow. That arrow shot forth like a cannonball, swiftly aiming for the depths of the serpent's throat. After breaking through the tough scales of the serpent, this unmatched mighty arrow pierced straight into its most vulnerable spot, its heart. This battle strategy was learned through the sacrifice of nearly 1,000 lives during the past life's hunt for the serpent. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Lonely Wolf, you have successfully completed Hui's second trial. Reward, Class Transition Fragment *1, Plunder Hand Count *1. When Suyu heard this familiar voice again, he felt a sense of having traveled through time. He didn't know how much time he had spent in this trial. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the platform. Passing through the black stone door ahead, he would face the final trial. That was the Gate of Ghosts, the third trial. Suyu carefully put the class transition fragment into his wristband. As he walked, he murmured to himself, pondering the final challenge: strength, perseverance. So what might the last trial be? For ordinary people, merely going through the first two trials would likely leave them utterly exhausted. However, at this moment, Suyu's gaze was unwavering, his steps steady, with no hint of retreat. If the red gate of humans was at normal temperature, and the golden gate of gods was warm, then upon touching the black gate of ghosts, Suyu instantly felt a bone-chilling cold. It was the breath of death, making him shiver. Immediately, the system's prompt and the wristband's panels sounded almost simultaneously. Congratulations, Survivor Lonely Wolf, you have successfully unlocked Hui's third trial. Third trial, King of 10,000 Ghosts. Trial description: the Grady was betrayed by his disciple, Feng Meng, and the Wheel of Fate sealed him as the god of the sect after his death, becoming the supreme being who commands 10,000 ghosts. Trial requirement: in this trial, you must evade Feng Meng's pursuit. The system will assess your combat performance in real time, and only when your score reaches sea level or higher will you pass this challenge. Trial limitation: all equipment and skills are unrestricted, you can freely display your archery and wisdom. But be careful, you only have 10 arrows, how you use them wisely will be the key to your success. Trial reward, Class Transition Fragment *1. Trial time limit, unlimited. Trial penalty: if you fail this trial, you will be forever trapped here, unable to return to the real world. If you fail the challenge, this trial will reset. Now, it's time to showcase your archery and wisdom in this life and death game. The black stone door opened, and at this moment, Suyu found himself in a lush jungle. Towering trees surrounded him, the ground covered in dry grass, and sunlight unable to penetrate the dense leaves. At this moment, he stood within a blue magic circle. 100 meters away, a man holding a bow and arrow was facing him. Suyu understood that once he stepped outside the magic circle, the trial would officially begin. However, this trial was essentially a scripted kill. The system would evaluate his performance based on his survival time and the damage dealt to the enemy. Suyu remained calm and quickly assessed the opponent's status. Feng Meng, level, profession, God Slayer. Basic attributes? Talent? Skills? Wow, Feng Meng's level far surpassed Suyu, and besides knowing that his profession was God Slayer, there was nothing else he could discern. Kid, here's a tip: try to survive as long as you can, the lofty Hui spoke. What if I decide to kill him? Suyu smirked. Kid, you are so naive. Hui was speechless after hearing Suyu's words. Even though Suyu passed the first and second trials with just one life. But he knew very well the strength of Feng Meng. Feng Meng had almost learned all his skills, and his power was not in the slightest inferior to his own. Suyu's words were not unfounded. If all Suyu's equipment and skills were banned, he wouldn't have the capital to boast like this. Despite facing an unknown enemy, Suyu was still full of confidence at this moment. As he took the first step, Feng Meng's first dark arrow shot out. Good for you, old six. Suyu heard the sound of the bowstring and did not retreat. Instead, he advanced toward the arrow. The overlord bow in his hand was already thirsty for action, firing an arrow in return. The two arrows met in the air, forming a V shape, and then fell to the ground together. Current rating, D grade. This meant that even if Suyu did something random in the following trials, he could still pass. Lucky indeed. Feng Meng growled softly for the first time, thinking that the arrow was just a coincidence. Little did he know how many challengers had fallen under his first arrow. However, Hui, the observer, was stunned by the scene before him. Why did Suyu choose not to retreat but instead actively engage in battle? Could it be that he really wanted to kill Feng Meng, as he said? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Among the survivors, Feng Meng's strength was considered king level. How could a mere human possibly defeat the Godslayer? But when Suyu's arrows perfectly intertwined with Feng Meng's arrows 10 times in a row, it transcended mere technique, it felt like a provocation. Each arrow's encounter was like Suyu stepping closer to Feng Meng. This calm and collected attitude undoubtedly brought unprecedented pressure to Feng Meng. Current rating, C grade, B grade, A grade. Only Hui could match Feng Meng's arrows 10 times in succession. In sharp contrast to Suyu's calm demeanor was the growing anger on Feng Meng's face. Years ago, Feng Meng learned archery from Hui. After mastering all of Hui's skills, he thought no one in the world could defeat him and even killed Hui because of it. But now, facing Suyu's archery, he began to doubt himself. The sense of defeat gradually tilted Feng Meng's mentality. He became restless and began to curse unconsciously. At that moment, his anger and pressure reached a peak, as if about to explode at any moment. As an observer, Hui couldn't help but marvel. This young man's archery was terrifying, surpassing even himself. However, Suyu's quiver only had 10 arrows left and had been exhausted. Yet, Feng Meng still had an arrow knocked on the bowstring, aimed at Suyu's throat. He looked at Suyu's empty quiver mockingly, the corner of his mouth curling up, revealing an evil smile. Die. Bug. He sneered. At that instant, a dark red arrow suddenly materialized out of thin air on Suyu's overlord bow. The punishing arrow. Although the effects of his hunter's 6-piece set had been restricted, allowing him to use only 10 arrows, this did not affect his other skills. These skills still remained, and he could still automatically gather arrows using his skills. How is this possible? Feng Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. In the past, Master Hui had demonstrated the bite technique, tightly gripping his last arrow with his teeth. How could this person today defy the martial code and conjure an arrow from thin air? The punishing arrow decisively swallowed Feng Meng's final arrow and struck him. Affected by Suyu's newly acquired S-rank talent, Paralyzing Bite, Feng Meng emitted a faint gray light, reducing his attack and movement speed by 25% for 10 seconds. Current rating, S grade. After being struck by the arrow, Feng Meng